Chapter 1. The Shepherd of the Void. A soft crack echoed through the southern wilderness as a whip cracked through the emptiness. A headless figure clad in white, wielding a supple whip, gracefully traversed the void while tending to a flock of sheep. The void, struck by the whip, fragmented like shattered porcelain, revealing a myriad of deep, terrifying fissures that seemed to ensnare the soul. A herd of ethereal white sheep trembled in fear, scampering wildly in response to the whip's sound. The headless figure moved with an elegance akin to a dancer, as if creating art in the air with each flourish of the whip. The long white garments billowed in the wind, adding an extra layer of poetic beauty to the scene. At that moment, all eyes across the southern continent were captivated by the spectacle of the headless shepherd of the void. In various corners, whispers of astonishment filled the air. My friend mentioned that the headless figure must be a formidable spirit-level expert. Those sheep are no ordinary creatures. Their ability to raise through the void suggests they possess the cultivation of a spirit sovereign. Shoo! Keep your voices down. It is said that those sheep are transformed from human experts. The headless figure is truly remarkable. In a small courtyard of the Gao family fortress, Gao Chun lay on the ground, his face contorted in agony, his bright eyes fixated on the headless shepherd of the void above. He was engulfed in pain. His heart pounded violently, as if it were about to be drawn away by an unseen force. Yet his gaze was strangely serene, especially his left eye, which resembled a famished wolf that had starved for eons, devouring a feast with fervor. A faint golden glow rapidly enveloped his left eye, exuding an air of mystery. Gao Chun could distinctly feel that the power of his awakened bloodline was intensifying within his left eye. A spectral form of a divine entity was slowly taking shape deep within it. This realization filled Gao Chun with exhilaration. He could not bear to relinquish this opportunity, even if it meant enduring excruciating pain in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he dug his fingers into his flesh. His heart raced faster, the pull of the headless shepherd of the void growing stronger. It felt akin to a newborn ready to break free from its shell. To be precise, his heart craved the headless figure and its flock of sheep, a deep-seated hunger. Indeed, it was hunger. Gao Chun vividly recalled that upon first witnessing the headless shepherd of the void, his heart reacted with a whirl. The second time, the response was even more fervent and intense. Now, this was the third encounter. His expression grew increasingly grotesque, his whole body tensed. Yet his eyes remained locked on the heavens. He longed to bellow into the sky to release his pent-up anguish. However, his bloodline's vision could not be easily unveiled. He could only endure in silence. 15 minutes elapsed. The headless shepherd of the void vanished from sight, and Gao Chun's heart gradually returned to tranquility. The strange phenomenon in his left eye also dissipated instantaneously, returning to a state of normalcy. Gao Chun curled up on the ground, gasping for breath. His body was drenched in sweat, glistening like pearls upon his chiseled, strikingly handsome face. Slowly, he struggled to rise and sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling his cultivation techniques. Instantly, the 6 pathways of his dantian emitted a powerful pull. The abundant spiritual energy in the courtyard surged into his parched dantian like a torrent. Before long, his pallid complexion regained its rosy hue and no longer in discomfort. Gao Chun ceased his cultivation to ponder how he might break through to become a 7th-tier spirit master. In this world, for mortals to ascend to the ranks of cultivators, they must comprehend the 9 realms of earthly essence: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. With each realm grasped, a seed of the Tao would be born within the dantian, and an additional pathway would manifest in the body. Once the seeds and pathways were established, cultivating the techniques would allow these seeds to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, flowing through the pathways into the dantian, expanding the reservoir of spiritual power. Only by successfully cultivating this reservoir could one attain the status of a 1st-tier spirit master. A qualified 1st-tier spirit master could manipulate internal spiritual power at will, directing it to any part of the body for attack, defense, or support. Gao Chun found himself at a loss, for comprehending the realms of earthly essence was not aided by potions. The core of the matter lay in experience and mental training. As for the 3 realms, he had yet to grasp. Darkness, water, and Thundera had no clues whatsoever. Rubbing his aching temples, he stood and prepared to address the myriad of mundane affairs awaiting him. He hoped that through experience, he might gain insights into the realms. Though merely a 16-year-old youth, he had already assumed the role of acting lord of the Gao family fortress. Without further delay, he stepped out of the courtyard. Looking up, he beheld towering trees reaching for the heavens, their leaves shimmering in the morning sunlight, while flocks of birds frolicked among the branches. A vibrant scene unfolded before him. A faint smile of pride crept onto Gao Chun's lips. Though the Gao family fortress was merely a spirit general-level power, with only a handful of cultivators capable of producing Tao seeds, it remained a trifling force in the Zizhu mountain range, lacking a mortal village, mineral resources, or a battle squad. Yet, the Gao family fortress still occupied a third-tier spiritual mountain, equipped with all manner of cultivation facilities. One might say that though small, it was fully furnished. Gao Chun soon arrived at the Lord's residence, exchanged greetings with the two gatekeepers, and entered to attend to the affairs of the fortress. "Why does the Lord appear so pale today?" one of the gatekeepers remarked, casting a furtive glance for any comely female cultivators. "You are truly despicable, your mind only occupied with matters of men and women." The other retorted scornfully, "You know nothing. A man who does not desire women is no true man. Old lecher." The banter of the gatekeepers went unheard by Gao Chun as he focused intently on the plans he had drafted the day before, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Draft the 5-child birth incentive policy. Draft the Gao family fortress development plan for the second half of the year. Draft the attraction policy for female cultivators. Expand the living quarters for cultivators' families in the back mountain and enhance recreational and leisure facilities. Host the spirit sovereign-level faction, Chun Fei from Zizhu Town. A myriad of plans, each critical to the development of the Gao family fortress, leaving Gao Chun uncertain about which to prioritize. Moreover, the headless shepherd of the void had already consumed at least an hour of his time. He would undoubtedly have to abandon several plans today. Truly, plans cannot keep pace with changes. Gao Chun lamented. Currently, the most pressing need for the Gao family fortress was an increase in population. Only with a higher number of mortals could more cultivators emerge capable of producing Tao seeds at present. The fortress had only a little over 10 cultivators, far from sufficient for the demands of a third-tier spiritual mountain. Protecting the Gao family fortress necessitated cultivators. Cultivating spiritual fields and planting crops required cultivators. Alchemy, artifact forging, and formations all required cultivators. The Gao family fortress' ability to occupy this third-tier spiritual mountain was primarily due to the prowess of Old Gao. "Xiao Chun, I will be venturing out to seek opportunities for breakthroughs. The Gao family fortress will be in your hands." These were Old Gao's words before departing last month. Yet Gao Chun understood. Old Gao's departure and insistence on making him the acting lord were meant to place pressure on him and test his mettle. With Old Gao gone, the sparsely populated third-tier spiritual mountain would become a coveted prize in the eyes of surrounding wolves. He could only wonder how many calamities would follow. Gao Chun resolved to first draft the 5-child birth incentive policy, encouraging the mortals in the back mountain to procreate abundantly. He picked up his pen, prepared to write, when suddenly he heard a commotion outside. Furrowing his brow, Gao Chun noted that the Lord's residence was the most secure place in the Gao family fortress. Everyone knew the protocols, and such a scene should not occur. Nevertheless, he set down his pen and decided to investigate the cause of the disturbance. Opening the door, he saw 2 gatekeepers supporting an elderly cultivator, bloodied and battered, inquiring about the situation. Suddenly, Gao Chun's expression hardened, and his pupils dilated. This venerable cultivator, Gao Chun, is well acquainted with his duty of guarding the residential area at the back mountain. A severe injury has occurred here. Is this the arrival of trouble? Chapter 2. Pursuing a fierce enemy, Gao Chun hastened towards the 3 individuals. The elderly cultivator, stained with blood, was the first to notice him. His dim eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope as he struggled to speak. Gao Chun quickly gestured for him to remain silent, wishing to avoid aggravating his wounds. The 2 gatekeeping cultivators swiftly recounted the situation to Gao Chun. Upon hearing their accounts, a fierce smile broke across Gao Chun's face, and an aura of murderous intent enveloped him, causing the 3 beside him to shiver involuntarily. Gao Chun was acutely aware that following the departure of Old Gao, the wolves eyeing Gao family fortress would undoubtedly make their move. However, He did not anticipate that the first to act would be Qin Fei. Over a decade ago, Qin Fei had been born in Gao family fortress, but lost his parents in a tragic accident and became an orphan. In a place where kinship was cherished, the community had showered him with love. Yet, upon awakening his Dao seed, he left Gao family fortress without a word, joining Zizhu town instead. As a child, Gao Chun had been unable to comprehend Qin Fei's actions and even harbored resentment towards him. However, as he matured, particularly after assuming the role of acting lord, a flicker of understanding began to dawn upon him. People naturally aspire to ascend, just as water flows downward. Gao family fortress was merely a spirit general level force, while Zizhu town was a spirit emperor level power. Though he understood, Gao Chun still found it difficult to like Qin Fei. He had no desire to befriend a wolf in sheep's clothing. Thus, when Qin Fei arrived at Gao family fortress the previous day, Gao Chun had arranged for other cultivators to accompany him, planning only a banquet for that evening. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Fei had violently injured the accompanying cultivators and abducted a mortal child from the back mountains. Due to the suddenness of the incident, the protective formations around Gao family fortress had not fully activated, allowing him to escape. In the process, he had also injured several cultivators, igniting Gao Chun's fury and bloodlust. After issuing instructions to the three individuals, Gao Chun dashed outwards. Observing his rapid departure, the expressions of the three varied. The young lord was merely at the 6th level of Spirit Master. Could he truly contend with Qin Fei? How many times had they been told that he was the acting lord? Boss sycophants. Gao Chun, of course, could not hear the conversation among the two gatekeepers. He had already reached the gates of Gao family fortress and inquired about the station cultivators. Subsequently, he burst through the gates and began his pursuit of Qin Fei based on the clues he had gathered. Like a swift leopard, Gao Chun raced across the wilderness, the wind howling past him as thoughts raced through his mind. Qin Fei was indeed formidable, though only 3 years his senior. He had already attained the 8th level of Spirit Master, a true prodigy in cultivation. Yet, what use his talent? Gao Chun instinctively touched his left eye. This awakened eye, imbued with bloodline powers, was his greatest reliance and the source of his confidence. He then brushed his right eye, murmuring to himself, "When will you awaken?" Gao Chun's speed was remarkable, and within minutes he caught up with a few injured cultivators from the fortress. Upon questioning them, his eyes widened in fury, his murderous intent soaring. Yet, he reminded himself to remain vigilant. Despite being merely an 8th level Spirit Master, Qin Fei was battle-hardened, agile, and exceptionally potent in combat. Gao Chun felt a flicker of relief that they were only injured. Even the loss of one cultivator would be a grievous blow to Gao family fortress at this juncture. After further inquiries, he learned that the only pursuer at this moment was Li Daoqiu, a childhood friend with whom he had shared countless memories. Gao Chun could not allow any harm to come to him, not even the slightest injury. Without hesitation, he offered words of reassurance to the injured cultivators before speeding off. As he ran, Gao Chun felt a sense of unease wash over him, prompting him to increase his pace. Li Daoqiu's cultivation was on par with his own, both at the 6th level of Spirit Master. However, he lacked bloodline powers. Gao Chun had previously hesitated over whether to activate his Dao seed. The Dao seed required cultivators to comprehend the essence of the elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, achieving a state of perfection before one could condense it. In simpler terms, only exceptional cultivators could condense a Dao seed, also known as a divine ability. This divine ability was powerful, but also consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. Once he caught up with Qin Fei, a fierce battle would ensue, and cultivators relied on their spiritual energy. Hence, he had been uncertain about using it to accelerate his pursuit. Yet, he could hesitate no longer. His brother, Li Daoqiu, must not come to harm. Drawing upon the spiritual energy within his dantian, Gao Chun unleashed his divine ability. Wind technique, gale passage. The spiritual energy surged like a tide, enveloping him entirely and transforming into a swirling azure tempest that danced wildly around him. In an instant, Gao Chun became a streak of azure wind, moving with lightning speed, vanishing from sight as he raced ahead. In the vast wilderness, a strikingly handsome youth, disheveled and with blood at the corner of his mouth, stood garbed in tattered black robes. His features were exquisite, skin supple, lashes long, and lips crimson, surpassing even a woman's beauty. At this moment, he clenched his fists, his body slightly bent, poised to strike at the white-clad youth before him. Li Daoqiu, cease your bravado. You cannot stop me. The white-clad youth spoke calmly, standing with one hand behind his back, the other cradling an unconscious child on his shoulder, exuding an air of composure. The pristine white of his attire rustled in the breeze, enhancing his dignified demeanor. Chen Fei, release the child from Gao family fortress, and I shall let you depart. Li Daoqiu stood firm, declaring, otherwise, I shall self-destruct if necessary to impede you. Li Daoqiu, I have refrained from using my full strength thus far. Out of respect for Gao family fortress, Chen Fei's brow furrowed slightly. Do not force my hand. Humph, you speak of respect? Li Daoqiu scoffed, you treacherous wolf. You seek death. Chen Fei's anger flared. He loathed being called a wolf in sheep's clothing. What a pity for that face, more beautiful than a woman's. With murderous intent ignited, he gently placed the unconscious child aside in the grass. Now he would unleash his full power. Water technique. Ice seal of 1,000 miles. Resolute in his decision to eliminate this loathsome young man, Chen Fei unleashed his most potent move. In an instant, the spiritual energy within him surged forth, spreading rapidly. Crack in the blink of an eye, the space beneath Chen Fei's feet, extending 10 meters outward, became encased in ice, forming a towering ice prison. Li Daoqiu found himself trapped within. A surge of terror coursed through him. Had Chen Fei also condensed a Dao seed? This was the end for him. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair, but rather yearned for his brother, Gao Chun. Chen Fei slowly approached Li Daoqiu, his eyes brimming with murderous intent and a hint of mockery. He longed to witness the look of pleading or despair in Li Daoqiu's gaze. Yet, to his disappointment, Li Daoqiu remained cold and disdainful. Then perish. Chen Fei tightened his fist, launching a powerful strike towards Li Daoqiu's heart. Chapter 3. The power of the divine. Each of you has harbored feelings for the poplar, and the poplar has received and etched them into its heart. All the words can be condensed into 3 simple characters. Actions speak louder than words. Boom. Chen Fei's fist, enveloped in spiritual energy, did not strike Li Daoqiu's heart, but collided with Gao Chun's fist. The sound of their fists meeting reverberated throughout the surroundings. The shockwave of air expanding like a tidal wave. Gao Chun was sent flying 3 meters away, while Chen Fei only staggered back a few steps. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Fei scrutinized Gao Chun. He was certain that Gao Chun had also condensed a seed of magical power. Otherwise, his speed would not have been so remarkable. Just as he had thrown his fist towards Li Daoqiu's heart, he had spotted a fleeting azure figure rushing towards him. He recognized it as a cultivator from Gao family fortress, but was resolute in his intention to eliminate Li Daoqiu first. His fist would surely reach its target faster than the figure several dozen meters away. However, to his utter astonishment, just as his fist pierced through the ice and made contact with Li Daoqiu's body, another azure fist was already hurtling toward his own head. Reluctantly, he had to redirect his punch to collide with the azure fist. Gao Chun, having been struck 3 meters away, wore a pale expression, slightly gasping for breath, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Engaging in a fist fight with Chen Fei had left him injured. It seemed he had somewhat underestimated Chen Fei. He was not merely an ordinary 8th-tier spiritual master. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Gao Chun narrowed his eyes, assessing Chen Fei. This guy had fled from Gao family fortress to this place, battling all the while, yet he bore not a single scratch. Even his flamboyant white robe showed no signs of combat. Clearly, he had traversed this journey with ease. In Gao Chun's heart, the assessment of Chen Fei's danger level escalated. As Gao Chun scrutinized Chen Fei, the latter too was observing Gao Chun, with his hands clasped behind his back. The furious demeanor he had when he aimed to kill Li Daoqiu vanished entirely, restoring his usual calm composure. His feelings toward Gao Chun were complex. This childhood companion had blossomed into a graceful and charming young man. He recalled their childhood days spent climbing trees and catching birds, or competing in urination height. But he loathed the injustice of fate. Why could he not be the young lord of the fortress? Gao Chun, merely by growing up, could ascend to that position. Indeed, at the age of 16, he became the acting lord of Gao family fortress. Chen Fei felt a pang of jealousy towards him, along with resentment towards Gao's father and son. Gao family fortress was not solely Gao Zhanghe's. It belonged to everyone. Why was it that Gao Chun was appointed as the young lord when he was so young? No matter how gifted he was, he had no chance of becoming the lord. He felt a sense of discontent. Since he could not become the lord, why should he remain within this small faction? He believed that with his innate talent for cultivation and intelligence, he could carve out a place for himself within a larger power. Thus, He resolutely departed from Gao family fortress and joined the imperial-level force, Zizhu Town. Through diligent effort, he eventually became the captain of Zizhu Town's elite battle team. Why should Gao family fortress, now devoid of the old man Gao, possess a third-tier spiritual mountain? He deemed them unworthy. His own faction, Zizhu Town, was no different. Therefore, he was dispatched to Gao family fortress to investigate its true state. What he did not anticipate was the discovery of an unexpected opportunity. Glancing at the child lying unscathed in the grass, he felt a surge of heat coursing through him. Any lingering envy towards Gao Fei evaporated entirely. Gao Chun's position as acting lord had not been earned through true merit. Such a second-generation cultivator, reliant on his father's influence, had no future. A flower that does not weather storms withers under the sun. Only those like himself, who rise from humble beginnings through hard work, would come to dominate this land. A profound sense of pride surged through him. His head involuntarily lifted, and he crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes to look down upon Gao Chun. Gao Chun, who had been watching Chun Fei intently, was taken aback by his sudden transformation. What was he up to? Nevertheless, he could still comprehend the haughty demeanor of the elevated head and condescending gaze. Regardless of his reasons for this change, he resolved to shatter Chun Fei's arrogance, forcing him to kneel and call him father, before delivering a decisive blow to his head. Gao Chun made up his mind, silently recovering his nearly depleted spiritual energy. He welcomed Chun Fei's inaction, relishing the opportunity to flaunt before him. Time ticked by, and as Chun Fei's inexplicable excitement waned, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He had grown complacent. Realizing his oversight, Chun Fei immediately unleashed his trump card. Water technique. Ice enclosure for 1,000 miles. Gao Chun felt a twinge of regret. If only he had a bit more time to recover, he wished to engage Chun Fei using his magical abilities. This was a splendid opportunity for practice. He had condensed multiple seeds of magical power. As a 6th-tier spiritual master, he could theoretically condense 6 magical seeds and employ 6 different magical powers. Unfortunately, after having used his magical abilities to hasten his journey, his energy was nearly exhausted, leaving him unable to freely wield his magical powers. If he could not practice, what good was it to keep Chun Fei around? Gao Chun employed the swift wind to evade the ice enclosure for 1,000 miles. Then, he activated his bloodline's ocular power. Instantly, his brilliant left eye transformed into an expanse as vast as the starry sky, serene as an abyss, with a faint golden glow swirling around it. He gazed intently at Chun Fei. Just as Chun Fei prepared to launch his second attack, he suddenly shrieked in agony, clutching his head. He felt his spirit being relentlessly torn apart by an inexplicable force, leaving him in unbearable torment. At that moment, Gao Chun swiftly employed the swift wind again, appearing beside Chun Fei, mercilessly breaking his legs and arms with a brutal kick. Chun Fei let out another wretched scream that echoed far and wide. He stumbled onto the ground, yet raised his head high, his gaze filled with resentment directed at Gao Chun. "Ha, still so proud? Who gave you the audacity?" Gao Chun delivered several slaps, bruising Chun Fei's face. Gao Chun found Chun Fei to be utterly ridiculous. Where did this misplaced confidence come from? Such ignorance was truly pitiable. Did every individual from a major power presume to look down on all others? That would be foolish. To stand high above, one must possess the requisite capabilities. Without the necessary skills, one should refrain from attempting to handle tasks beyond their reach. Those who fail to comprehend their circumstances will pay a devastating price for their arrogance. Even at this juncture, he displayed such behavior. Just then, Gao Chun suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis enveloping him. Chapter 4. The Pure Path of Wind Arts. The blade of the gale. Chun Fei unleashed his magical technique. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, manifesting as a multitude of azure wind blades, cascading down like a torrential rain towards Gao Chun. Each azure blade was unparalleled in sharpness, radiating a chilling brilliance that instilled a sense of dread. Gao Chun reacted with remarkable swiftness, as his left eye twitched. He immediately executed the technique of swift wind traversal. Nevertheless, he could not completely evade the extensive onslaught of the azure blades, and the right side of his body sustained injury, leaving a gruesome wound, blood gushing profusely. Seeing that Gao Chun had not been slain by his magic, Chun Fei felt a pang of regret, mingled with confusion. Why had Gao Chun reacted so swiftly? Almost simultaneously with Chun Fei's magical invocation, Gao Chun had also cast his own spell. The The pretense of being incapacitated after having his limbs severed was merely a ruse to deceive Gao Chun, aiming for a decisive strike. Yet, it ultimately failed. Why? As he caught sight of Gao Chun's left eye, which appeared unremarkable, Chun Fei felt an involuntary shiver run through him. That dreadful eye, or more precisely, the phantom of a deity within its pupil, left him. Gao Chun, having narrowly escaped death, also felt a lingering trepidation. Had it not been for the warning from his left eye, he might have perished. Instinctively, Gao Chun touched his left eye. Each time he confronted a life-or-death crisis, it would alert him. This was the second ability of his left eye. Gao Chun exhaled deeply, turning his gaze towards the trembling Chun Fei, who lay prostrate on the ground. A tumult of emotions surged within him. Setting aside character, Chun Fei was indeed a top-tier cultivation prodigy, having mastered two formidable techniques, which was nothing short of extraordinary. This exemplified the disparity between them. He glanced at the painful wound on his right side. His body's regenerative capacity was astonishing. He would fully recover in mere moments. Gao Chun had anticipated Chun Fei's sudden assault. He understood that a cultivator's magical invocation originated from the dantian and culminated in the limbs and mouth. By severing Chun Fei's limbs but sparing his mouth, he was not being careless. It was a deliberate choice. Gao Chun harbored a piercing question within. Why had Chun Fei betrayed the Gao family fortress? His actions, breaking Chun Fei's limbs and striking his face, were all in service of this inquiry. Chun Fei was proud. Only by utterly dismantling his arrogance could he hope to extract the truth. Gao Chun did not consider himself overly merciful. He was decisive in dealing with enemies. His treatment of Chun Fei stemmed from their shared childhood. They had once been brothers. Gao Chun had regarded Chun Fei as an older brother in his youth. Although later filled with hatred and resentment, he could not deceive himself. A shadow of Chun Fei still lingered in his heart. He remembered how Chun Fei had carried him away from pursuing beasts, and how he had fought fiercely for him against adversaries from neighboring fortresses. In dealing with foes, Gao Chun was unyielding and merciless, yet towards family and friends, he offered protection to the best of his abilities. This was his path. Chun Fei was once kin. Now, he was an adversary. Death was inevitable. However, before enacting that final judgment, Gao Chun needed to resolve the turmoil within him, to extract that thorn from his heart, to ensure his conscience remained clear and his path forever pure. As Chun Fei lay on the ground with severed limbs, his closed eyes would occasionally flutter open a crack. Wary of Gao Chun's bloodline eye, Gao Chun could not help but smile wryly at the sight of the tense and somewhat pitiable Chun Fei. A fleeting thought of sparing his life crossed his mind, but Gao Chun quickly extinguished it. He realized he was still too young, too emotional. Gao Chun reflected on his earlier desire to reprimand Chun Fei during their youth and his urge to kill him upon witnessing the latter injuring the Gao family cultivators. The moment he saw Li Daoqiu being frozen, facing imminent death, his murderous intent surged. Yet, just moments ago, he had considered sparing Chun Fei. This was the essence of his emotional turmoil. But Gao Chun did not wish to change, nor could he. He remained a 16-year-old youth, brimming with passion and ideals. It was natural for emotions to fluctuate. He would adhere to his path, to protect those who had shown him kindness, and to retaliate against those who had done him wrong. Regardless of his emotional fluctuations, he would remain true to himself. With newfound clarity, Gao Chun boldly questioned Chun Fei. Why did you betray the Gao family fortress? Don't pretend to be righteous, Gao Chun. I admit my betrayal, but it is the fault of the Gao family and your father, Chun Fei retorted, his face contorted with anger. The Gao family fortress was not built solely by you two. Without the assistance of the Chun and Li families, could your father Gao Changhe have expelled the fourth-level demonic beast, the Golden Toad? Moreover, my parents sacrificed their lives in battle. Chun Fei's agitation escalated. I too had a claim to the Gao family fortress, yet what happened? When you were still a mere mortal, you were designated as the young lord, granted sole inheritance of the Gao family fortress. Why? Simply because your father, Gao Changhe, had the highest cultivation? Is that fair to me? Chun Fei's fervor bordered on madness. I am older than you, smarter, and more mature. Why should I not inherit the Gao family fortress? Listening to Chun Fei's frenzied accusations, Gao Chun remained silent for an extended period. However, one thing he was certain of, regardless of how Gao Lao Papa acted, right or wrong, he would always stand by his father. After all, he was his father. Gao Chun acknowledged his bias. He would support family over fairness. Yet, this was his path. Then, he raised his voice. Have you forgotten that the Gao family fortress was earned through the blood of your parents? Silence. Chen Fei shouted back. You have no right to say such things. Gao Chun ceased speaking. He finally comprehended the true reason behind Li Daoqiu's betrayal of the Gao family fortress, a desire for power. The doubts that had lingered in his heart for over a decade were finally resolved today. The thorn embedded deep within him had entirely dissolved, leaving no trace. Gao Chun exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of clarity wash over him. Regardless of Chen Fei's reasons, he must die today. Firstly, for having harbored murderous intent towards Li Daoqiu and himself. More importantly, he had discovered that he possessed the bloodline eye. This information could not be disclosed under any circumstances. Many wolves coveted the Gao family fortress, yet they were wary of one another, each hesitant to strike first. However, should they learn of his bloodline eye, they might unite in an instant to annihilate the Gao family fortress, subsequently dividing the spoils. The precarious situation facing the Gao family fortress was entirely of Gao Laopapa's making. His departure had rendered the Gao family fortress vulnerable, an easy target for other factions. Gao Chun often found himself lamenting. Gao Laopapa was truly ruthless, putting himself in jeopardy. Fortunately, he possessed a strong heart. Otherwise, he would have been paralyzed by fear long ago. Despite his determination to eliminate Chen Fei, Gao Chun did not act recklessly. He needed time to replenish his spiritual energy. The little energy he had managed to recover earlier had been completely depleted due to repeated use of swift wind traversal. Although Chen Fei's limbs were severed, he still possessed formidable combat prowess. Moreover, he remained vigilant against Gao Chun's bloodline eye. At present, Gao Chun's bloodline eye was still weak. It could only be invoked when he locked eyes with an adversary, activating the soul-piercing technique. Now that Chen Fei was on guard, the opportunity for the bloodline eye to shine was exceedingly slim. Next, Gao Chun would rely on his magical techniques to eliminate Chen Fei. Meanwhile, Chen Fei, who was cautiously watching Gao Chun, was also actively recovering his spiritual energy. After enduring such a prolonged battle, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Yet, he could not underestimate Gao Chun. This childhood friend of his not only possessed the bloodline eye, but also exhibited peculiar physical traits. Previously, his powerful wind blade had inflicted severe injuries upon Gao Chun, but now, not a drop of blood flowed. This was abnormal. His brow furrowed even deeper. He could not allow Gao Chun to recover so easily. Was such a rudimentary provocation meant to belittle him? While replenishing his spiritual energy, he pondered the strategy to eliminate Chen Fei. Chen Fei's current reliance was the wind blade technique, which indeed posed a significant threat with its formidable attack power and extensive range. However, Gao Chun had his own advantages. He had condensed 3 technique seeds, granting him the ability to employ 3 distinct techniques. After a brief moment, Gao Chun sensed that he had sufficiently recovered. It was time to act. Gao Chun prided himself on being a respectful and caring individual, unwilling to cause concern for his family. However, before making his move, he cast a glance at Li Daoqiu, who sat not far away. The towering ice prison that had once ensnared him had long since melted. At this moment, Li Daoqiu appeared battered and bruised. Yet his exquisite features remained undiminished, surpassing even those of a woman in beauty. Without uttering a word, Gao Chun unleashed the gale shuttling technique, charging towards Chen Fei. Though Chen Fei wished to prevent Gao Chun from regaining strength, the mere sight of Gao Chun's approach filled him with an inexplicable dread. The terrifying demonic apparition within his left eye had left an indelible mark upon his psyche. Even with his eyes closed, his body trembled uncontrollably. Roaring to bolster his courage, Chen Fei skillfully executed the wind blade technique. In an instant, sharp azure blades of wind howled forth, enveloping Gao Chun's path. Unfazed, Gao Chun pressed onward. The azure blades ruthlessly sliced at him, yet he endured the pain and closed the distance to Chen Fei. He unleashed his most potent technique, a crowd control spell, Earth Stun. With a stomp of his right foot, spiritual energy surged into the ground, swiftly radiating outward and incapacitating all living beings within a 2-meter radius, including Chen Fei. Suddenly, Chen Fei felt a jolt, his body rendered immobile, unable to even muster his spiritual energy. Without hesitation, Gao Chun clenched his fist and struck at Chen Fei's heart. Chen Fei opened his once closed eyes, filled with horror and despair, alongside a desperate plea for mercy. The fist pressed forward, swiftly closing the distance. Chen Fei realized that Gao Chun was resolute in his intent to kill. In his desperation, he resolved to die together with Gao Chun and contemplated self-detonation. But suddenly, he let out a cry of agony. A sharp pain pierced his mind as an inexplicable force began to tear apart his very soul. The terrifying visage he had long wished to forget resurfaced in his mind, accompanied by an overwhelming, oppressive aura. Gao Chun showed no mercy, delivering a decisive blow that shattered Chun Fei's heart. Chun Fei's terrified pupils gradually lost focus until the breath of life completely faded. Not far away, Li Daoqiu watched silently, his expression calm. He understood that a mere Chun Fei posed no challenge to Gao Chun. The man capable of being Li Daoqiu's superior was extraordinary. Gao Chun had slain Chun Fei, appearing outwardly composed, yet a ripple of emotion stirred within him. However, he quickly suppressed it. There were still pressing matters to attend to. His left eye held a third divine ability, the capacity to extract memories from the deceased. As the captain of the elite team from Zizhu Town, Chun Fei undoubtedly possessed vast knowledge about the town. Gao Chun felt no remorse for killing Chun Fei. However, as the deputy lord of the Gao family stronghold, he could not afford to bring any danger to his clan. Extracting Chun Fei's memories would facilitate the completion of necessary tasks. Simultaneously, Gao Chun was curious as to why Chun Fei had attempted to abduct the child today. Even in death, he had not forgotten to glance at the child. What was so special about him? Without further delay, Gao Chun activated his bloodline eye. Instantly, his brilliant left eye transformed, becoming as expansive as the starry sky, serene as an abyss, adorned with a faint golden glow that danced around it. He fixed his gaze upon Chun Fei's lifeless body. In an instant, the memories within Chun Fei's mind flowed forth like a rushing stream, presenting a myriad of images. Gao Chun, akin to a spectator at a cinematic display, sought the information he required, occasionally fast-forwarding, occasionally rewinding. As time passed, Gao Chun's expression grew increasingly grave, his brow furrowing tightly. Nearby, Li Daoqiu's pupils widened in alarm. He understood that such a demeanor from Gao Chun only manifested in moments of life-threatening peril. He could only anxiously observe from a distance, reluctant to intrude. What crisis had been uncovered? Chapter 5. Bloodline Mystique. With his left eye fixed upon Chun Fei's head, Gao Chun observed the memories of Chun Fei, which unfolded like a cinematic reel within his high-purity gaze. Gao Chun's intent was clear. He sought to assess the circumstances surrounding Zizhu Town. Consequently, he fast-forwarded through Chun Fei's experiences at Gao family fort, wishing to avoid nostalgia that might stir his emotions. Yet, despite his chosen speed, his perceptive abilities remained feeble, and he encountered numerous familiar scenes that stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Longing, sorrow, regret, an array of inexplicable feelings surged forth. He chided himself for being overly sentimental. Striving to quell the influx of emotions, Gao Chun continued to delve into Chun Fei's memories. Time elapsed, second by second. Soon, he beheld Chun Fei's life after joining Zizhu Town. Slowing his pace slightly, he witnessed Chun Fei beginning as a mere errand boy, undertaking tasks such as cleaning, diving, washing clothes, and cooking. He was the most industrious and diligent among the errand boys. Coupled with his charm and ability to ingratiate himself, he quickly garnered the favor of the overseer, leading to his promotion and ascendancy to the position of leader among the errand boys. Gradually, his personal tasks were delegated to a band of subordinates, allowing him to focus solely on rigorous cultivation and currying favor with the overseer. Observing these scenes, Gao Chun could not help but marvel at Chun Fei's talents. In the entire errand boys' quarters, there was not a single overseer who disliked him, nor an errand boy who dared to oppose him. Even those of higher cultivation levels were subjugated by him. What a pity! How wonderful it would have been had he remained at Gao family fort. Gao Chun murmured to himself, suppressing the myriad complex emotions within. He continued to explore Chun Fei's memories. The outer sect of Zizhu Town was divided into the combat division and the production division, encompassing agriculture, livestock, alchemy, and weapon crafting. Chun Fei chose the combat division. Before long, he distinguished himself and became the captain of a standard 5-member combat team. Leading his team, he continuously honed their skills by battling beasts in the mountains belonging to the outer sect. Various offensive and defensive tactics were gradually developed by the team. Zizhu Town truly lived up to its reputation as a spirit emperor-level force. Gao Chun envied Zizhu Town greatly. The cultivators there enjoyed an exceptionally favorable environment for growth, with an abundance of training grounds and facilities. Their cultivation training system was advanced and meticulous, with every step of the cultivation process carefully arranged. More importantly, Zizhu Town boasted a vast population, resulting in a significant number of cultivators. What Zizhu Town possessed, Gao family fort would also acquire. Gao Chun encouraged himself and continued to observe the memories. Chun Fei's combat team's prowess escalated rapidly, soon becoming the preeminent force within the Outer Sect's combat division, capturing the attention of the elders, who invested more resources into his personal development and that of his team. Furthermore, the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect summoned him for a personal audience. As Chun Fei approached to meet the Grand Elder, he overheard a cloaked figure's words. Elder Su, if you can provide a bloodline cultivator, we can offer you a 4th-grade spiritual artifact. Gao Chun's expression grew grave, for the cloaked figure's attire bore the insignia of the Tianyi sect, the foremost superpower in the entire realm of human cultivation. What could Tianyi sect want with a bloodline cultivator? Gao Chun's heart swelled with apprehension, for he himself was a bloodline cultivator. He slowed his pace, regrettably, as the cloaked figure departed, leaving only Elder Su's commendation of Chun Fei, encouraging him to persist in his cultivation. He expressed that, as long as Chun Fei continued to excel, he could take him as a disciple. Gao Chun distinctly noticed the surprise and fervor on Chun Fei's face. He hastily expressed his admiration and loyalty to Elder Su, wishing to avoid witnessing Chun Fei's sycophantic demeanor. Gao Chun fast-forwarded through the subsequent scenes of Chun Fei's arduous cultivation. He harbored a question in his heart, yearning to see the cultivators of Tianyi sect. And then, they appeared. Gao Chun felt a surge of joy upon seeing another cultivator from Tianyi sect. This time, Elder Su had Chun Fei by his side. After exchanging pleasantries, their conversation commenced, predominantly revolving around maintaining the stability of the Zizhu mountain range and preparing for the next invasion by the demon race. Gao Chun was on the verge of fast-forwarding again when he suddenly heard the cloaked figure address Chun Fei. If you can find a bloodline cultivator and bring them to us, you will become a peripheral member of Tianyi sect. At this, Gao Chun's face paled in shock, his brows knitting tightly together. He chose to pause, requiring a moment to digest this information. One must not underestimate the significance of peripheral members. Once associated with Tianyi sect, one could traverse the Zizhu mountain range with impunity. Tianyi sect was the sovereign force in the realm of cultivation. Those who defied them faced annihilation. Over the years, innumerable factions had been eradicated by Tianyi sect under fabricated charges. Gao Chun was beset by doubt and trepidation, causing his expression to grow increasingly somber. Gao Chun had perused a decade of Chun Fei's memories, yet only a quarter of an hour had elapsed. Nearby, Li Daoqiu, serving as a guard, observed the change in Gao Chun's demeanor, his pupils contracting in alarm. Yet, he dared not intrude upon Gao Chun's contemplation, silently standing vigil. Meanwhile, he pondered, what had Elder Gao discovered? Such expressions were only seen during life and death crises. The more he contemplated, the paler Li Daoqiu's typically fair face became. With a deep breath, Gao Chun exhaled, feeling a slight ache in his left eye, a sign of significant strain on his perceptive abilities. He could not afford to delay further and chose to resume the playback. The ensuing scenes predominantly featured Chun Fei's relentless cultivation. He buried himself in ice to condense his spiritual seed, submerged himself in the riverbed. He became a wall to withstand the floods, transformed into a farmer nurturing plants, and imitated fish swimming in the water. Gao Chun watched, enraptured, as he empathized with Chun Fei's struggles. Gradually, he found himself within the icy depths, sensing his body morphing into an ice sculpture, his life force waning. He comprehended the water's cold indifference, feeling his body swell to a purplish hue from the relentless torrents. Experiencing pain and discomfort, he grasped the ferocity of the water. Witnessing the once withered plants revived by the water's nurturing, he understood the warmth and sustenance it provided. Time trickled by second. Within Gao Chun's dantian, a water-type spiritual seed, akin to a small bean, was slowly being birthed, gradually expanding until it reached the size of a thumb. It shimmered like a jewel, warm and gentle, lying quietly in his dantian. Suddenly, the blue water-type spiritual seed stirred, emanating a tremendous pulling force. The surrounding spiritual energy surged toward Gao Chun's dantian like birds flocking to a forest. Boom! Gao Chun's dantian expanded abruptly, swelling. Li Daoqiu, who had been watching closely, was startled by this sudden change. Then, a wave of ecstasy washed over his usually indifferent countenance. Elder Gao had broken through. Chapter 6. The enchanting cry of power, the sudden expansion of the spiritual energy, jolted Gao Chun from his moment of enlightenment. A wave of ecstatic joy washed over his handsome face. He had comprehended the essence of water, giving birth to a water-type Tao seed, thus officially ascending to the rank of a 7th-tier spiritual master. Not only had his spiritual energy sea enlarged, allowing him to store even greater amounts of spiritual energy, but the quality of that energy had also improved, resulting in a more potent mastery of techniques. He had never anticipated such profound insights into the essence of existence. It was as if he had discovered a new realm. Could his left eye truly be utilized in such a manner? In the realm of cultivation, grasping the essence of existence requires a journey of mental fortitude. Yet, he had seemingly unearthed a grand path to advancement. Would he henceforth be able to extract memories from those he vanquished? This notion flickered through Gao Chun's mind before he swiftly banished it. Such thoughts were detrimental and incompatible with his Tao. A cultivator must first comprehend the essence, then the principles, and ultimately the Tao itself. The sooner one clarifies their Tao, the greater their potential. This was a mantra repeated by his grandfather since the inception of his Tao seed and his transformation into a cultivator. Although Gao Chun did not entirely grasp its meaning, he had already tasted the benefits of having a Tao. Ever since he had clarified his own, for a friend who shares a meal with me, I shall protect them for a lifetime. For an enemy who brings harm, I shall ensure their ruin. Gao Chun found that his speed of comprehension regarding the essence had accelerated dramatically. His mind was clear, his thoughts lucid, and his spirit untainted. While he had previously accessed the memories of the deceased, he had not experienced even a semblance of enlightenment, let alone the sensation of being present in those moments. It seemed that he remained steadfast in his Tao when confronting Chen Fei, his childhood companion. This final act solidified his philosophical convictions. Gao Chun's gaze grew more resolute and self-assured. Suppressing his elation, he continued to endure the pain in his left eye as he accessed Chen Fei's memories. If he were to cease now, the next time he awakened his bloodline powers, he would have to begin anew. Gao Chun chose to accelerate his progress to the utmost. His primary objective in accessing Chen Fei's memories was to gather information about Zizhu Town. Regrettably, Chen Fei's level was still too low. The individuals he encountered, aside from the outer sect's Grand Elder, were all of inferior rank, and he possessed scant knowledge of the core details concerning Zizhu Town. The subsequent scenes depicted Chen Fei's comprehension of the essence and his cultivation of techniques. He successfully condensed the seed for the icebound 1,000 miles technique, and smoothly ascended to the ranks of 7th tier and then 8th tier spiritual master. Among these captivating moments of cultivation, what struck Gao Chun most was that Chen Fei had thrust himself into the eye of the storm to train the Gale sword technique. Truly a formidable individual. Gao Chun marveled at the scenes of training. The visual of Chen Fei, bare-skinned, drenched in blood, and covered in countless wind lacerations was striking. Yet he grit his teeth in silence, enduring the pain. Gao Chun couldn't help but admire Chen Fei's tenacity. Indeed, no one's success is devoid of toil. Gao Chun felt a surge of temptation to slow down and immerse himself in the experience of being cut by the wind. However, the pain in his left eye warned him that his vision was nearly depleted. Reluctantly, he had to abandon that desire. Fortunately, he had already grasped the essence of wind. Gao Chun continued to accelerate the playback. The subsequent scenes held little intrigue. The only noteworthy development was that Elder Su had been promoted to an intersect elder and had taken Chen Fei as his disciple. Chen Fei had also entered the intersect of Zizhu Town and formed an elite team of spiritual masters. This elite team, known as the Technique Battle Team, consisted of 5 members who had condensed technique seeds and embodied roles of attack, defense, control, main control, and assassin, and support, such as acceleration and enhancement. Gao Chun's expression turned grave as he realized that Chen Fei was the team leader. He had previously assumed that Chen Fei was merely a member of an ordinary team. The disparity between ordinary teams and elite teams was immense. He silently prayed that Chen Fei would come to the Gao family fortress alone. Next, Gao Chun bore through the pain and slowed the playback of all memory scenes. He sought to understand the information regarding each cultivator within Chen Fei's team. As anticipated, the following scenes did not disappoint him. He witnessed the coordinated drills of Chen Fei's team. Gao Chun felt a chill run down his spine. Chen Fei served as the team's control master, utilizing the icebound 1,000 miles technique to freeze a significant portion of the enemies from a distance. Simultaneously, meteors from the void formed and crashed down upon the frozen foes. Assassins surged forth, seizing opportunities to eliminate any surviving enemies, while tanks and support followed closely behind. Their teamwork was seamless, an embodiment of unity. Gao Chun estimated that Chun Fei's team could effortlessly dispatch a spiritual general without sustaining any injuries. This was a truly formidable team. When would he be able to assemble his own Gao Chun team? A pang of bitterness welled up within him. Simultaneously, his expression darkened, and his brows furrowed. This team was his direct adversary. Would they remain indifferent after losing their captain to him? It was time to scrutinize the memory scenes closely. Gao Chun resolved, sensing the impending danger. Scene after scene unfolded. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He saw Elder Su instructing Chun Fei, in a couple of days, take your team to Feihu Mountain to check if a second-tier spiritual flower is in bloom. After speaking, he handed Chun Fei a detailed map. Gao Chun hastily slowed down the playback, realizing that each piece of information from here on was crucial, tied to the life and death of the Gao family fortress. What remarkable leadership! The organizational skills displayed by Chun Fei earned Gao Chun's admiration. Although he was confident in his own leadership abilities, he had to concede that Chun Fei's leadership surpassed his own. In the memory scenes, Chun Fei's team set out for Feihu Mountain, locating the second-tier spiritual flower. Albeit still in bud form, Gao Chun watched more intently, seeking to understand why Chun Fei had forcibly taken a child. More precisely, a cheerful, laughing little girl. In the scenes, the little girl and Chun Fei exchanged laughter. The girl nestled in Chun Fei's embrace, giggling. Suddenly, Chun Fei whispered something to the little girl, causing her to burst into tears. Ah! Chun Fei suddenly clutched his head and let out a desperate scream, his expression twisting grotesquely. Witnessing this scene, Gao Chun was filled with dread. Did the girl's cry hold such potent magic? What had Chun Fei said to make her weep so uncontrollably? This little girl was renowned for her joyful disposition. Even if one were to strike her, she would merely shed silent tears. Such a public display of wailing had never occurred before. Chapter 7. The Fortress Destruction Crisis at Long Last. He had finished reading. Gao Chun gradually closed his pained left eye. He sat cross-legged, eyes shut, needing to sift through a plethora of information once more, particularly the events leading up to Chun Fei's arrival at Gao's fortress. Chun Fei had come to gather intelligence, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon a bloodline cultivator. He had retained the words of a practitioner from Tianyi's sect. As long as you deliver a bloodline cultivator to Tianyi's sect, you will become an outer member of the sect. Tempted by such generous terms, Chun Fei abandoned his quest for information and opted to forcibly abduct the young girl. If he did not act decisively, he would lose his chance. What followed was a series of escapes and battles, until he was ultimately slain by Gao Chun. Gao Chun was not reminiscing about Chun Fei. Instead, he was deep in contemplation, grappling with a troubling dilemma. How should the remaining 4 members of Chun Fei's team respond? 2 scenarios were most likely. 1, they might come to Gao's fortress to investigate the situation. The more probable scenario, however, was the second. How would Gao's fortress withstand Elder Su's fury when the time came? The upper echelon of Zizhu town was divided into 2 factions. The Dove faction, advocating for peaceful coexistence with the spiritual forces of Zizhu Mountain, and the Hawk faction, which championed external annexation and expansion. Elder Su was a central figure of the Hawk faction, regularly advocating for the annexation of Gao's fortress. If Chun Fei were to die and Elder Su were to learn of it, whether he would feel sorrow was uncertain to Gao Chun. Yet, he would undoubtedly use it as a pretext to wage war against Gao's fortress. With this justification, the Dove faction would have no choice but to acquiesce. Gao's fortress could not withstand such an assault. This was undeniably a crisis of destruction. What should be done? Gao Chun pondered earnestly, his expression growing increasingly grave, his brows knitting together. At that moment, a rugged middle-aged man rushed in from afar, flying low and swiftly. This brief flight at a low altitude was the hallmark of a powerful spiritual practitioner. Upon seeing the meditative Gao Chun and the nearby bodyguard, Li Daoqiu, the man's heart finally eased. He was the only spiritual practitioner in Gao's fortress at present, and also Li Daoqiu's father, Li Jinxing. Moments later, Li Jinxing arrived. Just as he was about to inquire, his face suddenly lit up with unrestrained joy. His gaze fixated on Gao Chun. Indeed, he had been promoted to a 7th-tier spiritual master. Li Jinxing silently sensed the spiritual pressure emanating from Gao Chun. When one's cultivation first breaks through, the spiritual energy is challenging to control. Thus, it is difficult to conceal one's cultivation level. Observing Gao Chun in meditation with Chun Fei's corpse lying nearby, his expression shifted from joy to gloom. Li Daoqiu assumed his father was upset over Chun Fei's death, and quickly recounted the sequence of events. Little brat, focus on Gao Chun's accomplishments. Your trivial matters can be summarized. Li Jinxing chastised Li Daoqiu with a slap to the back of his head. Li Daoqiu felt somewhat wronged, but hastened to narrate the battle between Gao Chun and Chen Fei, along with the events that followed. Simultaneously, he felt relieved to learn that his father was actually concerned about Gao Chun. He had misjudged the situation. It seems my father cannot be relied upon. Li Daoqiu felt a twinge of jealousy over his father's affection for Gao Chun. With remarkable brevity, he conveyed the details of the battle and its aftermath. Excellent. Wonderful. Upon hearing this, Li Jinxing was so elated that he nearly shouted in joy, yet he restrained himself, fearing he might disturb the pensive Gao Chun nearby. He could only suppress his excitement. His face flushed. Li Daoqiu was accustomed to this. His father's boisterous nature was nothing new. That ungrateful wretch, Chen Fei, truly deserved his fate. Li Jinxing lamented, though he felt somewhat guilty towards Chen Fei's parents. Noticing his father's melancholy, Li Daoqiu quickly sought to comfort him, but was met with another slap to the back of his head. Your father is not so fragile. We must treat the remaining Chan clan members within the fortress with care. Li Daoqiu listened silently, nodding earnestly. He understood that his father was protecting both himself and Gao Chun. Li Jinxing was pleased with his son's response, feeling gratified that his son was perceptive, obedient, and astute. Most importantly, he and Gao Chun shared a kindred spirit. Who was Gao Chun? He was a bloodline cultivator destined to become a formidable leader. It would be wise to align oneself with such a powerful ally. Li Jinxing reflected as he watched Gao Chun from a distance. At just 16 years of age, Gao Chun had achieved the rank of 7th-tier spiritual master, condensed 3 seeds of magical techniques, and was also a bloodline cultivator. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his body trembling with anticipation. Li Daoqiu observed his father in bewilderment. What was wrong with him? Why was his face flushed and his body shaking? Something was amiss. What are you daydreaming about? Li Jinxing, sensing his son's peculiar gaze, slapped him again. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, he earnestly instructed Li Daoqiu, Gao Chun is your superior. You are his best brother. You must protect him with all your might. Li Daoqiu could only listen helplessly to his father's admonitions. From childhood, he had been indoctrinated with such beliefs. Meanwhile, Gao Chun found the exchange between Li Daoqiu and his father both amusing and exasperating. He had been privy to their conversation, unable to escape the resonance of Li Jinxing's unmistakable boisterous voice. Uncle Li was a man of exuberant character, often unpredictable and somewhat mercenary. Yet, Gao Chun held a deep fondness for him. For in moments of sorrow, Uncle Li never resorted to empty platitudes to cheer him up. Instead, when he faced bullying from others, Uncle Li would simply lift him up and declare, "Come on, little Chun, Uncle Li will take you to exact revenge." It was this straightforwardness that endeared Uncle Li to Gao Chun. Actions speak far louder than sweet words. Gao Chun slowly opened his eyes, having devised a solution. Though it carried a hint of risk, he had resolved to act. The people of Gao's fortress were his kin and friends. Even if it cost him his life, he would protect them. This was his path. Gao Chun resolved firmly in his heart. He would never allow disaster to befall Gao's fortress. Absolutely not. Chapter 8. Inviting assistance. Gao Chun opened his eyes and stood up, intending to greet Uncle Li. However, Li Jinxing was quicker. Despite educating Li Daoqiu, he had been keeping a watchful eye on Gao Chun. Upon noticing Gao Chun's movement, he abandoned Li Daoqiu and hurried over. Xiao Chunzi, how is your recovery? Li Jinxing asked eagerly, his eyes brimming with affection. Li Daoqiu felt a twinge of jealousy, pondering inwardly, am I truly his biological child? Gao Chun quickly interrupted Uncle Li, who was about to inquire further. He turned to Li Daoqiu and instructed, Daoqiu, take care of the battle remnants. He then proceeded to retrieve Chun Fei's storage bag and dispose of his body into his own storage bag. This entire process was seamless, devoid of any awkwardness. Uncle Li, there is something of great importance I wish to discuss with you, Gao Chun declared, striding purposefully toward a different direction. Li Jinxing, observing Gao Chun's serious demeanor, felt a jolt of anxiety but silently followed him, leaving Li Daoqiu to laboriously clean the remnants of the battle. Uncle Li, here is the situation. Gao Chun succinctly explained the background of Chun Fei to Li Jinxing. He emphasized the urgency. Chun Fei's 4 comrades are waiting for him 50 miles away at Shaoqing Mountain. Upon hearing this, Li Jinxing's expression grew grave, his brows furrowing in concern. What should we do? Panic began to seep into him. He was more suited for wielding a blade than making decisions. Understanding Uncle Li's temperament, Gao Chun quickly shared his own plan with him. Li Jinxing, taken aback, stared at Gao Chun, astonished by his audacity. But upon reflection, it seemed this was the only path left to them. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Li Jinxing gritted his teeth, resolved to act. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed his face as he asked, "Can we truly defeat all four of them? If even one escapes, our efforts will be in vain." Nevertheless, a semblance of confidence began to surface. What are we waiting for? Inspired by Gao Chun's determination, Li Jinxing's anxiety dissipated. Let us set off immediately. Wait. Gao Chun quickly halted the eager Li Jinxing. I still need to invite one more ally. Tang Jiabao is an ally of Gao Jiabao, both established over a decade ago, consistently supporting one another. The assistance Gao Chun required was none other than Tang Yuchen, the young master of Tang Jiabao. Tang Yuchen had mastered the thunder-based technique, Thunderstorm Star, which would synergize perfectly with Gao Chun's area control spell, Earth Stun, making them a formidable duo in battle. Having become a 7th-tier spirit master, Gao Chun utilized his spell, Swift Wind Shuttling, to reach Tang Jiabao swiftly. As he stood before the fortress, a wave of complex emotions washed over him. He dreaded encountering Tang Yuchen. Known for his sharp tongue and penchant for provoking animosity, often leading Gao Chun to retaliatory actions. Initially, Gao Chun suspected that Tang Yuchen was a masochist, but over time, he began to suspect that Tang Yuchen might possess a bloodline that strengthened him upon receiving blows, though he had no proof. Yet, why did Tang Yuchen seem particularly fixated on him? This mystery had long perplexed Gao Chun. Taking a deep breath to quell his trepidation, Gao Chun resolved to enter Tang Jiabao without further hesitation. What? Gao Chun is coming to find me? Tang Yuchen exclaimed incredulously upon seeing the messenger spirit. Yes, indeed. The messenger was equally bewildered by his young master's reaction. Was it possible that the young master harbored feelings for Gao Chun? He shuddered at the thought, stealthily glancing around to ensure no one else witnessed this unexpected scene. Thankfully, no one else was present, and he felt a surge of relief, vowing to keep this secret. Gao Chun, I've missed you terribly. Tang Yuchen's enthusiastic voice echoed from afar, prompting a bittersweet smile from Gao Chun, who was seated in the guest hall of Tang Jiabao. It was the same familiar tone, the same cheeky demeanor. I'll teach that rascal a lesson later for his insolence, Gao Chun thought, while Tang Wutian, accompanying him, felt a twinge of awkwardness and quickly forced a smile. Although Gao Chun was younger, he held the title of acting master of Gao Jiabao, and Tang Wutian could not afford to be disrespectful. It's nothing, Uncle Tang, Gao Chun replied, cautious not to overstep. Yuchen and I have known each other since childhood. We are like brothers, inseparable. Tang Wutian's eyelids twitched, his mind racing with suspicion. Why was Gao Chun acting so unusually today? Something was amiss. The core figures of both fortresses were aware that Gao Chun typically avoided Tang Yuchen. Today, not only had he come to seek him out, but he was also trying to foster a relationship. If there were no ulterior motives, he would not believe it even if he were beaten. However, he maintained a neutral expression, engaging in casual conversation, choosing not to pry into the affairs of the two younger individuals. Most importantly, he trusted Gao Chun's character. Before long, Tang Yuchen burst into the guest hall, drenched in sweat and gazing at Gao Chun with an intensity akin to a starved dog, desperate for attention. Ahem. Tang Wutian felt a wave of embarrassment at his son's demeanor. Gao Chun, you two chat. Uncle shall not intrude. With that, he shot a fierce glance at Tang Yuchen before exiting the hall. Ignoring his father's warning glare, Tang Yuchen lunged at Gao Chun. Gao Chun, I'm going to beat you up. However, instead of retaliating as he usually would, Gao Chun swiftly cast his spell, Swift Wind Shuttling, disappearing in an instant, leaving Tang Yuchen grasping at air. Disregarding the antics of the chubby boy, Gao Chun solemnly stated, Tang Yuchen, I have a matter of great importance for which I seek your assistance. Huh. The ferocity vanished from Tang Yuchen's face, replaced by surprise. This was not the Gao Chun he knew. Usually, Gao Chun would either beat him up or avoid him altogether. Was the sun rising in the west today? Yet, upon seeing the serious expression on Gao Chun's face, Tang Yuchen decided to adopt a rare demeanor of seriousness. Speak, and if it is within my capabilities, I, Tang Yuchen, will surely assist you. However, Chapter 9, Preparations. Gao Chun gazed at Tang Fatty in silence, the implication clear. Feel free to state your conditions. This response, however, made Tang Fatty feel somewhat embarrassed, as if he was asking for too much. Nevertheless, For the sake of his ambitions, he mustered the courage to say, "You only need to beat me 3 times a month. No, twice would suffice." Upon witnessing Gao Chun's unwavering calmness, Tang Fatty instinctively reduced the frequency of his request. "I can agree to that," Gao Chun replied indifferently, ignoring Tang Fatty's incredulous expression as he continued. "This mission is exceedingly perilous. If we successfully complete it, I shall have the privilege of striking you 3 times a month." "Wow, you are simply too generous," Tang Fatty exclaimed with delight. "Whatever the task, I shall comply." This time, it was Gao Chun's turn to be taken aback. Did he not even inquire about the nature of the task? Tang Fatty was indeed quite agreeable. Gao Chun contemplated revealing the details of the upcoming endeavor to Tang Fatty. However, before he could speak, Tang Fatty interjected, "You need not say anything. I trust you." "Why do you place such trust in me?" Gao Chun asked. "Because of the path you pursue." Gao Chun found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated being viewed as so trustworthy in the eyes of others. The invitation to enlist Tang Fatty's aid had come with an ease that left Gao Chun somewhat incredulous. Yet, he was not one to hesitate, since Tang Fatty had agreed. There was no need for further discussion. As for the favor Tang Fatty had extended, Gao Chun would remember it and repay it in the future. Both men were straightforward individuals. After bidding farewell to the Lord of Tang Fortress, they swiftly made their way to Gao Family Fortress. "Tang Fatty, now that you have resolved to assist, you must not go back on your word," Gao Chun said while they ran. He still felt a measure of unease and believed he ought to convey the gravity of the situation to Tang Fatty. "Rest assured, my credibility is impeccable." Gao Chun wholeheartedly agreed with Tang Fatty's assertion. Although he could be somewhat annoying, his character was undeniably solid. Otherwise, Gao Chun would not have sought his assistance. "Tang Fatty, the reason I have come to you is to request your help in eliminating someone," Gao Chun stated plainly, leaving no room for ambiguity. "I had already surmised that," Tang Fatty replied, brimming with self-satisfaction. "For you, Gao Chun, to personally seek my help and even promise to strike me monthly must mean the adversary is quite formidable." Gao Chun forcefully interrupted the loquacious Tang Fatty. "The enemy is the elite team from Zizhu Town." "What?" Tang Fatty abruptly halted, nearly stumbling. His earlier exuberance vanished in an instant, his complexion paling and his pupils betraying a hint of panic. Gao Chun had anticipated Tang Fatty's reaction, halting his own pace to allow Tang Fatty a moment to process the information. Zizhu Town was the dominant force in the Zizhu mountain range, wielding significant influence among cultivators. The prospect of targeting Zizhu Town's elite team was daunting. Even a hint of their plans could jeopardize entire factions within the fortress. Tang Fatty possessed commendable mental fortitude and great courage. Otherwise, upon hearing such news, he might have fled immediately. After a brief pause, Tang Fatty had regained his composure, the panic in his eyes having dissipated. "Can you share the background of this situation with me?" he asked, fixing his gaze intently on Gao Chun. Only by eliminating Chen Fei and his 3 companions could this crisis be averted. Tang Fatty fell silent, digesting the information. He recognized the validity of Gao Chun's analysis. The hawkish faction from Zizhu Town had long coveted Gao Family Fortress. Should an opportunity to annex it arise, they would pounce like ravenous wolves. His initial demands seemed too lenient. Should he raise the stakes? Tang Fatty grappled with this dilemma in his mind. Gao Chun remained still, awaiting Tang Fatty's decision. He maintained a facade of calm, though internally he was troubled by the thought, what if Tang Fatty changed his mind? Fortunately, Tang Fatty did not keep Gao Chun waiting for long. "I can consent, but you must strike me 4 times a month for 3 years, he said. His cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a twinge of guilt for his sudden increase in demands. "Very well," Gao Chun responded without hesitation. For one, Tang Fatty's contributions warranted such terms. "Splendid." Tang Fatty laughed heartily as they resumed their journey. "Our collaboration will undoubtedly allow us to swiftly eliminate Chen Fei's for companions." Gao Chun smiled in return, channeling his spiritual energy as they ran, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he listened to Tang Fatty's incessant chatter. Half an hour later, Gao Chun and Tang Fatty approached the gates of Gao Family Fortress, where they spotted Li Jinxing, who appeared anxious and restless. Upon seeing the two, Li Jinxing's worry melted away, replaced by a broad smile as he rushed toward them. "Tang Fatty, you've grown even fatter." Li Jinxing chuckled heartily, clapping Tang Fatty on the shoulder. The resounding thud made Tang Fatty grimace, yet he dared not evade the gesture. Li Jinxing had a tendency to take advantage of his close ties with Gao Chun to bully him. Tang Fatty yearned to curse him out, but he knew the repercussions would be dire. He enjoyed being struck, but only by those he deemed worthy. Hence, his fondness for Gao Chun was unmistakable. He could only cast a pitiful glance at Gao Chun. Gao Chun, oblivious to Tang Fatty's plea for help, directly inquired of Li Jinxing, "Uncle Li, how are the preparations coming along? You need not worry about my work." Li Jinxing replied, abandoning his teasing of Tang Fatty to retrieve 3 sets of black cloaks from his storage bracelet. Gao Chun was thoroughly pleased with Li Jinxing's efficiency, taking 1 set for himself and tossing another to Tang Fatty. Although Gao Chun was confident in their ability to swiftly dispatch Chun Fei's companions, he knew that one must be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Thus, proper disguises were essential. "Uncle Li, our strategy is as follows." After distributing the cloaks, Gao Chun shared his tactical plan with the 2 men. While Gao Chun had previously collaborated with both Tang Fatty and Li Jinxing, it was their first time working together as a trio. Had time permitted, he would have insisted on practical drills to ensure their coordination. However, for now, they could only finalize their strategy. "Wait, I think it should be done this way. Tang Fatty, be silent. Follow Gao Chun's instructions." The 3 engaged in a fervent discussion regarding their ambush strategy. They debated how to initiate the attack, how the enemy might respond, and how to counter the enemy's tactics. The trio alternated between spirited arguments and shared laughter. 15 minutes later, Gao Chun had thoroughly considered Li Jinxing and Tang Fatty's suggestions, incorporating them into their plan and anticipating the enemy's reactions to their assault. Ultimately, they devised 3 coordinated strategies. All preparations were complete. The 3 then sat in silence, meditating to restore their spiritual energy. At that moment, the sun dipped below the horizon, and night was about to unfold. As darkness descended, the narrative took a turn. Thus, the revisions have commenced. However, what follows involves confronting adversaries. This creates a paradox, the distinguishing feature of this tale. Setting it apart from other stories of leveling up through combat is the emphasis on teamwork and coordinated efforts. These elements must be established from the outset. Furthermore, the reason for the supremacy of teams lies in the fact that a cultivator can only condense 3 magical seeds, mastering 3 spells, at most within a certain realm. And an individual cultivator cannot simultaneously cast 2 spells. The spells themselves are categorized by their functions: attack, defense, control, main control, and dispelling control, assassination, and support. These foundational elements have not yet been articulated at the beginning. Bai Yang will present readers with a uniquely captivating tale of leveling up through combat. If the narrative were to follow a Klitsch formula, there would be no need to put pen to paper. Alright, good night everyone. Chapter 11. The Ruthless Battle Team. On a dark and windy night, Gao Chun and his 2 companions arrived at the small green hill. Following their tactical arrangements, Li Jinxing set off to scout the area first, as he was a formidable practitioner of the Skyward Realm. Meanwhile, Gao Chun and Tang Fatty remained in silent anticipation. The trio found themselves momentarily bewildered. Indeed, plans often yield to unforeseen circumstances. The Chun Fei battle team consisted of 4 members, who had not chosen to stay together but instead occupied 3 separate caverns. What a peculiar situation. Nevertheless, with arrows knocked, they had no choice but to act. Gao Chun resolved to eliminate the 2 residing in one cavern, assigning Li Jinxing the task of swiftly dispatching one before pursuing the other. The 3 sprang into action. Gao Chun harnessed the power of swift wind to traverse to the 2 adversaries, employing a crowd control technique, Earthly Stun, to immobilize them before making a hasty retreat. At the same moment, Tang Fatty unleashed his thunderstorm star from above, resulting in a thunderous crash that obliterated the 2 foes. Without pausing, Gao Chun set off in pursuit of the remaining adversary, who proved to be quite troublesome, having also mastered the wind-based acceleration techniques. After a strenuous chase, filled with verbal provocations, he utilized his bloodline divine ability, Soul Piercer, ultimately vanquishing this opponent. Tang Fatty, ever greedy, wished to loot the bodies in search of storage treasures, but was promptly halted by Li Jinxing. Until tomorrow, good night everyone. Chapter 12. Recollecting memories. Gao Chun found himself increasingly exasperated with his companion, compelling Li Jinxing to escort him away. The forlorn gaze of the deceased rotund man sent an involuntary shiver down Gao Chun's spine. He silently lamented his own sagacity for having dispatched the corpulent figure. Firstly, he retrieved 4 corpses, extracting their storage artifacts. Subsequently, he commenced the process of memory extraction. Due to the prior utilization of the bloodline I to slay Chen Fei, his ability to read memories was hindered, as he had yet to fully recuperate his ocular power. Particularly in the realms of comprehending the essence of cultivation and the mastery of techniques, Gao Chun felt a profound sense of regret. Nevertheless, Gao Chun remained acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He understood that the crisis surrounding the fortress had not abated. There was still the matter of Chun Fei's master, Elder Su from Zizhu Town. After perusing the memories of the four individuals and juxtaposing them with Chun Fei's recollections, Gao Chun became convinced that Elder Su's interest in Baihu Mountain was far more intricate than it appeared. What seemed like a mere inspection of a second-tier spirit flower was, in truth, a pursuit of ulterior motives. Gao Chun initially considered conferring with Li Jinxing, but he soon realized that Li was rather dim-witted and lacked the capacity for strategic thought. Ultimately, Gao Chun resolved to rest for the night, planning to accompany Li Jinxing to Baihu Mountain the following day to assess the situation firsthand. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Chapter 13. Discovery of the ruins. The following day, as dawn broke, Gao Chun, Li Jinxing, and Li Daoqiu embarked on their journey to Baihu Mountain. Upon their arrival, Gao Chun, drawing upon the memories of Chun Fei's team, found himself before an unimposing second-tier spiritual flower, still in bud and on the verge of blooming. Gao Chun sensed that there was more to this than met the eye, prompting the trio to investigate their surroundings. Just as he was about to dismiss his suspicions, a peculiar twitch in his right eye caught his attention, filling him with exhilaration. His right eye yearned towards a particular direction, akin to the left eye's insatiable thirst for the void of a headless shepherd. He summoned Li Jinxing and Li Daoqiu, and the three proceeded to explore this newfound lead. After considerable effort, they finally uncovered a clue, a natural formation. Despite their attempts to break the formation, they found themselves thwarted. The three exchanged bewildered glances, lamenting their predicament. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. Li Daoqiu would remain at their current location, while Gao Chun and Li Jinxing set off to summon reinforcements. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Chapter 14. The awakening of the right eye. Gao Chun and Li Jinxing sought reinforcements from their most steadfast ally, Wang Jiabao. The Lord of Wang Jiabao was not only a practitioner of the Tengkong realm, but also a skilled array master. Deep down, Gao Chun was reluctant to involve the Lord of Wang Jiabao, not out of fear of sharing the opportunity, but because the matter entangled the internal elders of Zizhu Town. Were it not for the awakening of his right eye, Gao Chun would not have approached Wang Jiabao. With a heart full of complex emotions, Gao Chun stepped into Wang Jiabao. Li Jinxing, perhaps sensing Gao Chun's inner turmoil, refrained from prompting him to speak. Following Li Jinxing's invitation to explore the ruins, the Lord of Wang Jiabao consented to join them. Throughout this process, Gao Chun attempted several times to convey the intricate connections surrounding the ruins to the Lord, only to be restrained by Li Jinxing. Ultimately, Gao Chun resolved in his heart to offer greater compensation to the Lord of Wang Jiabao in the future. Without further delay, the four began to dismantle the array. Upon reaching the boundary of the formation, Gao Chun's right eye throbbed even more intensely. Under the guidance of the Lord of Wang Jiabao, the natural formation was finally breached, creating an opening through which they all entered. Once inside the ruins, driven by the insatiable thirst of his right eye, Gao Chun was the first to discover an unbloomed multicolored lotus. Ignoring all caution, he consumed the multicolored lotus in a fervent rush. At last, the right eye awakened. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Chapter 15. The internal strife. The awakening of Gao Chun's bloodline eye was a momentous event, drawing the attention of the other three, who hastened to his side. The Lord of the Wang Fortress was astonished to discover Gao Chun possessed a bloodline eye. Meanwhile, Li Jinxing harbored murderous intent towards the Lord, determined to prevent any disclosure of Gao Chun's extraordinary ability. Consequently, he and Li Daoqiu joined forces to launch an assault against the Lord of the fortress. As the Lord defended against their attack, he swore to keep the secret hidden. Caught in the throes of awakening, Gao Chun was rendered immobile, helplessly observing the tumultuous clash between the two factions, his anxiety mounting. In the following reflections on my writing, I have been attempting to carve out time amidst my busy schedule to revise my work. While I felt satisfied during the editing process, the resulting text still seemed rather mundane, bearing little distinction from its previous form, which was quite disheartening. Upon the advice of a fellow author, I registered an account on Longkong to explore various writing theories. To my surprise, I found it quite beneficial. After perusing several theoretical pieces, I identified the most significant shortcoming in my writing, a lack of anticipation. It became apparent that without sufficient groundwork or the cultivation of expectation, the narrative felt akin to a hasty encounter devoid of foreplay, abruptly plunging into the action without build-up. The intricacies of how to establish this groundwork and cultivate anticipation are indeed profound. Being a reader and an author are, without a doubt, two vastly different experiences. After several days of reflection and learning, my mindset has stabilized and my thoughts have begun to crystallize. Regardless of the naysayers who criticize my methods as outdated or my writing as elementary, I, Bai Yang, am resolute in my commitment to complete this story. Next week, I will commence a trial push and strive to finalize all revisions within this week. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who support me. It is your unwavering love that empowers me to forge ahead with confidence. I hope for your continued support. Much love to you all. Chapter 16. Exploration of the ruins. The awakening of the pure bloodline has finally concluded. He hastily rose to his feet, rushing to quell the internecine conflict between the two factions. Fortunately, the Lord of the Wang family fortress is a formation master, skillfully utilizing a natural array to match the combat prowess of Li Jinxing and his son. Both sides only sustained minor injuries. Under the intervention of Gao Chun, hostilities were ultimately halted. Gao Chun was at a loss regarding Uncle Li's decision. Upon discovering his bloodline ocular abilities, must one resort to eliminating witnesses? How could he forget that this ruin was first uncovered by the inner sect elders of Zizhu town? Furthermore, they still had to confront the formidable tiger ahead. He could easily implicate the Lord of Wang family fortress in this matter. However, Gao Chun found it impossible to voice such thoughts to Uncle Li. He still felt grateful for Uncle Li's protection. After all, Uncle Li and the fortress lord shared a long-standing friendship, yet for his sake, he was willing to resort to murder. This debt of gratitude would not be forgotten by Gao Chun. Upon hearing this, the fortress lord turned pale, his eyes glinting with a wolfish ferocity as he fixated on Li Jinxing. Today's narrative will end here. Next, let us discuss Bai Yang's overarching vision for the entire narrative. He has repeatedly questioned himself. What is the most striking highlight of this tale? After countless nights of contemplation, he arrived at a unanimous conclusion: the battle teams, the collective warfare. Currently, Gao Chun's team comprises only Gao Chun, the controller, Li Daoqiu, the assassin, and Tang Pongzi, the attacker, lacking support and defense. Bai Yang's latest writing approach is thus: the precarious situation faced by Gao family fortress will introduce a new character, leading Gao Chun to establish his own battle team. Once the team is formed, Gao Chun will take the initiative to disrupt the status quo, causing chaos in various ways. Although this narrative direction may seem somewhat cliché, it allows for a rich array of characters to emerge, thereby rendering them more robust. Initially, having 5 characters appear at once would facilitate team battles. The original version of the plot was innovative, yet character development proved challenging. All characters belonged to Gao family fortress, and with Gao Chun as the acting lord, the team members risked appearing as mere subordinates. Moreover, how would the interactions and banter among the 5 team members be resolved? More importantly, each of the 5 in Gao Chun's team is a significant character, each with distinct aspirations. The essence of this narrative lies in the concept of Dao, pursuit, values. Every character, whether virtuous or villainous, possesses their own Dao, drawing inspiration from characters in Naruto. Do readers prefer the original version or the latest iteration? Revision report. While the plot remains largely unchanged, the essence has transformed. This Sunday, there will be a trial launch. Additionally, everyone is invited to participate in the fan title activity in the book review section. In short, selected participants will receive a reward of 3,000 coins. The story of this book is merely beginning. I hope everyone continues to support Bai Yang. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Chapter 10. The Raid Squad on a dark and windy night. Gao Chun and his companions swiftly arrived at the small green hill. Though the hill was quite low, it was densely wooded and overgrown with thorns, making it an ideal hiding spot. Gao Chun was perplexed as to why Chun Fei's squad of 4 had chosen this particular hill to wait. They seemed to be meticulously concealing their whereabouts, evidently fearful of being discovered. What secrets lay hidden in this situation? This question lingered in Gao Chun's mind. But now was not the time for deep contemplation. The trio quickly donned their full-body night gear, then proceeded to implement their previously devised tactics. Gao Chun and the portly Tang found a secluded cave at the foot of the hill to lie in wait. while Li Jinxing ventured out to scout the area. With his strength in the Void Ascension realm, he could fly low. Before long, they exchanged concerned glances as they observed Li Jinxing return. His expression one of disappointment and furrowed brows. What was the matter? He had left with a bright smile, brimming with excitement. Finally, Gao Chun broke the silence, inquiring, "Uncle Li, what did you find?" "It's entirely different from what we anticipated." Li Jinxing began to recount what he had discovered. Minutes passed, and the cave remained silent. The atmosphere heavy with tension as the three wore grave expressions. Gao Chun finally exhaled deeply, shattering the stillness within the cave. He was astonished to learn that the quality of Chun Fei's squad surpassed even his highest expectations. The four had established 4 caves for habitation, strategically located in 4 directions, allowing for mutual support. This scenario had never crossed Gao Chun's mind. They would need to revise their tactics entirely to attempt a successful raid on these 4 individuals. "What should we do now?" Gao Chun asked, not expecting any brilliant ideas from his companions, as neither of them were particularly strategic thinkers. As anticipated, his question was met with silence from both Tang and Li Jinxing. However, their expressions did appear somewhat more relaxed, causing the oppressive atmosphere in the cave to dissipate. "Since they are not residing together, we shall lure them out," Gao Chun declared resolutely. At this juncture, there was no room for modesty or negotiation. He laid out his latest plan. "Uncle Li, Fatty, you both need to disguise yourselves again. Uncle Li, pursue Fatty with a bit more bravado, and Fatty, you must flee while shouting for help." Gao Chun felt helpless. Their straightforward raid had transformed into a feigned assault, but it was a necessary adaptation. With the arrow on the string, it must be released. The feigned attack was fraught with variables, necessitating adaptability and the trio's synergy. Upon hearing the plan, Li Jinxing and Tang's eyes lit up with excitement, their previous somberness vanishing. Gao Chun watched them depart the cave, hope swelling in his chest for their success. "Help! Murder!" The frantic and piercing cries shattered the stillness of the night on the small green hill. A disheveled, plump figure was being pursued by a cultivator from the Void Ascension realm. The middle-aged pursuer, clad in a black robe with hair flowing wildly, boasted arrogantly, "You little brat. Run all you want. I will leave you with nowhere to escape." Hidden in the shadows, Gao Chun nearly covered his face in embarrassment. How utterly ridiculous. Their performances were overly theatrical. Could this truly ensnare their quarry? Fortunately, Gao Chun's concerns were unwarranted as a third voice rang out from the hill. "Halt, or face dire consequences." Gao Chun's heart eased. He turned towards the source of the voice and saw 3 torches igniting on the hill, converging towards one another. This was even better than he had anticipated. He moved stealthily towards the gathering torches. "Hero, please spare my life." Tang Fatty, confronted by the 3 fierce-eyed youths, dared not advance further and could only plead desperately. "That old thief killed my entire family." As he spoke, his performance intensified, his face contorted with rage, eyes ablaze. Gao Chun was taken aback. He hadn't realized Tang Fatty possessed such acting talent. What a pity, though, his looks were lacking. Otherwise, he could have made a living as an actor. Li Jinxing was thoroughly disgusted by Tang Fatty's antics. "Old thief, how dare he call me that? This fat fool must be doing this on purpose." Li Jinxing's eyes widened in indignation, ready to join the play. Just then, he spotted a green shadow darting towards the trio like a gust of wind. He understood that Gao Chun was about to take action. The performance was over. Unable to suppress his anger, Li Jinxing shot Tang Fatty a fierce glare, the meaning abundantly clear. "You'll pay for this." The glance sent a shiver down Tang Fatty's spine, yet he quickly regained his focus and prepared to unleash his technique. Thunder technique, Violet Star Thunderstorm. The 3 youths immediately sensed Gao Chun charging towards them, raising their guard and shouting, "We are inner disciples of Zizhu Town. Who dares to approach?" Gao Chun paid them no mind, continuing his advance. The moment he saw an opportunity to act, he decisively struck first. He trusted that with his and Tang Fatty's established rapport, Tang would time his technique perfectly. Indeed, Tang Fatty did not disappoint. "Not good, they're together." The 3 youths quickly initiated their techniques. Unfortunately, it was too late. Gao Chun had closed the distance to within 2 meters, dodging an attack spell and swiftly launching his area control technique. Earth technique, ground stun. Gao Chun stomped his right foot, sending a surge of spiritual energy into the ground. The 3 youths suddenly realized they were immobilized, unable to move or channel their powers, their faces a mix of terror. The only source of comfort was a massive yellow spiritual energy shield hovering above them. Yet, The next moment, despair flooded their eyes as a colossal purple lightning sphere, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction, plummeted towards them from above. Boom! The purple lightning sphere struck the yellow shield with a thunderous roar, unleashing a tempest of energy that obliterated everything in its wake. The clash between the spear and the shield ignited a brilliant display of electric light. Crack! The lightning sphere and shield shattered simultaneously, the sound echoing through the air, dazzling flashes illuminating the void. The dense spiritual energy hung like mist, obscuring all. After executing the area control technique, Gao Chun promptly withdrew. He had another crucial task, to pursue the fleeing member of Chun Fei's squad. Just as the confrontation began, Gao Chun had spotted a flash of purple lightning racing away into the distance. He surmised this figure was the last member of Chun Fei's squad, their assassin. Gao Chun had initially anticipated the assassin would lurk in the shadows, waiting to ambush them. He never expected this individual to be so cowardly, fleeing the moment they engaged. While Gao Chun disapproved of such treachery against one's comrades, he could not deny the assassin's decisiveness. It was indeed the most prudent course of action at that moment. Remaining would only lead to death. Bold Huang Ming, how dare you abandon your allies? To disrupt the assassin's focus, Gao Chun bellowed. What a disgrace to Zizhu Town to have a worthless coward like you. Huang Ming, sprinting like lightning, felt a jolt of shock. How could this masked figure know his name? Was he also from Zizhu Town? Why was he trying to kill him? Countless questions swirled in Huang Ming's mind, causing his pace to unconsciously slow. Gao Chun, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it was effective. He had learned Huang Ming's name from Chun Fei's memories. Huang Ming was the vice-captain of Chun Fei's team, and they shared a deep bond. Thus, Gao Chun had a fair understanding of him. Realizing the effectiveness of his approach, he decided to intensify his efforts. Huang Ming, since you dared to venture out on your own, executing Elder Su's rebellious orders. Huang Ming's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly halted. How could Elder Su be deemed rebellious? Had something happened to him? Furthermore, the shadowy figure pursuing him had seemingly just advanced to the 7th tier. He was confident he could capture him. His initial flight had been due to the presence of a Void Realm expert. With the Void Realm expert not in pursuit, why should he flee any longer? Who are you? The panic on Huang Ming's face dissipated, his sharp gaze fixated on the masked Gao Chun. I am your father. With Huang Ming cornered, there was no need for further words. Gao Chun charged directly at him. You seek death. Huang Ming roared in fury, realizing he had been played. He intended to unleash his strongest attack, but suddenly, he screamed in anguish, clutching his head. He felt his soul being relentlessly torn apart by an inexplicable force, shattering and causing him unbearable pain. Before him, the masked youth's left eye transformed into a vast expanse, serene as the abyss, surrounded by a faint golden glow. He was struck with awe. Was this a bloodline eye? Alas, he would never find the answer. Gao Chun's fist crushed his heart, silencing his screams, his pupils slowly losing focus. Gasping for breath, Gao Chun was drenched in sweat. This confrontation had drained him significantly, both in spiritual and physical energy. He had no time to rest, and swiftly stowed Huang Ming's lifeless body into his storage ring. He then hurried to the site of their initial battle. While he had confidence in Uncle Li and Fatty Tang, one could never be too cautious. He needed to annihilate all 4 of them, lest the Gao family fortress face destruction. Moments later, Gao Chun encountered Uncle Li, who had come to assist him. A wave of relief washed over Gao Chun, a smile gracing his lips. Seeing him in such spirits, Li Jinxing smiled back. Gao Chun was indeed formidable. Having single-handedly eliminated the escapee, he must hold on to this ally tightly. As they landed, Li Jinxing eagerly inquired, Are you all right, little Chun? The two dashed towards the battlefield, soon spotting Fatty Tang rummaging through corpses. Dead Fatso, you think you can hoard everything for yourself? Li Jinxing rushed forward, cursing under his breath. Gao Chun chose not to join the fray, instead sitting down to rest, a relaxed smile adorning his face. The crisis threatening the fortress had finally been averted. Although there remained the issue of Elder Su from Zizhu Town, that was a concern for another day. Given sufficient time, Gao Chun was confident he could deal with him. His confidence stemmed from his bloodline left eye. He instinctively caressed his left eye, which had proven invaluable during this crisis. Just a single glance. With this thought, Gao Chun felt an increasing anticipation for his yet-to-awaken right eye. What kind of bloodline powers will you awaken? He murmured softly to himself, stroking his right eye. Noticing that Uncle Li and Fatty Tang had reached an agreement regarding the spoils and began to clean the battlefield, Gao Chun rose and walked over. Little Chun, this storage ring is for you. Upon seeing Gao Chun approach, Li Jinxing tossed it over. Without hesitation, Gao Chun reached to catch it. Suddenly, his left eye twitched, and a faint sense of danger arose within him. Clang! The storage ring landed on a stone, producing a crisp sound. Both Li Jinxing and Fatty Tang halted their actions, staring at Gao Chun in astonishment. The next moment, Gao Chun, you are too kind to me. I knew you wouldn't want any of the spoils. You want to give them all to me. Fatty Tang dashed over, leaping to snatch the ring into his embrace. As for why he didn't wear it on his hand, he surely feared Li Jinxing would take it from him. Gao Chun stood frozen. His left eye had a warning function, but what danger could a mere ring pose? Moreover, he had seen the chubby boy place the ring in his bosom without incident. Previously, when the ring was in Uncle Li's possession, nothing had happened either. Yet, the warning had indeed gone off. Gao Chun trusted his instincts. There had to be a threat. Fatty, what is in this ring? Gao Chun surmised that there must be something dangerous within it. He lamented his extravagant tendencies. Although the ring contained no precious spiritual items, it still represented a valuable cultivation resource. Earlier, he had argued with Fatty Tang over these resources. There are no precious spiritual items, Fatty Tang exclaimed. Emptying the contents of the ring, Gao Chun scrutinized the items, confirming they were all common cultivation resources, predominantly low-grade spiritual crystals. Could it be the ring itself? He examined the ring closely. It appeared to be an ordinary one. Cautiously, he refrained from touching the ring or its contents. Could it be that he was overreacting? A hint of doubt crept in, yet every time he thought of touching the ring, a subtle sense of danger resurfaced. Ultimately, the trio finished clearing the battlefield and departed from Little Green Mountain, heading towards the Gao family fortress. Who else could possess such a handsome face but Li Daoqiu? Upon noticing them, Li Daoqiu's anxious expression instantly transformed into a radiant smile as he swiftly approached Gao Chun. Big brother Gao, are you all right? Li Daoqiu inquired warmly, his eyes brimming with concern. Gao Chun smiled, patting Li Daoqiu's shoulder reassuringly. All is well. Everything went smoothly. Li Jinxing felt no offense at his son's lack of immediate concern for him. Instead, he silently praised his son. Daoqiu was indeed perceptive. He must hold on to this ally tightly. Fatty Tang, however, regarded Li Daoqiu with disdain, disliking that exquisitely delicate face, more refined than that of a woman. Why does a man need to be so pretty? Gao Chun merely chuckled, reveling in the light-hearted atmosphere. He cherished such moments of warmth and ease, which uplifted his spirits. The fatigue from a long day faded slightly. The four of them entered the Gao family fortress, sharing laughter and conversation. Soon, they were treated to a sumptuous banquet of spiritual food and vegetables. At the dining table, Fatty Tang's boasting was inevitable, earning him another round of mockery from Uncle Li. Gao Chun quietly observed, a smile lingering on his lips. He longed for each day to be filled with such joy and warmth, with less conflict and strife. Yet, there would always be those who sought to plunder. Only with sufficient strength could one safeguard their cherished home and live a life of warmth. Gao Chun understood that it was time for him to take action. The grandiloquent discourse of the corpulent Tang abruptly ceased, leaving him momentarily dazed as he gazed at Gao Chun, his expression swiftly morphing into one of pained grievance. Gao Chun found the performance of this rotund individual rather distasteful. Gao Chun, you cannot be so heartless. You cannot simply abandon your responsibilities. Almost stumbling, Gao Chun quickened his pace. Upon returning to his tranquil courtyard, he exhaled deeply, reflecting on the terrifying nature of Tang. He either wielded his sharp tongue to expose one's flaws or, as witnessed moments ago, indulged in nonsensical ramblings. This easily ignited a nameless fury within him, compelling him to wish to deliver a sound thrashing to Tang. Yet, his own courtyard provided the utmost comfort. Observing the pristine and orderly surroundings, with the towering willow tree and the stone table and chairs beneath its shade, a wave of warmth surged through Gao Chun, filling him with tranquility, gentleness, happiness, and sweetness. All of this must be safeguarded through strength. With a smile gracing his features, Gao Chun stepped into the secluded chamber of his courtyard, acutely aware of the burdens he bore. Next, he faced a pressing matter, to extract the memories of the four individuals. As the time of death lengthened, the memories available for retrieval diminished. Thus, he had hurriedly dismissed Tang earlier. Without further delay, Gao Chun summoned the 4 corpses from his storage ring. Observing the bodies that had evidently been searched, he was suddenly reminded of the ring that had caused his left eye to twitch. What was amiss? Furrowing his brow, he pondered, perhaps it is merely my overactive imagination. He steadied his thoughts, preparing to delve into the memories. Which corpse should he prioritize? He found himself in a quandary. After a day of utilizing his bloodline ocular abilities, his eye power was waning. Ultimately, he chose the diminutive corpse, for the ring that had stirred his left eye was purportedly taken from this very body. Activating his bloodline ocular power, his left eye transformed, becoming vast as the starry sky, serene as the abyss, adorned with a faint golden glow that danced around it. Gazing intently, the memories of the short man unfolded like a cinematic reel within Gao Chun's left eye. He opted for maximum fast-forwarding, finding no interest in the man's past life. However, he was envious of the man's cultivation experiences, particularly the formidable yellow shield technique that had caught his keen attention. According to Tang's later accounts, that immense yellow shield had withstood his violet star thunderstorm, and they had exerted considerable effort to eliminate 3 individuals. Yet, envy bore no fruit, and the subtle pain in his left eye incessantly reminded him of his diminishing ocular power. Reluctantly, he abandoned the endeavor and continued fast-forwarding. Soon, he had perused the entirety of the short man's memories. Nothing particularly remarkable emerged. Furrowing his brow, Gao Chun could discern no extraordinary aspects within the memories. Yet, why did the ring elicit a twitch in his left eye? Closing his bloodline ocular power, he fell into deep contemplation. It was not the man himself that was special, but rather the insignia of his uniform, the Tianyi sect. A sudden realization struck Gao Chun. Could this be connected to the Tianyi sect? The Tianyi sect was the foremost superpower among humanity, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Nothing out of the ordinary. Merely a cultivator from the Tianyi sect had bestowed a middle-grade spirit crystal upon the short man. He longed to revisit that scene. Yet his bloodline ocular power remained too feeble to accurately replay it, and would require starting anew. Aware of the dull ache in his left eye, Gao Chun dismissed the idea of revisiting the short man's memories, as he still needed to explore Huang Ming's recollections. He was also plagued by a question. Why did Chen Fei's team conceal their movements while journeying to White Tiger Mountain? As the sovereign of the Zizhu mountain range, Zizhu Town allowed Chen Fei's team to traverse openly, with various factions treating them with deference along the way. There had to be some ulterior motive at play. Gao Chun sensed a significant secret lurked within. Could it be a relic or treasure? His eyes gleamed with excitement, and a fervor ignited within him. He tempered his enthusiasm, as the lingering discomfort in his left eye reminded him that his ocular power required replenishment. He refrained from immediately delving into Huang Ming's memories. Indeed, his next step involved exploring Huang Ming's recollections, as he was the vice-captain of Chen Fei's team, to uncover the mysteries of White Tiger Mountain. Huang Ming's memories held the highest potential for revelations. Sitting cross-legged, Gao Chun gently massaged his eyes. This time, he vowed not to rush through the memory retrieval, as he had previously overlooked crucial information. Furthermore, he resolved to focus solely on Huang Ming's memories, relinquishing the experiences of the other 2. Although it was somewhat regrettable, it was the most rational choice at this juncture. After a quarter of an hour, Gao Chun felt a marked improvement in his left eye. It was time to commence the task at hand. Activating his bloodline ocular power once more, his left eye became expansive like the starry sky, tranquil like the abyss, adorned with a gentle golden glow that danced around it. He fixed his gaze upon Huang Ming's head. Instantly, Huang Ming's memories played out like a film in Gao Chun's left eye. His early childhood and adolescence were fast-forwarded, barely warranting his attention. Upon joining Zizhu Town, Gao Chun paid slightly more heed, selectively observing. Only when Huang Ming became an inner disciple and encountered Chen Fei, forming Chen Fei's team, did Gao Chun begin to scrutinize the visuals closely, even slowing down some scenes for a more thorough analysis. Particularly, he meticulously examined the dialogues between Elder Su of Zizhu Town and Chen Fei, savoring every nuance, including the subtle expressions on Elder Su's face. This careful consideration revealed some insights. In the visuals, Elder Su repeatedly emphasized the necessity of concealing their movements and ensuring the location of the second-grade spirit flower remained undisclosed. At this juncture, Gao Chun felt confident that the location of the second-grade spirit flower harbored a secret. There was no need to view the subsequent memory sequences. Nonetheless, sensing that his bloodline ocular power could endure a little longer, he continued to peruse the remaining memories of Huang Ming. Finally, After what felt like an eternity, he concluded his exploration with a long exhale. He had unraveled the entirety of Chun Fei's team's journey to White Tiger Mountain and all the events that transpired. Gao Chun was convinced that the location of the second-grade spirit flower concealed a significant secret. This conclusion stemmed not only from Elder Su's expressions and words, but also from the responses of Chun Fei and Huang Ming following their arrival at White Tiger Mountain. They were not foolish. Elder Su's instructions were glaringly apparent. Thus, upon reaching White Tiger Mountain, they meticulously executed Elder Su's directive while thoroughly investigating the mountain itself, conducting multiple detailed examinations. Unfortunately, they ultimately found nothing. Should he personally investigate White Tiger Mountain? Gao Chun found himself wavering. He was certain that a secret lay hidden within the mountain, yet the findings of Chun Fei and Huang Ming had somewhat dampened his spirits. Each individual possesses their unique opportunities. If Chun Fei and his companion could not uncover the truth, perhaps I, Gao Chun, can. Ultimately, he resolved to embark on a personal exploration, regardless of the outcome. Only by venturing forth would he avoid lingering regrets. With his decision made, Gao Chun felt an immediate sense of relief. He collected the 4 corpses into his storage ring, as they might still prove useful. Rising slowly, he exited the secluded chamber and returned to the courtyard, illuminating the spirit crystal lamp. In an instant, the bright lights illuminated the entire courtyard, while slender willow branches swayed gently in the breeze. Gao Chun settled onto a stone bench beneath the willow tree, taking in the flowers and grasses of the little courtyard, feeling a refreshing clarity wash over him, accompanied by a surge of happiness. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated at the courtyard door. Come in. Gao Chun was certain that the only ones who would dare knock at such a late hour were Li Daoqiu and his son. As expected, the door swung open to reveal Uncle Li, with Li Daoqiu following closely behind. Gao Chun was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile broke across his face. It seemed that Uncle Li and Tang Peng Zi were like oil and water, never able to coexist in peace. Uncle Li, it's quite late. And you've worked hard all day. You should rest. Seeing the fatigue etched on Uncle Li's face, Gao Chun spoke with genuine concern. I saw the lights on in your courtyard and thought I'd stop by, Li Zhenxing replied. You've had a long day as well. Remember to get some rest. With that, he turned and exited the courtyard, leaving Li Daoqiu and Gao Chun behind. He understood that his son still needed to report to Gao Chun about the affairs within the fortress, and his presence was unnecessary. Find a seat. Have you fully recovered? Gao Chun wasted no time in getting straight to the point with Li Daoqiu. I'm all better. Li Daoqiu casually selected a stone bench to sit on. Understanding Li Daoqiu's intentions and his typically aloof demeanor, Gao Chun took the initiative to ask, how has Qin Yuan been arranged? According to the memories of Chun Fei, this was a treasure awakened with bloodline powers. Bloodline powers are even more advanced and enigmatic than conventional spells. Furthermore, the little girl had not only awakened a sound wave attack, but also possessed certain control abilities. The complication was that she had yet to generate a Dao seed and remained an ordinary human. Gao Chun resolved to care for her diligently, ensuring she comprehended the essence of her existence, birthed a Dao seed, and unlocked her Dantian, thus becoming a practitioner. She is very well behaved, not crying or fussing after waking, and still enjoys smiling as usual. Li Daoqiu recounted briefly, confirming that she continued to live with Aunt Li. Gao Chun nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Although he held the little girl in high regard, it was essential for ordinary people to reside in areas with sparse spiritual energy. The abundant spiritual energy on the mountain could be detrimental to an ordinary person's body. It seemed imperative to devise a means for the little girl to swiftly comprehend the essence of her existence and give birth to a Dao seed. Temporarily setting aside thoughts of the little girl, Gao Chun continued, how is the recovery of the practitioners injured by Chun Fei, especially Uncle Chun? Uncle Chun was the seasoned practitioner stationed at the rear mountain, and Gao Chun had only managed to treat his external injuries hastily at noon. Rest assured, Sister Ling Ling is remarkably capable. When Li Daoqiu mentioned Sister Ling Ling, an inexplicable smile graced his otherwise cold and elegant features. Gao Chun felt a wave of happiness upon hearing this. Earlier, 6 practitioners had been injured by Chun Fei, accounting for a significant portion of the adult practitioners in Gao family fortress. Fortunately, there was a formidable healer, Li Ling Ling. She was also the 4th spell practitioner in Gao family fortress. Following Gao Chun, Li Daoqiu, and Li Zhenxing, Gao Chun held Li Ling Ling in high esteem. Not only was she a skilled healer, but she was also the only spiritual plant master in Gao family fortress. She tended to the dozens of acres of spiritual fields daily. Sister Ling Ling deserved a proper reward. Gao Chun resolved to allocate more cultivation resources to her. Gao family fortress occupied a fourth-grade spiritual mountain, rich in resources, sufficient to support more than a dozen practitioners and numerous ordinary people. Gao Chun then inquired about several other pressing matters, to which Li Daoqiu provided thorough responses. Truly, he was an invaluable assistant. Gao Chun felt quite satisfied with Li Daoqiu. Despite his cold demeanor, Li Daoqiu's meticulous thinking and adept handling of the fortress's intricate affairs warranted him more responsibilities in the future. Gao Chun cheerfully resolved in his heart that as the acting lord of the fortress, he must learn to utilize talent effectively. Finally, after bidding farewell to Li Daoqiu, Gao Chun sat alone in the courtyard, gazing up at the radiant moon high above. His heart brimming with determination. I will undoubtedly break through the crisis facing Gao family fortress. Absolutely. The following morning, Gao Chun, neatly dressed and refreshed, pushed open the small door of his bedroom and stepped into the courtyard. As he gazed up, the pale blue sky was adorned with a few lingering stars, while the earth appeared shrouded in a delicate silver-gray mist. The dawn had yet to break fully, and although Gao Chun longed for a leisurely slumber, the days of indulgent rest had vanished since he assumed the role of acting fortress master last month. Nevertheless, at this moment, he felt invigorated, his spirit bright and his body brimming with energy. A new day awaited, filled with numerous tasks requiring his attention. There were internal affairs to attend to, such as visiting the injured cultivator Chen Fei, checking on the little girl Chun Yuan, and convening a meeting with all cultivators. Additionally, external matters beckoned, an investigation at White Tiger Mountain to seek potential opportunities. As he weighed the importance of internal versus external duties, Gao Chun ultimately resolved to prioritize the latter. It was not that internal matters lacked significance, but rather that a visit to White Tiger Mountain was imperative. The quest for opportunity was secondary. He knew that, regardless of any evidence, Elder Su would first suspect Gao family fortress, as he had instructed Chen Fei to investigate it en route. Hence, the next adversary facing Gao family fortress would undoubtedly be Elder Su. Gao Chun yearned to explore White Tiger Mountain, contemplating whether he might have the chance to eliminate Elder Su. Perhaps he was indulging in fanciful thoughts. Yet he felt compelled to seize any opportunity that arose. Having made up his mind, Gao Chun exited the courtyard, intending to meet with Li Daoqiu and his son next door. Shortly thereafter, he faced the still sleepy duo and directly stated, "Uncle Li, today I plan to investigate White Tiger Mountain, and you must accompany me." Li Daoqiu, silent, gazed at Gao Chun with eager eyes, understanding his unspoken desire to join. Gao Chun felt a pang of regret. However, the needs of Gao family fortress took precedence. Daoqiu, today, in addition to managing the daily affairs of the fortress, you must also supervise the young cultivators' training. He implored earnestly. Our fortress cannot afford to lag behind. We must establish a formidable team of spellcasters. Initially disheartened by the news of not being able to join the expedition, Li Daoqiu's expression brightened upon seeing Gao Chun's solemn demeanor, and he nodded resolutely. Rest assured, the fortress will be in my capable hands. Gao Chun felt a surge of gratitude for having such a reliable ally. He clapped Li Daoqiu's shoulder heartily, and their silent understanding spoke volumes. Then he turned and exited the courtyard with Li Zhenxing. Gao Chun and Li Zhenxing raced through the dense forests of the mountains, opting for concealed paths rather than the main roads. Why are we not taking the main road, Chunzi? Li Zhenxing inquired, voicing his confusion. Taking these narrow trails will take much longer. Gao Chun did not elaborate, for the bond he shared with Li Daoqiu required no further explanation. As anticipated, Li Zhenxing did not press further and followed closely in Gao Chun's wake, reflecting on the growth he had witnessed in his companion. In just a month, Gao Chun had matured significantly, becoming more decisive and self-assured. It seemed that the elder Gao had been right. Only pressure could facilitate rapid growth. As time passed, the two continued their silent journey. By midday, under the blazing sun, they finally arrived at White Tiger Mountain. What a pity, Li Zhenxing lamented, gazing at the imposing expanse of White Tiger Mountain that stretched for miles. That such a grand mountain has not birthed a single spiritual vein. Gao Chun empathized with Li Zhenxing's sentiments, sharing in the disappointment. However, upon witnessing the magnificent White Tiger Mountain, his earlier apprehensions vanished completely. He was now convinced that the mountain concealed secrets. The challenge lay in unveiling them. Gao Chun felt perplexed, uncertain of how to proceed. He recalled Chun Fei and Huang Ming's memories of their repeated investigations of the mountain. They had meticulously examined the summit, slopes, and base, yet had come up empty-handed. Resigned, he decided to first inspect the second-grade spiritual flower. First and second-grade spiritual flowers were rather ordinary, typically suited for cultivators in the shadowless realm, and it was not unusual to find a few in ordinary mountains. The second-grade spiritual flower at White Tiger Mountain was commonplace. Gao Chun had observed it multiple times in the memories of Chun Fei and Huang Ming. However, he was at a loss as to how to investigate and could only proceed with a straightforward observation of this ordinary flower. Leading Li Zhenxing, Gao Chun soon arrived at a thicket at the mountain's base. Following the mental image in his mind, he parted the dense underbrush and discovered the flower still in bud form. Disappointment washed over him. The anticipated miracle had not occurred, revealing merely a common healing flower. Li Zhenxing, having silently followed Gao Chun, noticed the look of dismay upon his face and expressed concern. "Chunzi, perhaps you could share your thoughts with Uncle Li. Even though my mind may not be sharp enough to offer suggestions, who knows, I might understand something." Feeling warmth from Uncle Li's unwavering support, Gao Chun was deeply touched by their absolute trust. They were aware of his bloodline ability, memory reading, yet had never inquired about it. Not even regarding Chun Fei's origins from Gao family fortress. This trust moved him profoundly. Last night, he had contemplated whether to disclose parts of the memories of Chun Fei and the others to Uncle Li and his son, seeking their counsel and advice, especially considering Li Daoqiu's analytical prowess. Ultimately, however, Gao Chun resolved to shoulder the burden alone. The memories of Chun Fei and the others not only involved Elder Su from Purple Bamboo Town, but also pertained to the formidable Tiani sect, which was actively searching for and collecting bloodline cultivators. This immense pressure compelled Gao Chun to shield them from worry. Was he truly to return empty-handed? A sense of reluctance welled within him. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Finally, he decided to share a portion of the memory with Uncle Li. He felt he had exhausted all other options, as a re-examination of White Tiger Mountain was utterly unnecessary. Chun Fei and Huang Ming had spent days here, conducting numerous investigations. "Uncle Li, let us take a moment to sit down. After such a long journey, I find myself weary." The two settled beneath a tree, a refreshing breeze wafting around them. Gao Chun began to recount the mission assigned by Elder Su to Chun Fei's team, detailing their purpose for coming to White Tiger Mountain, along with his own interpretations. After sharing the background concerning the potential opportunities at White Tiger Mountain, Li Zhenxing's face lit up with excitement, his eyes sparkling like stars. "What are we waiting for?" he exclaimed eagerly. "Let us investigate without delay. Just because others found nothing does not mean we cannot." Before Gao Chun could respond, Li Zhenxing dashed off to explore. Gao Chun could only smile wryly, recognizing Uncle Li's impulsive nature. At the same time, he understood the excitement and exhilaration that coursed through Uncle Li. He too had felt a similar surge when he discovered the possibility of opportunity at White Tiger Mountain through his memories. Indeed, Uncle Li had a point. Slowly rising to his feet, Gao Chun prepared to embark on his own investigation. People vary greatly. Just because Chun Fei and Huang Ming could not uncover anything did not mean he would be similarly unsuccessful. Moreover, he possessed the advantage of his bloodline eyes. However, Gao Chun opted for a different investigative approach, a cursory exploration. He planned to circle around White Tiger Mountain from the base to the summit, without delving into meticulous scrutiny. Due to the peculiar abilities of his bloodline, Gao Chun's left eye possessed a premonitory function. He hoped for a stroke of luck. Gently brushing his left eye, he found himself at a loss, placing all his hopes on it. As a man of action, once he made up his mind, he dashed up the mountainside without hesitation. Half an hour later, he discovered nothing, and his left eye remained completely unresponsive, leaving him dejected and visibly disappointed. Had there been anyone present, he might have been able to mask his emotions. Yet after a month of serving as the substitute leader, Gao Chun had learned to conceal his feelings. However, in solitude, his true emotions surfaced, and he felt genuine despair. Was he not destined for greatness? A profound sadness engulfed him. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of unwillingness. A bitter smile crept across Gao Chun's lips. Why could he not find anything? In the heavy silence, Li Shushu, in a fit of rage, suddenly lunged into the bushes and forcefully pulled out a second-tier spirit flower. In that instant, Gao Chun stood frozen, his right eye twitching slightly, overwhelmed by an intense craving. This sensation was unforgettable. It had first emerged when he encountered the headless shepherd in the void, awakening the divine powers of his bloodline. Was his right eye about to awaken as well? Gao Chun felt a surge of inexplicable excitement and momentarily lost himself in thought. Li Jinxing, too, was momentarily angered, regretting his impulsive action of uprooting the second-tier spirit flower. This was a flower repeatedly mentioned by Elder Su of Zizhu Town. How could he have acted so rashly? He turned to Gao Chun, only to find him in a daze. Had he caused trouble? Observing Gao Chun's stunned expression, a pang of panic gripped his heart. Knowing Gao Chun had likely withheld crucial memories, he pondered the significance of this ordinary second-tier spirit flower. Was it truly of great importance? The more he thought, the more anxious he became, his hands trembling around the flower. Chunzi, have I caused a catastrophe? His words stumbled awkwardly. Just then, Gao Chun, lost in ecstatic reverie, was jolted awake by Li Jinxing's question. Without a second thought, he rushed to the mountainside where the flower had been uprooted. His right eye pulsated more vigorously, the craving intensifying. Without hesitation, Gao Chun retrieved a shovel from his storage ring and began to excavate the area where the second-tier spirit flower had grown. In the mountainous region of the southern wilderness, a shovel was an essential tool for every adventurer. Initially startled by Gao Chun's fervent response, Li Jinxing quickly realized the situation. He plopped down on the ground, exclaiming, "You nearly scared me to death." Wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead, he was genuinely alarmed. He had thought that uprooting the second-tier spirit flower would lead to disaster. However, seeing Gao Chun's eagerness, he began to wonder if fortune lay hidden within the mountain. With a glimmer of determination, he sprang to his feet, grabbing a shovel from his storage treasure and joining Gao Chun in the excavation. The rhythmic sound of shoveling echoed through the desolate expanse of Baihu Mountain. Suddenly, Gao Chun frowned. The mountain wall before him became impervious to his efforts, emitting metallic clinks instead. The craving in his right eye surged, and he was not one to yield easily. He set aside the shovel, channeling his spiritual energy into his fists, and struck the wall. With a resounding boom, the wall remained unscathed, sending Gao Chun reeling backward, blood trickling from his mouth. What happened? Li Jinxing, who had been digging nearby, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. His face paled upon seeing Gao Chun lying on the ground, blood at his lips. "Uncle Li, I'm fine." Gao Chun managed to rise. "But this wall is strange." Li Jinxing scrutinized Gao Chun, relieved to find no severe injuries before approaching the excavated wall with caution. During his own attempts to dig, he encountered the same resistance and received the same backlash from the wall. He was convinced there was treasure hidden within, for Gao Chun's fervor spoke volumes. Although Gao Chun said little, the intensity of desire in his eyes was unmistakable. With renewed vigor, bolstered by his status as a formidable warrior, Li Jinxing quickly unearthed a lengthy tunnel. Meanwhile, Gao Chun sat cross-legged, contemplating the wall before him, which resembled a window. The area he had previously excavated was now being reassessed by Li Jinxing, yet this particular section remained impervious, while all others could still be worked on. He refrained from assisting Li Jinxing, as his right eye only reacted to this direction. He also did not dissuade Li Jinxing, uncertain of whether continuing to dig would yield results. This wall, resembling others yet exhibiting remarkable hardness and a backlash to spiritual energy, perplexed him. Gao Chun pondered this mystery. Despite being inundated with diverse knowledge imparted by his grandfather, encompassing planting, beast taming, alchemy, artifact forging, and formations, yet he still found no clues regarding this peculiar phenomenon. What should he do next? Gao Chun fell into a state of confusion, while the rhythmic sound of digging persisted nearby. Fixated on the wall, he delved deep into thought, sifting through all he had learned and memories he had perused, ultimately uncovering a glimmer of insight. In this world, great fortunes were often found not only in certain caves and treasure troves, but also in the exceedingly rare remnants of small worlds. Suddenly, the confusion that clouded his gaze brightened. This must be a remnant of a small world. Gao Chun sprang to his feet, standing before the wall and murmuring to himself, convinced that it might be a portal to such a realm. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. As Li Jinxing tirelessly continued his excavation, he had completely penetrated the area before the wall, yet nothing had been discovered. Neither from behind nor the sides could the wall be breached. Only a small world would exhibit such characteristics, as their spaces existed within the void of the grand world. Imperceptible and intangible, they merely served as portals to the grand world. Thus, everything fell into place. Gao Chun exhaled softly. Previously, he had been puzzled by a lingering enigma. Why had Elder Su of Zizhu Town not taken the opportunity when he discovered the fortune within Baihu Mountain? Moreover, why had he dispatched the Chun Fei battle team to observe an ordinary second-tier spirit flower? Now, Gao Chun finally comprehended. The remnant of a small world was beyond Elder Su's reach. As for the ordinary second-tier spirit flower, Gao Chun suspected it might have been cultivated by Elder Su himself. Indeed, Gao Chun felt a surge of excitement. The blooming of the second-tier spirit flower might coincide with the opening of the small world. His eyes gleamed as he began to scrutinize the soil he had unearthed earlier. He now suspected that the tunnels he had previously excavated were all created by Elder Su, and that the window-sized wall was merely the outermost layer. Elder Su must have inadvertently entered the small world through this wall, reaping countless benefits. Upon his return, to avoid exposing this small world, he buried the wall. A sense of accomplishment washed over Gao Chun as he believed he had unraveled the entire truth. With renewed vigor, he oscillated between meticulously examining the dug soil and darting over to the wall to compare and analyze, thoroughly engrossed in his task, until the rhythmic sound of digging from beside him jolted him back to reality. I've completely forgotten about Uncle Li. A wry smile of resignation crossed Gao Chun's face. Gao Chun exclaimed urgently, "Uncle Li, stop digging. I found it." The sound of digging abruptly ceased, followed by a thunderous voice filled with astonishment. "Really? Is it truly authentic?" Chapter 17. The crisis at Tangjiabao. Upon seeing Li Daoqiu waiting at the mountain gate, Gao Chun's smile widened with sweetness. It is a profound happiness and fortune to have a brother who cares for oneself so deeply. At this moment, the bright moon hung high in the sky, its pure light illuminating the earth and the smiles on the faces of Gao Chun and his companions. "Take a break. I will fetch you some dishes," Li Daoqiu said, turning to head towards his courtyard. Shortly after, the stone table beneath the willow tree was laden with an array of spiritual vegetables, meats, and rice. Gao Chun and Li Jinxing wasted no time and began to feast heartily, for they had indeed grown weary from the day's exertions. "Daoqiu, join us for another round. There is so much food," Gao Chun urged. "No, thank you," Li Daoqiu replied succinctly. "Then we shall ignore you," Gao Chun said, focusing on his meal. Li Daoqiu remained silent, quietly observing the two as they savored their food. Once Gao Chun had eaten his fill, he turned to Li Daoqiu, disregarding the still devouring Li Jinxing, and inquired, "Was there anything special happening in the fortress today?" Gao Chun felt a twinge of frustration. While Li Daoqiu was astute and efficient, his demeanor was overly aloof, preferring silence unless prompted. "Nothing special," Li Daoqiu replied, still economical with his words. "How are the young cultivators progressing?" "No progress." "Does Sister Ling need assistance in the spiritual fields?" "She stated she does not." Thus, Gao Chun and Li Daoqiu engaged in their natural exchange of questions and answers. Despite Li Daoqiu's usual demeanor, Gao Chun discerned a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Gao Chun understood clearly that Li Daoqiu yearned to know the outcome of their expedition to Baihu Mountain. Moreover, given his meticulous nature, Li Daoqiu had likely inferred the results from Li Jinxing's reactions. However, Gao Chun did not intend to disclose it directly, as it was more fitting for Li Jinxing to relay the news. "Uncle Li, please share what transpired today with Daoqiu," Gao Chun suggested once he saw Li Jinxing had finished eating. "All right," Li Jinxing exclaimed, excitement radiating from him, for he relished storytelling. "Daoqiu, do you know what we discovered?" Li Jinxing asked, his face alight with enthusiasm. "We found a small world relic," as Li Jinxing animatedly recounted the details. Even Li Daoqiu's typically indifferent expression revealed shock, joy, and excitement. Gao Chun listened with keen interest. Although he had lived through the experience, he still delighted in hearing it recounted. Listening to Li Jinxing's tales had been a cherished habit since childhood, an enjoyment that invigorated his mind. After Li Jinxing concluded his narrative, Gao Chun found himself still lacking a viable plan. Rather than solitary reflection, collective contemplation is more advantageous. He resolved to involve both Li Jinxing and Li Daoqiu in the thought process, especially the latter, known for his analytical prowess. "Uncle Daoqiu, while we have discovered the small world relic, there is another individual who discovered it before us and has even entered it," Gao Chun stated, disregarding their lingering excitement over the find. Instantly, the exhilaration on their faces froze. Moments later, Li Jinxing's furious roar echoed through the courtyard. We must eliminate him. The small world relic belongs to our Gao family fortress. Li Daoqiu, meanwhile, rested his chin on his hand, deep in contemplation. Gao Chun paid no heed to Li Jinxing's outburst. He was accustomed to his temper, knowing it would soon subside. He patiently awaited Li Daoqiu's thoughts. After a minute, Li Daoqiu opened his eyes, and Gao Chun felt a surge of anticipation. Boss, how well do you know Elder Su from Zizhu Town? Could you share everything you know? Li Daoqiu inquired earnestly. Gao Chun, unreserved, recounted all he had gathered from Chun Fei and the others. To eliminate Elder Su, we must meet two conditions. First, he must leave Zizhu Town alone. Second, we need reliable and powerful external support. Upon hearing Gao Chun's information about Elder Su, Li Daoqiu swiftly articulated his analysis. His insights were indeed sharp. Gao Chun couldn't help but admire Li Daoqiu's analytical capabilities, hitting the nail on the head. Li Jinxing, who had fallen silent, felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing Li Daoqiu's astute observations. While he had merely shouted about eliminating Elder Su, he had offered no practical assistance. A mixture of shame and pride washed over him. His son was indeed remarkable. Li Daoqiu, unaware of their internal reflections, continued, Elder Su discovered the small world relic before us, and he has entered it. That was our prime opportunity to act. Impressive. Gao Chun mentally applauded Li Daoqiu for swiftly deriving such a conclusion. He felt a profound sense of honor to have such an analytical brother by his side. Li Jinxing's gaze towards his son shifted. He recognized his son's exceptional intellect. Li Daoqiu rose, paced a few steps, then calmly resumed his seat, stating, as for reliable and powerful external support, that will require the boss to take the lead. Gao Chun nodded with a smile, fully understanding Li Daoqiu's implication. Currently, the only trustworthy allies the Gao family fortress could call upon were the Tang family fortress and the Xie family fortress, both of which shared a deep friendship with Old Man Gao. After absorbing Li Daoqiu's analysis, Gao Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had clarity on how, when, and where to deal with Elder Su, and he found Li Daoqiu's strategy quite sound and feasible. A relaxed and joyful smile spread across Gao Chun's face. His appreciation for Li Daoqiu's character was profound. He understood him well. Eager to hear more about Li Daoqiu's suggestions for summoning aid and subsequent tactics, Gao Chun was about to speak when distant hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. He exchanged a glance with Li Jinxing, and their expressions shifted with concern. They quickly rose to open the courtyard door and were met with the sight of a bloodied cultivator clad in Tang family fortress attire. Gao Chun's pupils constricted, and his heart raced. Something had gone awry at the Tang family fortress. Chapter 18. Stubbornness. Gao Chun assisted the injured cultivator from Tangjiabao into his modest courtyard. He then gently reassured the guardian cultivators from Gaojiabao, who had brought him here, urging them to remain discreet and vigilant. In the courtyard, only Gao Chun, his two companions, and the wounded Tang cultivator remained. Gao Chun recognized this man as the fourth uncle of Tang Pongzi. Lord Gao, you must save Tangjiabao, fourth uncle Tang exclaimed, his face etched with urgency, attempting to kneel before Gao Chun, who hastily supported him. Fourth uncle Tang, our Gaojiabao and Tangjiabao are allies. Whatever troubles Tangjiabao faces, we at Gaojiabao will not stand idly by, Gao Chun quickly reassured him. What exactly has transpired in Tangjiabao? Please, tell us. Upon hearing Gao Chun's calming words, fourth uncle Tang's emotions steadied slightly, yet he spoke through gritted teeth. Just an hour ago, cultivators from Tiananmen suddenly appeared in Tangjiabao, declaring that our young master colluded with the demon race and slaughtered the heroes of the human race, demanding his capture. What? Tiananmen? Tang Pongzi. Gao Chun was taken aback, as if struck by a thunderclap. Was Tang Pongzi, merely a sixth-tier shadow cultivator, truly worth a personal intervention from the cultivators of Tiananmen? He promptly interjected, fourth uncle. Did Pongzi kill any of the Tiananmen cultivators? Tiananmen is nothing but a fabrication. When we confronted them, they could not articulate a single specific reason. They arrogantly demanded the surrender of our young master, threatening to annihilate Tangjiabao if we refused. Fourth uncle Tang's face burned with indignation, his eyes ablaze with fury. How many of them came? Li Jinxing inquired. Not many, just a team of airborne warriors. Li Jinxing gasped in shock, his expression one of disbelief. Gao Chun, however, recalled a particular incident. During the distribution of spoils at Xiaqingshan, when he reached for a ring, his left eye twitched. Ultimately, that ring was seized by Tang Pongzi. Could it truly be because of that ring? A grave expression settled on Gao Chun's face as a chill gripped his heart, and his hands instinctively clenched into fists. Chapter 19. Rescue Tactics. Gao Chun stepped out of the small courtyard, gazing up at the luminous full moon, though a weight settled heavily upon his heart. Confronted by the first superpower of humanity, to claim he felt no fear would be a disservice to the truth. Yet, he had compelling reasons to proceed. He was resolute in his mission to render aid. He intended to spare Gao Jiabao from involvement, opting instead to embark on this endeavor alone. Exhaling deeply, he dispelled the murky thoughts clouding his mind and prepared for departure. Suddenly, a figure darted in front of him. Dao Qiu, are you here to stop me as well? Gao Chun spoke with a calm demeanor. No. Li Dao Qiu responded decisively. I will accompany you, boss. Observing the unwavering determination etched on the youthful face before him, Gao Chun felt a surge of gratitude. Truly, he was fortunate to have such a steadfast brother, always standing by his side. Nevertheless, Gao Chun was unwilling to involve him in this perilous venture. The debts owed to Tang Jiabao and the kindness of the corpulent Tang were burdens he intended to shoulder alone. As Gao Chun opened his mouth to dissuade Li Dao Qiu, the latter interjected, Boss, please do not try to persuade me. In truth, our mission to provide assistance may prove to be a significant boon for Gao Jiabao. Oh, Gao Chun responded, his expression one of surprise. However, upon witnessing the confidence radiating from Li Dao Qiu, he remained silent, adopting an attentive demeanor, intrigued by what was to unfold. Chapter 20. Blood-soaked escape. Gao Chun and his companions arrived at Tangjiabao, only to find that the grand formation of the stronghold had been breached. The Tianyi Sect's aerial combat team was unleashing a massacre. The trio stood in shock, as the scene before them was utterly dissimilar to their expectations. Tangjiabao had been a formidable aerial power, developed over several decades. How could its protective array be so easily dismantled? With little time to ponder, they entered Tangjiabao. Gao Chun beheld haunting images that would remain etched in his memory forever. Elderly cultivators bravely charging towards the Tianyi sect members, self-destructing without hesitation. While their detonations inflicted minimal damage upon the enemy, the spirit of self-sacrifice left Gao Chun profoundly shaken. He could not fathom why they chose not to flee in different directions. Did they truly believe that their self-explosions could vanquish this aerial battalion? Though he revered their selfless resolve, Gao Chun did not condone such actions. He hurried to find the gravely injured master of Tangjiabao, attempting to persuade him and reminding him that the Gao family stronghold was their route of retreat. After much arduous convincing, the master of Tangjiabao finally resolved to withdraw. Yet he understood the necessity of a rear guard. Moreover, the Tianyi sect had come specifically for his son. Thus, he resolved to hold the line, allowing everyone else to escape. However, the high-level cultivators of Tangjiabao were determined to stay behind, enabling the children to flee. Once again, Gao Chun was awestruck by this profound spirit of self-sacrifice. Ultimately, Gao Chun and his companions led the children of Tangjiabao to safety. Yet, on their path, they were confronted by a formidable aerial cultivator carrying a large gourd. Gao Chun's pupils constricted. The iconic gourd belonged to the Liu family from Zizhu town. The Liu family possessed a bloodline talent for sand manipulation. Their large gourd was filled with sand. Although the sand manipulation ability lacked the unpredictability of mystical powers, it proved exceedingly practical, playing significant roles in offense, defense, control, and support. What followed was a fierce battle between Gao Chun, his companions, Tang Fatty, and several young cultivators from Tangjiabao against the Liu family member bearing the large gourd. Chapter 21. The Clash of Powers. Although faced with a single opponent, Gao Chun felt an immense pressure, especially since the adversary was a bloodline practitioner. The Liu family had established themselves as the rulers of Zizhu town through their bloodline abilities. Gao Chun had some understanding of the Liu family's sand manipulation bloodline. The large gourd they carried contained specially refined sand. Those awakened to the sand manipulation bloodline could control the sand, transforming it into various weapons such as swords and spears for long-range attacks. They could also shape the sand into shields for defense or bind their foes with strands of sand. In short, the sand manipulation bloodline was exceedingly troublesome. Any awakened member of the Liu family was more formidable than a mere practitioner of spells. Gao Chun's magical abilities had little effect on him. It seemed he could only rely on his bloodline left eye. However, he could not activate it casually. It could only be unleashed in a moment of life and death, or it would spell disaster for the Gao family fortress. The fate of the Tang family fortress served as a grim reminder. It appeared that the Tianyi sect's pursuit of bloodline practitioners was more serious than anticipated. What, after all, were they seeking bloodline practitioners for? They did not seem to prioritize nurturing them. Otherwise, upon discovering that Tang Fatty was a bloodline practitioner, why would they seek to annihilate the Tang family fortress? Their actions resembled those of a hunt. A chill ran down Gao Chun's spine. What were the Tianyi sect's intentions behind capturing bloodline practitioners? Suppressing his turbulent thoughts, he focused on the immediate concern, defeating the Liu family member before him, who was also a member of the Tianyi sect. The Liu family member, clad in the Tianyi sect's black uniform, soared at low altitude, speaking coldly and mercilessly. He then squinted at Li Jinqing, disdain dripping from his words. Do you dare interfere in the Tianyi sect's affairs? Do you not fear the annihilation of your clan? Thus began a fierce battle between Gao Chun's group and the Liu family member. After suffering significant losses, Gao Chun seized an opportunity to activate his bloodline left eye. The Liu family member's mind was pierced with pain, and he was swiftly slain by Li Jinqing. With the death of this pursuing Liu family member, who was also a Tianyi sect operative, Gao Chun and his companions finally escaped. Gao Chun's nose tinged with acidity, and crystalline tears welled in his eyes. The image of the Tang family fortress practitioners charging resolutely towards the self-detonating Tianyi sect members etched deeply into Gao Chun's heart, crashing over his young spirit like a tsunami. This love he understood. This sentiment he recognized. Let us go. Gao Chun wiped away his tears and pursued the Tang father and son. Li Jinqing and Li Daoqiu were also shaken by the scenes of self-detonation, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves that refused to settle. It was only when Gao Chun sprinted into the distance that the father and son realized the urgency and hurried after him. Fortunately, the direction in which the Tang father and son fled coincided perfectly with where Gao Chun and his companions were hiding. They had to remain concealed earlier, but now, as the blood rain fell and the 5 members of the Tianyi sect crashed to the ground, the moment was ripe for their escape. Before long, they caught up with the Tang father and son. Who are you? A deep and sorrowful voice nearly led Gao Chun to believe he had pursued the wrong individuals. A trembling middle-aged man slowly turned around, his face contorted in agony, blood tears dripping from his eyes, and his bitten lips stained crimson. Uncle Tang, it's me. Gao Chun choked as he pulled back his scarf. He could empathize with Uncle Tang's current emotions. He understood the pain that weighed heavily on Uncle Tang's heart. Xiao Chun, it is you. A glimmer of light returned to Uncle Tang's dim eyes. I entrust Yuqing to you. Uncle Tang hurried to Gao Chun's side, gently placing Tang Yuqing down, and then knelt before Gao Chun. Uncle Tang. Gao Chun choked, desperately trying to lift him, but the lord of the Tang fortress remained resolute. Xiao Chun, I have watched you grow up. I entrust Yuqing to you. I have faith in you. Uncle Tang said earnestly. You must tell Yuqing everything that has happened today. He must live well, for his life was exchanged for the lives of over a dozen members of the Tang family fortress. From this day forth, his life is no longer solely his own. He must live for those of the Tang family fortress who perished. After speaking, Uncle Tang resolutely rose and charged towards the direction from which the Tianyi sect members were pursuing. Old Tang, why do this? Li Jinqing intercepted him. We must escape quickly. Old Li, you do not understand. Uncle Tang spoke through gritted teeth. So many of my kin have perished for my son and me. How can I abandon them and flee alone? He then turned to Tang Yuqing. That is a promise I made to his mother, to protect him with my life. Why are you so foolish? If you die, how will you seek revenge? Li Jinqing said, somewhat exasperated. Old Li, take Yuqing and leave. Otherwise, none of us will escape. Uncle Tang's sharp gaze pierced the sky, where the sounds of practitioners soaring could be heard. It seemed the 5 members of the Tianyi sect were closing in rapidly. Uncle, please take care. Gao Chun's eyes brimmed with tears as he knelt deeply before Uncle Tang, then resolutely rose, scooping up Tang Fatty and racing forward. Alas, Li Jinqing was at a loss for words, heavily patting Uncle Tang's shoulder before chasing after Gao Chun. Old Li, take this. Uncle Tang tossed his storage wristband to Li Jinqing. Please take good care of Yuqing. With a deep breath, Uncle Tang released a heavy sigh as Gao Chun and his companions vanished from sight. Damn Tianyi sect, you have gone too far. I will make you realize that the blood of the Tang family fortress is not shed in vain. Uncle Tang's fury ignited, his face a mask of rage as he soared towards the approaching members of the Tianyi sect. Chapter 22. Crimson Fireworks Captain, what shall we do next? The diminutive youth, burdened by a large gourd, appeared pale and trembled in fear. Do not be afraid. He is alone, and he too is within the ice realm. The hawk-nosed captain felt a twinge of trepidation. The manifestation of the ice realm was a crowd control spell. All practitioners within it experienced chaotic energy, rendering them incapable of casting spells. Fortunately, he had no companions. Otherwise, a group attack spell would spell our doom. The hawk-nosed youth seemed to comfort his comrade, while simultaneously reassuring himself, for an inescapable sense of unease festered within him, growing ever more palpable. Crackling. The faint sound of thunder from above jolted him awake. Oh no! After casting the ice realm, he unleashed another spell. As the captain's panicked voice echoed, the expressions of the 5 members of Tianyi sect turned even more ashen. Crack. Boom. The sound of thunder reverberated throughout the ice realm, and all 5 turned their gazes skyward. Despite the swirling snowflakes obscuring their vision, they beheld a colossal purple lightning sphere plummeting like a meteor, capable of engulfing the entire ice realm. How is this possible? How can he wield 2 superlative spells at once? The hawk-nosed captain muttered to himself. From the size of the purple lightning sphere and its aura of destruction, he surmised that it transcended the celestial level. Furthermore, only a spell of such caliber could be unleashed in rapid succession within such a brief time. Haraha. Look at the panic-stricken faces of the 5 from Tianyi sect. So, you too can feel fear? You beasts can indeed feel fear. The Lord of Tang Fortress bellowed, his voice hoarse with maniacal laughter. You madman. The hawk-nosed captain's lips quivered as he trembled, the terror of death intensifying within him. I do not wish to die? A burly youth screamed as he charged towards the barrier of the ice realm. Crash! The burly youth collided with the barrier, blood pouring from his head. Yet the ice realm remained unyielding. At this moment, the ice realm resembled an inverted bowl, suspended in the low sky. Boom! The purple lightning sphere roared as it descended upon the ice realm. Boom! The sphere struck the ice realm, unleashing a cacophony of lightning and dancing electric serpents. Crackle! Crack! Boom! Instantly, the entire ice realm transformed into a tempestuous sea of thunder and lightning. A quarter of an hour later, as the electric light faded and the ice realm melted, 5 figures plummeted from the low sky. The Liu family, awakened by their bloodline, proved to be formidable. With blood at the corners of his mouth and his body charred, the Lord of Tang Fortress murmured as he gazed at the massive sand sphere. He then cast his eyes upon the 3 corpses, now unrecognizable. Indeed, evil begets evil. A wave of satisfaction washed over him as the pent-up resentment in his chest found release. Crack! Crack! The sand sphere rapidly fractured, revealing the pale-faced, hawk-nosed captain and the gored youth. I still have work to do. The Lord of Tang Fortress had long anticipated this outcome. The Liu family, awakened with the bloodline of sand control, was not easily vanquished. Their large gourd contained specially refined sand, which they could manipulate into weapons for attack or shields for defense, and even transform into bindings for control. In summary, the sand-controlling bloodline was indeed a formidable adversary. No matter what, I must eliminate them to honor the deceased of Tang Fortress. The Lord of Tang Fortress resolved with determination, swiftly rising to charge at the 2. At the same time, he frantically urged his Dantian energy, preparing for self-detonation. Madness. Absolute madness. The hawk-nosed captain trembled, hastily retreating. Suddenly, he felt an immobilizing force. Looking down, he saw his feet ensnared by strands of sand. In shock, he gazed incredulously at the gored youth, who was retreating at great speed. Captain, it is better for one to die than for both. I shall avenge you. The gored youth's words pierced his consciousness, jolting him awake. How could this be? How could the subordinate, who has always been so respectful, betray me? The hawk-nosed captain began to question his existence. The one who had treated him better than his own father had turned against him? No. The hawk-nosed captain screamed in desperation. Yet, all was in vain. The Lord of Tang Fortress had already reached his side. What a pity! The Lord of Tang Fortress expressed regretfully. He had initially intended to self-detonate and take both with him, but who would have thought that the gored youth would betray the hawk-nosed captain? He felt his Dantian energy surge to its peak, and the side effects of the explosive spirit pill began to manifest. The self-detonation could no longer be controlled. Yuqing, I hope you grow up safely, find your mother, and tell her, Father has fulfilled his promise. A radiant smile suddenly graced the face of the Lord of Tang Fortress. Family, Tang Wudi has come to accompany you. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as the Lord of Tang Fortress detonated himself. A colossal firework erupted in the empty wilderness. Chunks of flesh flew like arrows in all directions, and a scorching wave of energy surged forth, akin to a deluge sweeping across the land. Today, I take a leave of absence. I drank too much and feel dizzy. Thus, I cannot update tonight. Additionally, let me set a flag. Starting tomorrow, I aim for 2 updates daily. Good night. See you tomorrow. Today, I take a leave of absence to chat. It was a rare leisurely day, and I spent some time in the group on QQ. Then, I conversed with several author friends and gained significant insights. Expressing thoughts fluently is one level. Moving readers with those expressions is another. As a novice who has written 50,000 words, I have gleaned some understanding. However, these insights are still somewhat hazy, lacking clarity. I will once again ponder the highlights and thrills of my writing. Learning without reflecting leads to confusion, while reflection without learning leads to peril. It has been a while since I deeply contemplated my writing, and after today's reflection, I have reaped abundant rewards. My confidence has solidified, and my direction is clear. Regardless of how others mock me, I remain the same white poplar I once was. Furthermore, let me set a flag. Starting tomorrow, I aim for 2 updates daily. Good night. See you tomorrow. Chapter 23. Pursued by enemies, Gao Chun sprinted swiftly with Tang Fatty on his back, a heavy sense of oppression weighing down on him. The crimson fireworks of the Tang family fortress reverberated repeatedly in his heart. He would never forget the tragic scenes of cultivators charging towards the enemy to self-detonate. He must grow stronger rapidly. He could not allow such a scene to replay at the Gao family fortress. Gao Chun clenched his teeth in determination. He hoped for Uncle Tang's safe return. Worry for the Tang fortress master surged within Gao Chun. He had understood the man's resolve to face death when they parted ways. Yet, a glimmer of hope lingered in Gao Chun's heart. Perhaps Uncle Tang would unleash a powerful attack and eliminate all the enemies pursuing him. Suddenly, Gao Chun halted his running. Chunzi, what's wrong? Li Jinxing's face was equally grim. He was still immersed in the pain of parting with an old friend. Having known the Tang fortress master for over a decade, it pained him to think of the man going to his demise. He had no faith that the Tang fortress master could survive. After so many years together, he was well acquainted with the man's cultivation and techniques, especially considering the formidable Tenji team from the Tianyi sect. Uncle Li, how did the Tianyi sect find out that Tang Fatty is a bloodline cultivator? Gao Chun voiced his concern. He had been so eager to rush ahead, lost in the shock of the crimson fireworks, that he almost made a grave mistake. He had intended to take Tang Fatty directly to the Gao family fortress. What if Tang Fatty had been marked? Gao Chun shuddered at the thought. If he were marked and the Tianyi sect pursued them, the Gao family fortress would be at grave risk. He had not forgotten the warning from his left eye when little Qingshan touched the ring. Moreover, Tang Fatty had only just come into contact with the ring last night. And now the Tianyi sect had come knocking. The distance from Zizhu town to the Tang family fortress required a day for the Tenji to traverse. The Tianyi sect conveniently had a stronghold in Zizhu town. All these coincidences led Gao Chun to conclude that little Qingshan's ring must hold a significant problem. Could that ring identify bloodline cultivators and also track their location? Gao Chun was not entirely certain, but he dared not take a gamble. He could not reveal the foreboding sensation from his left eye to Uncle Li and Li Daoqiu. It was not a matter of distrust. The more they knew, the more perilous the situation became. Surely, it was Tang Er who informed the Tianyi sect. That despicable wretch. Li Jinxing ground his teeth in fury. Perhaps. Gao Chun did not refute. Although he despised Tang Er, he knew he was not the culprit. He continued to probe. Could the Tianyi sect have left a mark on Tang Fatty? Impossible. Li Jinxing was taken aback and quickly released his soul sense to probe Tang Fatty's entire body. A Tenji cultivator would open a soul sea at the head, possessing divine sense and the ability to hover at low altitudes, which were 2 hallmarks of the Tenji. There is nothing. Li Jinxing furrowed his brow. After repeated examinations, he found no markings whatsoever. Even so, we cannot take the risk of bringing Tang Fatty into the Gao family fortress. Gao Chun set the tone and added, Uncle Li. Daoqiu, where should we hide Tang Fatty? Baihu Mountain. Li Daoqiu, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Indeed. Gao Chun nodded in agreement, finding the location suitable. The key consideration was, who would accompany him? Tang Fatty, having lost his family, needed comfort and companionship. The most suitable person would be himself. Gao Chun knew in his heart. Yet, he could not accompany Tang Fatty. As the acting master of the Gao family fortress, he had not shown his face in 2 days and had numerous matters requiring his personal attention. Though Li Daoqiu was competent, He could not replace Gao Chun as the acting master. Should he have Uncle Li accompany Tang Fatty or Dao Chiu? Gao Chun found himself in a dilemma, forced to choose between the two. Neither Uncle Li nor Dao Chiu were adept at offering comfort or care. Uncle Li was impulsive and lacked strategy, while Dao Chiu was strategic yet cold and taciturn. Ultimately, Gao Chun considered that Tang Fatty might have been marked and could be tracked by the Tianyi sect again. He chose to have Uncle Li take Tang Fatty to Baihu Mountain and oversee the subsequent companionship and comfort. What? You want me to take Tang Fatty to Baihu Mountain alone? Upon hearing Gao Chun's arrangement, Li Jinxing was taken aback. There's no other choice. I must rely on you. Uncle, Gao Chun hastily reassured him. Moreover, the small world relic at Baihu Mountain is crucial for the Gao family fortress's ascension. Only with you watching over it can I feel at ease. Gao Chun spoke earnestly, initially intending to refuse. Li Jinxing hesitated at the mention of the small world relic and did not oppose any longer. Hearing Gao Chun's words lightened the gloom in his heart, and he promptly thumped his chest in assurance. Chunzi, rest assured, I will stand by the small world relic. Gao Chun thought to himself, is the core the small world relic? The core is to accompany and comfort Tang Fatty. However, he refrained from speaking further. It was already a blessing that Uncle Li accepted the task. As for Tang Fatty, Gao Chun believed he would endure. Fatty, hang in there. Gao Chun was about to leave the unconscious Tang Fatty in Uncle Li's care when suddenly his pupils constricted. He heard the sound of cultivators soaring through the air. Li Jinxing and Li Daoqiu felt it too. Chunzi, Daoqiu, you two must flee quickly. Li Jinxing urged, I will hold them off. No. Gao Chun replied resolutely. We will defeat him together. He had spotted a short youth with a large gourd flying towards them at great speed. Get out of here. Li Jinxing roared. Realizing this was a member of the Lu family from Zizhu town who had awakened the sand control bloodline, Li Jinxing was well aware of the Lu family's prowess. Even if the three of them attacked together, they would likely be defeated. Chunzi and Daoqiu must not perish. Li Jinxing was prepared to sacrifice himself to hold back the gourd-wielding youth. You too, leave. Li Jinxing's eyes reddened, his fury palpable. Gao Chun remained silent, quietly placing Tang Fatty in a nearby patch of grass to shield him from the impending battle. Ignoring Uncle Li's frantic shouts, Gao Chun resolved not to leave. To abandon the fight was out of the question. He had no reason to retreat. A wave of sorrow washed over him as he thought of the approaching pursuers. Uncle Tang was likely in grave danger. Gao Chun seethed with indignation. It was already painful for him to let Uncle Li stay behind. How could he allow it now? They might as well face death together. Gao Chun's expression hardened. The outcome of the battle was still uncertain. What was this about the sand control bloodline? Who among them did not possess a bloodline ability? Apart from Tang Fatty, this would be his first encounter with a bloodline cultivator. Amidst his fury, Gao Chun felt a flicker of excitement. He was prepared for a fierce confrontation. He did not allow Li Daoqiu to depart either. He knew that voicing his thoughts would be futile. It was better to remain silent. You two are driving me mad. Li Jinxing's face flushed, his anger reaching a boiling point. Uncle, it's a father-son battle on the battlefield. Let us take him down together. Gao Chun declared with unwavering confidence. Li Jinxing was at a loss, unsure where Gao Chun's confidence stemmed from. Was it merely his bloodline eyes? However, it was too late to contemplate escape now. Li Jinxing estimated he could not hold out for long. Even if he self-destructed, he could not leave the gourd youth behind. Sighing, Li Jinxing cast a furious glance at Gao Chun and Li Daoqiu. It seemed they had no choice but to fight. As the gourd youth flew above them, he glanced at Tang Fatty to confirm his identity before finally relaxing his tense demeanor. Then, looking at the three masked figures before him, he remarked lazily, You have quite the audacity. You dare to rescue a fugitive captured by the Tianyi sect? Do you wish to be exterminated? They three held their breath, poised to launch an attack. The young man with the gourd furrowed his brow. Sensing that these three individuals showed no fear of his identity as a member of the Heavenly One sect, they were brimming with intent, ready to strike. This presented a predicament. Previously, he had been severely injured by Tang Wudi's spell, followed by the shockwaves from a self-detonation, and he had rushed over without pause. Hovering in the low air, the gourd youth quietly contemplated his strategy. He must buy time to recover as quickly as possible. Thus, he ceased speaking, adopting an expression of keen interest as he scrutinized the three, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With his display of expertise, combined with his identity as a member of the Heavenly One sect, they would surely hesitate to act first. The gourd youth reveled in his delaying tactics. The two sides engaged in a silent standoff, enveloped in an eerie silence. Gao Chun observed the gored youth intently, rapidly devising tactics. However, he could not casually utilize his bloodline eye. Gao Chun felt a sense of helplessness. He feared that the gored youth would discover his bloodline eye and employ evasive maneuvers to entangle them while calling for reinforcements. If that happened, not only would they be doomed, but the Gao family fortress would also face ruin. His next spell must be one of aerial control. Gao Chun found himself in a challenging situation. The only control spell he had mastered, Earth Dizziness, was effective solely against ground-based life forms. Uncle Li had only grasped offensive and defensive spells. Gao Chun was at a loss. If only there were a spell to control the gored youth. He could unleash his bloodline left eye without reservation, ensuring the youth's demise. But alas, such a spell was not at his disposal. His bloodline left eye could only be activated for a decisive strike. Gao Chun laughed bitterly in resignation. A sudden sense of unease washed over Gao Chun. Why had the gored youth not made a move after all this time? According to the Heavenly One sect's domineering nature, the gored youth should have already struck with ferocity, rather than remaining in this state. Was he playing a game of eagle-catching chicks? Yet, that seemed unlikely. Gao Chun furrowed his brow in thought. He yearned to be the first to strike, to test the waters. However, as a shadow manipulator, he was incapable of taking to the skies. Uncle Li, Gao Chun called out, casting a significant glance at Li Jinxing. At that moment, Li Jinxing was equally perplexed. The gored youth's behavior was quite unusual. And he precisely understood Gao Chun's gaze. Attack him. This suited him perfectly. Without further hesitation, he soared toward the gored youth. A look of surprise flickered across the gored youth's calm face. How dared he initiate an attack? After all, he was a member of the Heavenly One sect. The gored youth began to question his own existence. When had the prestigious name of the Heavenly One sect lost its deterrent power? Nevertheless, since the adversary had made their move, then, battle. Although his injuries had not yet healed, his spiritual power was not fully restored, and his bloodline strength was still lacking. He should still have more than enough to deal with these three insignificant creatures. The gored youth brimmed with confidence, discreetly stowing away the mid-grade spirit crystal he had been using to restore his spiritual energy. Let you taste my bloodline divine ability. The gored youth decided to end this swiftly, directly unleashing his bloodline divine ability. Divine ability, quicksand vortex. In an instant, 3 swirling masses of quicksand emerged from the large gourd on his back, spiraling toward the trio. The festivities of the new year, visiting relatives, and matchmaking have kept me exceedingly busy. Today, there shall be no updates, but I extend my heartfelt wishes to everyone. May you enjoy good fortune year after year. Peace month after month, enjoy day after day. Wishing you, wishing me, wishing us all a prosperous year of the tiger. Happy New Year. On this second day of the Lunar New Year, I convey my greetings. May good luck come your way, and happiness accompany you always. May you wear a smile every single day. With a bow, I extend my well wishes for your endeavors to be smooth and successful. Once again, I share my greetings on this third day of the new year. Here, we celebrate for at least 3 days. Regular updates shall resume tomorrow. To all my fellow readers and friends, Happy New Year. Chapter 25. Unspoken alliance against the enemy. The young man from the Gourd clan was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by disbelief. Celestial grade techniques are the hallmark of superpowers. The dominant force of the Purple Bamboo Mountain Range, Purple Bamboo Town, possesses merely 5 celestial grade techniques. Yet today, in these remote locales, at least 5 have emerged. Super techniques, which transcend celestial grade techniques, evolve and extend from them. The appearance of one is an anomaly, but the emergence of so many is extraordinary. There must be a profound secret hidden within. Greed gleamed in the young man's eyes. Tang Woody mastered 2 techniques, and these 3 must each possess at least one. All of them shall be mine. The young man from the Gourd clan planned to capture Gao Chun and the others, coercing them into revealing the secrets of their techniques. Gao Chun's moment of distraction was seized by Gao Chun, who recognized the opportunity to strike. Uncle Li, force him to the ground. Though Li Jinxing was still breathless, he immediately grasped Gao Chun's intent upon hearing his shout. Without hesitation, he unleashed a super technique once more. Fire technique, Fiery Blade of Fury. In an instant, flames surged, runes shimmered, and a formidable blade of fiery spiritual energy coalesced in Li Jinxing's grasp. It radiated a murderous aura, aiming to cleave the heavens as it loomed large, poised to slice through the void, enveloped in flames like a colossal red dragon. Li Jinxing soared upward, delivering a diagonal slash from above toward the young man from the gourd clan, effectively sealing his escape. The young man was jolted awake by the searing blade's brilliance, his brow furrowing. To evade such a stunning strike, he had no choice but to land. Without further hesitation, he descended. Although the spiritual energy required for floating was minimal, his reserves were insufficient. Landing was just right. Suddenly, he spotted a figure rushing toward him like a gust of wind. How intriguing! A smirk of disdain involuntarily crept across the young man's lips. An attacker dares to confront me? Especially this swift youth, intent on capturing me. How troublesome. But now, he has delivered himself right to me. Truly, heaven assists me. With a smile, the young man silently observed Gao Chun, opting not to employ his techniques to avoid severely injuring his prey. Truly, heaven assists me. Gao Chun, recognizing the young man's reaction, felt a surge of fortune. He activated his bloodline eye. Instantly, his left eye shone like a vast starry sky, serene as an abyss, adorned with a gentle golden light that danced around him. He fixated on the young man from the gourd clan. Ah! The young man suddenly screamed in agony. Clutching his head, trembling uncontrollably, he sensed his soul being relentlessly torn apart, shattered by an inexplicable force. It was agonizing. Even more horrifying was the vision of an imposing divine shadow, whose mere aura could make the stars tremble. At that moment, Li Jinxing pivoted the blade, striking the young man from the gourd clan. Gao Chun hastily retreated. When did Uncle Li master super techniques? Gao Chun was equally astounded. The blazing blade's energy sent shivers down his spine. Had he known Uncle Li was so formidable, he wouldn't have needed to enlist Tang Fatty's help against Chen Fei's team, and none of this would have transpired. Gao Chun felt a pang of melancholy. Crack! The head of the young man from the gourd clan flew off, blood spraying forth. His eyes, wide with disbelief, fixated on Gao Chun. He could never have imagined that this boy, whom he had so contemptuously regarded as a mere pawn, was also a bloodline practitioner. Furthermore, he possessed an exceptionally rare and advanced bloodline eye. His gaze rapidly dulled, fading into nothingness, yet his eyes remained open, unblinking in death. Thud! The headless body collapsed, and the young man from the gourd clan met his demise. Cough, cough. Li Jinxing knelt on the ground, his face as pale as a sheet, panting heavily. The blade, once suffused with murderous energy, shattered piece by piece, dissipating into rich spiritual energy that wafted away. Everything settled into silence. Li Daoqiu emerged from the shadow of a large tree. The usually indifferent expression on her face was now tinged with an additional chill. She felt utterly useless. Throughout the entire affair, she had contributed nothing. She must enhance her strength. Li Daoqiu's fingers dug deep into the flesh. Gao Chun noticed Li Daoqiu's distress. However, he chose to disregard it. He understood her feelings at that moment, sharing her urgency for improvement. He needed allies. Inhaling deeply, Gao Chun swiftly composed himself and hurried to the headless corpse. Expertly searching the body, he was astonished by the abundance of storage treasures. Yet, his expression soon darkened. He recognized their origin. Memories of the blood-red fireworks from Tang family castle flooded his mind, along with the resolute expression of the Tang family head as he made his stand. A heaviness settled in Gao Chun's heart. Nevertheless, he quickly gathered all the storage treasures. Then, he produced a fire-starting tool and burned the headless body of the young man from the gourd clan. Following that, he tirelessly cleared the traces of the battle. Although Li Daoqiu felt disheartened, she quickly adjusted her emotions and assisted Gao Chun in tidying up the scene. Before long, the three departed the battlefield, making their way into another dense forest. Uncle Li, I leave Tang Fatty in your care. Gao Chun glanced at the nearly awakening Tang Fatty and delivered another blow to render him unconscious once more, then earnestly entrusted him to Li Jinxing. Rest assured, I shall handle it. Li Jinxing's face was pale, his voice weak, but his expression was resolute. If members of the Heavenly Gate appear at White Tiger Mountain, Uncle Li, you must escape alone. Gao Chun spoke with great difficulty, unwilling for Tang Fatty to come to harm, yet even less so for Uncle Li. Take care, Uncle Li. After a solemn bow, Gao Chun hurried toward Gao family castle. Li Daoqiu nodded at Li Jinxing and then swiftly pursued Gao Chun. Both of these young men have matured. Li Jinxing watched their agile figures, a sense of comfort swelling within him. It is indeed the pressure that drives children to grow. Old Gao was right. Only flowers that have weathered the storm will bloom resiliently. Li Jinxing's thoughts drifted. It was not until the figures of Gao Chun and Li Daoqiu vanished from sight that Li Jinxing hoisted Tang Fatty onto his back and hastily made his way toward White Tiger Mountain. Under the cerulean night sky, a bright moon hung high, and countless stars twinkled, illuminating the earth as if it were day. For figures, moving in two directions, grew ever distant. Chapter 26. The truth revealed. Daoqiu. May we now investigate Uncle Tang's situation? As they sprinted, Gao Chun was consumed by a singular obsession to ascertain the state of the Tang Fortress Lord. Although various indications suggested that the Lord had perished, Gao Chun felt compelled to witness it with his own eyes. No, Li Daoqiu firmly objected. Regardless of whether Tang heir sought to cling to the powerful Tianyi sect or to solidify his position as the new lord, he would undoubtedly dispatch trusted aides to investigate. At this moment, the area where the Tang lord was engaged in battle with his enemies would surely be occupied. Gao Chun fell silent, acknowledging Li Daoqiu's reasoning. His hesitation to act stemmed from considerations for Tang heir. A warm home could heal the discomfort and gloom in one's heart. At last, they arrived home. Gazing at the entrance of the Gao family fortress, Gao Chun felt a significant weight lift from his heart, and a hint of color returned to his fatigued cheeks. After greeting the gatekeeper, the two swiftly entered the Gao family fortress. Li Daoqiu hesitated, but ultimately nodded decisively before departing. He understood that Gao Chun was in distress, yet he would not offer consolation. He believed that a strong individual need not be comforted. Pain would only serve to make them stronger. Gao Chun exhaled a heavy breath, quickly regaining his composure as he opened the courtyard door and stepped inside. He must elevate his strength without delay. Unlike his previous habit of lounging beneath the old willow tree, allowing the night breeze to soothe him, he briskly entered the training room. He intended to delve into the memories of the gourd youth. Besides the urgency to uncover the circumstances surrounding the Tang family fortress incident, Gao Chun also wished to immerse himself in the training scenes of the gourd youth, hoping to enhance his own abilities. With the bloodline eye technique used sparingly today, his ocular energy was still abundant. I hope you will be of great assistance. Gao Chun was filled with anticipation for the gourd youth. After all, he was a member of the Lu family from Zizhu town, who had awakened the sand control bloodline. He retrieved the gourd youth's head and activated the bloodline eye technique. Focusing his left eye, the memories of the gourd youth unfolded before him like scenes from a film. Gao Chun opted for maximum fast-forwarding, having no interest in the gourd youth's early childhood memories. With his ocular energy plentiful, he indulged in the browsing. He planned to first seek the origins and consequences of the Tang family fortress incident, and then, in subsequent views, immerse himself in the training scenes to enhance his abilities. 15 minutes later, the image of the gourd youth joining the Tianyi sect appeared, prompting Gao Chun to halt the fast-forward and opt for normal viewing, even slowing down certain scenes for closer examination. Gao Chun harbored no fondness for the Tianyi sect, feeling intuitively that they would become a formidable adversary. Why was the Tianyi sect seeking bloodline cultivators? This question lingered in his mind. Now that he had the opportunity to glean more about the Tianyi sect, he would scrutinize these memories with diligence. The Tianyi sect truly lived up to its reputation as humanity's foremost superpower. After reviewing the memories of the gourd youth's induction into the Tianyi sect, Gao Chun could not help but marvel. To become a formal disciple of the Tianyi sect, two fundamental conditions must be met. One must ascend to the Sky Ascension realm and master at least 2 celestial-level techniques. Those who fail to meet these criteria would forever remain peripheral members. This was merely the entry requirement for the Southern Wilderness branch. The standards at the main sect were even higher. Gao Chun felt a tremendous pressure. Collecting his thoughts, he continued to peruse the memories of the gourd youth, alternating between fast-forwarding and slowing down. Soon, he discovered the scenes he needed. He opted for maximum slow motion, even pausing certain frames to decipher the expressions of the characters, pondering their thoughts and intentions. In one frame, the gourd youth was diligently practicing when suddenly, a hawk-nosed youth burst through the door, announcing, "Peng Fei, gather your gear. Our team has a mission. We depart tomorrow morning." "Captain, could you divulge a bit about the mission?" the gourd youth inquired, eager to please. "We are fortunate. We have discovered another bloodline cultivator," the hawk-nosed youth responded, his face alight with joy. "Then congratulations in advance, Captain." The gourd youth continued to flatter. As usual, upon completion of the mission, everyone will receive generous rewards. The hawk-nosed youth exited, leaving Gao Chun frowning. His greatest perplexity regarding the Tian-E sect's quest for bloodline cultivators remained unanswered. Yet, he felt a sense of release. Indeed, it was that ring which had caused his left eye to twitch in warning, correlating the memories. The encounter between the hawk-nosed youth and the gored youth coincided precisely with the night of Little Green Mountain slaughter of Chen-Fei's team. But what secrets lay within that ring? With this question in mind, Gao Chun continued to scrutinize the gored youth's memories. The following memories depicted the gored youth collecting various necessary equipment into his storage artifact, until the next morning, when the gored youth assembled with his teammates. Under the leadership of the hawk-nosed youth, they set off towards the south. They soared through the air, encountering various factions along the way, all of whom greeted them warmly. During their journey, the hawk-nosed youth frequently consulted a compass to guide their direction. Indeed, such a powerful faction exhibited strict discipline, adhering to orders without question. Gao Chun observed the expressions of the 4 team members, often marked by confusion and doubt, yet they remained silent, entirely obedient to the hawk-nosed youth. Under his command, the 5 members of the Tian-E sect arrived before the entrance of the Tang family fortress by evening. This is it. The hawk-nosed youth examined the compass before issuing commands to his 4 companions. He then produced a jade slip to release his spiritual energy for inspection. This place is called the Tang family fortress, a sky ascension level force, with only 3 ascenders. The hawk-nosed youth gradually tucked away the jade slip, introducing the situation to his 4 teammates. This level of power poses no threat to our team, he remarked dismissively. We shall demand compliance without hesitation. Move out. Following his command, the 5 members of the Tian-E sect unleashed their full aura. The robust presence of the 5 ascenders surged forth like a raging flood, instantly alerting everyone within the Tang family fortress. Who are you? What audacity do you possess? Various voices echoed within the fortress, filled with shouts and discussions. Silence. The Tang fortress lords soared into the air, recognizing the identities of the 5 and issuing orders within the fortress. The once tumultuous Tang family fortress fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Esteemed guests of the Tian-E sect, Tang humbly welcomes your arrival and asks for your understanding regarding our tardiness. The Tang fortress lord spoke respectfully, lowering his posture significantly. There is a traitor from the human race who has fled to your Gao family fortress. Summon all cultivators within your fortress immediately. The hawk-nosed youth commanded the Tang fortress lord without courtesy. Although the Tang fortress lord was perplexed, he dared not offend the Tian-E sect and quickly gathered nearly 100 cultivators at the fortress entrance. He remained cautious, refraining from inviting the 5 members of the Tian-E sect into the Tang family fortress. It is he. The hawk-nosed youth pointed at the plump Tang with the compass. Who is he? The Tang fortress lord's expression shifted dramatically, yet he explained earnestly. This is my son, Tang Yuchen, who grew up in the Tang family fortress. Tang Yuchen is the traitor. He colluded with the demonic beings to massacre human elites. Hand him over. Otherwise, the Tang family fortress shall share in his sins. The hawk-nosed youth interrupted the Tang fortress lord's explanation with a brutal declaration of Tang Yuchen's guilt. At this moment, Gao Chun chose to pause the scene, fury swelling within him, veins bulging on his forehead. Chapter 27. The hidden master Gao Chun gritted his teeth in fury as he continued to delve into the memories of the gored youth. Although he had a general understanding of the events that transpired, he still yearned to witness them firsthand, particularly hoping that Uncle Tang was still alive. However unlikely that hope might be, in the vivid recollections, a tense negotiation unfolded between the Tang family fortress and the 5 members of the Tian-E sect, leading to a standoff. Suddenly, the protective formation of the Tang family fortress erupted violently. The fortress sheltered and concealed human traitors, refusing to surrender them. The hawk-nosed man sternly proclaimed that they were guilty by association with the traitors and declared, they must be exterminated. Kill. The 5 from Tian-E charged into the Tang family fortress, unleashing a massacre. The cultivators of the Tang family fought back fiercely, with some elderly practitioners resorting to self-detonation to inflict damage on their foes, creating a display of crimson fireworks. Then, Tang Air made his appearance. The master of the fortress and the elder with graying hair confronted Tang Air with stern questions. In turn, Tang Air articulated his reasons. The Tang family fortress was fracturing, embroiled in internal strife. The fighting ceased, and the 5 members of the Tian-E sect levitated into the air, crossing their arms, observing leisurely as spectators. The fortress master fled with the rotund Tang, while cultivators sacrificed themselves in attempts to thwart the pursuit of the Tianyi sect. Once more, the skies above the Tang family fortress were adorned with blood-red fireworks. Gao Chun's eyes glistened with moisture as tears swirled in his gaze. Despite having witnessed these scenes before, they stirred his emotions once more, leaving him unable to contain himself. He steeled his resolve and focused intently on the next images, which pertained to Uncle Tang's fate. Opting to slow the playback, the self-detonations of the Tang cultivators inflicted little tangible damage on the five from Tianyi, but they successfully impeded their chase. On the path of pursuit, the gourd youth suddenly encountered the enraged fortress master. A dialogue ensued, leading to combat. Gao Chun's pupils constricted as he fixated on the two techniques employed by Uncle Tang, astonished to discover they were super techniques. The ice domain descended, and the purple thunderstar explosion, two evolved super techniques, unleashed a power that left Gao Chun in awe and envy. When had Uncle Tang acquired such formidable techniques? Simultaneously, Gao Chun recalled Uncle Li's super technique, the Fiery Blade Frenzy. He recognized all three techniques and knew that the manuals for these techniques resided within his storage ring. The storage ring gifted to him by old Gao contained a plethora of heavenly-grade technique manuals, including many super techniques. Why did old Gao possess such an abundance of manuals? It had never seemed unusual before, but in retrospect, old Gao was indeed quite enigmatic. His knowledge and philosophies were beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. Could it be that old Gao was a hidden master? This thought suddenly surged in Gao Chun's mind. He quickly dismissed it, refocusing his thoughts as he continued to explore the gourd youth's memories. The gourd youth employed a bloodline divine ability, allowing him and the hawk-nosed man to survive the onslaught of the two super techniques. However, when faced with Uncle Tang's imminent self-explosion, the gourd youth chose to betray the hawk-nosed man. In the end, Uncle Tang detonated himself, leaving the hawk-nosed man utterly annihilated, with only the gourd youth surviving. Uncle Tang, Gao Chun murmured, tears of sorrow streaming down his face. He felt a deep appreciation for Uncle Tang's unyielding spirit, choosing to perish with his enemies rather than live alone. He admired Uncle Tang's decisiveness. Without his self-sacrifice, they could never have saved the rotund Tang. At the same time, an overwhelming sense of frustration and helplessness surged within Gao Chun. If only he were stronger, Uncle Tang would not have died. With tears glistening in his eyes and his jaw clenched, he continued to peruse the memories of the gourd youth. Suddenly, Gao Chun squinted, his mind sharpening with focus. He observed the gourd youth opening the hawk-nosed man's storage ring, retrieving two boxes. As he slowly opened one box and discovered a white powder, the gourd youth's eyes lit up, and he murmured to himself, "This powder is quite extraordinary. It can seamlessly blend into spirit crystals, and any bloodline cultivator that comes into contact with it will be marked." Upon witnessing this scene, Gao Chun felt as if struck by lightning. He finally understood why the seemingly ordinary ring from Shao Qingshan had caused his left eye to twitch with foreboding. He had always found it puzzling. The ring appeared unremarkable, and the cultivation materials within were quite common. How could it pose a threat? The answer lay within the spirit crystals. Gao Chun deduced that the ring, taken by the rotund Tang, had spirit crystals that had been sprinkled with the white powder. What was this mysterious substance? His curiosity was piqued. However, he suppressed his impulse and continued to watch. The gourd youth opened the second box and, upon discovering a red powder, became ecstatic. What could this red powder be? Gao Chun's interest intensified. He then noticed the gourd youth extracting a compass from the hawk-nosed man's storage ring. Gao Chun recognized this compass. The hawk-nosed man had pulled it out multiple times during their flight to the Tang family fortress. What was its purpose? Another question arose in Gao Chun's mind. The gourd youth sprinkled a bit of the red powder onto the compass, which suddenly illuminated, its needle slowly rotating until it pointed eastward. "Ah!" Gao Chun exclaimed, realizing the compass's function. At that moment, he had been in the eastern direction relative to the gourd youth. This compass was a guiding tool, specifically designed to point towards marked bloodline cultivators. Gao Chun exhaled a breath of pent-up air and gently closed his eyes. There was no need to continue viewing the remaining memories of the gourd youth. He required time to digest the information he had obtained and to soothe his tumultuous emotions. A quarter of an hour later, Gao Chun slowly opened his eyes, his expression calm, gentle, and wise. It was time to organize his spoils. He retrieved all the artifacts he had acquired. Although they had only eliminated one gourd youth, he had amassed the entirety of the storage treasures collected by the gourd youth. The entire Tianyi sect team, and a portion of the Tang family fortress cultivators. Among the collection of storage rings, bracelets, and necklaces, Gao Chun first opened the gourd youth's storage bracelet. The compass, the white powder, and the red powder had all been meticulously stored within it. Riches beyond measure. Gazing at the bracelet's expansive interior, filled with various cultivation materials, Gao Chun could not help but exclaim in wonder. In a concealed corner, he discovered 2 familiar boxes and the compass. Without hesitation, Gao Chun retrieved the boxes and the compass, swiftly opening the boxes to reveal the white and red powders. What were these extraordinary substances? He examined them closely, attempting to discern their nature, but could not identify them. This should not be the case. Gao Chun furrowed his brow. His knowledge was vast. From a young age, old Gao had not only imparted cultivation wisdom, but had also educated him on various elixirs, formations, artifacts, and the like, while sharing intriguing tales and legends. Could it be that these 2 powders were unique to the Tianyi sect, a newly developed creation? Gao Chun speculated boldly. His brow knitted in thought. Chapter 28. Abundant spoils. Gao Chun, relying on the memories of the gourd youth, sprinkled a small amount of red powder onto the compass. This time, however, the compass remained unresponsive. The anxiety that had been weighing on Gao Chun's heart was finally lifted. Tang Fatty was safe at last. Despite his focus on exploring the memories of the gourd youth, he had constantly worried about Tang Fatty's safety, fearing that the people from Tianyi Gate might still seek them out. If that were the case, it would endanger not only Tang Fatty, but also Uncle Li. Now that the compass showed no reaction, Gao Chun concluded that the time marked by the white powder had expired. Based on the numerous memories from the gourd youth, Gao Chun speculated that the red powder and white powder constituted a set of devices. He likened them to a key, with the bloodline cultivators marked by the white powder acting as locks. Gao Chun cautiously stored them in his storage ring. Although he was unfamiliar with these powders, he sensed their potency and utility. He planned to experiment with them on the little lowly after dawn. With the news of Tang Fatty's safety, Gao Chun found a flicker of interest in the multitude of storage rings before him. They contained a wealth of cultivation resources. For Gao Jiao Fort, these resources were akin to a timely downpour amidst a drought. The threat of hungry wolves surrounding Gao Jiao Fort had not only persisted, but had also been compounded by the looming presence of Elder Su from Zizhu Town. As for the small world relic of Baihu Mountain, Gao Chun had already claimed it as belonging to Gao Jiao Fort. He would never allow another informed individual, Elder Su, to remain alive. He was determined to eliminate him. With this intent, Gao Chun began to eagerly organize, count, and categorize the various resources within the storage treasures. He first opened the storage rings of 5 members from Tianyi Gate. They were all formidable beings of the Sky Ascension realm, as expected of the foremost superpower of humanity. As he beheld the stacks of 3rd and 4th grade spiritual objects nearly filling half the cultivation room, Gao Chun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The entire accumulation of 3rd and 4th grade spiritual objects in Gao Jiao Fort paled in comparison to this bounty. Truly, without opportunity, one cannot prosper. Gao Chun meticulously stored all the sorted 3rd and 4th grade spiritual objects into his own storage ring, intending to transfer them to Gao Jiao Fort's treasury after dawn. Once he had organized the 3rd and 4th grade spiritual objects, he turned his attention to the astonishing number of 1st and 2nd grade spiritual objects. The majority of these resources stemmed from the gourd youth's storage ring. Indeed, he was a pitiable soul. Gao Chun had delved into the gourd youth's memories, and while much of it had been fast-forwarded, he gleaned insights into his background. The gourd youth was born into the Liu family of Zizhu Town, but was a bastard child, overlooked by his father before awakening his sand manipulation bloodline, and was even bullied by a few legitimate sons. He had little sense of belonging to Zizhu Town and had quietly become an outer member of Tianyi Gate early on, diligently undertaking various suitable tasks and eventually awakening his bloodline, rising to the Sky Ascension realm, mastering 2 celestial techniques, and becoming an official disciple of Tianyi Gate. A man who does not return home in glory walks in the shadows. Yet, the gourd youth truly did not return in glory. Thus, the majority of the resources in his storage ring were 1st and 2nd grade cultivation materials suitable for everyday use. Among the 5 members of Tianyi Gate, only he had gathered numerous storage treasures from the cultivators of Tang Jiao Fort. After clearing the storage treasures of the 5 individuals, Gao Chun prepared to sift through the treasures acquired by the gourd youth. As he gazed at these treasures, a heavy heart overtook him, and he could not help but recall the scenes of blood-red fireworks at Tang Jiao Fort. To all the uncles, aunts, and brothers, may you rest in peace. I will ensure that these storage treasures are personally delivered to Tang Fatty. Gao Chun refrained from further cataloging and instead collected them all, intending to hand them over to Tang Fatty later. A gentleman has principles, and while Gao Chun did not consider himself a gentleman, he adhered to his own convictions and path. Despite the bountiful harvest, he could not find joy in it, especially when confronted with the storage treasures from Tang Jiao Fort. A pang of guilt surged within him. To some extent, the fate of Tang Jiao Fort and the death of Uncle Tang were consequences of his own actions. Had he not invited Tang Fatty to assist against Chun Fei's team, the ring would not have been encountered, and Tang Fatty would not have been marked. Everything that followed would have been averted. Gao Chun felt as if his heart were being struck by countless heavy hammers. Uncle Tang, rest assured, from this day forth, Tang Yuchen shall be my brother, Gao Chun. As long as I draw breath, I will ensure his safety. A solemn vow echoed in his heart. He did not swear to avenge Uncle Tang, for Gao Chun understood that he could not fulfill such a promise. He lacked absolute confidence in his ability to carry it out. Though he loathed Tianyi Gate, he could not deny their strength. Even with the gored youth's severed head lying before him, Gao Chun remained grounded. He understood that the successful slaying of the gored youth was primarily due to Uncle Li's efforts. Otherwise, even if he employed his bloodline abilities to inflict pain upon the gored youth's spirit, he would still be unable to harm his body. For every ascension, not only does one's spiritual power transform, but the strength of the body also evolves. This disparity reflects the difference in realms. Tianyi Gate, I shall remember you. Gao Chun noted Tianyi Gate in his mental ledger. No matter the contributions they have made for humanity, they have slain Uncle Tang, thus marking themselves as my adversaries. Currently, my strength is insufficient for vengeance, but this debt shall be recorded. When I gain the power, I will ensure that Tianyi Gate pays dearly. Gao Chun clenched his teeth, deep in thought. Simultaneously, he felt an immense pressure. Tianyi Gate was the foremost superpower of humanity. Even a mere formal disciple from a branch possessed mastery over 2 celestial techniques as a sky ascender. He must elevate his strength promptly. With a complex mood, Gao Chun did not lose his composure. He exhaled a deep breath, seated himself cross-legged, and focused his mind. How should he enhance his power next? Gao Chun began to ponder. The gored youth was a sky ascender, having comprehended the 9 realms of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. This meant that Gao Chun could immerse himself in the gored youth's training scenes and grasp the needed realms. When he had previously explored Chun Fei's memories, he immersed himself in Chun Fei's training scenes, ultimately comprehending the realm of water and ascending to the 7th tier of shadow practitioners. Now, only the realms of darkness and thunder remained unexplored. Could he, through the gored youth's memories, attain comprehension of another realm and ascend to the 8th tier of shadow practitioners? Gao Chun brimmed with anticipation, yet self-doubt soon followed. The ability to comprehend the realm of water through Chun Fei's memories was due to his prior understanding of it. However, he had yet to grasp the realms of darkness and thunder. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach great distances. Cultivation must remain grounded, devoid of illusions. How then can he swiftly enhance his strength? Gao Chun furrowed his brows in contemplation. Chapter 29. Cultivation of techniques. Realizing that he could not comprehend the essence and elevate his realm, Gao Chun resolved to focus on cultivating techniques. He quickly made his decision. Should he condense light attribute techniques or fire attribute techniques? Gao Chun felt a twinge of indecision. His profound understanding of both light and fire had led him to open numerous acupoints along both paths, presenting him with the opportunity to condense seeds of heavenly level techniques. Techniques are categorized into 3 levels: heavenly, earthly, and human, based on the number of acupoints required for their operation. The greater the number of acupoints, the more formidable the technique's overall power. Techniques requiring fewer than 36 acupoints are classified as human level. Those necessitating 36 or more, but fewer than 72 acupoints are deemed earthly level. Techniques demanding 72 or more, but fewer than 108 acupoints are considered heavenly level. Techniques requiring 108 or more acupoints fall into the category of super techniques. Gao Chun hesitated because he had an abundance of choices. His grandfather had bequeathed to him numerous heavenly level technique manuals, and there were many light and fire attribute techniques available for him to learn at present. Those who do not plan for the long term are unfit for the moment. Ultimately, Gao Chun chose the technique he had long desired and meticulously planned. While he was in urgent need of strength, he knew he could not recklessly learn techniques and squander the opportunity to condense a technique seed. Human and earthly level techniques cannot be upgraded, whereas all heavenly level techniques theoretically possess the potential for advancement. However, without a manual, upgrading a heavenly level technique to a super technique necessitates self-exploration. During the upgrade process, connecting to an incorrect acupoint could lead to a spiritual energy short circuit, akin to an electrical short circuit in reality. At best, the technique seed may shatter. At worst, it could result in an explosion of 1S Dantian. The techniques that Gao Chun cherished and had strategized for all had upgrade manuals, brimming with potential. However, they required more acupoints than he had currently opened, and he could only hope for the memories of the gourd youth. I hope you can be of assistance. Gao Chun gazed at the gourd youth's head with a serious and earnest expression. Activating his bloodline eye, he focused his left eye. Gao Chun began to sift through the memories of the gourd youth once more, with a clear objective, to seek out scenes of the gourd youth comprehending the essence of light and immerse himself within them. He aimed to deepen his understanding of the light's essence. The deeper his comprehension, the more acupoints he could unlock along the attribute path. The heavenly level technique he had long desired, radiant purification, required 96 acupoints. However, he had only opened 86 acupoints along the light attribute path, necessitating the correct unlocking of 10 additional acupoints. The maximum number of acupoints that can be opened by the shadow user is 99. He hoped that among the 13 unopened acupoints, exactly 10 would be those required for radiant purification. This meant he had only 3 chances to make a mistake. If he made a 4th mistake, he would have to advance to the ascendant realm to learn this technique. There are 2 states for comprehending the essence. One is to remain focused without concern for the acupoints being opened. The other is to connect with the technique and attempt to unlock the correct acupoints. The first state is suitable for advancement and is the most efficient method of comprehension, favored by most cultivators. The second state requires more time and resources. At this moment, Gao Chun chose the second state. Yet he could not ensure that the acupoints he unlocked would be 100% correct, still possessing a significant element of uncertainty. With a clear purpose, Gao Chun opted to fast-track his progress until he encountered a scene of the gourd youth comprehending the essence of light, at which point he would choose to browse normally. In the vision, the gourd youth basked under the scorching sun, experiencing the searing intensity of light. In another scene, he lay in the warm winter sun, feeling the comforting warmth. In yet another, he awaited dawn in the dark of night, sensing the light piercing through the darkness to illuminate the earth. Gao Chun held his breath, concentrating fully as he immersed himself in the gourd youth's training, embodying the gourd youth himself. He perceived the light's searing heat and ferocity, as well as its warmth and brilliance. At that moment, Gao Chun split his focus. On one hand, he continued to grasp the essence of light. On the other, he contemplated the heavenly level technique radiant purification. This technique, being a dispelling technique, could instantly negate or remove control, whether in group or individual situations. Gao Chun had long memorized the locations of the 96 acupoints required for radiant purification. Therefore, he devoted himself to comprehending the essence of light while immersing himself in the positions of the acupoints needed for the light attribute path. With a sudden pop, an acupoint opened. A smile crept onto Gao Chun's lips. It was one of the required acupoints. He dared not let his concentration waver and continued in this dual-focus state. Pop, pop, pop. Another 6 correct acupoints opened, and Gao Chun was overjoyed. Just 3 more acupoints, and he would be able to condense the seed for radiant purification. Encouraging himself inwardly, he pressed on. Pop. Another acupoint opened. Yet Gao Chun's expression shifted. This was not one of the required acupoints. He still had 2 chances for error. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he remained undeterred and continued in his dual-focus state. Pop. Another acupoint opened. However, Gao Chun's expression grew grave. Unease settled in his heart as he realized only 1 chance remained. At this moment, the best course of action would be to halt his training, allowing himself to regain composure before resuming. But Gao Chun could not afford to do so. He was currently immersed in the gourd youth's training memories through his bloodline eye, embodying the gourd youth. If he stopped now, he feared he might never again access the gourd youth's comprehension of the essence. As the master of the bloodline eye, he understood the abilities it granted him. Pop. Another acupoint opened. A weary smile of resignation crossed Gao Chun's lips. All 3 chances for error had been exhausted. Alas, alas. He sighed, fully relaxing his mind. What I gain is fortunate. What I lose is my fate. He no longer fretted over his losses. Even if he could not grasp this technique in the Shadow Realm, he would surely master it in the Ascendant Realm. His ascension to that realm was merely a matter of time. He brimmed with self-assurance. Chapter 30. The new technique. With a decisive click, the final acupoint was unlocked. A blissful smile graced Gao Chun's face. For all 99 acupoints required for the celestial level technique, sunlight purification, had been opened. How fortunate I am. Gao Chun mused sincerely. He then shifted his focus, immersing himself in the essence of light, disregarding the acupoints entirely. Moments later, Gao Chun gently closed his eyes, completely sealing his bloodline pupils. His comprehension of the essence of light came to an end. Light not only brings warmth and brightness, it can also crack the earth and melt ice, dispelling darkness. Gao Chun's understanding of the essence of light deepened further. He was now ready to condense the seed of the purification technique. Gao Chun felt exhilarated. A master controller of a battle team must not only dominate the enemy, but also dispel their control. Currently, Gao Chun had mastered the speed technique, Gale Passage, and the control technique, Earth Stun. Only by mastering the technique of sunlight purification could he truly be considered a perfect controller. With his eyes closed, he silently sensed the 99 acupoints opened within the light attributes meridian. They pulsed as if alive, breathing in and out constantly. Gao Chun meticulously searched, identifying the 96 acupoints required for sunlight purification and simulating how to connect them according to the technique manual. After repeated simulations, he became quite familiar with the connection route. It was time for the formal operation. Gao Chun slowly opened his eyes, his bright gaze shimmering with determination. He carefully controlled his Dantian's spiritual energy, guiding it along the simulated route through each acupoint required for the purification technique. Time passed, and all 96 acupoints were successfully linked. A deep sound resonated from his Dantian's energy sea as a seed the size of a bean began to form, coalescing. It was done. Gao Chun beamed, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat. The technique seed floated quietly in his Dantian's energy sea. It served as a switch for spiritual energy output. To cast the technique, one merely needed to activate it. The Dantian's energy would automatically flow along the connected route, passing through each acupoint and ultimately manifesting the profound technique. Successfully condensing a technique seed indicated mastery of that technique. As for maximizing its power, that depended on one's combat experience. Gao Chun longed to exit the training room and test the might of sunlight purification in the arena. Yet, he restrained his excitement. Firstly, it was late at night, and any actions might alarm the practitioners within the fortress, leading them to misinterpret the situation. Secondly, Gao Chun did not wish to waste the memories of the gored youth. The longer the time from death, the more memories would dissipate. Next, should he contemplate the essence of water or fire? Gao Chun began to ponder, estimating that his eye power could comprehend one more essence. Among the 7 essences he had already grasped, his understanding of the water essence was the shallowest, with only 10 acupoints opened in the water attributes meridian. According to common practice, Gao Chun should prioritize the comprehension of the water essence. The more balanced the essences understood, the more stable the Dantian's energy sea would become, facilitating smoother manipulation of spiritual energy. However, Gao Chun felt a twinge of greed, continuing to grasp the fire essence, where 99 acupoints had been opened, precisely matched the requirements for the celestial level technique. Fire Lotus Spitting Pearls. He was particularly envious of this technique, which combined attack, control, and defense, effective both on the ground and in the air, catching the enemy off guard. Its function was to trap foes within the lotus that spewed fire pearls, as long as the lotus remained unbroken. The enemy would be relentlessly attacked by the fire pearls. Simultaneously, one could position themselves within the lotus, rendering them immune to harm unless the lotus itself was destroyed. Among the numerous technique manuals given to him by Old Man Gao, Fire Lotus Spitting Pearls had caught his eye immediately. It was, in fact, his favorite among the 9 techniques he had chosen. Unfortunately, it required 99 acupoints. Up to now, Gao Chun had only opened 88 acupoints in the Fire Attributes Meridian. Given his affection for Fire Lotus Spitting Pearls, all 88 opened acupoints were precisely what it needed. Gao Chun understood that he had already condensed 3 technique seeds, reaching the limit of the shadowless realm. Even if the Fire Attribute S Meridian opened all 99 acupoints, he could no longer condense any more technique seeds. But what of it? Once he ascended to the sky-soaring realm, he would be able to condense the technique seed immediately. What a delight that would be. Determined, Gao Chun resolved to comprehend the fire essence. With resolve firm, he opened his bloodline left eye without hesitation, gazing at the head of the gored youth. Unnecessary memory images were fast-forwarded to the maximum extent. Time flew by, and Gao Chun quickly found the scene where the gored youth comprehended the fire essence. In one scene, the gored youth ignited a blade of grass, the flames spreading mercilessly, consuming an entire forest. In another scene, he kindled a fire in the harsh winter, the flames roaring, providing immense comfort. One after another, these cultivation images enveloped Gao Chun, making it difficult for him to extricate himself, as countless insights into the fire essence surged like a tide in his mind. Yet, he remained clear-headed, diligently keeping track of the positions of the acupoints required for fire lotus spitting pearls. Effort begets reward. One by one, the necessary acupoints opened. The 8th, the 9th. The 10th was close. Gao Chun's heart raced with excitement. Everything was proceeding splendidly. With a decisive click, the 10th acupoint opened. It was still one required for fire lotus spitting pearls. Stay calm. Gao Chun steadied his exhilaration. Only one acupoint remained. With a final click, the last acupoint opened. The fire attribute's meridian had now opened all 99 acupoints, reaching the limit of the shadowless realm. Gao Chun was momentarily stunned, but then he chuckled softly to himself, realizing he had been greedy. The last acupoint was not one required for fire lotus spitting pearls. He had already opened 98 of the necessary acupoints. He should be content. Once he ascended to the sky-soaring realm, all attribute meridians would open 100 acupoints. Even if that last opened acupoint was not one he required, it would not matter. With a little effort, he could easily unlock the final necessary acupoint to condense the fire lotus spitting pearls technique seed. Gao Chun brimmed with confidence, especially since he possessed the bloodline pupils. He closed his bloodline left eye and gently shut his eyelids. His bloodline pupils proved immensely beneficial for technique cultivation. Gao Chun lightly massaged his slightly aching left eye, murmuring to himself, before the awakening of his bloodline pupils. His maximum success rate for opening the necessary acupoints during regular technique cultivation was only 60. In other words, when needing to open 10 requisite acupoints, his best performance had only yielded 6 correct ones, while the other 4 were incorrect. Yet, what about this time using his bloodline pupils? For the light attributes meridian, he opened 13 acupoints, getting 10 right. This was still due to his initial nervousness. For the fire attributes meridian, he opened 11, achieving 10 correct. Such a success rate was astonishing. Gao Chun was ecstatic. At the same time, a chill ran down his spine. This bloodline power was simply extraordinary. It must remain a secret from everyone. Absolutely. Today I take a leave of absence. I have important matters to attend to and no time to write. I will take a day off. Tomorrow, I will strive to write more. See you tomorrow. Today I take a leave. Chapter 31. The magical arts test. Gao Chun emerged from the training room, his face weary, yet his spirit exhilarated. He had never imagined he could so effortlessly master the celestial technique of radiant purification, not to mention that he was merely one acupoint away from Fire Lotus Pearl. Gao Chun understood that all of this was thanks to the power of the bloodline left eye. He eagerly anticipated its awakening. Gently caressing his right eye, his thoughts wandered to the small world relic of White Tiger Mountain, igniting a fervor within him. That relic must harbor treasures capable of awakening his right eye. Gao Chun was resolute. He gazed up at the sky, where the brilliant stars began to fade. Dawn was approaching, yet Gao Chun felt no inclination to sleep. He wandered to the large willow tree, casually seated himself on a stone bench, and began to contemplate the tasks awaiting him at daybreak. First, he would head to the magical arts chamber at the combat arena to experiment with his new technique. Then, he would oversee the training of the 8 young cultivators. After that, he would visit the cultivator injured by Chen Fei. Additionally, he must express his gratitude to Sister Lingling, as well as amplify his support. The more Gao Chun pondered, the more overwhelmed he felt. How could there be so many matters requiring his personal attention? He found himself in distress. Being the leader of a faction was indeed no easy feat. As he continued to contemplate and plan, a pale light began to rise on the eastern horizon, gradually illuminating the earth as the dawn slowly awakened the slumbering beings. Daybreak has arrived. Gao Chun stretched lazily, stood up, and prepared to step outside. Creak. The door to his courtyard swung open, and Li Daoqiu entered. Dao Qiu, good morning. Gao Chun greeted cheerfully. Come, let us go to the training ground together. Of course, replied Li Daoqiu succinctly. Observing his leader in good spirits eased his own worries. He had been concerned throughout the night that Gao Chun might be disheartened and despondent due to the events at Tang Family Fortress. To his surprise, after a night's rest, Gao Chun had managed to adjust his emotions. Truly, he thought, my leader is impressive. What a resilient man. Unbeknownst to Gao Chun, Li Daoqiu's thoughts were clouded with self-doubt. Daoqiu, Gao Chun began, I have acquired a new magical technique. He shared this delightful news with his brother. The magical arts knowledge of each cultivator was a closely guarded secret, vital to their lives, and not to be disclosed lightly. However, as Li Daoqiu was his brother and a companion in battle, a deeper mutual understanding would enhance their collaboration. What? Li Daoqiu exclaimed, initially taken aback, then his expression darkened. The leader had already mastered 3 celestial techniques, while he felt like a useless failure. They were the same age. Yet he lagged behind Gao Chun not only in cultivation but also in magical arts. As Li Daoqiu's self-esteem plummeted, he clenched his hands tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Gao Chun sensed Li Daoqiu's distress. In the next moment, he grasped the reason. Though his brother was typically reserved, he possessed a strong sense of pride and an underlying arrogance. Gao Chun felt compelled to comfort and guide Li Daoqiu. Daoqiu, do you feel inadequate? Sharing the same age, yet your cultivation isn't as advanced as mine, and you have only mastered 1 technique. Gao Chun's words startled Li Daoqiu. Could his leader read minds? Ignoring Li Daoqiu's surprise, Gao Chun continued, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. While you admire my talent for cultivation, I greatly envy your analytical and strategic abilities. We are brothers, inseparable. What is mine is yours. With Gao Chun's encouragement, Li Daoqiu's mindset gradually returned to normal. Indeed, my leader is a bloodline cultivator. To be my leader, he must excel beyond me. As they conversed and walked briskly, they soon arrived at the combat arena. Gazing at the array of exquisite training facilities, Gao Chun felt an even greater yearning for strength. He was determined to protect all of this and prevent others from taking it away. The two swiftly entered the magical arts testing room, a pivotal training ground of the Gao family fortress, its significance surpassing that of the 9 major comprehension zones, such as the Volcano, Thunder Field, and Wind Valley. The authority to access it rested solely with the acting fortress master. This cauldron is truly marvelous. Li Daoqiu marveled. Although he had visited the magical arts testing room numerous times, he remained in awe of the sole large cauldron within. Indeed, the entire testing room housed only one seemingly ordinary 5-legged round cauldron, standing over a meter tall with a diameter of 2 meters. Its dark exterior revealed it to be constructed of the most inexpensive first-grade spirit iron. In contrast, the floor and walls of the testing room were made of precious 4th-grade spirit copper. Indeed, the cultivation world is truly enigmatic, Gao Chun remarked as he caressed the cauldron. Though it appeared ordinary, it was exceptionally remarkable. By placing corresponding treasures of comprehension into its 5 legs, it could unleash techniques of attack, defense, control, assassination, and assistance. It was nothing short of a divine artifact. Gao Chun had once inquired of old man Gao why such a treasure was kept here instead of hidden away. Even now, he did not fully comprehend the answer. Nevertheless, it did not diminish his admiration for old man Gao. He was indeed remarkable. Amidst his reflections, Gao Chun retrieved a 2nd-grade comprehension stone and placed it into the cauldron's 3rd stout leg. The legs of this cauldron varied in thickness, each containing significant secrets. The thickest leg corresponded to attack techniques, the 2nd to defense, the 3rd to control, the 4th to assassination, and the 5th to assistance. Gao Chun had always disagreed with this arrangement. In his view, control techniques deserved to be ranked first. The 2nd-grade comprehension stone rapidly melted within the cauldron, and Gao Chun positioned himself accordingly to welcome the techniques that the cauldron would unleash. Having utilized the cauldron countless times, he was well aware of the specific positions for each type of technique. Before long, the cauldron emitted a cloud of smoke. Suddenly, a large, yellowish sandy net erupted from the cauldron, heading straight for Gao Chun. His eyes lit up with anticipation as he had been waiting for this moment. He immediately summoned his spiritual energy, activating the dormant seed of the radiant purification technique nestled in his dantian. With a surge, the technique's seed was ignited, causing spiritual energy within his dantian to surge forth like a mighty tide, flowing through one acupoint after another, ultimately converging at the final acupoint, his right palm. Gao Chun raised his right hand, releasing his spiritual energy. Instantly, the energy underwent a mystical transformation, manifesting a divine power. His right hand cradled what resembled a small sun, radiating brilliance and purity. As the sandy net spewed forth from the cauldron met the light, it melted away in an instant, like freshly fallen snow. Chapter 32. The young practitioner indeed impressive. Gao Chun felt a surge of joy, thoroughly satisfied with his newfound technique. With this skill under his belt, he could finally claim the title of the perfect controller for his team. Li Daoqiu, observing from the side, was filled with envy. The new technique his leader had mastered was a dispelling art. Truly remarkable. Li Daoqiu understood the complexity of mastering such a technique. He had never heard of any practitioner achieving this level of skill within the shadowless realm before. His leader was the first, perhaps even the last. Li Daoqiu felt a swell of pride for having such a genius as his leader. Daoqiu, come stand here. Gao Chun's voice interrupted Li Daoqiu's thoughts. Although he was unaware of Gao Chun's intentions, he complied without hesitation, placing complete trust in him. Gao Chun offered no explanation, walking directly to the large cauldron and retrieving 2 second-grade essence stones, casting them into the cauldron. Soon, the stones melted, and smoke billowed from within. With a sudden burst, a massive net of sand and stones leapt from the cauldron, ferociously lunging toward Li Daoqiu. What was the leader planning? Confusion filled Li Daoqiu's mind. Yet he remained rooted in place. The net enveloped him, tightening around him like a living creature, binding him securely. Simultaneously, he felt the sand and stones sealing all his meridians, rendering him unable to summon or circulate his spiritual energy. This technique is truly remarkable. Gao Chun gazed enviously at the controlling art emanating from the cauldron. The sandstorm net belonged to the heavenly tier of techniques, which he had learned about from his grandfather's jade slip. Unfortunately, his earth attribute meridians had already coalesced into a state of earth-induced dizziness, leaving him no opportunity to master a second earth technique. Though a tinge of regret lingered, it quickly dissipated as he hastily approached Li Daoqiu, ready to cast his spell. Luminous technique, purification of light. In an instant, a radiant sun seemed to rise from Gao Chun's palm, its brilliance pure and serene, not at all blinding. The sand and stone net binding Li Daoqiu melted away like snowflakes upon encountering the light, vanishing without a trace. Li Daoqiu regained his freedom and felt his spiritual energy flow smoothly once again. This technique is astounding, Li Daoqiu marveled, recognizing its ability not only to negate controlling techniques but also to release one from their effects. It was nothing short of a nemesis to controlling arts. Gao Chun beamed at Li Daoqiu, who wore an expression of astonishment. It was quite a feat to elicit such a reaction from the usually aloof Daoqiu. A small sense of pride swelled within Gao Chun. Leader, with this technique, our team's tactics. Li Daoqiu began, his expression bright with excitement, but abruptly halted, his face stiffening. He realized that it was just the two of them. How could they speak of a team? Although they had discussed the composition and tactics of the team countless times, the reality was. Gao Chun, understanding Li Daoqiu's thoughts, patted his shoulder confidently. There will be a team. Then, the two departed the technique testing room side by side. The golden morning light bathed the earth. The trees in the training ground either bowed their heads, gracefully accepting the morning light, or stood proudly, defiantly waving their branches in an attempt to split the dawn. Where are they? Observing the empty training ground, Gao Chun frowned. These 8 young practitioners were exceedingly lazy. It seemed the lessons from last time had not instilled a lasting impression. Gao Chun felt a pang of frustration, resolving to intensify his efforts. Li Daoqiu. He initially intended to remind Gao Chun that the designated training time had yet to arrive. Practitioners primarily grasp their essence through comprehension. Relentless toil yields little effect. Hence, the young practitioners came to the training ground relatively late each day. However, considering the currently envisioned Gao Chun's team, which comprised only 2 members, Li Daoqiu chose to remain silent. It was also beneficial for the leader to motivate and challenge these 8 young practitioners from time to time. The two stood in silence, waiting as the morning light enveloped them. Time passed swiftly, and soon a tall girl with exquisite features appeared on the training ground. Chen Li, with commendable talent, had become a 3rd-tier shadow practitioner by the age of 12. Moreover, she trained with remarkable diligence. Gao Chun recognized her at once. In truth, Gao Chun was familiar with each of the 18 practitioners currently in the Gao family fortress. As for the 8 young practitioners he held in high regard, He knew them like the back of his hand. Chun-Li spotted Gao Chun and Li Daoqiu, her eyes brightening as she dashed over, standing at attention and greeting. Fortress Master, Deputy Fortress Master. Li Daoqiu's face flushed slightly. There was no such position as Deputy Fortress Master in the Gao family fortress. It was a title Gao Chun had whimsically assigned him. Gao Chun smiled, playfully tapping Chun-Li on the forehead. Clever one. It's not yet training time. Just call me brother. Brother Chun. Brother Daoqiu. Chun-Li's face lit up with a bright smile, greeting them sweetly. Gao Chun affectionately ruffled Chun-Li's hair, having high hopes for the little girl. Among the 8 young practitioners, she displayed the highest cultivation talent and the strongest ambition. Brother Chun, I didn't see you at the fortress all day yesterday. Chun-Li pouted, nestling into Gao Chun's embrace, and whined, Lear missed you so much. Don't be shy. You're nearly grown. Gao Chun replied, feeling a tad uncomfortable. Though only 12. Chun-Li was tall and had matured early, wriggling in his arms. Giggle. Laughter bubbled from Chun-Li as she squirmed in Gao Chun's embrace. Ahem. Gao Chun firmly pushed the little girl away, adopting a serious expression. Your classmates have arrived. Hurry and gather. Yay. Chun-Li stuck out her tongue, making a funny face at Gao Chun before bouncing away. This little girl is quite the spirited one, truly a handful. Gao Chun sighed. Li Daoqiu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. It seemed all the children in the fortress adored their leader. No, it was more accurate to say that everyone in the fortress, including himself, cherished Gao Chun. He possessed an affable charm that made people feel comfortable and secure. Before long, all 8 young practitioners arrived in succession. Upon seeing Gao Chun, they instinctively approached to greet him. After all, one does not strike a smiling face, no matter how dissatisfied Gao Chun felt with them. He could only respond with a smile. These 8 young practitioners ranged in age from 15 to 8. Due to their small number, they practiced together in a unified manner, collectively referred to as the Young Practitioners Camp. Gao Chun, Li Daoqiu, and Li Lingling were all graduates of this camp. The conditions for graduating from the Gao family fortress's Young Practitioners Camp were twofold. One must be at least 16 years old, regardless of cultivation level, or master a heavenly tier technique, regardless of age. Gao Chun had graduated at 14 after mastering his first heavenly technique, the Gale Passage. Chapter 33. Institutional Reform. Although Gao Chun graduated from the Young Practitioners Camp at the tender age of 14, the 8 youths surrounding him were predominantly his classmates. Among them, several older ones had been his childhood companions, having played together in the mud since their earliest days. Thus, even after Gao Chun ascended to the position of acting lord of the fortress, they remained as carefree and relaxed as ever. Brother Chun, I heard that Chen Fei, that ungrateful wretch, nearly took you and Daoqiu down. Thankfully, Uncle Li arrived in time. Could you share the details of the battle with us? Brother Chun, ever since you pursued Chen Fei the other day, we haven't seen you. Where have you been? Brother Chun, the area control technique you showcased the other day was so impressive. I wish to cultivate it. Could you teach me? It was a question from a stout and earnest boy that rendered Gao Chun momentarily silent. The stout boy said, Brother Chun, I am 15 this year and have already attained the 5th level of Shadow Practitioner. However, I am utterly perplexed by the 4 realms of comprehension that elude me. Upon hearing this, Gao Chun's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a countenance as dark as water. He felt a surge of anger rising within him. But the stout boy quickly pleaded, Brother Chun, please grant me 1 more minute. After I finish, feel free to reprimand me as you wish. Very well. Continue. Gao Chun struggled to suppress his anger. The training ground fell silent, the tension palpable as the youths exchanged glances, occasionally casting incredulous looks at the stout boy. Gao Chun was usually amiable, yet when provoked, he could be more severe than a parent. The other youths mourned for the stout boy's predicament. The stout boy continued, Brother Chun, my cultivation talent has reached its peak. My understanding of the realm of fire is profound, yet my fire attribute path has only opened 52 apertures. Over the past 6 months, I have focused solely on the realm of fire, yet I have only managed to open 2 more apertures. I have attempted to comprehend the other 4 realms, yet not a single aperture has opened. At this rate, I fear I will need another year to graduate. But this year would be a complete waste of time and resources for cultivation. I refuse to accept this. His voice rose dramatically. I am already a 5th level shadow practitioner. I am fully capable of contributing to the Gao family fortress. His face flushed with fervor. He shouted passionately, tears streaming down his face. Brother Chun, I beg you. I am kneeling before you. Gao Chun rushed to stop the stout boy from kneeling. He wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. The graduation requirements for the young practitioners' camp had been established since the founding of Gao Family Fortress by Old Master Gao. For over a decade, these regulations had functioned smoothly. This display from the stout boy was a first for Gao Chun. He could sense the boy's deep-seated aversion to cultivation, or more accurately, his disdain for the life within the young practitioners' camp. The stout boy yearned for freedom, aspiring to pursue his dream of becoming a spiritual plant cultivator. Faced with the boy's earnest desire, Gao Chun found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to grant his wish. Huji, Brother Chun hears you and understands your sentiments. Gao Chun finally spoke gently. Allow me to consider your plea, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory response after the morning class. He then instructed Li Daoqiu to continue serving as the mentor of the young practitioners' camp in his stead, and withdrew to a secluded spot to sit on the ground. The earlier scene with Li Hu had left a profound impact on his thoughts, not merely limited to the graduation rules of the camp. Gao Chun began to contemplate other long-standing regulations of Gao Family Fortress. Did these old customs require alteration? Ever since Old Master Gao departed a month ago, leaving him as the acting lord, the external environment surrounding Gao Family Fortress had become precarious, and he felt an immense weight of responsibility. Thus, he had focused solely on enhancing his cultivation and strength, neglecting potential institutional reforms. During Old Master Gao's tenure, Gao Chun had often criticized him. Why should practitioners of Gao Family Fortress be limited to cultivating only celestial-grade techniques? Each individual's talent varies. To this day, Gao Chun could not fathom why Old Master Gao insisted that practitioners could only cultivate celestial-grade techniques. While such techniques possess great potential for advancement, not every practitioner is a genius. Perhaps when Old Master Gao resided within the fortress, no one dared to encroach upon Gao Family Fortress. Even with a few more practitioners mastering non-celestial techniques, it would be inconsequential. Gao Chun could only speculate. Yet now, everything had changed. Every additional practitioner of techniques would bolster their strength. Moreover, they would soon face Elder Su from Zizhu Town. Gao Chun's gaze transformed from uncertainty to resolve. The regulations set by Old Master Gao were not infallible. I must evolve with the times and adhere to the truth. Only by reforming certain antiquated customs can we swiftly enhance the strength of Gao Family Fortress, vanquish our adversaries, and break the stalemate. Having made his decision, Gao Chun resolved to abolish the regulation mandating that practitioners of Gao Family Fortress could only cultivate celestial-grade techniques. With this determination, his eyes sparkled with clarity and brilliance as he swiftly devised subsequent plans. Excluding Old Master Gao, Gao Family Fortress currently housed 18 practitioners, 8 young practitioners, and 10 adult practitioners, those over 16 years of age. Among the 10 adults, only 4 were adept in techniques: Gao Chun, Li Jinqing, Li Daoqiu, and Li Lingling. The more Gao Chun pondered, the brighter his expression became, and a complete battle team began to take shape in his mind. He brimmed with confidence that they could not only defeat, but potentially eliminate a soaring practitioner. Once the Gao Chun battle team was established, the strength of Gao Family Fortress would nearly double. With a deep exhale, Gao Chun quelled the excitement bubbling within him. If he permitted adult practitioners to cultivate earth-grade techniques, what of the young ones? He had to tread carefully. The young practitioners were still in their formative years, brimming with potential. Should they ascend to the soaring realm, all their attribute paths would open 100 apertures in an instant. Could celestial-grade techniques be learned so casually? Ultimately, Gao Chun decided that the young practitioners would continue to adhere to the old regulations. As for Lu Hu, he would be treated as an exception. After contemplating all these matters, Gao Chun rose swiftly and dashed out of the training ground. He intended to seek the opinions of his 2 elder brothers, Li Jinqing and Li Daoqiu. As for motivating and supervising the young practitioners, along with the plans devised at dawn, such as visiting Uncle Chun and Li Lingling, they would have to be postponed. No plan could keep pace with the rapidity of change. Chapter 34. The green personality Gao Chun made his way directly to the residence area of the cultivators. Among the 18 cultivators currently residing in Gao Family Fort, aside from Uncle Chun, who lived in the mortal zone on the back mountain, the others all lived together. Gao Chun first visited Li Daohing, whose courtyard was relatively close to his own. Knock, knock, knock. Gao Chun rapped on the door of Li Daohing's courtyard. He surmised that Li Daohing should be home at this hour. Who is it? A slightly weakened voice echoed from within the courtyard. The door then swung open. revealing a tall young man with thick brows and large eyes. However, his usually rosy complexion had turned unusually pale. "Brother Dowling, has your injury not healed yet?" Gao Chun inquired gently, frowning. During their pursuit of Chen Fei, they had been frozen by a spell, sustaining some injuries. Yet, while Li Daoheng had been frozen alongside them, his injuries were evidently more severe. Why had he not recovered yet, while Li Daoqiu had? Was there some hidden truth he was unaware of? Cough, cough. "I'll be fine in another day or two," Li Daoheng replied softly. "Chunzi, come in and sit down." "Brother Daoheng, are you hiding something from me?" Gao Chun entered the courtyard and asked directly. "Uh-huh." Li Daoheng offered an embarrassed smile. At that time, Chen Fei was in a rush and not only cast a spell to freeze us. Had it not been for Daoqiu's timely arrival, we might not have made it. He spoke lightly, but Gao Chun felt a surge of anger. Chen Fei was truly despicable. If not for their luck, Gao family fort would have lost several cultivators. "Why didn't you tell me about this at the time?" Cough, cough. "We didn't want you to act impulsively." Gao Chun was left speechless. Did they truly view him as an irrational, impulsive youth? "Chunzi, that white-eyed wolf Chen Fei has already been dealt with by Uncle Li. There's no need to dwell on him." Seeing Gao Chun's displeased expression, Li Daoheng quickly sought to reassure him. "Indeed, Brother Daoheng is right." Gao Chun hastily adjusted his mindset. Why bother arguing with the deceased? "Brother Daoheng, I have something important to discuss with you." Once Gao Chun had regained his composure, he spoke plainly. Li Daoheng's demeanor was calm and unassertive, embodying what Gao Laopapa referred to as the typical pigeon-like personality or green personality. Individuals with a pigeon-like personality are easy to communicate with and get along with, yet they often lack initiative and decisiveness. Thus, Gao Chun stated his resolution directly. "Brother Daoheng, I want you to learn earth-level techniques." "Oh." A fleeting look of surprise crossed Li Daoheng's face before it quickly vanished. "No problem. Brother Daoheng, aren't you going to inquire about the specific reasons?" Gao Chun feigned ignorance, knowing full well the implications of altering the rules of Gao family fort. "It's a significant matter, and I trust your judgment." Gao Chun was internally amazed. How delightful it was to have a cultivator with a green personality. According to Gao Laopapa's theory of personality, human character can be broadly categorized into 5 types. Lion type, yellow personality. Assertive with strong leadership. Peacock type, red personality. Optimistic with exceptional communication skills. Owl type, blue personality. Silent with profound contemplation. Pigeon type, green personality. Peaceful with strong compliance. And chameleon type, colorful personality, adaptable and changeable. Brother Daoheng, here's the situation. Gao Chun felt it necessary to respect Li Daoheng and provide necessary explanations. He first outlined the current predicaments faced by Gao family fort. Then he mentioned certain secrets of the White Tiger Mountain and requested confidentiality. Finally, he made it clear that in order to confront Elder Su of Zizhu Town, he needed to form a battle team. "Everything is at your discretion." Li Daoheng calmly listened and immediately expressed his stance, then waited calmly for Gao Chun's arrangements. Gao Chun was taken aback. This was far too calm. Throughout the conversation, Li Daoheng's expression had not changed in the slightest. Whether discussing Gao family fort's challenges or the confrontation with Elder Su, his demeanor remained unperturbed, devoid of worry, fear, excitement, or agitation. Truly, Brother Daoheng's composure was remarkable. Gao Chun could only comfort himself in this way. Since Brother Daoheng had stated he would defer to his decisions, he would boldly proceed with his arrangements. Gao Chun made a decision and began considering which techniques Li Daoheng should cultivate. Given Brother Daoheng's character, he would comply with any request to practice either defensive or supportive techniques. However, another brother, Li Dage, had a more lively disposition, making him better suited for auxiliary roles. Thus, Gao Chun decided to assign Brother Daoheng the role of guardian for the battle team, allowing everyone to place their trust in him. Gao Chun was well aware of Li Daoheng's cultivation situation. Nonetheless, he still inquired, "Brother Daoheng, you have the deepest comprehension of the realms of wood and water. Last month, you opened 62 channels in the wood attribute and 61 in the water attribute. Have there been any increases this month?" Upon hearing this, Gao Chun appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he felt a tempest of emotions. He had opened over 20 channels in a single night. Yet Li Daoheng had only managed 1 in an entire month. What a vast disparity. He must not reveal his bloodline abilities. Gao Chun heightened his vigilance once more. Recalling his memory and correlating it with the channels Li Daoheng had opened, he selected 3 Earth-level technique manuals of wood attributes from his storage ring. These manuals had also been gifted to him by Gao Papa. Brother Daoheng, these 3 wood-based techniques are all suitable for your cultivation. Please select one. Li Daoheng accepted the manuals without hesitation and began to review them. Time passed swiftly. Chunzi, I've made my selection. Li Daoheng returned the other 2 manuals to Gao Chun. The technique he chose was a defensive one, and its power was relatively comparable. The characteristic of the Earth-level technique, Giant Guardian, is that it swiftly conjures a wooden giant with open arms, allowing everyone to take refuge within its embrace during an attack. Brother Daoheng, you must cultivate this technique as soon as possible, Gao Chun stated firmly, then slowly rose to take his leave, stepping out of Li Daoheng's courtyard. Tonight, there will be no updates. An unexpected guest requires my attention. Alas, plans change faster than anticipated. I apologize for not delivering on my promise tonight. Good night. Everyone, see you tomorrow. Tonight, there will be no updates. I've been busy these past few days and need to take a leave of absence. There have been numerous matters at the company that require my personal attention. No updates today. Good night, everyone. Tomorrow, I'll strive for 2 updates. These past few days have been hectic. I need to take a leave of absence. Chapter 35. The Red Personality to Persuade the Next Li Daoji. One must engage in deep contemplation. Li Daoji embodies the peacock personality, characterized by a penchant for the spotlight. If he were to learn offensive techniques, he would be more than willing. However, Gao Chun's plan necessitates that he studies supportive techniques, which requires some mental persuasion. Gao Chun's current dilemma lies in how to convince Li Daoji without revealing critical information about the White Tiger Mountain-esque small world relic or the plan to eliminate Elder Su from Zhuzhou Town. Individuals with a red personality tend to be lively and talkative, often unintentionally disclosing information to others. Gao Chun is wary of sharing important details with Li Daoji. Is deception the only option? Gao Chun feels troubled. He does not wish to mislead his kin, yet he finds himself with limited choices. I'm sorry, Daoji. This is merely a benevolent falsehood. Once he settled on this, Gao Chun began pondering the second question. What type of supportive technique should Li Daoji learn? There exists a plethora of supportive techniques, including enhancements to attack, defense, speed, and the replenishment of spiritual energy. As a controller, I possess formidable offensive techniques. While Tang Panzai excels in attack, Dao Qiu is an assassin, and Dao Heng specializes in defense. Our techniques are currently quite independent and do not require additional power. My tactical philosophy is that offense is the greatest form of defense. Thus, the Gao Chun battle team, once assembled, will primarily adopt rapid assault tactics. Gao Chun engaged his mind, methodically analyzing and contemplating. When facing weaker foes, the Gao Chun team can swiftly eliminate them without expending much spiritual energy. However, when confronting formidable adversaries, they may become ensnared in protracted battles, where the ability to quickly replenish spiritual energy will determine the outcome. Ultimately, Gao Chun resolved to have Li Daoji cultivate a technique focused on replenishing spiritual energy. The mental exertion is quite exhausting. Sitting cross-legged, Gao Chun massaged his throbbing temples. He believed that direct confrontation was far more exhilarating. Yet, there is no alternative. The one who strategizes governs others, while the laborer is governed. As a leader of a faction, one must learn to think critically. Currently, Daoji is a 7th-tier shadow wielder, with his most profound understanding rooted in the realm of fire. Having opened 66 fire attribute nodes, most fire techniques are offensive in nature, and crucially, he is merely 6 nodes away from reaching 72, enabling him to cultivate celestial techniques. Daoji's second understanding lies in the realm of water, with 52 water attribute nodes opened, perfectly aligning with several techniques that suit my plan. Gao Chun then embarked on meticulous contemplation, ultimately selecting 2 techniques for Li Daoji. Having concluded his thoughts, Gao Chun rose and exited his small courtyard, heading towards Li Daoji's abode. Chapter 35 is complete. I might even save some drafts for the future. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bai Yang has gained enlightenment and is on the verge of an upgrade. In recent days, I have experienced a spark of understanding. Previously, the narrative suffered from insufficient interaction, focusing excessively on the protagonist's emotions and feelings, resulting in excessive narration and tedious prose. The protagonist's motivations for action were expressed solely through internal monologues, leading to a solitary experience that rendered the narrative monotonous and dull. A fellow reader's fan fiction provided significant inspiration. Her work thrived on interactions, rendering it vibrant and engaging while profoundly reflecting the personalities and traits of each character. More importantly, this interactive mode of expression made the prose flow seamlessly, enhancing immersion. Moving forward, I shall attempt this interactive expression style in the subsequent chapters. Revised narrative approach. As Li Daoqiu enters, a dialogue with Gao Chun will reflect the predicament facing Gao family castle. Doesn't this seem smoother and more cohesive? Another revised narrative approach. Through the injured Chen Bo, we will introduce Chen Fei. Doesn't this feel more natural? Gao Chun intends to pursue Chen Fei, prompting Chen Bo and other cultivators to intervene, each articulating their reasons for obstruction. Gao Chun remains resolute in his pursuit, delineating his justifications. Doesn't this enhance the narrative's fluidity and naturalness? Moreover, Chen Fei's introduction will be seamlessly foreshadowed through these dialogues, avoiding any abruptness. Consolidating understanding. Yesterday, I gleaned insights, and today I refrained from hastily drafting text, instead opting to deepen my comprehension. On another front, I delved into writing theories. Indeed, I have gained a fresh perspective. Engaging in this triad of exercises has undeniably elevated my writing proficiency. As I continue on this literary journey, I shall gradually begin to explore a style that resonates with my own. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Chapter 36. Defending against external threats and maintaining internal stability. Subsequently, Gao Chun directly retrieved 2 auxiliary-level Earth Tier techniques for Li Daoji to choose from. The distinction lay solely in the differing attributes of the techniques, with the condensed technique seeds connecting to various attribute pathways. Daoji, you must hasten your cultivation of this technique. Gao Chun patiently instructed. Elder Su from Zizhu Town will soon come seeking trouble with us. Once you master this technique, our team must harmonize and quickly cultivate our combat strength to overcome Elder Su. After imparting his serious instructions, Gao Chun departed from Li Daoji's courtyard. Finally, having secured the allegiance of the 2 elder brothers, Gao Chun was pleased to see his team fully assembled. It hasn't been easy, he reflected. Next, he needed to address the cultivation issues of the other 8 adult cultivators. Gao Chun was not autocratic. Although he had decided to alter the cultivation methods at Gao Family Fort, whether they wished to practice Earth Tier techniques remained entirely at their discretion. If you wish to cultivate Earth Tier techniques or require a specific type, feel free to approach me. I shall provide for you. After all, my grandfather left behind ample technique manuals. Conversely, if they preferred to continue adhering to the old rules with Heavenly Tier techniques, that was acceptable as well. Gao Chun cheerfully reached a conclusion. As for the possibility of establishing a second technique team apart from Gao Chun's, he had considered it, but ultimately decided against it. Without delay, he pinned a notification on the bulletin board in the cultivator's residential area. The message was succinct, effective immediately. Adult cultivators at Gao Family Fort may now practice Earth Tier techniques. For any inquiries regarding which techniques to cultivate, please consult the acting Lord, Gao Chun. The reform of technique cultivation had commenced successfully, and all was proceeding smoothly. However, he had no intention of altering the arrangements for the younger cultivators. They were still quite young, brimming with potential, and had ample time to ascend to the sky-soaring realm. Once they reached that level, the 9 attribute pathways would instantly unlock 100 acupoints, at which point it would be entirely appropriate for them to commence cultivating suitable Heavenly Tier techniques. Allowing them to practice Earth Tier techniques prematurely would squander their youth and innate talent. Although the situation at Gao Family Fort was dire, the younger cultivators were not yet needed. Since their presence would yield no benefit, there was no need for change. Gao Chun resolutely maintained the old regulations for the younger cultivators. As for Li Hu, who preferred farming over cultivation, that was permissible. Furthermore, all young cultivators could engage in activities they enjoyed alongside their daily cultivation. Gao Chun recognized that not all cultivators were inclined to immerse themselves solely in rigorous training. Each individual had distinct interests, and pursuing their passions could enhance their comprehension of the profound essence. Gao Chun made a joyful decision. He even considered abolishing the requirement for young cultivators to gather daily for training at the martial arts arena. Instead, he proposed a target management approach. Each young cultivator would convene at the beginning of each month to set their cultivation goals, followed by self-directed training and management. At the month's end, they would reconvene to receive rewards for achieving their goals or face consequences for failing to do so. Was this model suitable for them? Gao Chun felt a twinge of uncertainty. He lacked absolute confidence in the self-discipline of the 8 young cultivators. However, this method could stimulate their initiative, facilitating more rapid growth and maturity. Gao family fort could not afford to wait. It needed more pillars of talent. The traditional approach to technique cultivation had been amended by Gao Chun. He also harbored thoughts regarding other long-standing regulations, particularly the current material supply system at Gao family fort, which he found most objectionable. Presently, the cultivators at Gao family fort received any necessary resources from the treasury free of charge, while over 100 ordinary individuals residing in the back mountain area had their needs fully provided for by Gao family fort. Adult commoners were only responsible for reproduction, while minors focused solely on grasping the profound essence and giving birth to technique seeds. This all-encompassing free material supply system was sustainable for Gao family fort at present, since the cultivators in the shadowless realm could comprehend the essence of heaven and earth without requiring resources like essence stones. Their physical forms were still weak and did not necessitate large quantities of spiritual rice or spiritual meat for nourishment. Commoners required only a few grains of spiritual rice daily to sustain themselves. However, once they ascended to the sky-soaring realm, they would need to consume vast amounts of spiritual rice and spiritual meat daily, or their physical bodies would wither. The comprehension of the profound essence could also be accelerated with resources like essence stones. Although currently only Uncle Lee, a sky-soaring realm cultivator, consumed significant resources, it did not imply that Gao family fort would forever have only one such cultivator. Gao Chun was filled with hope for the future of Gao family fort. Not to mention geniuses like Li Daoqiu and Li Lingling, who were bound to ascend to the sky-soaring realm. He himself might soon attain that level as well. His left eye was akin to a miraculous artifact for accelerating cultivation. Gao Chun was immensely confident in his cultivation speed. Once the number of sky-soaring realm cultivators at Gao family fort increased, the demand for cultivation resources would become strained. While Gao family fort, a fourth-tier spiritual mountain, produced abundant resources, he needed to prepare for future contingencies. Furthermore, despite his grandfather leaving behind a wealth of inheritance texts, why had he not bequeathed any cultivation resources? Should the contribution point system be implemented now? Was it necessary for Gao family fort to adopt a contribution point system at this juncture? Countless questions swirled in Gao Chun's mind, leaving him feeling somewhat dizzy. Alas, this is truly challenging. Gao Chun couldn't help but lament, finding it difficult to shoulder the responsibilities of leadership. After careful contemplation, Gao Chun ultimately decided against altering the current material supply system. The primary and most crucial task for Gao family fort at present was to rectify the external crisis. He must devote all his energy to external matters. As for internal reforms, they could be gradually instituted once the external environment improved. Only after addressing external threats could internal stability be achieved. Writing summary for today, this brings us to considerations of the number of commoners and their relationship with the 18 cultivators, as well as how Gao Chun might transform these commoners into cultivators. These aspects require intricate planning. In pursuit of these specific arrangements, I penned several thousand words today. Writing a book is indeed no easy feat. Up to this point, the narrative has yet to unveil the protagonist's grand endeavors. The true beginning will commence only after the protagonist explores the White Tiger Mountain ruins. Furthermore, the worldview of this book has not yet been fully presented. This story encompasses 5 major species: humans, the overlord races, such as the Four-Eyed Clan and the Tail Clan, the beast races, the plant races, and the elf races, including mountain elves and lake elves. While the overarching framework is established, the finer details will be refined as I continue to write. To date, I have written 80,000 words, laying numerous foundations: the human superpower, Tianyi sect, the faceless void shepherd, and the identity of Gao's grandfather, among others. All have substantial roles to play in the future. We are only at the outset, and many elements of the world background need to be introduced, such as cultivation methods, promotion processes, technique levels, and the relationship between cultivators and commoners, which slows the pace of the narrative. The beginning is indeed the most challenging part. However, the pace will accelerate henceforth. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Writing summary for today, currently revising the text. These past few days have been particularly busy in reality. Fortunately, after the 5th, I will have more leisure time, allowing me to devote myself entirely to updates. The book is scheduled for release on April 1st, so I must ensure continuous updates after the 5th, with a total word count of 200,000. These past few days of relative tranquility have been dedicated to contemplating revisions. The primary focus of these revisions is to introduce interactivity while maintaining the integrity of the plot. Revising takes significantly more time and energy than writing. I kindly ask everyone to extend a modicum of patience towards me. The fact that I have identified issues and am contemplating revisions already indicates that I am making progress with earnest effort. Regardless of whether this book takes 3 years, 5 years, or even a lifetime to complete, it will never be abandoned or left unfinished. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Currently, I am engaged in revisions. This morning, I found myself in a dilemma. Should I continue updating or focus solely on revisions? The initial 80,000 words already possess a clear direction for revision, thanks to my efforts in recent days, and I have made the decision for substantial changes. The death of Gao Laojia in the narrative prompts other factions to consider the annexation of Gao's stronghold, making the logic more coherent. Additionally, I will dedicate more attention to emphasizing the predicaments faced by Gao's stronghold and identifying specific adversaries. With these adjustments, the main storyline will become clearer. Gao Chun's struggle to alleviate the plight of Gao's stronghold. Whether Gao Chun is eliminating Chen Fei's team or rescuing Tang's stronghold, everything should revolve around this central idea. The sole reason for rescuing Tang's stronghold, as established in the 80,000 words, is to repay a debt of gratitude. The reason for my morning turmoil stemmed from several days without updates, which has diminished everyone's enthusiasm, evidenced by a drastic drop in votes and comments. However, continuing to update might seem redundant, since the earlier narrative requires major revisions, should the new updates follow the previous storyline or the revised concept. After much contemplation and evaluation, I ultimately decided to pursue both updating and revising concurrently, prioritizing revisions while supplementing with updates. Having made this decision, I revisited my outline to reaffirm the story I wish to tell, a fusion of team dynamics and lordship narratives. This constitutes a novel genre, devoid of references, requiring me to navigate uncharted waters. I implore everyone to extend a little more patience towards me. My singular ambition is to articulate the story I wish to convey. This narrative is imbued with profound humanistic thought. Broadly speaking, it is a tale opposing hegemonic ideologies. More specifically, as reflected in the synopsis, it is a narrative of gratitude and loyalty, depicting one's willingness to act for family and friends. As for abandonment or an unfinished conclusion, such notions have never crossed my mind. In the coming days, I will have ample time to immerse myself in creation. Whether this story resonates with readers, and whether the writing and logic are sound, will no longer be a concern. My sole focus is to labor diligently. In order to ensure that the book is ready for release on April 1st, I must produce at least 4,000 words each day from now on. This word count is manageable without revisions. Nevertheless, I must emphasize that by April 1st, the total word count must exceed 200,000. After the 15th, once revisions are complete, I will attempt to increase the frequency of updates for the birthday of the Alliance leader, as well as for weddings and births. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Chapter 37. The current state of mortals. Gao Chun engaged in a leisurely conversation with Old Chun. His visit to the back mountain today was not only to inquire about Old Chun's injuries, but also to gain insight into the current state of mortals in Gao family fortress. While the immediate dilemma faced by the fortress was how to address the prying eyes of external enemies, Gao Chun possessed a broader vision. He understood that the growth of a power hinges fundamentally on talent, and that talent originates from mortals. Old Chun, how many mortals are there in Gao family fortress now? Gao Chun inquired directly. Upon hearing the mention of mortals, Old Chun's spirits lifted, and he enthusiastically responded, "There are currently 152 mortals, of which 108 are minors." Really? Gao Chun was taken aback with unexpected joy. The fact that there were 108 minors, under the age of 16, who could potentially comprehend the essence and become cultivators was something he had not anticipated. Before assuming the role of acting lord, he had paid little attention to the mortals. Having suddenly become the acting lord 10 days prior, he had not yet found the time to focus on their issues. Now that he had a moment to spare, it was the perfect opportunity to gain a comprehensive understanding and implement reforms in Gao family fortress. Particularly, with the recent destruction of Tang family fortress by the Tianese sect, the entire Zizhu mountain range was shaken to its core. Even Elder Su, a prominent figure in the region, dared not venture deep into the southern mountains. It was essential to seize this opportune moment to consolidate the internal resources of Gao family fortress. During Old Gao's governance, It seemed he had little regard for internal affairs, especially the cultivation of immediate combat power, with hardly any measures in place. Gao Chun understood this perspective. With old Gao's formidable cultivation, he could easily defend the fortress single-handedly with the mountain protecting formation, rendering the need for additional combat power unnecessary. However, Gao Chun recognized the imperative to cultivate immediate combat strength to navigate the current challenges. His strategy was clear. If Gao family fortress could not nurture high-level combatants, it should assemble numerous teams. With an increase in teams, the fortress's strength would multiply. The sudden revelation of so many miners filled Gao Chun with astonished delight. Old Chun, perceptive to Gao Chun's momentary daze, refrained from interrupting, surmising that he needed time to digest the information. More importantly, he was the son of Gao Changha, a renowned figure throughout the Zizhu mountain range. Although merely at the peak of the Void Ascension realm, he had records of multiple encounters with formidable Sky Ascension cultivators. A testament to his prowess, Gao Changha's reputation for integrity and righteousness had earned him respect throughout the region. Even after the collapse of the Sky Ascension secret realm, many cultivators had witnessed Gao Changha entering it. Yet, Old Chun held steadfast faith that Gao Changha would return safely. This belief stemmed from over a decade of companionship and trust. Old Chun was acutely aware of the predicament facing Gao family fortress. Gao Changha was its pillar. The news of Gao Changha's potential demise, coupled with the wealth of the fourth-grade spiritual mountain that Gao family fortress possessed, would undoubtedly attract many predatory forces. Gao Changha had numerous allies, but also many enemies, who would likely seize this moment to strike. Just 2 days prior, Chen Fei, that treacherous wretch, had already made the first move. Alas, it was not easy for Gao Chun to govern Gao family fortress at this juncture. Old Chen sighed. Yet, at this moment, Gao Chun was indeed the most suitable candidate to lead, as only he could leverage the connections left by Gao Changha to safeguard the fortress. Both Old Chun and Gao Chun, one elder and one youth, found their thoughts wandering. The small courtyard fell into a profound silence, broken only by the gentle rustling of green willow branches swaying in the spring breeze, creating a sound reminiscent of a melodious song. Old Chun, how can we help these 108 mortal children quickly comprehend the essence, cultivate their Tao seeds, and become cultivators? Gao Chun broke the tranquil silence. Having pondered this question repeatedly without any emotional response, he could only turn to Old Chun for assistance. You put me in a difficult position. Old Chun replied with a wry smile. In truth, the growth in the number of cultivators in Gao family fortress has already been quite remarkable. Out of those 100 or so mortal children, 5 have already become cultivators, a rate that surpasses other Void Ascension forces by at least double. Old Chun lowered his voice, sharing this information discreetly with Gao Chun. Upon hearing this, Gao Chun could only sigh in resignation. He recognized the truth in Old Chun's words. Typically, the conversion rate of mortals to cultivators in other Void Ascension forces hovers between 1 and 3, whereas Gao family fortress had achieved an impressive 5. Such a ratio, if spoken of, would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the Zizhu mountain range. Gao Chun understood that this high conversion rate was largely due to the efforts of old Gao. Bai Yang contemplated, accepting their valuable advice, which was one of the few commendable traits he possessed, the ability to heed wise counsel. Moving forward, all opinions regarding the text, whether delightful or harsh, should be boldly communicated to Bai Yang. As long as they are rational and well-founded, private messages are acceptable, as are direct book reviews. No matter how harsh the criticism, Bai Yang would not take offense. Rather, he would appreciate the sentiment. Your constructive critique is what will propel Bai Yang's growth. Furthermore, the upcoming updates will primarily focus on revisions while concurrently addressing prior content. However, as modifications are made in the earlier sections, subsequent parts will also undergo revisions, especially those being updated from today onward. These significant logical leaps will await future corrections. Thank you all for your unwavering support since Bai Yang began this journey, and I hope you will continue to stand by him. An additional update will follow in the afternoon. Chapter 38. Laughter lingers. Although old man Gao has departed from Gaojiabao, he left behind 3 invaluable treasures that continue to play a significant role. The first treasure, undoubtedly, is the vast array of magical techniques and cultivation manuals contained within the storage ring. These texts are the foundation for the growth and legacy of any power. The second treasure is the 5-legged cauldron located in the martial arts testing room. Gao Chun has always believed that the cauldron's purpose extends beyond mere testing. It should possess greater offensive capabilities. However, he is yet to decipher how to utilize it effectively. The third treasure is another cauldron, identical in material to the five-legged one. Seemingly ordinary, yet crafted from a substance unknown even to Gao Chun. It shares the same size as its counterpart, but differs in appearance. It has 3 legs and 9 ears. This cauldron, known as the three-legged nine-eared cauldron, is the greatest contributor to the 5 probability of mortals in Gao Jiabao transforming into practitioners. Each of its 9 ears is of a different hue, representing the 9 realms of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. When intention stones are placed within the cauldron's ears, a faint mist emerges, which greatly aids mortals in comprehending these realms and engendering the seeds of Tao. However, it is of little use to practitioners. This situation left Chun Bo at a loss for words. Presently, there are only about 20 mortal couples in Gao Jiabao, yet their offspring number over 100. Except for a few couples facing fertility issues, each couple has at least 5 children, with one couple having already born 9. Is it really necessary to encourage further reproduction? Observing Chun Bo's expression, Gao Chun felt puzzled. What secrets could possibly be withheld from him? After all, he is currently the head of Gao Jiabao. Realizing that Gao Chun had misunderstood him, Chun Bo quickly explained the current state of mortals in Gao Jiabao, particularly concerning their reproductive situation. He even detailed how he had encouraged and supervised certain young couples to have children. Understanding dawned upon Gao Chun as he recognized Chun Bo's predicament, and he felt a slight flush of embarrassment for his earlier misunderstanding. The existing number of mortals in Gao Jiabao is entirely due to Chun Bo's efforts. Indeed, Old Man Gao had a discerning eye. Sending Chun Bo to the back mountain to manage mortal affairs was a most prudent decision. Gao Chun marveled inwardly. Nevertheless, he hesitantly inquired, Chun Bo, would increasing the reproductive incentives be effective? Not significantly. Our mortals in Gao Jiabao do not require production, Chun Bo explained. Miners are wholly focused on comprehending the realms and generating Tao seeds. Once they reach adulthood, without having grasped any realms or birthed Tao seeds, they are immediately arranged for courtship, marriage, and childbirth. Chun Bo elaborated. Their sustenance and all material needs throughout their lives are provided by Gao Jiabao. The effectiveness of material rewards is minimal. The primary issue is that their reproductive capabilities have already reached their limits. Sighing, Gao Chun acknowledged the truth in Chun Bo's words. Although mortals consuming spiritual rice and fruits can enhance their physiques and slightly extend their lifespans, reproductive functions ultimately have a limit. Simultaneously, a question began to form in his mind. Is it correct for the mortals of Gao Jiabao to receive all their necessities without labor? Would this not diminish their motivation for life? Should such a policy be revised? Ultimately, Gao Chun suppressed this query. It was not the right moment for such deep contemplation. How to increase the number of practitioners in Gao Jiabao? This dilemma troubled Gao Chun. With such a vast expanse of land in their 4th-grade spiritual mountain, having only 18 practitioners is indeed a pressing concern. Chun Bo, is it possible to attract some mortals from elsewhere to settle in Gao Jiabao? A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Gao Chun as he posed the question, looking at Chun Bo with hope. In this peaceful era, attracting mortals to settle in Gao Jiabao is nearly impossible. Chun Bo observed Gao Chun's eager expression, understanding his aspirations. Yet he had to remain realistic. Every power recognizes that practitioners originate from mortals, and thus they regard them as vital resources, imposing population controls. Upon hearing this, Gao Chun's gaze dimmed slightly, yet he pressed on. Since mortals are resources, could we not purchase them with spiritual crystals? More importantly, given the current situation, do we even need to acquire mortals? Chun Bo countered emphatically. Indeed, Gao Chun sighed in dismay. With the predatory wolves lurking around Gao Jiabao, failing to dismantle the existing perilous situation renders any acquisition of mortals futile. These very mortals might betray them in critical moments, causing destruction. Gao Chun resolutely abandoned the notion of purchasing mortals. Purizi, do not rush. Do not feel too much pressure. Our Gao Jiabao's potential for development is substantial. Chun Bo began to comfort the somewhat despondent Gao Chun with gentle words. Chun Bo, I am not that fragile. Gao Chun quickly rallied, adopting a demeanor brimming with confidence. Yet, internally, he chided himself for revealing his weakness and fatigue in front of Chun Bo. Such vulnerability serves no purpose and only burdens Chun Bo further. As the head of Gao Chun, he must shoulder all responsibilities. This is his duty. Chunbo, you have worked tirelessly for Gao Chun your entire life. Allow me to raise a toast to you. As Gao Chun conversed with Chunbo, Aunt Chun had already laid out a feast of spiritual delicacies and fruits before them. Gao Chun hurriedly poured 2 cups of spiritual wine and respectfully offered one to Chunbo. Purizi's wine must be consumed. Chunbo responded heartily, clinking glasses with Gao Chun and downing the drink in one gulp. Excellent wine. I had no idea you possessed such a fine collection. Gao Chun praised the spiritual liquor. Oh, I am surprised, Aunt Chun, that you possess the skill to brew wine. You are indeed fortunate. Of course, although my talent for cultivation is lacking, my fortunes are undeniably plentiful, Chunbo asserted. Yet, our population in Gao Chun remains too sparse. You must exert more effort. You little rascal. You've grown quite bold to jest with your elder. Spare me, I dare not. Laughter and playful banter flowed from Chunbo's courtyard on the back mountain, echoing and lingering above Gao Chun, refusing to dissipate. This morning's update has been rendered void. This is merely to lay the groundwork for Gao Chun's future development of Gao Chun. The main content concerns the layout of the family area in the back mountain, with a focus on the educational status of over 100 children, who are raised by their respective parents. However, the more I write, the more it feels amiss. Upon reflection, indeed, something is awry. It contradicts previous narratives. When so many children are playing together, did they not react when Chun Fei abducted Qin Yuan? Moreover, Old Man Gao intends to cultivate an enigmatic image. Neglecting the education of children hardly conveys depth. I must reevaluate the setting before rewriting. I still plan to update twice today. See you in the afternoon. This morning's update has been rendered void. The reason for the lack of updates these past few days is not due to prior claims of busyness, nor is it due to laziness. It is not a lack of writing enthusiasm either. Rather, my thoughts have been chaotic. To be honest, this book has encountered numerous ups and downs since its inception. At the beginning, the review section was filled with polarizing comments, even scornful remarks, followed by betrayals from so-called friends. To claim that such experiences had no effect on my psyche would be disingenuous. However, to assert that the impact was monumental would also be an exaggeration. Yet, it is true that I, in my naivety, underestimated the influence of public opinion. Maintaining an open attitude toward the reviews, not controlling the comments, and dismissing the rumors from friends. Baiyang's psychological resilience remains largely unaffected. However, his friends have felt the repercussions. Many supportive posts from friends in the book review section have inexplicably vanished, and there is an evident sense of alienation that Baiyang now experiences. Everything has changed. These myriad transformations have indeed taken a significant toll on Baiyang's psyche. Was it wrong to publish a book? Should he have refrained from doing so? Is online friendship truly so fragile? Such peculiar thoughts occasionally intrude upon his mind. Coupled with the numerous social obligations and events surrounding the new year, his ability to update has waned considerably, leading to a diminishing fervor for writing and a growing obscurity in his creative thoughts. This chain reaction resulted in only 20,000 words updated in February and a mere 4,000 words thus far in March. Yet, Baiyang is not as fragile as he appears. He has decided to cease updates and reconsider his purpose for writing. What is the essence of the story he wishes to tell? Heaven rewards the diligent. After a few days of introspection, his thoughts have regained clarity. Life is a personal experience, shaped by one's own feelings rather than the opinions of others. The true challenge lies not in life itself, but in oneself. Facing challenges with composure and acceptance marks the beginning of personal growth. If one chooses to act, they must commit wholeheartedly. Baiyang will henceforth disregard external influences and diligently complete his debut work, fearless of criticism and undeterred by time. May we possess the courage to advance even an inch, while also embracing the grace to retreat a foot. On the matter of updates, some have remarked, just read it, Baiyang has gone silent, but he shall resume updates tomorrow. Over the past couple of days, alongside some intellectual contemplation, he has reorganized his outline. Taking a brief pause has brought him considerable comfort. His writing mood is now at ease, and he is once again filled with passion for writing. The release is still set for April 1st, which means that with just 16 days remaining, he must endeavor to update at least 120,000 words. The pressure to produce is daunting. However, it is through pressure that motivation is born. Until tomorrow, regarding the updates. This has slightly deviated from the initial narrative focus of improving the external threats to Gao Jiabao, and it has created a dissonance with the earlier combat atmosphere, which some readers have noted as a reason for the inconsistency in tone. Having resolved to address external threats before ensuring internal stability, there is no immediate need to shift from a communal resource system to a contribution-based system. The education system for ordinary mortals requires no immediate alterations either. Gao Chun has voiced the strongest objections to the communal resource system, with his views on the education of mortals coming in a close second. Gao Chun has always maintained that cultural knowledge should form the foundation of any power structure. A force devoid of cultural knowledge, even if it fortuitously cultivates a few highly skilled practitioners, cannot endure. Cultural knowledge is the bedrock for the rise of any power, while martial prowess serves merely as its safeguard. Implementing a contribution system is relatively straightforward. However, reforming the educational system poses a more formidable challenge, as it is a systemic endeavor. It takes 10 years to nurture a tree and 100 years to cultivate a person. Future reforms must be approached incrementally. Hasty actions may lead to setbacks, Gao Chun muses to himself. While he does not intend to reform the existing educational system for mortal children, he feels compelled to visit the back mountain. Firstly, to check on Uncle Chun, who was injured by Qin Fei. Uncle Chun is the most senior and oldest practitioner in Gao Jiabao, currently responsible for all matters concerning ordinary mortals, including the education of mortal children. Secondly, he wishes to see the mortal children, particularly the little girl Qin Yuan, who possesses innate spiritual abilities. These mortal children are the foundation of Gao Jiabao. Aside from a rare few born with innate Dao seeds, all other practitioners awaken their Dao seeds during their youth through understanding the principles of heaven and earth. Children under 16 have the opportunity to comprehend these principles and give birth to Dao seeds. However, once they reach the age of 16 without having done so, they will remain forever estranged from cultivation. This is the immutable law of this world. As Gao Chun stepped out of the courtyard, a middle-aged practitioner intercepted him. Chunzi, Tang Si from Jiabao has come to visit you, but I did not allow him entry. The middle-aged practitioner reported in a composed manner. Chenong, you acted wisely. Our strength is currently limited. It is prudent to exercise caution. Gao Chun fully endorsed the middle-aged practitioner's actions. He then instructed, Chenong, please escort Uncle Tang to the reception hall. I will meet him there. Chenong promptly turned and left to carry out his task. Why has Tang Si come at this juncture? Gao Chun did not rush to the reception hall, but instead stood in contemplation. However, the current leadership of Tang Jiabao rests with Tang Er. Regardless of whether he opposes or acquiesces, it seems illogical for him to visit Gao Jiabao at this moment. Gao Chun felt a headache coming on. He couldn't fathom the reason behind Tang Si's current visit to Gao Jiabao. Could he have suspected that Tang Pongzi was rescued and brought to Gao Jiabao? Yet, this would also render his visit ill-timed. Could he have allied with Tang Er and come to Gao Jiabao to seek out Tang Pongzi as a show of loyalty? Or was he coerced by Tang Er to come? Each possibility seemed plausible, yet was quickly dismissed by Gao Chun. Regardless, he resolved to confront the situation as it arose and strode toward the reception hall. Before long, Gao Chun found himself in the reception hall facing Tang Si. The once vibrant and energetic Tang Si now appeared despondent, his demeanor devoid of the previous night's vigor. Although he was dressed neatly, an air of defeat surrounded him. Uncle Tang, what has happened to you? Gao Chun, intrigued by the unfolding situation, initiated the inquiry. My elder brother has died. He perished alongside the people from Tianyi sect. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Gao Chun listened quietly, his own mood sinking as a wave of sorrow washed over him. Although he had suspected the demise of Uncle Tang, the confirmation of such news still pierced his heart. He fought to suppress his grief, refraining from shedding tears. At that moment, he represented the entire Gao Jiabao, and with Tang Si's intentions unclear, he needed to maintain his composure. How is Tang Jiabao managing the aftermath of Uncle Tang's self-detonation? Gao Chun inquired hastily after Tang Si recounted the incident. My second brother personally led the practitioners of Tang Jiabao to seal off the entire site and dispatch someone to contact Tianyi sect. Tang Si provided all the information he knew without hesitation. Afterward, he turned to Gao Chun and asked, Lord Gao, did you send aid to Tang Jiabao last night? His eagerness was palpable as he awaited Gao Chun's response. Uncle Tang, after your departure, we did indeed go to assist Tang Jiabao. Unfortunately, by the time we arrived, the protective array had already been breached. Moreover, the people from Tianyi sect were not at the scene. Gao Chun chose not to reveal the whole truth to Tang Si, maintaining a grave expression as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Tang Si fell silent for a long time, his complexion shifting between shades of red and pale, revealing a tumult of emotions. Finally, he awkwardly broke the silence. The protective array was opened by my second brother. What? Gao Chun exclaimed, rising in astonishment. Despite Tang Er's discomfort, he divulged everything he knew to Gao Chun. Last night, after seeking assistance at Gao's fort, I immediately went to the in-laws at Tang's fort, allies of our faction, for aid. Upon hearing the name of Tianyi sect, they all began to fabricate excuses to delay, and some even outright refused. At this point, Tang Si paused, his expression contorting into a grimace. Soon after, he appeared utterly despondent as he continued to recount to Gao Chun. As dawn approached, I had not secured a single ally, but I could not abandon Tang's fort. To be born of Tang's fort is to die as its spirit. I personally confronted my second brother, demanding to know why he acted thus. Tang Si narrated everything with a complex expression, at times gritting his teeth, at times offering a self-deprecating smile. It was evident that he was engulfed in conflicting emotions. Gao Chun listened intently, understanding Tang Si's plight. He could sense the authenticity in Tang Si's words. Yet, why was he sharing all this with himself? What was his intention? At last, Tang Si concluded his tale and looked up at Gao Chun, somewhat lacking in confidence, stating, "While I do not endorse my second brother's actions, I can somewhat comprehend his reasoning. He ultimately preserved Tang's fort, allowing it to continue its legacy, and this must be acknowledged. Furthermore, in the end, he did not pursue my elder brother." Gao Chun remained non-committal on this matter. However, he had to concede one point. Tang Er had indeed safeguarded Tang's fort. Although his methods were somewhat disgraceful, they were undeniably skillful. Moreover, Tang Er refrained from chasing after Uncle Tang. As for his motives, Gao Chun chose not to speculate. Subsequently, Gao Chun offered words of comfort to Tang Si. Before departing, Tang Si made a pointed remark. The Lord of Gao has agreed to assist in rescuing Tang's fort, a fact he did not disclose to Tang Er. Furthermore, I shall not reveal to Tang Er that the Lord of Gao did indeed come to the aid of Tang's fort. With that, Tang Si left, and Gao Chun sat alone in the reception hall, rendered speechless for a long time. Tang Si was not a simple man. His final words clearly indicated, "The portly Tang was rescued by you, and he will keep it a secret from Tang Er." I had been somewhat careless. A wry smile crept upon Gao Chun's lips. Although he had not divulged the entire truth to Tang Si, he had admitted to having gone to Tang's fort for assistance. Compared to other allies of Tang's fort, it was highly probable that he was the one who saved the portly Tang. Moreover, he had come alone to meet Tang Si today, while Uncle Li, the highest-ranking cultivator, had not appeared at all, which was rather unusual. Gao Chun began to engage in self-reflection. Despite revealing some inconsistencies during their conversation, he felt no apprehension regarding Tang Si. Based on past experiences and their recent dialogue, Gao Chun concluded that Tang Si was a principled and responsible individual. Coupled with his evident care for the portly Tang, Gao Chun was thoroughly convinced that Tang Si would remain discreet. Through their discussion, Gao Chun discerned Tang Si's purpose for visiting Gao's fort. On one hand, it was Tang Si's personal inclination to inform allies about such a significant event at Tang's fort. Moreover, having sought aid in person the night prior, it was only natural for him to return to assess the situation amidst the upheaval. On the other hand, it was certain that Tang Er had provided some instructions. As for whether Tang Er suspected that Gao's fort had rescued the portly Tang, Gao Chun chose not to concern himself with that. He now needed to muster his spirits and contemplate how Gao's fort should respond to this predicament. The complete annihilation of a detachment from Tianyi sect was indeed a momentous affair. It was a significant event for the entire Zizhu mountain region. Regardless of the motivations at play, Tianyi sect would not let this matter rest easily. The stir of such a colossal entity as Tianyi sect would inevitably cause ripples throughout the Zizhu mountain range. Although the aftermath had been managed well, it could not guarantee that Tianyi sect would not uncover even the slightest clue. Gao Chun harbored concerns that the truth of the portly Tang's rescue and the extermination of the gourd youth would be discovered by Tianyi sect, which would lead to devastating consequences for Gao's fort. Action was imperative to divert Tianyi sect's attention, at least to distract Zizhu town. Gao Chun swiftly contemplated strategies. Tianyi sect was undoubtedly the foremost superpower among humanity, exerting immense influence. However, their reach into the Zizhu mountains had only been established in recent years. Zizhu town was the local powerhouse, possessing intricate knowledge of all the factions in the Zizhu Mountains. If they were to become involved, it was likely that the blame would fall upon Gao's fort. Something needed to be done to divert Zizhu Town's focus. Gao Chun made a decisive resolution. What kind of disruption could effectively capture Zizhu Town's attention? Gao Chun found himself deep in thought. Zizhu Town was the dominant force in the entire Zizhu mountain range, with industries spanning the region. Yet, the significant industries were heavily fortified, and with the current strength at his disposal, he could not hope to shake them. Conversely, targeting the less critical industries would not attract Zizhu Town's notice, rendering the endeavor futile. It was indeed a challenging conundrum. Gao Chun felt a headache coming on, even doubting whether he would end up bald from such intense contemplation. In the midst of his ruminations, an enlightening thought struck him. Could he not orchestrate a disturbance while simultaneously luring Elder Su of Zizhu Town out, and then eliminate him? Gao Chun realized that his thoughts were becoming increasingly scattered. Perhaps it would be wiser to consult Dao Qiuli. If one sought strategic prowess, one should certainly turn to Gao's fort's Li Daoqiu. Without hesitation, Gao Chun rose from the reception hall. He swiftly made his way to the martial arts arena. Observing Li Daoqiu diligently instructing the young cultivators, Gao Chun felt a wave of gratitude. What a splendid ally! If only there were more like him. Next came the time for personal cultivation. Upon noticing Gao Chun, Li Daoqiu promptly ceased his teaching and declared a self-study session. He then hurried over to Gao Chun. Look at him, so perceptive. Gao Chun was deeply moved. I have some ideas that require your input. Let us converse over there. With Li Daoqiu, Gao Chun was straightforward and direct. Once they had retreated to a secluded spot, Gao Chun recounted Tang Xi's visit and shared his conclusions and concerns about the situation. He expressed his desire to instigate some form of disruption to divert Zizhu Town's attention, preventing them from focusing too much on the events surrounding Tang's fort. After listening, Li Daoqiu habitually raised his right hand to stroke his chin. Gao Chun recognized this gesture as a sign that Li Daoqiu had entered a contemplative state. He quietly waited nearby. Before long, the most effective way to completely divert attention would be to incite a war between Qingshui Town and Zizhu Town, Li Daoqiu proclaimed with a look of keen insight. Yet, as soon as he spoke, it was as if a thunderclap had struck, nearly stunning Gao Chun. Gao Chun instinctively opened his mouth to reprimand him, but knowing that Li Daoqiu was not one to speak without reason, he earnestly inquired, why? Qingshui Town is the dominant power in the Qingshui Lake region and is sworn enemies with Zizhu Town. These two area-level factions have been historically antagonistic, having engaged in several wars. Moreover, their relationship has been particularly strained in recent years. Any disturbance in Qingshui Town would undoubtedly capture Zizhu Town's full attention. Although our faction is weak, if we were to instigate some trouble in the Qingshui Lake area under the banner of Zizhu Town, it would certainly provoke a significant uproar. Li Daoqiu spoke eloquently, exuding an air of authority, entirely shedding his usual reticence and icy demeanor. Gao Chun could not help but admire Li Daoqiu's strategic acumen. This fellow truly possessed a strategic vision. Furthermore, he was remarkably bold, with thoughts that soared like the wind. The proposition he presented was not only feasible, but also highly viable. Gao's fort was situated at the easternmost edge of the Zizhu mountain region, and just a few dozen miles beyond lay the Qingshui Lake area. Qingshui Town and Zizhu Town are the dominant forces in their respective regions, and the war between their aerial-level powers undoubtedly necessitates the massive conscription of the sky-reaching forces from both areas. This has engendered a profound animosity among all factions within these territories. Gao Chun, seeking to instigate turmoil, finds the sky-reaching forces of the Qingshui Lake region to be the most accessible targets. It can be aptly summarized as, instigating chaos is facile, yet the subsequent ramifications could be monumental. This aligns seamlessly with Gao Chun's strategic intent to divert Zizhu Town's attention. However, he harbors an internal reluctance towards this suggestion, for any misstep could precipitate war. It is not that Gao Chun is averse to the suffering wrought by conflict. Rather, the Gao family's stronghold lies on the border of both regions, making it the most likely front line in the event of hostilities. Are there alternative approaches? Perhaps inciting disturbances in the Zizhu mountain region. Gao Chun earnestly posed this query to Li Daoqiu, remaining patient as he awaited a response. The task is formidable. While it is conceivable to attract a modicum of attention, garnering the entirety, or even the majority, of it with their current capabilities is nearly impossible. After meticulous contemplation and analysis, Li Daoqiu provided his insights. The industries of Zizhu Town are dispersed throughout the Zizhu Mountain region, and these establishments are either rich in precious minerals or serve as rare spiritual plant cultivation sites, boasting formidable defenses. In addition to sky-reaching practitioners stationed there, numerous high-ranking shadow teams, and, most critically, protective formations are in place. Such overwhelming power renders a swift assault on any industrial point unattainable, thereby thwarting any significant upheaval that could capture Zizhu Town's attention. Without allowing Gao Chun to interject, Li Daoqiu continued to elucidate his analysis. Our sole recourse would be to launch an attack on these industrial points and then promptly retreat. Yet, this would fail to stir a considerable uproar, thus failing to draw Zizhu Town's notice. Indeed, defenders might conceal the incident out of fear of accountability, rendering our efforts even less efficacious. Li Daoqiu resolutely concluded his assessment. After hearing this, Gao Chun fell into a prolonged silence. Must he truly instigate trouble in the Qingshui Lake region? He was beset with indecision. Nevertheless, he could not dismiss Li Daoqiu's analytical acumen. The notion of orchestrating a significant event in the Zizhu Mountain region that could capture the entirety or a substantial portion of Zizhu Town's attention seemed akin to a fool's errand. Daoqiu's analysis, while flattering, did not articulate the direst of outcomes. Gao Chun was acutely aware of Zizhu Town's might within the Zizhu Mountains. Should an assault be launched against Zizhu Town, it would not be long before their identities were revealed. Gao Chun's aspiration to orchestrate a significant event to divert Zizhu Town's focus stemmed from his apprehension regarding the exposure of his rescue of Tang Fatty and the extermination of the Gourd youth. Now, to proactively attack Zizhu Town's industrial points would indeed be counterproductive. Gao Chun, undeterred by Zizhu Town in his daily life, was even contemplating how to eliminate Elder Su from Zizhu Town. This reflects a strategic contempt for the enemy while tactically acknowledging their threat. For instance, Gao Chun's decisive action against Chen Fei was predicated on two factors. First, Chen Fei's lowly status as a mere disciple meant his demise would scarcely attract Zizhu Town's upper echelon's attention. Second, Chen Fei had been covertly dispatched by Elder Su for clandestine tasks, and his death would not prompt Su to divulge any information. Should he venture into the Qingshui Lake region to stir trouble? Gao Chun commenced a careful deliberation. The decision was made to start anew. This morning, he inadvertently encountered two columns, and the insights gained were profound. When positioned in the wind's favor, even a sow can soar. Conversely, in the wind's opposition, not even a feather can rise. The current favorable winds at the starting point are life-oriented and relaxed. The previously heavy and burdensome tone is waning in popularity. The existing plot of this book entails the assassination of Chen Fei, the elimination of Chen Fei's allies, the rescue of Tang Family Fortress, and the extermination of the Gourd youth. This narrative cannot be deemed heavy and bitter, nor does it resonate with the themes of life and ease. With the direction skewed, increased effort will only distance one from the destination. These endeavors, while ultimately futile for the book's success, have nonetheless enhanced Bai Yang's writing skills. Bai Yang feels his writing has become swifter and more effortless. Next, let us discuss some plot elements and settings of this book. The left eye possesses three miraculous abilities: soul-piercing memory, reading crisis warning, left eyelid twitching. All three are combat-oriented. The right eye wields three miraculous abilities: the ability to perceive unopened meridian points, aiding companions in cultivating techniques, and healing injured practitioners. The detection of negative emotions. If someone harbors negative feelings towards Gao Chun within the right eye's field of vision, the right eyelid will twitch, amplifying his bloodline power. Array breaking. The ability to discern weaknesses in formations. These three abilities are primarily utilized in everyday life. Additionally, there is a grand move when both eyes are simultaneously activated, which remains confidential. These abilities and their associated overarching plots have long been established. However, due to Bai Yang's personal inclination towards action and conflict, he naturally assumed that many readers would share this preference. Thus, he opted to initially write about the left eye's powers. Awakening the left eye first necessitated a narrative steeped in action. The life-oriented storylines would have to wait until the right eye's powers were introduced. Now, the decision has been made to rewrite the beginning, likely starting with the awakening of the right eye, thereby advancing the previously established life narratives, such as matchmaking plots, the domineering girl archetype, and the foodie girl, among others. The decision to rewrite the beginning was not made impulsively or without careful consideration. Ever since the thought of a rewrite surfaced this morning, Bai Yang has engaged in meticulous and repeated contemplation. A small ship can easily change course. Taking advantage of the current limited word count, it is relatively simple to lay a new foundation. Is not the essence of creation to engage in vigorous experimentation? A renowned author's adage resonates with Bai Yang. Please grant Bai Yang 3 to 5 days. During this period, he will diligently compose several tens of thousands of words for the beginning, subsequently eliminating the existing plots and resuming daily updates. The plan remains to launch in April. Thus, there is no need for concern regarding the updates post-rewrite. Of course, it won't be on April 1st. Rest assured, we shall meet again in 3 to 5 days. As for the synopsis of the new book, the adage knowing is easy, doing is hard rings true. Prior to embarking on this literary journey, Bai Yang studied numerous theories: rhythm, main plot arcs, moments of exhilaration, anticipation, emotional engagement. He comprehends the significance of these vital theories. Yet, when it comes to writing, it either turns out dry and monotonous or overly verbose and florid. Not only do readers find it lacking, but Bai Yang himself feels the same. Why is this the case? Why does the narrative fail to elicit a sense of anticipation or satisfaction? Bai Yang has been pondering these questions. Through in-depth study over the past 2 days, he finally unearthed the root of the issue. The previously penned plot comprises 4 elements: the assassination of Chun Fei, the elimination of Chun Fei's allies, the rescue, leading to the demise of the gored youth, internal reform. The cultivation has merely advanced a single tier, with the addition of 1 technique and a brief mention of resources. What is the most exhilarating aspect of monster slaying and leveling up? Undoubtedly, it is the rewards and growth that follow such encounters. This imparts a profound sense of fulfillment and achievement to the reader. However, the existing narrative utterly misaligns with this emphasis. Not to mention the emotional engagement for readers, the hatred for enemies, the fervor during battles. Yet, it is presented in a literal manner. Thus, a complete rewrite is warranted. In the realm of fantasy literature centered around monster slaying and leveling up, while there remains a niche market, it demands a more profound literary skill in today's landscape. But does Bai Yang, as a newcomer to online literature, possess such prowess? Can a newborn child run? Perhaps in novels. Yet in reality, they cannot. Therefore, Bai Yang intends to craft a story that embraces the highest tolerance for readers' imaginative escapades. As for the exhilarating dream of leveling up through monster slaying, that shall be reserved for the future, to be realized when my writing prowess has matured. Regarding the new story, Bai Yang is uncertain if it can be deemed the first spark of creativity. Nonetheless, allow me to present a brief synopsis. Is it true that deities and demons reside within my eyes? Gao Chun is utterly terrified. Help! I am on the brink of possession. The cultivators of Gao family fortress roll their eyes in unison. How pretentious can one be? Is possessing a divine bloodline truly so impressive? Why won't you believe me? Gao Chun sighs dramatically, tears glistening in his eyes. Is there no fundamental trust between individuals anymore? How does this synopsis resonate? Can everyone discern the selling points in the main storyline? I warmly invite everyone to reach out to Bai Yang directly. As for some thoughts on the new book, the literal interpretation holds true. However, in reality, it is not entirely accurate. The backdrop of the new story remains unchanged. The systems of maps, factions, martial prowess, magic, and bloodlines, all these elements persist. Character settings, including personalities, backgrounds, and relationships, have also seen little alteration. The most significant changes lie within the plot, particularly at the beginning. Previously, the narrative commenced with Gao family fortress in peril, pursued by Chun Fei. In contrast, the new story will open with Gao Chun and his family engaged in their daily lives. Through these interactions, the backdrop, martial power, and factional dynamics will be elucidated. Eventually, the Gao family fortress will again face a crisis, and Gao Chun will employ his bloodline powers to resolve it. Does this narrative structure not seem more appealing? The earlier plot dove straight into conflict without sufficient exposition, leaving the readers with a sense of abruptness due to the lack of information. Furthermore, the theme of the new book incorporates the concept of trust between individuals. The moments of exhilaration will arise from the misunderstandings among characters, creating delightful contrasts. The outline of the new book has been finalized, consisting of adjustments and additions to the original framework. I have even begun drafting the opening. Within 3 to 5 days, everything will return to regular updates. It may even take just 2 or 3 days, depending on circumstances. In any case, Yang feels that expressing ideas has become much smoother. No longer does a single sentence require agonizing over word choices for an eternity. This signifies progress. Please rest assured. In a few days, we shall reconvene. A few days prior, the new book's outline and character settings were completed. However, the writing process has not only lacked passion and joy, but has occasionally been marred by feelings of irritation and heaviness. Ultimately, I chose to relive my student days by binge-reading novels late into the night. Ah, what a refreshing experience. A different lifestyle, a different sensation. The fervor for writing has returned, filling my heart once more. Moreover, through these nocturnal readings, I have gained new insights. I anticipate resuming updates by next Tuesday or Wednesday. Rest assured, see you next week. As for the delay, it was due to an operational error. However, upon reflection, it matters little, as I intended to delete it tomorrow anyway. As long as the interval exceeds 7 days, the investment will also dissipate. Besides, there is only investment without follow-up investments. If it is gone, it is gone. The loss to everyone is minimal. Lastly, glancing at the calendar, tomorrow marks the beginning of April. A new month, a fresh outlook. I shall post again tomorrow. The outline, plot, and character settings of the new book are detailed, making the writing process more effortless. Coupled with an enhanced understanding of anticipation and moments of exhilaration, as well as improved writing skills. The new book is certainly worth looking forward to. Tomorrow, we shall meet again. The delay was primarily due to the need to attend an unavoidable event. Additionally, the original eye technique, wherein negative emotions directed at oneself cause eyelids to twitch and enhance bloodline power, may be transformed. Instead, it will focus on positive emotions, such as admiration or affection, that induce twitching and bolster bloodline power. This alteration will facilitate showcasing one and Oppo's prowess and add a more cheerful tone to the narrative. See you tomorrow. The reason for the delay stems from the new book's outline and opening being ready for upload. The plot has seemingly centered around one word: exhilaration. Unexpected twists, humorous critiques, and moments of triumph, yet it appears to lack depth. In contrast, my previous work emphasized substance. From a cultural perspective, it expressed the dilemma of choosing between gratitude and self-interest, exploring how the protagonist and others navigate these choices. From a broader viewpoint, it articulated the clash between hegemonic ambition and peaceful development. The overarching structure revolved around the protagonist opposing the hegemony of superpowers, advocating for a community of shared destiny and collaborative growth, uniting smaller factions. In the past 2 days of not updating the new book, I have contemplated how to blend substance with exhilaration. Inspiration has begun to flow. Next, I will adjust the outline and rewrite the opening. As for the update schedule, I will refrain from specifying a date, lest I contradict myself again. Regardless, Yang will expedite the process. Once the new book is uploaded, the cover, synopsis, and other elements will all be refreshed. Wait for me, and we shall meet in a few days. The reason for the delay in the progress report is that the plot outline for the new book has been established, and I have commenced writing. However, the writing process feels somewhat disjointed. The prose lacks grounding, and I sense something is missing. I shared this predicament with a fellow author, who advised me to list the most memorable web novels I have read. Following this suggestion, I shared with him the most unforgettable web novels I have encountered. To my surprise, they were all tales of protagonists embarking on adventures filled with monster slaying. My friend's response echoed this sentiment. Indeed, the web novels I typically read tend to fall within the realm of fantasy, such as mystical realms, immortal cultivation, and historical narratives. I seldom delve into realistic urban or science fiction genres. Consequently, the most impactful stories I recall are predominantly from 7 to 10 years ago, centered on leveling up through monster encounters. This has led to my first web novel being steeped in tradition. The concept for the new book leans heavily towards everyday life. However, my exposure to such narratives has been limited. This has resulted in a deficiency of material to draw from, making the writing process feel somewhat stilted and hindering my grasp of character development. It perpetually feels as though something is lacking. Ultimately, my author friend suggested that I take a temporary hiatus from writing and encouraged me to explore contemporary works, especially in the realm of urban entertainment. Heeding this advice, I embarked on my first foray into urban entertainment literature. What a revelation! I had never even glanced at this genre before. Ah, what a delightful experience. It is truly exhilarating. I discovered the charm of endearing, quirky characters, moments of triumph, and the delightful antics of relatable individuals. These revelations have illuminated the shortcomings in my new book, character development. It is precisely this deficiency that has rendered the writing process feel incomplete. The greatest tragedy lies in failing to recognize one's errors while relentlessly striving down the wrong path. In my journey as a writer, I have shifted my focus away from mere achievements, prioritizing personal growth instead. With growth comes an innate sense of happiness and fulfillment. As for this book, there is no need for concern regarding its discontinuation or unsatisfactory conclusion. I have long promised everyone that as long as this book does not face a 404 error, it will be completed regardless of whether it takes 8 or 10 years. Thus, my report ends here. Bai Yang is going to make an effort. I hope to meet you all with the new book within this week. Please remember to stay happy every day. Patience is required. There is more to come. Moreover, a better opportunity has unexpectedly arisen, which I must surely seize. Therefore, I ask for your continued patience. It won't be long, just a few more days, and everything will be back on track. The reason for the delay lies in the need for speed. What has prompted this urgency? The simulator. Indeed. After recently watching the popular simulator-themed works, I found inspiration. The unique touch in Bai Yang's writing can seamlessly incorporate simulator elements. Upon experimentation, it proved entirely feasible. With 3 abilities in the left eye and 3 in the right, why shouldn't the right eye possess the ability to foresee the future? This concept can be likened to an alternative simulator. Furthermore, the narrative will become more diversified. Presently, many simulator stories exhibit excessive homogeneity, leading to reader fatigue. However, Bai Yang has designed 7 skills for the eyes, each corresponding to a storyline of entirely different styles. The alternative simulator is merely one aspect. Hence, there is no need for concern regarding narrative uniformity. Yet, this diversification also leads to a more intricate structure, making it challenging to grasp and easy to collapse. Hence, we must not rush and should invest additional time to refine the plot and enhance its logical coherence. Thus, I assure you that Bai Yang will not abandon this book. Furthermore, the new book will be released shortly. May you all find joy and happiness every day. Due to the nature of the new book, I must remove the previously written content. Therefore, I shall wait until I have written more before sharing it all together. The outline, character designs, and world building of the new book have already been finalized, and I have written some of the beginning. The next step is to accumulate a substantial amount of material before uploading. So, please be patient. The new book will soon be unveiled to you all. I will continue to write whenever I find the time, treating it as a warm-up exercise. Of course, I will also dedicate more time to reading works with exceptional character development, which I recommend you explore as well. Ever since I started writing, my aesthetic appreciation for reading has transformed, and my interests have significantly shifted. The overarching structure of the new book has been established, and I have begun drafting the opening. Now, I must compile more content before deleting the old work and uploading the new one. Rest assured, this work will not be abandoned. As for the reasons behind the lack of updates, the plot, character designs, and background for the new book are all set. I have accumulated some drafts. Yet the updates have not resumed due to personal circumstances. However, in a few days, I will commence the new book updates. Thank you for your unwavering support. Since the beginning of this journey, your votes, reviews, and encouragement have been constant. I appreciate the monthly support from the Alliance leaders. In a few days, we shall meet again. Regarding the delay in updates, life has been a bit hectic. I have accumulated numerous matters that require my personal attention. Thus, I have not been able to write, and I apologize for not fulfilling my promise to resume updates. Once I manage to address these pressing matters, I will focus on updating properly. Simultaneously, I have gained deeper insights into writing web literature. Currently, I am in a phase of intense reflection. I assure you that the new book will not disappoint. Let's cherish our time together. We shall meet again in a few days. I had initially planned to resume updates on May 20th, a day worth commemorating. Yet, an unexpected meeting arose that I must attend. Consequently, the release of the new book will be delayed a few more days. I apologize for this. After attending the meeting for a week, I have returned home. After 2 days of rest, I will begin working again. I understand your eagerness, and I apologize for the delay. I have already started writing again. But after a long hiatus, my thoughts for the new book feel somewhat hazy, making the writing process less fluid and somewhat uncomfortable. I am currently adjusting to this. During these days, I have been writing a little each day as a warm-up exercise. I estimate that the new book will be launched quietly in early June. I sincerely thank you for your enduring support. Love you all. Wishing you all a joyful Dragon Boat Festival. Dear readers, may you have a healthy and joyful Dragon Boat Festival. Yang initially intended to write extensively during these days to prepare for the upload of the new book in early June. However, the festive celebrations turned out to be more numerous than anticipated. With good relations, it cannot be helped. Once again, I wish you all a wonderful Dragon Boat Festival. The updates for the new book may be delayed by a few days, but I will strive to upload it in the early part of this month. What do you think of the new synopsis? In the eyes of Gao Chun resides a terrifying deity. Does it harbor malice and wish to possess him? Or does it have affection and seek to protect him? In this world dominated by team battles and guilds, a lone warrior has no ground to stand on. Gao Chun is merely a minor lord. Let us observe how he cultivates the land, forges alliances, and quietly develops and expands his territory. Gao Chun is just a bronze-level warrior. Let us witness how he assembles a team and dances with the deity in his vision, gradually ascending to the ranks of silver and gold warriors. As for the reasons behind the delay in the new book's release, I have been writing daily throughout June while simultaneously studying writing theories. Do not underestimate these theories. They are as impactful as mathematical or physical formulas, depending on one's ability to comprehend and apply them freely. While writing, I reflect upon my work continuously, engaging in a cycle of negation and realization that has yielded significant rewards. My previous understanding of theory was superficial, but now I can see the scenery beyond the mountains and witness the sunrise atop the peaks. This book has been on hiatus for so long that if it is to resume, it must do so with unwavering determination. The opening of the new book has undergone countless revisions, perhaps more than 10 times. It is nearing completion. I believe it can be released within this month. Tomorrow, I will unveil the new book to gauge whether it resonates with your expectations. After reading the beginning, I hope you feel compelled to continue reading. If it strikes a chord, I shall finalize it and resume regular updates. If not, I will rewrite it. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow afternoon to share your genuine thoughts, regardless of whether they are positive or negative. See you tomorrow afternoon. I apologize for the delay. The release has been postponed until tomorrow. I am truly sorry. This morning, I ventured out to attend to some matters. However, my friends here fervently insisted on gathering for drinks this evening. Their warm hospitality is difficult to refuse. Consequently, I must remain. Regrettably, I did not bring my notebook. All my drafts are within it. Therefore, the updates for my new book will have to be postponed until tomorrow. I apologize once again. Until we meet tomorrow. My apologies for the delay. A soft whip cracked through the void, reverberating across the southern wilderness. A headless figure donned in white wandered through the emptiness, wielding a soft whip and tending to a flock. The space that had been struck by the whip resembled shattered porcelain, riddled with deep and terrifying fissures that captured the soul. Bah! A flock of white sheep, darting through the void, trembled in fear, fleeing in a panic. Their eyes brimmed with sorrow and despair. The headless figure moved gracefully, each step like a blossoming lotus, as if dancing in the air or painting with the whip. The gaze of the entire southern wilderness was drawn towards this headless shepherd in the void. Conversations were rife in every corner about it. It is said that those sheep were once powerful humans, transformed by the headless figure. Rumor has it that these sheep possess the cultivation of kings. Humph. You, a mere bronze cultivator, dare to speak of kings? Humph. You are but a trifling silver. What arrogance is this? My father is a golden cultivator. In the region of Purple Bamboo Mountain, in the town of Nanping, at the Gao family fortress, within a small courtyard, Gao Chun gazed upwards with excitement, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Hurry, hurry. He waved his fists, pointing towards the distant headless figure of the shepherd in the void. This is his grand opportunity. He recalled the first time he encountered it at the age of 10. In that moment, his left eye suddenly awakened its bloodline powers, unlocking his first bloodline ability. 3 years later, he saw it again, and it did not disappoint. His bloodline left eye awakened its second ability. Another 3 years passed, and it appeared as promised. How could he not be exhilarated? The third bloodline ability of his left eye awaited him. He had waited for so long, and finally, the day had come. Gao Chun could hardly contain the fervor coursing through him. The pounding of his heart resembled a frenzied dance tune, leaving his mind a whirlwind of excitement and ecstasy. Every pore of his being rejoiced, every hair stood on end, and every vein pulsed with boiling blood. Outside Gao Chun's courtyard, a middle-aged woman and a burly man stood guard at the entrance. They alternately gazed with excitement into the void and vigilantly scanned their surroundings. The entire southern wilderness was abuzz with discussions about it, all seeking to uncover its secrets. Yet, who could have imagined that this was the fortune of my nephew? Gao Chun, My nephew is truly remarkable." The middle-aged woman, radiant with pride, looked on with satisfaction. Upon hearing this, the burly man cast her a disdainful glance. "Is there any error in what I say, Li?" The middle-aged woman retorted, hands on her hips, raising her voice. "Shoo, silly woman, could you lower your volume?" The burly man, looking tense, glanced around nervously. It first appeared in the southern wilderness 6 years ago, attracting many powerful figures who traced its origins to the Scarlet Forbidden Land. Noticing that the middle-aged woman was absorbing this information, he solemnly added, "We must not let anyone know that Chunzi is connected to it, or else." I understand. The middle-aged woman, internally recognizing her misstep, still muttered her dissatisfaction. The burly man thought to himself, "Are all women so contradictory?" Fortunately, I, old Li, am wise enough to vow never to pursue another woman. Women only hinder my cultivation speed. Old Li subtly distanced himself from the middle-aged woman, ceasing to gaze into the void and remaining fully alert. His thoughts drifted to Gao Chun, only 16, yet already at the 6th star of the Bronze Realm. A true talent in cultivation. What is more, he had awakened bloodline abilities. This was the destiny of a protagonist. Thankfully, I, old Li, possessed keen insight and joined the Gao family fortress early on, becoming his uncle. My hopes of breaking through to the Silver Realm and becoming a golden cultivator now rest entirely on him. I must cling to this golden opportunity and never let go. He chuckled to himself, a smile creeping across his face. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about, wearing such a lecherous grin?" The middle-aged woman poked Old Li's arm. "Back off, don't touch me." Old Li responded, visibly displeased. "Old Li, how come you know so much about it?" The middle-aged woman, uninterested in Old Li's mood, pointed to the headless shepherd in the void. "I handle external affairs for the Gao family fortress, so I must gather this information, of course." Old Li feigned nonchalance, while internally thinking, "Chunzi is my golden opportunity, and I must investigate every detail related to the headless shepherd without missing any. By the way, what do you think about the current situation facing the Gao family fortress?" Old Li, wishing to change the subject from the headless figure, swiftly redirected the conversation. "What is wrong with the Gao family fortress?" "Everything seems fine," the middle-aged woman replied, bewildered. Old Li sighed and rolled his eyes, simultaneously reflecting on the age-old question, are women truly so devoid of sense? Before him, the middle-aged woman was exquisite, her skin fair, her legs long, and her figure. "What are you staring at? Look again, and I'll pluck out your eyes." The middle-aged woman flared up at Old Li's gaze. "TCH, what an inflated sense of self-importance." Old Li retorted arrogantly. "Li Jinxing, I shall one day become Gao Chun and Appo's stepmother. You dare offend me without fear of my retribution?" She glared at Old Li. Alas, women. They love to dream. Old Li remained indifferent. "I enjoy dreaming. Without dreams, what difference is there from being a salted fish?" The middle-aged woman shot back. "Besides, you're still yearning to cling to Gao Chun's leg. Umph. Shameless. Pah. Hypocrite. Umph. Brazen. Pah. Sanctimonious. The subsequent plans are evident to those who can discern. You possess a remarkable talent for writing. Your book will surely flourish. Establish a sense of anticipation. What connection lies between Gao Chun and the headless shepherd in the void? This anticipation shall serve as the main thread. The unfolding narrative will derive from it. While I have some drafts stored, the clearer my thoughts become. The more I feel the need for additional groundwork. The emotional buildup has yet to reach the appropriate intensity. Without anticipation, nothing can be established. Therefore, I must revise. Again and again. In the past few days, I have rewritten the beginning several times, yet I still find myself unsatisfied. Today, I plan to revise once more. The beginning of a book is of utmost importance. Please, be patient. Allow me just a little more time. Bai Yang is, after all, a novice. It is not simply a matter of making changes to improve. Perhaps, while perusing a certain book, inspiration may strike, revealing the underlying issues. This process often proves to be capricious and unpredictable. As for the fatigue and toil, they are not particularly burdensome. At this juncture, the book has transcended the need for accolades. It has become a pursuit of personal fulfillment. Moreover, throughout this journey, Bai Yang has sensed his own progress. To hear the truth in the morning and die content in the evening. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my friends for their unwavering companionship and support. We shall meet in a couple of days. I am taking a leave due to a severe cold. I have promised everyone that this book will span at least 2 million words. I have not forgotten. I will certainly fulfill that promise. Once again, I thank everyone for their continued support and companionship. As I take my leave due to illness, The sound of a soft whip crackled in the air above Gao Fort. The headless figure in white was driving by Yang. Having arrived overhead, Gao Chun's heart swelled with joy, his pulse quickening. He promptly seated himself cross-legged, eagerly awaiting the awakening of the bloodline source in his right eye. His gaze was fixed intently on the headless figure and by Yang. He scrutinized every movement of the headless figure without blinking. The expressions of despair on the faces of the flock of sheep were vividly apparent to him. Seconds ticked by. The smile on Gao Chun's face gradually faded. Why had his right eye not yet undergone a transformation? A slight furrow appeared on his brow, and the fervent beating of his heart began to settle. According to his previous experiences, his right eye should have birthed the bloodline source by now. Yet this time, there was no change at all. Why? Could it be that his right eye was incapable of giving rise to a bloodline source? An indescribable sense of disappointment enveloped Gao Chun. The smile on his face vanished, and the excitement in his heart dissipated entirely. Outside Gao Chun's small courtyard, a middle-aged woman and Li Jinxing remained dutifully vigilant, guarding him. The middle-aged woman wore a bright expression, the earlier discord with Li Jinxing having long since evaporated. Her charming eyes darted between the headless figure in the sky and the courtyard entrance, a smirk of pride often gracing her lips. Surely, Chunzi's right eye must have awakened the bloodline source by now. Soon, the right eye would surely awaken its first bloodline ability. In that case, Chunzi would possess a total of 4 bloodline abilities. How extraordinary! Truly deserving of being Chun Lian's future son. Chun Lian's thoughts wandered, and in her elation, she burst into laughter, her beauty captivating. Yet, this prompted Li Jinxing to roll his eyes in exasperation. What a foolish woman! Li Jinxing thought to himself. She must be daydreaming about becoming Gao Chun's stepmother, soaring alongside old Gao. Alas, this foolish woman is beyond saving. Ignoring the middle-aged woman, Li Jinxing focused on guarding Gao Chun. Suddenly, his expression darkened. He fixed his gaze on the headless figure in white, noticing its speed had noticeably diminished, and there appeared to be a further decline. To confirm he was not imagining things, he solemnly inquired, Chun Lian, do you see that the headless figure in the void is moving slower? What? Chun Lian, momentarily disrupted from her reverie, exhibited clear displeasure. Nevertheless, she lifted her gaze to observe closely. Indeed, it has slowed down. Chun Lian exclaimed in surprise, wondering why this was happening. With Chun Lian's confirmation, Li Jinxing abandoned all optimism. His face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn it! Li Jinxing clenched his fists, growling under his breath. Why does this anomaly manifest at such a time? His voice was filled with anger and frustration, startling Chun Lian. In the small courtyard, Gao Chun remained seated, gazing upward at the headless figure. His eyes brimmed with disappointment and a hint of confusion. Why could his right eye not give rise to the bloodline source? Suddenly, his heart began to beat irregularly, quickening with each moment. What? This unexpected turn left Gao Chun bewildered. He could not afford to dwell on his disappointment or confusion. He concentrated all his energy on sensing his heartbeat, hoping to regain control. Yet, all was in vain. His heart raced uncontrollably, faster and faster. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and hastily raised his hands to shield it. Time passed slowly. Ugh! Gao Chun groaned in agony, his body curling up as he lay on the ground, hands clutching his chest. His complexion turned pale as a sheet, drenched in sweat. His lips were bitten through, crimson blood oozing forth. What terrified Gao Chun further was the realization that he could no longer fully control his body. He could only look up into the void, his eyes resembling bottomless pits, absorbing a mysterious essence emanating from the headless figure and the flock. Why? Why could he not control his body? The panic within Gao Chun intensified. He was enduring a dual torment of body and spirit, unaware of the headless figure and Appo's slowing pace, which continued to decrease. Outside Gao Chun's small courtyard, Li Jinxing's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grim. It was evident that Gao Fort would not remain tranquil for much longer. At this moment, the entire southern wilderness was focused on the headless figure shepherding in the void. Any sign of anomaly would draw the attention and speculation of all. Such a marked deceleration would certainly pique the interest of various factions, prompting them to investigate. You stay here. I have urgent matters to attend to, Li Jinxing declared before preparing to leave. Do not go, Chun Lian asserted, blocking him with authority. We are both here to protect Chunzi. Why must you leave? Unless you provide a reason, you shall not take a single step. With her hands on her hips, Chun Lian exuded an air of dominance. Li Jinxing rubbed his forehead in frustration. Ah, this foolish woman. Does she not grasp the gravity of the situation? Truly, she is as big as she is brainless. At that moment, Li Jinxing was irritable and had no desire to explain. Yet he understood Chun Lian's obstinacy. If he did not clarify, this foolish woman would indeed resort to force. He was no match for her. Aside from Gao Chun's father, she was the strongest in Gaojia Fort. Reluctantly, Li Jinxing steeled himself to explain. The blood-colored forbidden land is the greatest treasure in the southern wilderness, and indeed the entire cultivation world. It is said to be filled with countless supreme profound veins, the ninth-grade profound veins. Rare herbs and plants abound, alongside various heavenly treasures and earthly riches. The headless figure and the flock emerged from the blood-colored forbidden land. Upon reaching this point, Li Jinxing disregarded the starry-eyed Chen Lian and attempted to step away. Do not go. Chen Lian once more blocked his path. Even if it relates to the blood-colored forbidden land, why must you leave now? What do you intend to do? Upon hearing this, Li Jinxing felt exasperated, smacking his forehead. How foolish of him to think this dim-witted woman could grasp his implications. Clearly, he had overestimated her. What implications? They were lost on her entirely. Just moments ago, the headless figure above Gaojia Fort was moving slower, was it not? Now, the entire southern wilderness is focused on it. Wouldn't such an anomaly attract interest and investigation? Are we not concerned about exposing the secrets of Gaojia Fort? He lowered his voice for the last sentence. Oh, that is indeed correct. Chen Lian suddenly had a moment of clarity, exclaiming her intent to conceal the secret realm and make subsequent arrangements. Li Jinxing, fearful of the foolish woman, quickly attempted to explain his purpose. What are you rambling about? Hurry up. The elegant woman shot him an irritated glance. Clearly exasperated by his verbosity, Li Jinxing nearly choked on his frustration. Had he been able to overpower her, he would have certainly given her a well-deserved reprimand. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly departed. At the same time, in the southern wilds, in the Tai mountain region, Tai sect. Senior brother, look. The headless white-robed man's speed is slowing. A young man in red, beaming with joy, noted that there must be relics in that area based on past experiences. We, the Tai sect, must seize control of all relics related to the headless man. You must personally send someone there. The bald senior brother, his face set in a stern expression, replied with authority that location lies within the territory of the Zizhu sect, which boasts a greater number of formidable practitioners than us. Moreover, we have a mutual alliance with them. What should we do then, senior brother? The young man in red inquired again. Disguise ourselves as bandits and infiltrate. In the southern wilds, in the Redwater Lake region, the Red Flower sect. The Grand Elder of the Red Flower sect issued a command. Send people to the Zizhu mountain region to search for relics. In the southern wilds, the White Tiger clan's leader ordered an attack on the Zizhu mountain area to search for relics. Similarly, the leader of the Six-Armed clan commanded their elites to head to Zizhu mountain in search of relics. Various sovereign-level factions from the southern wilds dispatched their experts towards the Zizhu mountain region, converging upon Gao family fortress. The pounding of hearts echoed like a hammer striking an anvil, while anguished moans resonated, akin to a silent scream. Too deep. Dark eyes tirelessly absorbed the mysterious essence emanating from the headless man and the flock, swelling and surging evermore. Suddenly, this mysterious essence surged toward Gao Chun's heart like a deluge, an unstoppable force that felt as if it were cleaving the heavens apart. Within his heart, a crystal the size of a middle finger was birthed. It was translucent and warm, flawless in its beauty, radiating an exquisite brilliance. Gao Chun, pale-faced, was left in astonishment. He could sense the crystal within his heart as clearly as if it were laid before his eyes. Moreover, he recognized this crystal. It was the essence of his bloodline. Why would his heart give rise to the source of his bloodline power? Shouldn't it have been his right eye that manifested it? Confusion clouded Gao Chun's thoughts. In the southern wilds, at Zizhu Mountain, 5 practitioners stood silently atop a towering peak, gazing into the void where the headless man herded his sheep. The summit was shrouded in mist, adorned with lush trees and blooming flowers, resembling a celestial paradise. Suddenly, a voice filled with grievance broke the tranquility. Senior brothers. There's a force field surrounding the headless man's realm for 100 miles. I've bombarded it for a quarter of an hour, and not a single crack has formed. A young man in red, floating down, bore an expression of disappointment. I am a practitioner of the sovereign realm, yet I cannot budge the force field even a fraction. His vibrant red attire starkly contrasted with the muted colors of the 5 practitioners clad in gray and blue. The 5 remained unresponsive, leaving the young man feeling increasingly aggrieved. Is this how you, as senior brothers, behave? When a junior is disheartened, do you not offer comfort? After a moment of internal lament, he felt a sense of relief. He mimicked the posture of the 5 seniors, staring into the void where the headless man tended his flock. The peak once again fell into silence, save for the gentle breeze. Minutes passed, and the young man in red felt increasingly uneasy under the oppressive quiet. He abhorred such silence and preferred the vibrancy of noise. Determined to shatter the stillness, he pondered, why did the headless man and the flock slow down above Gao family fortress? Could it be due to that secret realm? He continued, we all visited that secret realm, and despite our best efforts, we could not unlock it. Yet other factions remain unaware of this situation. If they discover that secret realm, they will surely launch a fierce attack on Gao family fortress. What then shall we do? Gao family fortress is our subordinate faction. If we protect it, we risk direct conflict with other factions. But if we abandon it, what of our reputation? His voice echoed across the mountain, while the 5 practitioners remained as stoic as ancient trees, offering no response. Having vented his thoughts, the young man felt less burdened. Indeed, speaking had proven beneficial. To alleviate his discomfort, he resolved to continue his discourse. 3 days ago, the only golden practitioner, Gao Chun, left Gao family fortress, leaving his son Gao Chun to succeed him. Now, Gao family fortress is weak, consisting of merely 4 silver practitioners and a handful of bronze practitioners. Can they defend the fortress? His excitement grew as he spoke. Gao family fortress, despite its claim to be a golden-level faction and its possession of a 5th-grade mystic mountain, lacked the strength to justify such a title. With only 50 practitioners and 2,000 mortals, their facade was thin, while they publicly boasted of 2 bloodline families, one of which ranked among the top 100 on the 360 bloodline list. At this juncture, he paused, realizing that Gao family fortress was not as simple as it appeared. No, it was Gao Chun who was remarkable. How could he gather 2 bloodline families around him? And that beautiful woman, seemingly named Chun Lian, was also a bloodline practitioner, specifically of the I bloodline. How could such a small Gao family fortress attract so many bloodline practitioners? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. This seemingly inconsequential fortress harbored profound secrets. He scanned the faces of the 5 brothers, but ultimately gleaned nothing. Their expressions remained impassive. Enough of this curiosity. It could be fatal. Perhaps it's best I remain a languid elder, enjoying the comforts of Zizhu Mountain, where I can command the winds and rains at will. Resolved not to delve further into Gao family fortress' mysteries, he decided to leave the impending crisis to the 5 senior brothers. Weo, you will remain stationed in Nanping Town. Anyone below the Golden Realm may enter. Additionally, send a battle camp to aid Gao family fortress in repelling outsiders. In the midst of silence, the Grand Elder issued his command to the young man in red. Upon hearing the Grand Elder speak, the young man nearly wept with joy. His presence here was solely due to the Grand Elder's summons. Though he had felt stifled, he had remained, awaiting the Grand Elder's directives. The Grand Elder was the foremost powerhouse of the Zizhu sect and the singular authority in the Zizhu mountain region. The young man in red respectfully clasped his fists, declaring, Weo guarantees the completion of your orders, Master. He then took to the skies, eager to leave this place behind. As for why the Grand Elder issued such commands, or what purpose they serve, such considerations no longer pertain to him. It is a matter of obedience. Within the confines of the Gao Chun courtyard, his heart had ceased its frantic beating, and his body was no longer racked with pain. Yet, Gao Chun's visage remained as pale as parchment, beads of sweat dotting his forehead like glistening pearls. He gasped deeply, as if drawing air through a bellows. His eyes, bright yet vacant, continued to absorb the enigmatic substance surrounding him. These occurrences elicited no concern from Gao Chun. His entire focus was concentrated on his heart, or more precisely, the newly birthed essence of his bloodline within it. Given the emergence of this bloodline essence, it was customary for at least one bloodline ability to awaken. Gao Chun was filled with anticipation. He no longer troubled himself with why his right eye had not manifested a bloodline essence. At this moment, he yearned only to ascertain the nature of the bloodline ability his heart had awakened. What? Could it be this abysmal ability again? Suddenly, Gao Chun's expression darkened significantly. The sound of a soft whip cracking through the void reverberated throughout the southern wilderness. A headless figure clad in white drifted through the air, wielding a soft whip. As if herding a flock of sheep, the space that had been struck by the whip bore an array of deep, terrifying cracks resembling shattered porcelain. evoking a sense of dread. A group of ethereal white sheep, trembling in fear, scampered wildly at the sound of the whip. Their eyes were filled with desolation and despair. The headless figure moved gracefully, each step reminiscent of a lotus blooming, as if dancing upon the air, painting with the whip. In the heart of the southern wilderness, all living beings were drawn to this spectacle. Some gazed in silent awe, contemplating, while others congregated in small groups, engaged in animated discussions. Why was this headless figure herding sheep in the void? What was the intention behind it? What significance lay in the route they flew? Perpetually heading northwest, it was rumored that these sheep were of the royal caliber. Humph, you, a mere bronze practitioner, dare to speak of royalty? Huh. You are but a lowly silver level. What audacity. My father is a golden practitioner. In the northwest of the southern wilderness, in the region of Zizhu Mountain, lies the Gao family fortress. In the residential area at the back of Gao family mountain, at the entrance of a courtyard, a handsome face glowed with an enchanting blush. Deep, dark eyes shone with brilliance, thick eyebrows, a refined nose, and rosy lips all radiated youth and elegance. A melodious voice drifted from the adjacent courtyard. Chunzi, you have worked hard on your training. Aunt Lian has prepared some delightful dishes for you. A plump, beautiful woman approached Gao Chun briskly, a basket of vegetables in hand. Thank you, Aunt Lian. Gao Chun expressed his gratitude politely, accepting the basket. He then opened the courtyard door, inviting her inside. Without hesitation, she entered his home, familiar as if she were the mistress herself. As Gao Chun stepped into the courtyard, his gaze fell upon a stone table beneath the grand willow tree, where something lay. He hurried over, and upon seeing the note and the golden token pressed beneath it, he felt a moment of disorientation. The note read, I am going out to seek opportunities for advancement. The Gao family fortress is entrusted to you. The Southern Ping Guard has agreed. And you are appointed as the new lord of Gao family fortress, with this token issued. Surprise, fear, and anxiety surged within him, a torrent of emotions flooding his heart. Though he had often criticized old man Gao, convinced he could manage the fortress far better, when this day arrived, he felt only a weighty sense of disorientation and concern. Alas, ultimately, all these feelings coalesced into a heavy sigh. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but grumble about old man Gao. You, sir, have a bold heart indeed, to cast such a monumental burden upon me. You've placed upon my shoulders a weight far too great for one of my age. The position of Lord of Gao family fortress is no easy inheritance. Firstly, there is the external predicament. Old man Gao is the sole golden practitioner of the Gao family fortress, the very pillar of its martial strength. His departure would undoubtedly invite scrutiny from surrounding powers. Though they might not dare to act openly, underhanded schemes are to be expected, such as impersonating bandits to rob them. Secondly, there is the issue of gaining the trust and support of internal personnel. As a mere 16-year-old bronze practitioner, could he earn the trust and backing of all the practitioners within the fortress? While they often shared a familial bond, expecting this youthful novice to lead them, whether in age or cultivation level, was a daunting prospect. How should he navigate this dilemma? With these thoughts swirling, Gao Chun's brow furrowed in contemplation. At that moment, the beautiful woman approached him directly, unabashedly glancing at the note he held. Aunt Lian will always be by your side. Gao Chun found himself at a loss for words at her comfort. Was it merely nostalgia for his father that brought him to this point? He longed to voice his concerns directly but hesitated upon seeing Aunt Lian. While she was formidable in strength, it was said her intellect was lacking. Discussing the challenges of inheriting leadership with her would not only be futile, but could potentially complicate matters further. However, upon reflection, with old man Gao gone, Aunt Lian was now the strongest in Gao family fortress. He should make her aware of the impending crisis. Yet, he needed to approach the subject indirectly, guiding her thoughts to comprehension. Aunt Lian, how prosperous is our Gao family fortress in southern Ping? Aside from the town, our Gao family fortress is the wealthiest in southern Ping, Aunt Lian replied, her face beaming with pride. Our fortress possesses not only a fifth-grade spiritual vein, but also all 9 attributes of spiritual veins: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Our resources are incredibly abundant, and the other golden-level factions nearby covet what we have. As she spoke animatedly, Gao Chun couldn't help but think. Is she truly this oblivious? Has she not sensed the looming crisis? He observed her silently. Aunt Lian gazed back at him, puzzled. Oh, it seems her intellect truly is lacking. She would not entertain rebuttals. It appeared he would have to initiate the conversation himself. Expecting her to discover the danger independently was akin to waiting for the sun to rise in the west. We are indeed affluent, but now that my father has departed, without a golden practitioner to uphold our fortress, might the other golden-level factions harbor ulterior motives towards us? Do they dare? Before Gao Chun could finish, Aunt Lien erupted. Her delicate face darkened, her enchanting eyes widened, and her slender brows knitted together, exuding an aura of terror. Whoever dares to step into Gao family fortress, I shall reduce them to dust. Besides, isn't there still the Southern Ping Guard? Who would dare disregard the guard? Gao Chun found himself rendered speechless by Aunt Lien's response. He longed to elucidate the intricacies of the situation to her, but the more he explained, the more convoluted it would become, leaving her increasingly bewildered. Perhaps it was best for Aunt Lien to remain an excellent enforcer. Whatever you wish to do, Aunt Lien will support you unconditionally. Seeing Gao Chun's hesitance, Aunt Lien encouraged him. Gao Chun, in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, continued, Aunt Lien, will the elders within the fortress have any objections to my inheriting the position of lord? Humph, who would dare object? I shall make them regret it, Aunt Lien declared with fierce confidence. Gao Chun could only place a hand to his forehead. Dear aunt, I beg you, please refrain from speaking. Chunzi, what is it? Are you feeling unwell? Chun Lien's imposing demeanor vanished in an instant, leaving her visibly anxious. Gao Chun was not merely troubled in mind. Rather, he was burdened in heart. No, it was more accurately described as a profound weariness. Regret filled him abundantly. How foolish he was. Why had he engaged Aunt Lien in discussions about the situation? He had even entertained thoughts of enlightening her. Alas, he was still too young, lacking the harsh lessons of life. Just as Gao Chun found himself at a loss on how to continue confronting Aunt Lien, a boisterous laughter echoed from outside the courtyard. Chunzi, come out. The voice was imbued with excitement and joy. Recognizing that booming voice, Gao Chun realized Uncle Li had arrived. His spirits lifted at the thought. If one were to rank the minds in Gao family fort, Uncle Li would undoubtedly take second place. With no one daring to claim the first, not even old man Gao. Old Li, what on earth are you howling about? The beautiful woman complained, her irritation palpable. A burly man pushed open the gate to Gao Chun's courtyard, disregarding her grievances, and addressed Gao Chun directly. Chunzi, the headless shepherd of the void has reappeared. It will soon breach the airspace of Gao family fort. Upon hearing this, Gao Chun fell into a moment of stunned silence, only to be swiftly overtaken by an overwhelming joy that surged through him, filling him with boundless energy. Quick, let us hasten to the secluded area. His face alight with excitement, Gao Chun dashed out of the small courtyard. Yes, let us hurry to the secluded area on the front mountain. The beautiful woman, equally exhilarated, hurriedly followed him out. The burly middle-aged man, too, wore a broad smile, unconcerned by their impulsive haste. After all, the headless shepherd of the void represented Chunzi's greatest opportunity. Their eagerness was entirely understandable. However, Old Li knew he must remain composed. He had a series of arrangements to make before he could join Chunzi in the secluded area for protection. Gao Chun raced out of the courtyard, drawing upon the essence of his dantian to channel his energy into his feet, propelling himself toward the secluded area. He was like a bolt of lightning, running across the surface of the lake. The beautiful woman, being a Silver Realm practitioner, soared into the air. Other practitioners from Gao family fort, having heard about the headless shepherd of the void, also ceased their training and hurried from the front mountain's training area towards the central peak. Gao family mountain rose majestically, gradually extending from east to west. The front mountain comprised the reception area, administrative zone, training area, and secluded area, while the back mountain housed the residential and cultivation zones. As Gao Chun sped past the central peak, he resembled a gust of wind. The sight astonished the little girls and boys nearby. Brother Chun, you're running the wrong way. Brother Chun, you should be heading to the peak. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from their view. Why is Brother Chun rushing to the secluded area at this time? Shouldn't he be heading to the peak? One little girl pondered aloud. Enough chatter, we must hurry. Look, it's coming. Another girl exclaimed, pointing towards the void. The group surged towards the central peak like a tide. Only one young man in white observed Gao Chun entering the secluded area, deep in thought. The sound of a soft whip cracking through the void could already be heard in Gao family fort. The figure of the headless man driving the flock was now visible within the fort. The inhabitants of Gao family fort, including ordinary folk, pointed at the void and discussed animatedly. It first appeared 6 years ago in the South Wilderness. Today marks its third appearance, correct? Have you considered why it always passes through our Gao family fort, despite the vastness of the South Wilderness? In the secluded area, within a small courtyard, Gao Chun looked upward, brimming with excitement and desire. Hurry, hurry, he exclaimed, shaking his fist towards the distant headless shepherd of the void. This was his grand opportunity. He recalled the first time he encountered it at the age of 10, when his left eye had suddenly awakened its bloodline abilities, manifesting the first of his bloodline powers. 3 years later, he saw it again, and it did not disappoint. His bloodline left eye awakened its second power. This immense surprise had kept him awake all night. Now, at 16, it was returning once more. How could he not be filled with fervor? Based on past experiences, his left eye was poised to awaken a third bloodline power. Or perhaps his right eye would birth its first. Regardless of the outcome, he would possess 3 bloodline abilities, not 1, but 3. Just the thought sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. He had long awaited its arrival, and finally, today, his anticipation was fulfilled. Gao Chun could no longer contain his exhilaration. Joy and elation surged within him. His blood coursed through his veins like a raging river, while the pounding of his heart resonated like a fervent dance. Every pore of his being rejoiced and sang. Every hair on his body stood on end in exhilaration. Outside the secluded courtyard, a middle-aged woman and a burly man stood guard at the entrance, providing protection for Gao Chun. They alternated between glancing excitedly at the void and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The entire South Wilderness was abuzz with discussions about it, all searching for its secrets. Yet, who could have imagined that it was the opportunity of my nephew Gao Chun? My nephew is truly remarkable. The middle-aged woman beamed with pride. Upon hearing her words, the burly man shot her a disapproving glance. Oldly, am I wrong in what I said? The woman exclaimed, hands on her hips, her voice raised. Shoo, can you keep your voice down? The burly man replied, looking around nervously. It first appeared in the South Wilderness 6 years ago, attracting many powerful individuals who traced it back to the depths of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone. This only heightened their interest, rather than deterring them. Although they dare not venture into the depths of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone, they are all focused on it. He gestured towards the headless shepherd in the void. Seeing the middle-aged woman grasp the gravity of the situation, he nodded in satisfaction. However, after a moment's thought, he solemnly warned, we must not let anyone know that Chun-Zi is connected to it. Otherwise, I understand, she replied, aware of her earlier misstep. Though still murmuring discontent. Women are always so contradictory, he mused. Fortunately, I, oldly, am wise enough to have joined Gao family fort early on and become his uncle. Whether I can break through to the Silver Realm and become a golden practitioner hinges entirely on him. I must hold on to this golden opportunity tightly and never let go. He chuckled to himself, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. What are you daydreaming about, wearing such a lecherous grin? The middle-aged beauty lightly tapped Old Li's arm. Step back, keep your distance, do not touch me. Her thoughts were interrupted, and Old Li wore an unhappy expression. Old Li, why do you possess such extensive knowledge about it? The middle-aged woman, unfazed by Old Li's mood, pointed at the formless headless figure in white. I am responsible for the external affairs of Gao. Naturally, I must gather this information. Old Li feigned an air of nonchalance. Though internally he mused, Chun-Zi is my golden thigh, and everything related to that headless shepherd in the void must be thoroughly investigated. Not a single detail can be overlooked. By the way, what is your perspective on the current situation at Gao? Old Li, eager to shift the conversation from the headless shepherd, decisively changed the topic. What is wrong with Gao? Everything seems perfectly fine. The middle-aged beauty appeared bewildered. Old Li rolled his eyes in exasperation, while internally questioning. Is it true that women are big-breasted yet dim-witted? The woman before him had exquisite features, fair skin, long legs, and an impressive bosom. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll pluck out your eyes. The middle-aged beauty flared up at Old Li's gaze. Humph, as if I care, Old Li retorted with an air of pride. Li Zhenxing, one day I shall become Gao Chun's stepmother. Do you not fear that I will hold a grudge against you for offending me? The middle-aged woman glared at him. Ah, women, always lost in their dreams. Old Li scoffed. I enjoy dreaming. Without dreams, what difference is there between me and a salted fish? The middle-aged beauty shot back. Besides, aren't you the one who has been eager to cling to Gao Chun's leg? Humph, shameless. Pa, hypocrite. Humph, disgraceful. Pa, phony. The sound of a soft whip cracking through the void echoed throughout Gao. The headless figure, wielding a soft whip, moved gracefully into the void of Gao. Bah! A flock of sheep hurriedly fled, emitting mournful cries. The people of Gao, including the mortals, pointed at the void and discussed animatedly. Look, that flock of sheep is so adorable, but they seem to be crying. I heard that those sheep were once powerful humans, transformed by the headless figure. I've also heard that a group of kings invaded the blood-red forbidden land and then, in the secluded courtyard, Gao Chun's heart raced with excitement. His face beaming with joy. His heart beat even more vigorously. His boiling blood surged with fervor. The thought of soon acquiring 3 bloodline powers made him tremble with excitement. His mind racing with visions. He envisioned himself reigning over the southern wilderness, suppressing foreign tribes, worshipped by countless human cultivators. Then, images of leading Gao to flourish and rise rapidly, ultimately becoming the sovereign of the southern wilderness, with other forces bowing in submission, flashed through his mind. Various beautiful scenes involuntarily appeared in his thoughts. Savoring these sweet visions, Gao Chun broke into a wide smile, laughing heartily. The headless shepherd in the void was now fully revealed to Gao Chun, his sharp eyes fixated on the headless figure in the sky and the flock of sheep. A familiar scene unfolded once more. A stream of golden mysterious substance floated from the headless figure and the sheep, pouring into Gao Chun's eyes like swallows returning to their nests. This golden mysterious substance was invisible and intangible to others, yet Gao Chun could feel it distinctly. The golden substance surged into him faster and in greater quantity. But Gao Chun's eyes were like bottomless pits, eternally insatiable. Indeed, it did not disappoint. Gao Chun murmured. This experience felt all too familiar. He had undergone it twice before. Identical, lacking any novelty. According to previous experiences, his left eye would soon awaken the 3rd bloodline power. Alternatively, his right eye could give birth to the bloodline source and awaken the 1st bloodline power. How exhilarating! Gao Chun could no longer contain his excitement. His boiling blood churned like a storm. 3 minutes passed. Y&T his right eye birthed the bloodline source. Gao Chun's excitement began to wane, the heat in his blood gradually cooling. 5 minutes passed. Gao Chun's rapid heartbeat calmed, and the heat in his blood returned to normal. Just wait a moment. Perhaps this time the awakening requires more mysterious substance, he reassured himself. 10 minutes passed. The smile faded from Gao Chun's face, and his handsome brows knitted slightly. Why had there been no changes in his eyes? Why? Could it be that his right eye could not give birth to the bloodline source? A sense of indescribable disappointment arose, lingering in his mind. He remained oblivious to the changes occurring with the headless figure above. As the headless figure waved the soft whip, it conveniently retrieved a ball of green mysterious substance from its robes and threw it towards Gao Chun. Outside the secluded courtyard, the middle-aged beauty and Li Jinxing diligently guarded Gao Chun. The middle-aged woman wore a look of elation. The previous quarrel with Li Jinxing had long been forgotten. Her enchanting eyes alternated between gazing at the headless shepherd in the sky and watching the courtyard door, her lips often curling into a triumphant smile. Chunzi's left eye should have awakened the 3rd bloodline power by now. Or perhaps his right eye had birthed the bloodline source and awakened the 1st bloodline power. If that were the case, Chunzi would possess 3 bloodline powers in total. How impressive! Truly worthy of being my Chun Lian's future son. Lost in her thoughts, Chun Lian couldn't help but chuckle gleefully. Her laughter as beautiful as blooming flowers, captivating, yet causing Li Jinxing to roll his eyes in exasperation. What a foolish woman, Li Jinxing thought, incredulously. This silly woman must be dreaming again about becoming Gao Chun's stepmother, soaring alongside old Gao. Alas, this foolish woman is beyond saving. Li Jinxing chose to ignore the middle-aged beauty, focusing intently on guarding Gao Chun. Suddenly, his expression darkened. He stared intently at the headless figure in the void, noticing its speed had evidently slowed, and there seemed to be a tendency for it to slow further. To confirm he wasn't imagining things, he solemnly asked, Chun Lian, is the speed of the headless figure in the sky decreasing? What? Chun Lian, interrupted in her daydream, displayed clear displeasure. Yet she lifted her head to observe carefully. Oh, it really has slowed down. Chen Lian exclaimed in surprise. Why is that? Upon receiving Chen Lian's confirmation, Li Jinxing abandoned any lingering hopes. His expression turned a deep shade of green, with veins popping on his forehead. Damn it! Li Jinxing clenched his fists, growling softly. Why is there an anomaly at this moment? His voice brimmed with anger and resentment, startling Chen Lian. In the small courtyard, Gao Chun remained seated in meditation, gazing up at the headless shepherd in the void. Yet his countenance was dim and devoid of luster, saturated with a profound sense of loss and a hint of bewilderment. In a moment of disorientation, a mysterious green substance descended from the void, merging into the chest of Gao Chun. However, he felt nothing at all. In his heart, he continued to question, unwilling to accept his fate. Why? Why could his right eye not awaken the bloodline's essence? Without the manifestation of the bloodline's power, how could Gao Chun extricate himself from his predicament, dominate the southern wilderness, and lead the Gao family fortress to ascend to the throne of supremacy? His agitation grew, the resentment within him intensifying. He felt compelled to rise and unleash his fury upon the headless figure, to roar and vent the negativity that consumed him. Suddenly, his heart began to race violently, an irregular rhythm overwhelming him. What? This unexpected turn of events caught Gao Chun off guard. He hastily steadied his breath, striving to discern the changes in his heart, attempting to regain control over its erratic beating. Yet, all efforts proved futile. His heart raced faster and more chaotically. A dull pain began to throb in his chest, intensifying. Time passed inexorably. Ugh! Gao Chun emitted a pained groan. Curling up and lying on the ground, clutching his chest tightly. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, his body drenched in sweat, and his lips, having been bitten, bled crimson. Outside the secluded courtyard, Li Jinxing's brow furrowed, his expression as dark as thunderclouds. The Gao family fortress was unlikely to remain tranquil any longer. At this moment, the gaze of the entire southern wilderness continent was fixed upon the headless figure shepherding the void. Any anomaly would certainly draw heightened attention and speculation. Such a conspicuous deceleration in speed would undoubtedly pique curiosity, prompting inquiries. How should the Gao family fortress respond to this dire situation? Li Jinxing's mind raced with strategies, revealing fierce expressions at times, wide-eyed anger at others, and occasional smirks. His furrowed brow remained perpetually taut. Beside him, Qin Lian watched in astonishment. You continue to guard for Chunzi. I must take my leave for a while. Li Jinxing abruptly instructed Qin Lian, attempting to step away. Do not leave. Qin Lian forcefully obstructed him. We are both guarding for Chunzi. Why must you depart? If you do not provide a reason, you shall not take a single step. With her hands placed firmly on her hips, she exuded an overwhelming presence, her flowing red dress accentuating her authority. Li Jinxing rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Oh, this foolish woman. Can she not grasp the gravity of the situation? Truly, a woman of ample bosom but little wit. Frustration surged within him, rendering him disinclined to explain. Yet, he recognized Qin Lian's obstinacy. If he did not clarify, she would undoubtedly confront him. He was no match for her. She was the foremost expert in the Gao family fortress, second only to Gao Chun's father. Reluctantly, he spoke. The blood-colored forbidden ground is the greatest treasure in the southern wilderness, indeed the entire realm of cultivation. It is said to harbor countless supreme profound veins, the ninth rank profound veins. It is replete with mysterious herbs and plants, not to mention an abundance of rare treasures. He continued, the headless figure and the flock emerged from the blood-colored forbidden ground. Having conveyed this, Li Jinxing felt he had elucidated sufficiently. Anyone with common sense would understand the implications. Ignoring Qin Lian's eager eyes, he prepared to leave. Do not go. Qin Lian obstructed him once more. The headless figure is connected to the blood-colored forbidden ground. What relevance does this have to you? Why do you wish to depart? What is your intent? Upon hearing this, Li Jinxing smacked his forehead in frustration. How foolish of him to assume that this dim-witted woman could comprehend the unspoken implications of his words. Clearly, he had overestimated her. What unspoken meaning? It was non-existent for her. Just now, did the headless figure not slow its pace above our Gao family fortress? Now, the entire southern wilderness is focused on it. Will not this anomaly incite curiosity, prompting them to investigate our Gao family fortress? Are we not concerned about exposing our hidden domain? He lowered his voice for the final remark. Oh, indeed. Qin Lian exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as if a revelation had dawned upon her. I must now reinforce the formation, conceal the hidden domain, and make necessary arrangements. Fearing that this foolish woman would further impede him, Li Jinxing hastily explained his intentions. Quit the prattle, and hurry. Qin Lian shot him a disdainful glance. Clearly irritated by his verbosity, Li Jinxing nearly choked on his own frustration. Were it not for the fact that he could not overpower her, he would have dearly liked to smack her. Gritting his teeth, he departed swiftly. At the same time, in the southern wilderness, in the Tai mountain region, at the Tai sect, Senior brother, look. The speed of the headless figure and its flock has evidently slowed. Such a conspicuous anomaly must harbor secrets. A purple-haired beauty beamed with delight, pointing towards the Gao family fortress in the void. The headless figure shepherding the void is intricately linked to the blood-colored forbidden ground. We must not overlook any of its anomalies, the bald senior brother declared with decisive authority. That area lies within the Purple Bamboo Mountain region, governed by the Purple Bamboo sect. We share the same human faction and have signed a mutual defense treaty. Senior brother, what should we do? The purple-haired beauty inquired, gesturing towards the Gao family fortress below the headless figure. Disguised as bandits, we shall infiltrate. In the southern wilderness, in the Red Water Lake region. At the Red Flower sect, the Grand Elder issued an edict. Send people into the Purple Bamboo Mountain region to ascertain the cause of the headless figure's slowed speed. In the southern wilderness, among the Beast tribe, the White Tiger clan's chieftain commanded, launch a small-scale beast tide against the Purple Bamboo Mountain region to uncover the reason behind the headless figure's deceleration. In the southern wilderness, among the dominant clan, the six-armed clan's leader ordered, let the elite youths of our clan venture to the Purple Bamboo Mountain region to uncover the cause of the headless figure's slowed pace. Various sovereign-level factions across the southern wilderness dispatched their experts towards the Purple Bamboo Mountain region, Nanjing Town, and the Gao family fortress. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heart pounded like a hammer. Ugh! Gao Chun's anguished groans echoed like a mute's howl. His dark, expressive eyes tirelessly absorbed the golden, mysterious essence emanating from the headless figure and the flock, swelling and surging within him. Suddenly, this golden essence surged towards Gao Chun's heart like a tidal wave. Overwhelming and unstoppable. Boom! It felt as if the heavens were being split apart. Within Gao Chun's heart, a crystal, the size of a middle finger, was born. It was translucent and smooth, akin to jade, flawless and breathtaking. It radiated vitality and enigma, seeming almost alive, exuding an ethereal aura, fresh and natural. It embodied the essence of the Tao, with mysterious and wondrous runes bubbling forth, evolving and ultimately dissipating. Gao Chun, with his pallid visage, was utterly astounded. He could sense the pure crystal within his heart as clearly as if it were in his line of sight. Moreover, he recognized this crystal. It was the essence of the bloodline's divine powers. How could his heart give birth to the bloodline's essence? Should it not have been his right eye that manifested the bloodline's origin? Gao Chun was engulfed in confusion, his thoughts in disarray. In the southern wilderness, within the Purple Bamboo Mountain region, at the Purple Bamboo sect, 5 profound beings stood silently atop a towering peak, gazing into the distant void where the headless figure shepherded. Upon the mountain peak, ethereal mists swirl, verdant trees provide shade, and blossoms flourish, resembling a celestial paradise. Suddenly, a voice laden with grievance drifts from afar, shattering the tranquility of the mountain. 5 senior brothers, the headless shepherd in the void possesses a force field within 100 miles. I have bombarded it for a full quarter of an hour, yet not even the slightest crack has emerged. A young man in red, gliding through the air, wears a face of deep discontent, tinged with a sense of loss. I am a master of the kingly realm, yet I cannot budge the force field in the slightest. His resplendent crimson attire starkly contrasts with the muted gray and blue robes of the 5 practitioners on the mountain. The 5 practitioners pay him no heed. The young man in red's expression of grievance intensifies. Is this how you, as senior brothers, behave? When your junior is disheartened and aggrieved, you offer no comfort. May you live in solitude. After venting his frustrations inwardly, he feels somewhat relieved. He crosses his arms behind his back, mimicking the posture of his 5 senior brothers, gazing into the distant void where the headless shepherd roams. The mountain once again envelopes itself in silence, save for the gentle breeze. Minutes later, the young man in red feels increasingly uncomfortable, suffocated by the silence. He detests this atmosphere. He thrives in lively environments. The more boisterous it is, the more exhilarated and joyful he becomes. Since you all choose to remain silent, I shall break the silence myself. Primarily, I must ensure my own comfort. Why has the headless shepherd and its flock slowed above the Gao family fortress? He continues to pose questions. Could their deceleration be due to the secret realm of the Gao family fortress? I am not the least bit embarrassed. The embarrassment belongs to others. The young man in red expounds. We have all ventured into the secret realm of the Gao family fortress. We have exhausted every means to unlock it. But the other factions remain unaware of this situation. If they discover this secret realm, they will surely launch an aggressive assault on the Gao family fortress. What then shall we, the Purple Bamboo sect, do? The Gao family fortress is our subordinate force. If we protect the Gao family fortress, we will directly conflict with other factions. Yet, if we do not protect it, What of our reputation? Throughout the mountain. Only the voice of the young man in red reverberates. The 5 practitioners remain as silent as ancient trees, unyielding in their stillness. After expressing so much, the young man feels less burdened than before. It seems that speaking has its merits. To stave off his melancholy, he resolves to continue conversing. 3 days ago, the sole golden practitioner of the Gao family fortress, Gao Chun, departed, leaving his son Gao Chun to succeed him as the fortress lord. Presently, the strength of the Gao family fortress has diminished significantly, reduced to 4 silver practitioners and a contingent of bronze practitioners. Can they defend the fortress? The young man in red grows increasingly animated. Although the Gao family fortress boasts a golden level status and occupies a 5th-grade mystic mountain, their actual strength is unworthy of such a title. They possess merely 50 practitioners and a mere 2,000 commoners, while they publicly claim 2 bloodline families, one of which ranks among the top 100 of the 360 bloodline rankings. At this juncture, the young man in red pauses. There is something intriguing about this Gao family fortress. No, it should be Gao Chun who is remarkable. How has he managed to gather 2 bloodline families to his side? And that enchanting woman, seemingly named Chun Lian, is also a bloodline practitioner, specifically a pupil of the bloodline. How does such a small Gao family fortress command the allegiance of so many bloodline practitioners? A chill runs down the young man's spine as he contemplates this. This seemingly insignificant Gao family fortress harbors extraordinary secrets. He scans the faces of his 5 senior brothers, yet ultimately finds nothing. Their expressions remain as inscrutable as an ancient well. Enough, enough, curiosity kills the cat. I shall simply be the languid 6th elder, enjoying the bounties of the purple bamboo mountain region, where I can command the winds and rains at will. The young man in red resolves to cease his inquiries into the Gao family fortress's secrets. As for how to handle the impending crisis facing the Gao family fortress, the responsibility lies with his 5 senior brothers. Wuyo, starting today, you shall be stationed at Nanping town. In the midst of the silence, the eldest elder suddenly issues a command. Upon hearing the eldest elder speak, the young man in red nearly weeps with joy. Finally, someone has broken the silence. He is no longer alone. However, upon comprehending the content of the order, he is momentarily stunned. What? As the esteemed 6th elder, he is to be stationed at Nanping town? Is his position as the 6th elder truly so inconsequential? He yearns to voice his dissent, but refrains. The eldest elder is the foremost powerhouse of the Purple Bamboo sect, the sole leader of the entire Purple Bamboo mountain region. The young man in red can only respectfully clasp his fists. Wuyo promises to fulfill the eldest brother's command. Having said this, he turns and departs, eager to leave this place behind. As for why the eldest elder has issued such a command or what its purpose might be, such matters are no longer his concern. He must obey and act accordingly. Within the secluded courtyard, the tumult in his heart has ceased. His body no longer writhes in agony. Yet, Gao Chun's complexion remains as pale as parchment, his breaths labored like a bellows. Beads of sweat cover his forehead, glistening like pearls. His eyes, widened in tint, continue to absorb golden, mysterious essences. Gao Chun remains indifferent to all else, his entire focus concentrated on his heart. More precisely, on the bloodline origin that has just emerged within it. Since the bloodline origin has manifested, it should, by convention, awaken at least one bloodline's supernatural ability. Gao Chun is filled with anticipation. He no longer dwells on why his left eye has not awakened the 3rd bloodline supernatural ability or why his right eye has not birthed the bloodline origin. At this moment, he only wishes to ascertain what bloodline supernatural ability has awakened within his heart. He concentrates intently, tuning into the awakening of his heart's bloodline supernatural ability. What? How can there be nothing? This is impossible. Gao Chun's face turns ashen, resembling the color of liver. Why has the heart's origin failed to awaken a bloodline supernatural ability? This is illogical. Not logical at all. Gao Chun struggles to accept the reality that his heart's origin has not awakened a bloodline supernatural ability. A wave of indescribable disappointment washes over him. Yet beneath it lies a deeper sense of unwillingness. It is a common belief in the cultivation world that the birth of a bloodline should at least yield one supernatural ability. He refuses to concede defeat. Thus, he continues to concentrate his mind, probing the newly birthed heart's origin. Gradually, he begins to sense something amiss. Oh, the heart's origin has not failed to awaken a bloodline supernatural ability. It has indeed awakened. However, astonishingly, it is a pupil technique. Moreover, it is the technique of the left eye. What the? This defies all reason. The heart's origin has awakened a pupil technique? Who can explain to me what has transpired? Gao Chun's mind is in disarray. The awakening of this new pupil technique has completely overturned his understanding. Taking a deep breath, he strives to maintain his composure. This is not the time to ponder why the heart's origin has awakened a pupil technique. At this moment, the most crucial task is to discern the function of this new pupil technique. He hopes it possesses formidable capabilities, unlike the two previously awakened techniques of the left eye that are utterly lackluster. After offering a silent prayer, Gao Chun cautiously sinks his consciousness into the heart's origin to perceive the function of the new pupil technique. What? Is it truly this impressive? Upon sensing the function of the new pupil technique, Gao Chun's heart feels as if it has been infused with honey, overwhelmingly sweet. The fatigue wrought by the previous agony vanishes without a trace. His body feels light, as if he is soaring through the sky. Happiness arrived too swiftly. Gao Chun was exceedingly satisfied with his newly awakened ocular technique, immensely pleased. Compared to the two previously awakened techniques, this one was a veritable chasm apart. With this new ocular technique, Gao Chun felt an unwavering confidence in overcoming all challenges and swiftly elevating the Gao family stronghold. 100% confidence. This new ocular technique is simply magnificent. Such an extraordinary technique deserves a name. As for the previous two techniques, they were utterly trivial. Gao Chun believed they were unworthy of a name. What should it be called? Gao Chun fell into deep contemplation. Based on its function, should it be named the Eye of Truth and Illusion? Or perhaps the Eye of Emotion? Yet, neither of these names fully encapsulated its capabilities. Perhaps the Eye of Emotional Ascendance? But that sounded rather lackluster, devoid of any grandeur. He lamented his inadequacy in naming. What should it be called? Gao Chun pondered intensely, weighing his options. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Eureka! The first divine eye. Yes, that name is astonishingly powerful. Moreover, it rolls off the tongue effortlessly and is hard to forget. I truly am a genius at naming. Gao Chun reveled in his triumph. Yet, upon further reflection, something felt amiss. His life motto was, to be low-key and develop quietly. Such a grandiose name felt incongruous with his nature. It must be renamed. Subsequently, Gao Chun continued to rack his brain, deliberating over a name for his most cherished ocular technique. Ultimately, he resolved to humble himself and designate the newly awakened ocular technique as the first ocular technique. After naming it with delight, he felt an immense sense of relief. The headless shepherd of the void must have already departed, right? At this moment, Gao Chun finally had the energy to observe the void. Wait, why has Tia left yet? Moreover, why do his eyes continue to absorb the golden mysterious substance in abundance? What is happening? Could there be another awakening of bloodline powers? Gao Chun's heart began to race with excitement. He hastily focused and concentrated, awaiting new opportunities. Gradually, he discerned changes in his vision. He astonishingly beheld, atop the Gao family mountain, in a secluded spot, two middle-aged men stood side by side. The man in white wore a gentle smile, his gaze soft, with long, glossy black hair flowing gracefully, enhancing his handsome and approachable demeanor. The man in black bore a serious expression, sharp eyes, and a pair of straight, soaring eyebrows, exuding an aura of cold detachment that warded off strangers. These two men, while differing greatly in demeanor and attire, were striking resemblance in features and stature. To an outsider, it was evident they were brothers. Both carried a similarly styled large gourd. The gourd, neither gold nor jade, appeared quite ordinary, with the sole highlight being a beautifully carved character Gao on its surface, reminiscent of dragon and phoenix designs. The two men silently gazed up at the headless shepherd in the void, occasionally glancing towards Gao Chun's secluded courtyard. However, the courtyard had fully opened its formation, rendering its interior completely inscrutable. Second brother, it is rather unusual for Chunzi to choose to seclude himself at this moment. The man in black spoke slowly. Furthermore, the last time the headless shepherd of the void appeared, he also opted for seclusion. There must be some profound mystery behind this. Second brother, we are Chunzi's second and third uncles. Yet we are left in the dark. Meanwhile, outsiders like Li Jinxing and Chun Lian can serve as his guardians. Why do they trust outsiders, but not their kin? What kind of reasoning is this? The black-clad man's voice brimmed with resentment, growing louder. His dark eyes glimmered with a hint of red. Veins on his forehead began to bulge, hinting at a simmering rage. Sensing the shift in his fourth brother, the man in white chose to break the silence. He casually remarked, We are merely sworn brothers with his father. His tone devoid of any emotion. The man in black fell silent, his nameless fury dissipating, leaving him somewhat dejected. But we have watched him grow, we took him hunting, we led him to kill. The black-clad man began to murmur. The man in white, however, turned a deaf ear, still gazing upward into the void. Second brother, can we not discuss Chunzi once more? Enough. We need not delve further into discussions about Chunzi and the Gao family stronghold. Look, has the speed of the headless shepherd in the void not slowed? The black-clad man sighed in resignation, ceasing his persuasion, and lifted his gaze to observe the change in the shepherd's speed. Oh, the change, is that pronounced? The black-clad man gasped in astonishment. Such a noticeable change could attract many outsiders to investigate. The man in white mused softly. What should we do then? The black-clad man exclaimed, Brother Gao Chun has already departed. Our Gao family stronghold is now without a powerful guardian. Let us observe the unfolding situation. The man in white replied calmly. The black-clad man was increasingly perplexed by his second brother. At some point, his second brother had transformed, becoming enigmatic and unfamiliar. The two brothers fell into silence once more. Only the distant bleating of sheep echoed through the void. Just then, the headless shepherd abruptly halted. Casting a piercing gaze upon the two brothers, his eyes narrowing slightly, exuding a sense of danger. The brothers instinctively sensed it. They turned simultaneously and met Li Jinxing's gaze. The man in white merely glanced at Li Jinxing before returning to his gaze into the void. However, the man in black fixated on Li Jinxing, his eyes sharp and sinister, brimming with disdain, without a trace of concealment. More importantly, since Li Jinxing had joined the Gao family stronghold, the bond between the second brother and brother Gao Chun had grown increasingly tenuous, to the point of becoming strangers. Li Jinxing anticipated the brothers' reaction. He smiled with amusement, then strode confidently towards them. Gao Er, Gao Si, you are both here. What are you two scheming in such secretive whispers? Li Jinxing's voice boomed with enthusiasm, as if he were greeting long-lost friends. The man in white remained unresponsive, still gazing into the void. The man in black, however, with a face flushed with anger, retorted loudly, Li Jinxing, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by scheming in secret? Furthermore, this is Gao family stronghold, not yours. It's Gao Chun's Gao. Gao Chun's Gao. It is not the Gao family brothers' Gao, Li Jinxing countered with a smile. You, the black-clad man, ablaze with fury, pointed at Li Jinxing, his face reddening. Veins bulged on his forehead, his energy surging, ready to strike. The man in white could no longer watch. Oh dear. My fourth brother truly has a volatile temper, igniting at the slightest provocation. He hurriedly restrained his fourth brother and said to Li Jinxing, Old Li, mind your words. When we swore brotherhood with Gao Chun, you were still nowhere to be found. Upon seeing Gao Er take the stage, Li Jinxing was exhilarated. He feared not verbal sparring with Gao Er. In the entire Gao family stronghold, when it came to verbal duels, Old Li claimed the second position, and no one dared to challenge him. What a bore. In human interactions, sincerity is what truly matters, not time. Some people meet and feel an instant connection, as if they are kindred spirits. Others, after decades of acquaintance, remain misunderstood, ultimately turning into adversaries. Li Jinxing maintained his cheerful demeanor, brimming with enthusiasm. The man in white, after hearing this, remained noncommittal. He did not respond, but instead pointed at the headless shepherd in the void. The headless figure's speed noticeably slowed. And I surmised that you were not there to protect Chunzi, but were hurrying to reinforce the secret realm's formation. Why waste time here with idle chatter? The middle-aged man in white spoke with a measured pace, devoid of any emotion. Li Jinxing's demeanor shifted, shedding the earlier playful attitude, transforming into something as sharp as a blade. His entire presence altered abruptly. If he had previously seemed like a leisurely old man, he now resembled a peerless swordsman. His keen gaze constantly scrutinized the middle-aged man in white. This Gao Lao air is somewhat profound. Indeed, he is not easy to deal with. Nevertheless, I, Li Jinxing, am not one to be trifled with. He spoke loudly. You have all witnessed the anomalous phenomenon in the void. I trust you understand its implications better than I do. Old Gao has already departed from Gao family fortress, and now it falls upon us to confront the looming crisis. The three of us, along with Chun Lian, are the only 4 silver mystics of Gao family fortress. Whether we can weather this storm depends solely on us 4. At this moment, regardless of any personal thoughts, I hope we can set them aside, unite, and face the external threat together. Surely, you would not allow the fortress you founded to perish before your eyes? Li Jinxing's face was grave, entirely devoid of his previous levity. Gao Lao, I am aware you harbor thoughts about Gao family fortress, and it is indeed a creation of you three brothers alongside old Gao. Your contributions to the fortress are undeniably significant. However, the lord of Gao family fortress can only be succeeded by Gao Chun. I, old Li, will not recognize anyone else. Li Jinxing's words were resolute. Feeling he had more to convey, he continued. Gao Lao, your three brothers possess a bloodline heritage, and my son and I also have a bloodline legacy. Moreover, your Gao family sand control bloodline ranks at the bottom of the 360 bloodline list, while our Li family's diamond bloodline ranks within the top 100. Furthermore, there is Chun Lian. That foolish girl possesses a primordial bloodline. In terms of martial prowess and the hearts of the people, your Gao family brothers are indeed at a disadvantage. After concluding his statement, Li Jinxing laughed heartily and strode away. The middle-aged man in black turned pale and flushed, evidently experiencing a tumultuous emotional shift. Throughout this exchange, the middle-aged man in white remained entirely impassive. In the secluded courtyard, Gao Chun beheld a miraculous scene. It was as though he had entered an entirely different realm. This world was filled with plants resembling rice stalks, adorned with clusters of golden flowers in place of golden wheat ears. The golden blossoms, layered in circles, appeared enchanting like fairies. Gazing at these golden flowers filled Gao Chun with warmth and comfort, particularly in his eyes. Suddenly, a group of powerful cultivators intruded upon this world. Among them were practitioners, demon cultivators, tyrants, and even elves. Their auras were either domineering, sharp, or sinister, all exuding an aura of terror he had never encountered before, one even more potent than that of the golden mystic, old Gao. Could they all be kings? Gao Chun was taken aback. This group of cultivators, upon seeing the golden flowers, had their eyes turned fiery red with unbridled greed. Clearly, they recognized the value of these golden blossoms. Those who initially did not comprehend their worth quickly grasped it upon witnessing the others' reactions. They all lunged towards the golden flowers, eager to pluck them. Just then, a soft whip materialized from the void, striking at the group of cultivators. Crack! Those struck by the whip disintegrated into ash without the slightest resistance. The cultivators in the rear were instantly stunned, their faces contorted with fear and despair, mirroring the expressions of the sheep being herded in the void. Gao Chun, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished. This was a group of kings. How could such powerful beings that ruled the southern wilderness simply vanish with a single lash? Gao Chun gasped in shock. As he watched, his heart raced, and his body ached, yet he remained oblivious to the changes occurring in his left eye. A faint light began to emanate from his left eye, transforming its pitch-black hue into a pale gold. Furthermore, his left pupil seemed to come alive, beginning to rotate slowly, then increasingly faster. A minute figure of a divine demon was gradually taking shape within his pupil. One half of its body gleamed with golden radiance, pure and towering, while the other half was shrouded in darkness, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. The gold and darkness intertwined and collided, giving rise to a mysterious and wondrous rune. The entire figure appeared bizarre and enigmatic. Gao Chun could distinctly sense the divine demon's presence in his eye, as if it were manifesting in his field of vision. Every detail vividly clear. He even felt that this might not be its complete form. This was merely its initial awakening. The thought sent chills down his spine. Why was a divine demon figure emerging from his eye? Was it a living entity or something else? What intentions did this figure harbor towards him? Friend or foe? Questions swirled endlessly in his mind, leaving his complexion pale with fear. At the very moment the divine demon figure was born, the headless shepherd in the void began to tremble uncontrollably, as if filled with excitement, terror, or perhaps both. It hastily wielded its soft whip, driving the sheep away as it quickly departed from Gao family fortress. As the headless shepherd retreated into the void, the anomaly in Gao Chun's left eye vanished in an instant. The divine demon figure dissipated like a burst bubble, leaving no trace behind. Everything that had transpired felt like a dream, utterly surreal. Gao Chun was bewildered, grasping at straws for clarity. All he desired was tranquility. He lay down on the ground, slowly closing his eyes. The previous series of events had thoroughly exhausted his mind. He ceased pondering the divine demon figure, nor did he contemplate the newly awakened ocular ability. He relinquished all thoughts. He emptied his mind, regulated his breathing, and blissfully drifted into a state of semi-slumber. The afternoon sun bathed him in warmth, soothing his weary body, while the chaos in his thoughts intensified. Despite his efforts to control them, the disordered musings surged forth like a flood, uncontainable. It was time to summarize this experience and hope to clarify his thoughts. Gao Chun abandoned his semi-slumber, slightly squinting his eyes as he began to reflect on his recent encounters. Initially, he was filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the awakening of his new ocular ability. Yet, as events unfolded contrary to his hopes, disappointment washed over him. Next, his heart raced, his body ached, and fear gripped him. Then came the birth of his heart's essence, the awakening of the new ocular ability, filling him with immense joy. Finally, he witnessed the peculiar scene of the divine demon figure manifesting in his eye. The entire experience with the headless shepherd felt dreamlike, utterly unreal. Yet, he had indeed birthed his heart's essence and awakened his ocular ability. Sighing deeply, Gao Chun exhaled a breath of stale air and sat up. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not tame the chaos of his thoughts. Questions continued to arise, persistent as resilient weeds, refusing to be quelled. What connection did the headless shepherd have with him? Why had it become his great opportunity? Why could his left eye awaken two bloodline powers? And how had his heart's essence led to the emergence of this ocular ability? In the depths of his mind, a tumultuous storm of questions surged. Why did the ethereal shadows of gods and demons manifest within his left eye? Gao Chun felt a sharp pang of headache. These inquiries offered no clarity. Ultimately, he could only bow his head in resignation and sigh. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the pendant around his neck. The answer lay within arduous cultivation. Once he ascended to the silver realm and opened the sea of souls, the pendant would unlock, revealing all the information he yearned to discover. At that moment, clarity washed over him. All his doubts and chaotic thoughts evaporated like mist. As long as he reached the silver realm, every question would find its answer. The day of that ascension was not far off. Gao Chun extended his hands, fingers interlacing tightly around the pendant. He brimmed with unwavering confidence regarding his future pace of cultivation, for he possessed the heart-eye technique. The enhancement capabilities of the heart-eye technique were nothing short of miraculous. With a heart full of determination, Gao Chun leaped into action, striding towards the formation mechanism in the small courtyard to activate the protective array. Creak! The door of the secluded courtyard swung open abruptly. Gao Chun's eyes were immediately drawn to the enchanting figure of Aunt Lien. "Chunzi, what new divine abilities have you awakened?" she inquired, her face alight with excitement. Gao Chun could only manage a wry smile. Aunt Lien's impatience was as irksome as ever. Did she not notice his pale complexion? Did she not see the exhaustion etched across his features? Did she not observe the beads of sweat adorning his brow? Shouldn't she prioritize concern for his well-being before inquiring about others? However, before him stood Aunt Lien, and all became clear. She was indeed one of a kind. "Aunt Lien, I have awakened the third eye technique in my left eye," Gao Chun said earnestly, sincerity radiating from him. This was a fabrication he bore no guilt for. Although the heart-eye technique emanated from the essence of the heart, it required the left eye for manifestation. Thus, declaring it as the third technique of his left eye posed no issue whatsoever. "Really? You are simply amazing," Aunt Lien exclaimed, her joy overflowing as she enveloped Gao Chun in an enthusiastic embrace, spinning in delight. "What?" Gao Chun stood frozen. He was not surprised by Aunt Lien's exuberance, having grown accustomed to it. Rather, he was astonished to feel a peculiar pulsation in his left eye. To the unobservant, it was imperceptible, yet Gao Chun understood it to be the activation of the heart-eye technique. This technique was passive. Whenever someone experienced a peak of fondness for him and gazed upon him, his left eye would pulsate. This ability served as a veritable lie detector. There was no need to discern the sincerity of someone's sweet words. The mere pulsation of his left eye sufficed to verify everything. Was this the entirety of the heart-eye technique's function? No, it was merely the tip of the iceberg. The most astonishing aspect was that with each pulse of his left eye, a mysterious source of power would emerge from the heart's essence space, known as the bloodline power. This bloodline power could directly elevate his cultivation by 1 star or enable him to successfully cultivate a celestial technique. Was this not extraordinary? It was akin to wielding a cheat. While others required countless resources and time for their cultivation to advance, he need only evoke someone's fondness to ascend. Was this not a cheat in itself? Surely, it rendered all others moot. Gao Chun's heart ignited with fervor as he envisioned himself succeeding as the Lord. leading the Gao family stronghold to innovation and prominence, ultimately becoming the sovereign of the southern wilderness. Hey, Chunzi, what's wrong? Aunt Lien observed Gao Chun, lost in his reverie and smiling foolishly, and concern welled up within her. Had he been possessed? Or had an accident occurred during his awakening, leaving him mentally impaired? The more she pondered, the more anxious she became. She promptly shook him, calling his name. Awakened from his delightful daydream, Gao Chun responded, Aunt Lien, I'm sorry. I just drifted off for a moment. Seeing the worry etched on her face, he felt a warmth swell in his heart. Aunt Lien's affection for him was boundless. In the entire Gao family stronghold, she was the one who cherished him most, even more than his father. Gao Chun realized that Aunt Lien had long wished to become his stepmother. He held no objections to this and wholeheartedly supported it. In fact, he had even attempted to persuade his father to consider them as a couple. Alas, his father remained unyielding, never expressing his stance. Gao Chun felt a deep sense of regret over this. Aunt Lien, I assure you, I'm perfectly fine. He continued to comfort her. Earlier, a question suddenly popped into my mind. Why has my left eye awakened 3 techniques? He began weaving a benevolent lie. Oh, that question, Aunt Lien is also uncertain about. Perhaps your father would know. He is truly remarkable. Not only is he deeply skilled and possesses formidable techniques, but he is also well-versed in various knowledge. Adept in martial formations, familiar with spiritual herbs, and is essentially a polymath. Aunt Lien gazed at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling with reverence for Gao Chun's father. Ah, that scoundrel. Gao Chun silently chastised his father, a woman who loved him so deeply, treating his son as her own. Such women were now rare gems, a drop in the ocean. Yet, he failed to appreciate her. He would come to regret it. To prevent his father from living with lifelong regret, Gao Chun resolved to treat Aunt Lien as his mother. Gao Chun once again reiterated this decision in his heart. By the way, Aunt Lien, are you the only one protecting me? He hastily shifted the topic, unwilling to let Aunt Lien continue basking in her admiration for old Master Gao. No, it was initially just Li Jinxing and me, but later, when Li Jinxing noticed that the speed of the Headless One had slowed, he left. Wait, Aunt Lien. Gao Chun urgently interrupted her, his expression turning serious as he inquired, Aunt Lien, when did the speed of the Headless One in the void begin to decline? Previously, while protecting Gao Chun, she either gazed into the void, vigilant of their surroundings, or was lost in her fantasies, scarcely paying attention to the passage of time. Gao Chun glanced at the bracelet on his wrist. It was now 3 in the afternoon. After careful analysis, he deduced that the deceleration of the Headless One's speed likely coincided with the moment his heart's origin was born. At that time, an anomaly manifested, which Gao Chun could comprehend, for the awakening of his heart's origin bestowed him with the power of ocular techniques. Such a unique heart's origin would indeed manifest some peculiarities. Otherwise, it would be abnormal. However, Gao Chun's brow furrowed slightly, and his smile quickly faded. Chunzi, have you sensed a crisis? Noticing the change in Gao Chun's demeanor, Aunt Lien promptly displayed her insights. The entire southern wilderness was captivated by the void shepherd of the Headless One. Any anomaly it displayed would attract widespread attention, prompting many to investigate our Gao family fortress. Aunt Lien spoke eloquently, her eyebrows dancing with excitement. Huh. Gao Chun was astonished. Aunt Lien surprisingly possessed such insight? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. He understood everything. Aunt Lien did not possess such insight. Her intellect was not that keen. This discourse must have originated from Uncle Li. Aunt Lien was truly perceptive. Instead of exposing her, Gao Chun praised her. Indeed, Aunt Lien has always been quite astute. Aunt Lien beamed with pride. Is Uncle Li reinforcing the formations in the secret realm? Gao Chun hurriedly asked Aunt Lien. Huh, how did you know? Aunt Lien scrutinized him from head to toe. At this moment, she appeared calm on the surface, yet her heart was still quite anxious. Originally, old Master Gao's departure would arouse the curiosity of neighboring forces. Now, with the anomalies of the Headless One, it was uncertain how many external powers would take notice. Even if the neighboring factions coveted the wealth of the Gao family fortress, they dared not act brazenly, as they all belonged to the subordinate forces of the Purple Bamboo Gate. However, external powers were not so scrupulous. They would not grant the Purple Bamboo Gate much face, even though it was one of the 5 dominant human factions in the southern wilderness. If they feared the Purple Bamboo Gate, they would not dare step into the territory of the Gao family fortress. Gao Chun felt a pressing need to rapidly enhance his cultivation and strength. The higher his cultivation and power, the more confidence he would have in facing the impending crisis. Alas, the heart's ocular technique had its limitations. Gao Chun lamented the constraints of the heart's ocular technique. The heart's ocular technique could only manifest the power of bloodline on the first peak of affection. Any subsequent affection would merely cause his left eye to twitch. For instance, no matter how much peak affection Aunt Lien garnered from now on, the heart's origin space would not yield an ounce of bloodline strength. In other words, the heart's origin could only draw upon the first peak of affection. Otherwise, considering Aunt Lien's level of affection for him, Gao Chun was confident that he could swiftly fill the heart's origin space with bloodline power within a short time. Then, he could activate the heart's ocular technique and quickly ascend to the rank of Bronze 7 stars. Alas, the opportunity to reap rewards could only be seized once. It was truly disheartening. What a pity for my heart's ocular technique. Gao Chun couldn't help but sigh. Gao Chun and Aunt Lien parted ways at the secluded courtyard. As the foremost expert of the Gao family fortress, Aunt Lien was exceedingly busy, with numerous matters requiring her attention. The Gao family fortress was vast, but sparsely populated, with even fewer practitioners. Yet, it was equipped with every necessary institution: the planting hall, the breeding hall, the formation hall, whatever the purple bamboo gate had. The Gao family fortress possessed as well. However, most halls were staffed by only a single hall master, with many serving multiple roles. For instance, Aunt Lien was concurrently the master of 6 halls. Gao Chun couldn't help but complain about old Master Gao, all show and no substance. He vowed that upon assuming leadership, he would implement a 3-pronged reform, the first being institutional reform. One must be grounded. One can only eat as much as one can digest, otherwise, one risks choking. This was partly because he had yet to have lunch and was now quite hungry, since he planned to succeed as the lord of the Gao family fortress. He had to shoulder the responsibilities and burdens of leadership. Protecting the Gao family fortress and leading it to rise and thrive was both Gao Chun's motivation for cultivation and his lifelong pursuit. A quarter of an hour later, he hurried to the entrance of his courtyard. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, he instantly felt warmth and tranquility. As the saying goes, a golden nest and a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. Gao Chun wore a serene expression, his eyes brimming with happiness, exuding a sense of ease and naturalness. He strolled leisurely to the large willow tree and casually chose a stone bench to sit upon. Opening the food basket Aunt Lien had sent at noon, he eagerly dug into the delicious offerings. Burp. After satiating his hunger, Gao Chun felt utterly content. Aunt Lien's culinary skills had indeed progressed. Although the food had cooled, he devoured it all with gusto. Aunt Lien was truly a virtuous woman. It was said that before Aunt Lien met old Master Gao, she was a refined lady who had never lifted a finger. She couldn't even boil water. Yet, in pursuit of old Master Gao and to care for herself, she diligently honed her culinary skills. Alas, old Master Gao was nothing but a scoundrel. Gao Chun couldn't help but harshly criticize old Master Gao once more. After finishing his meal, Gao Chun was about to plot how to garner emotional value when there came a knock at the gate. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The gate swung open, revealing a little girl of around 6 or 7 years old in Gao Chun's line of sight. Her cherubic face displayed 2 adorable dimples, and her large, dark eyes sparkled with mischief. Clad in a fiery red dress with a high ponytail, she radiated vivacity and wildness. Notably, the large gourd on her back immediately signified that she belonged to the Gao family, having awakened the bloodline of sand manipulation. Upon seeing the little girl, Gao Chun couldn't help but smile. Just as he was looking for someone to draw emotional value from, this unexpected opportunity brought him unexpected delight. The little girl was the daughter of Gao Sin Shu, named Gao Chuanyu, with the nickname Yu Heir. Brother Gao Chun, congratulations on becoming the fortress master. Before Gao Chun could utter a word, Yu Heir preemptively clasped her fists in congratulations. Wishing you prosperity. Bring forth the red envelopes. Her behavior and demeanor left Gao Chun speechless. How did she know he was about to assume the role of fortress master? He had only learned of it during lunch when he read old Master Gao's letter. How did you know I was going to be the fortress master? Gao Chun directly inquired. Yu Heir, with her chubby hands on her hips, instinctively struck a domineering pose as if to say she would retaliate if he failed to give her a red envelope. You little rascal, go play. Gao Chun was not inclined to indulge her bad habits and promptly poked her forehead. Yu Heir jumped back, covering her forehead, and put on a fierce expression. You bad brother. Stinky brother. When I grow up, I will definitely seek revenge for this. Feeling her intimidation lacking, she placed her hands on her hips, raised her chin, and proclaimed boldly, I, Gao Chun, shall become the future empress, destined to make a name in the southern wilderness and shock the world. You, Gao Chun, are merely a stepping stone on my path to empire. Gao Chun was momentarily stunned. To be honest, her imposing demeanor indeed bore some resemblance to Aunt Lian's earlier fierceness. However, the lines were rather juvenile. With her adorably chubby face and playful high ponytail, she truly elicits a hearty laugh. In the end, Gao Chun stifled his laughter, determined not to dampen his charming little sister's spirits. Such grand aspirations, though a tad juvenile, certainly merit encouragement. You must diligently cultivate your skills. You are the pillar of our Gao family stronghold. The hope for its rise and ascendance rests entirely upon your shoulders. Without a doubt, I, Gao Chun, shall one day elevate our stronghold to dominance in the southern wilderness and beyond. Goodness, such lofty ambitions. Any further praise might just elevate her to the heavens. Gao Chun resolved to shift the conversation away from this whimsical little girl. What do you think about Brother Chun's impending succession as the stronghold leader? He deftly maneuvered the topic. Regarding the notification wall, Gao Chun surmised that Uncle Li was responsible. Uncle Li's actions, though seemingly harsh, were rooted in good intentions. Upon seeing such news, people would come to congratulate her. Yue pouted, by the way, where's my red envelope? Sighing, Gao Chun rubbed his forehead. Being juvenile is one thing, but indulging her desire for a red envelope is another. He felt an urge to scold her. Yet, in the end, he couldn't bear to do it. This charmingly juvenile little girl was a treasure. At just 6 years old, she had already birthed her Dao seed, opened her Qi Si, and become a 1-star bronze practitioner. More significantly, her Qi Si contained 7 innate Dao seals, indicating her potential for rapid advancement to a 7-star bronze practitioner. Free from any bottlenecks, her cultivation aptitude ranked among the top 5 in the entire Gao family stronghold. Furthermore, with her awakened sand control bloodline, she was destined to become a formidable asset to the Gao family in the future. Brother Chun has prepared a grand red envelope for you, a land-level cultivation technique. How do you like it? Gao Chun grinned and winked at her. You wanted a red envelope, didn't you? I still want to reap your emotional value. Your pride makes it impossible to gather admiration. At your tender age, obtaining respect is rather challenging. Thus, gratitude is the most dependable option. I'm giving you a land-level technique. Such a substantial gift surely warrants your gratitude, right? Otherwise, you'd be a thankless wretch. Really? Yue exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she flung herself into Gao Chun's embrace, sweetly expressing her thanks. Thank you, Brother Chun. Indeed, Gao Chun's left eyelid began to twitch. He had successfully harvested her gratitude. Yue was certainly not ungrateful. After sending away the adorable, juvenile Yue, Gao Chun's smile faded, and he sank into deep contemplation. While he had indeed garnered Yue's gratitude value, it seemed rather meager. Upon inspecting the source of emotional value in his heart's primordial space, he felt quite dissatisfied. It was only 1/10 of what Aunt Lian had provided. In other words, the power source of Yue's first gratitude value accounted for a mere 0, one of the entire primordial space. This figure filled Gao Chun with a profound sense of frustration. He had exerted so much effort. Why were the rewards so scant? Was it possible that Yue's gratitude had been insufficient? No, he swiftly dismissed that notion. The Gao family stronghold system was almost a direct copy of the Purple Bamboo sect. The organizational structure and the ranking system for practitioners and their welfare distribution were quite similar. Practitioners were divided into 7 ranks: ordinary disciples, elite disciples, core disciples, stewards, hall masters, guardians, and elders, lords. Each rank received different cultivation materials monthly. Although Yue was a genius, she had only recently birthed her Dao seed, opened her Qi Si, and become a 1-star bronze practitioner. Her rank was that of an ordinary disciple. A land-level technique was worth an entire year's stipend for her. Such a significant gift would surely elicit her utmost gratitude. Yet, why was the conversion of the power source so scant? Gao Chun began to ponder meticulously. After analysis, comparison, verification, and contemplation of the heart's origin, Gao Chun concluded, the quantity of power sources converted from the 3 types of emotional values is not only related to the intensity of those emotions, but also to their cultivation level. This made sense. Aunt Lian was at the 7-star silver level, while Yue was merely a 1-star bronze. The disparity in their cultivation levels was vast. Having reached a conclusion, Gao Chun felt a great sense of relief wash over him. Simultaneously, he experienced a twinge of regret. He should not have hastily harvested Aunt Lian's first. Admiration value. Aunt Lian's cultivation level was over 10 times that of Yuer, yet the power source harvested was only 10 times that of Yuer. This clearly indicated that Aunt Lian's admiration for him had not reached its peak. Was it necessary to nurture them rather than indiscriminately harvest emotional values in the future? Due to the limitations of the first eye technique, one could only harvest the first instance of gratitude, respect, and admiration from each individual, rendering subsequent attempts ineffective. To put it simply, Gao Chun could only harvest emotional values from each person 3 times throughout his life. To maximize benefits, he needed to cultivate their emotional intensity and cultivation levels. No. Gao Chun broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had been too narrow-minded. In his earlier thoughts, he had become trapped in a dead end, fixating solely on the Gao family stronghold. How could he be so short-sighted? He lightly slapped his own cheek. The first eye technique was effective on all life forms. In the entire cultivation world, there were 4 major categories of life forms: humans, tyrants, demonic beasts, and spirits. Among these, spirits were further divided into 3 major categories: plant spirits, weapon spirits, and elemental spirits. Considering the vast array of life forms in the entire southern wilderness, let alone just the purple bamboo mountain region, there were millions. Upon this realization, Gao Chun felt a surge of ambition, his spirits lifted, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. What remarkable effects could the first eye technique have on demonic beasts and spirits? As for tyrants, they bore little difference from humans, so the effects should be comparable. Action speaks louder than words. Gao Chun sprang into action. He stood up, moved to the willow tree's trunk, and knocked on it, calling out, "Lina, wake up! It's time for dinner." Moments later, a tiny sprite, about the size of a fist, fluttered out from the tree trunk and landed in Gao Chun's arms. She resembled a human in every way, with distinct features and limbs, the only difference being a pair of translucent, beautiful wings. She waved her tiny pink fists, repeatedly striking Gao Chun's chest, appearing quite irate. "Good girl, Lina." Gao Chun hurriedly reassured her. "Daddy has milk for you." He then retrieved a bottle from his storage ring, filled with Lina's favorite, a second-tier mystical item, universal spirit water. Upon seeing the bottle, Lina's green eyes sparkled, and she swiftly dove for the nipple, eagerly sucking. "Sweetheart, drink slowly. Daddy has plenty." Gao Chun was exceedingly indulgent towards Lina, for she was his first little sprite. As a man, one never forgets their firsts. Lina was born in the Gao family's cultivation area, and at the tender age of 5, Gao Chun became her master. From that moment on, her mother willow tree relocated to Gao Chun's courtyard, remaining by his side ever since. Plants do not inherently possess gender, but upon gaining intelligence and becoming sprites, they develop gender identities. The designation of male or female is determined by the sprite's consciousness, and once established, it can never be altered. Lina is a female sprite. After satiating her thirst, Lina elegantly spread her wings and flew before Gao Chun, hands on her hips, pouting adorably. "Zhi. Although Lina could not yet speak, as her master, Gao Chun could still understand her intent. "Bad daddy, you didn't feed me milk at noon. I've been hungry all day." "Oh." Gao Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. At noon, upon hearing of the imminent arrival of the headless shepherd, he had become so excited that he completely forgot about Lina. "Sweetheart, Daddy was wrong." Gao Chun hurriedly apologized to Lina, assuring her, "Father promises there will never be a next time." After a moment of soothing, Lina's face lit up with joy. At times, she would leap onto his head, bouncing playfully, while at others, she twirled around him gracefully or fluttered close to his face, playfully nudging him. She was having the time of her life. Gao Chun devotedly played with Lina, yet he did not forget his purpose, to validate the first eye technique. Throughout their playtime, his left eye remained still. How could he evoke 3 distinct emotions in Lina? Gao Chun found himself in a quandary. First, let us consider her willingness to submit. As a cultivator, what would be the quickest way to make her yield? Undoubtedly, it would be through overpowering her. The willow tree was her true form. She could manipulate its branches to bind or strike. Without resorting to celestial-level techniques, Gao Chun realized he was no match for Lina. Next, he pondered gratitude and admiration. Would Lina even feel gratitude or admiration? More precisely, did she possess the cognitive capacity for such emotions at this moment? Upon her birth, she had absorbed a drop of his blood, thus intertwining their fates. He was, in essence, her father. She would be affectionate, reliant, and playful. But could she truly feel gratitude or admiration? Despite her formidable combat prowess, she was akin to a toddler in terms of intelligence. Gao Chun took a deep breath, finally comprehending the nuances of the first eye technique's power. The transformation of the source of strength was not only related to the intensity of these three emotions, but also intertwined with cultivation and intellect. A wave of relief washed over him. After some time of play, he gently returned Lena to the willow's essence for her slumber. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays bathed Gao Chun, enhancing his striking features and extraordinary demeanor. The heart's primordial space was filling for the first time, yet it still required 80 to 90% more. The plan to gather resources would commence tomorrow. Gao Chun could hardly contain his excitement. This was merely the beginning of the tale. Gao Chun was about to stir things up. Still enveloped in immense joy, Gao Chun reveled in the efficacy of the heart's eye technique upon the sprites. This significantly broadened his path to ascension. He continued to shower Lena with gentle kisses, which she seemed to relish, her excitement palpable. With half-closed eyes, her fair cheeks flushed a rosy hue, exuding sheer delight. Yet, Gao Chun's left eye remained restless, prompting him to regain some composure. It became clear that kissing Lena was the key to unlocking her fondness for him. He sighed at his previous missteps. All that effort spent entertaining her, teasing her, and offering her precious treasures had been in vain. It appeared that in order to garner someone's peak fondness, one must find the right method and follow the correct path. Straying from the right course rendered all efforts futile. Gao Chun experienced an epiphany. He even extrapolated a hypothesis. If a beautiful woman felt fondness merely out of gratitude, and he suddenly confessed his feelings, would she reciprocate with peak fondness? Perhaps. She would dismiss him outright. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Henceforth, when seeking to cultivate someone's peak fondness, it was essential not only to assess if they held any affection for him, but also to discern the nature of that affection. Was it admiration, gratitude, or respect? Or perhaps reliance, infatuation, or idolization? Gao Chun gained a deeper understanding of his heart's eye technique. He continued to frolic with Lena until she was utterly exhausted, yawning incessantly. Only then did he cradle her and prepare to return her to the willow's essence for her sleep. Observing Lena's reluctant gaze, his heart melted. However, the little sprite could not exist independently from her essence. She needed to ascend to a higher level of spritehood first. Rest well, dear Lena. When you awaken, Father will play with you again. Gao Chun gently reassured her as he placed her back into the willow's core. Having completed these tasks, Gao Chun stepped into the kitchen, brewed a pot of tea, and prepared an assortment of fruit platters. As the sun set and a gentle breeze rustled the willow branches, Gao Chun settled comfortably on a stone bench, his thoughts drifting. He sensed that today, Lena had been particularly clingy and affectionate towards him. What could the reason be? Now was not the time for such reflections. He quickly focused his mind, keenly sensing the heart's primordial space. To his astonishment, there was a significant increase in the bloodline power. Was this all due to Lena's peak fondness? Gao Chun was overwhelmed with disbelief. Yet, it was indeed the case. The bloodline power she generated was threefold that of you heiress. Gao Chun fell into deep contemplation. Both sprites and human cultivators were practitioners, yet their corresponding cultivation realms were analogous to that of human bronze level. However, the sprite realms were not as meticulously categorized as those of human cultivators, each realm containing 9 stars. What, then, was Lena's cultivation level equivalent to within the bronze tier? In terms of intelligence, Lena was akin to a 2- or 3-year-old child, easily outsmarted by a 6-year-old heir. Yet, in terms of combat prowess, Lena could easily overpower 10 heirs. The willow tree was her essence, allowing her to wield the branches for binding, striking, and other maneuvers. Without celestial techniques, Gao Chun was indeed no match for her. It seemed that the cultivation level of a sprite was determined by combat ability rather than intelligence. Thus, his acquisition of her peak fondness resulted in a significant increase in bloodline power. Through meticulous analysis, Gao Chun ultimately arrived at this conclusion. Deepening his understanding of the heart's eye technique, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This smile was warm and captivating, perfectly timed as the sun's golden rays illuminated him, rendering him even more handsome and charming. My heart's eye technique is effective for both human cultivators and sprites. What of its efficacy on beasts and overlords? A thought flitted through Gao Chun's mind. Overlords and cultivators shared a similar cultivation framework, the only distinction being that they possessed at least one additional physical feature. For instance, among the overlords were the three-eyed, four-eyed, and long-tailed clans. Gao Chun surmised that his heart's eye technique would be effective on overlords. As for beasts, he felt less certain. The truth would only emerge through practical validation. Gao Chun was not in a hurry to test it on beasts, for the Gao family stronghold currently housed only spirit beasts, not demonic beasts. Mortals needed to cultivate a Dao seed to become cultivators, and the same applied to demonic beasts. Spirit beasts required the birth of a demonic core to evolve into demonic beasts. Suddenly, Gao Chun realized a critical question. Would his heart's eye technique be effective on mortals? How much bloodline power could it generate? The number of mortals was substantial. The Gao family stronghold boasted over 2,000. If each mortal could contribute even 1,000th of a portion of bloodline power, then 2,000 mortals would yield a remarkable 2/10 of bloodline power. A considerable amount. No. Gao Chun abruptly stood, realizing he had been too narrow-minded. His thoughts had stumbled into a dead end, fixating solely on the Gao family stronghold. How could he have been so limited in perspective? Gao Chun gently slapped his own face. Gao Jibao is merely one of the 13 forts in the central region of Nanping Town. The entire Nanping Town boasts a total of 36 forts. Within the Purple Bamboo Mountain area, there are 9 towns of similar size to Nanping. Moreover, there exists a city that is larger than any town. Across the entire southern wilderness, countless Purple Bamboo Mountain regions abound, with so many mortals, so many practitioners, and so many spirits. The more Gao Chun contemplated, the brighter his eyes became, sparkling like the stars that hung high in the night sky. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to descend the mountain and cultivate the goodwill of the mortals in Gao Jibao. Gao Jibao has established 7 mortal villages at the foot of Gaojia Mountain. These mortals were either brought from Nanping Town after the founding of Gao Jibao or were their newly born children. Their sustenance and shelter are provided free of charge by Gao Jibao. Their primary purpose is to procreate. The more children they have, the greater the number of Dao seeds born, thus increasing the practitioners. Gao Chun is well acquainted with them and treats them with kindness, like family. The culture of Gao Jibao emphasizes respect for mortals, for everyone was once a mortal. One must never forget their roots. Gao Chun is confident that he can garner their utmost goodwill. His demeanor is refined and amiable, marked by politeness, humility, and a willingness to assist others. He is regarded as the epitome of a gentleman in Gao Jibao. With such a commendable reputation, and by offering a substantial benefit, how could their goodwill not be freely bestowed upon him? In an instant, Gao Chun's face radiated with a splendid smile, a manifestation of his pride. Yet, he ultimately restrained his impulse and refrained from descending into the mortal village. First, it was growing dark, and most mortals had begun their procreative activities. It would be inconsiderate to interrupt their sacred endeavors. Furthermore, the contribution of bloodline power from mortals is minimal. Each mortal contributes merely 1,000th of a fraction? What a far-fetched dream. After calming his thoughts and analyzing the situation, Gao Chun concluded that if each mortal could contribute a 10,000th of a fraction of bloodline power, it would indeed be a significant gain. For in that case, 10,000 mortals could yield a full 10th of bloodline power. 10 mortals could fill the source space of the heart, allowing him to advance by 1 star in cultivation or to directly master a celestial art. This was nothing short of a heavenly boon. The mere thought exhilarated Gao Chun, causing him to tremble with anticipation. As he continued to reflect, his spirits soared. Yet fatigue had long since settled into his body and mind. This day, since the arrival of the headless shepherd from the void, he had experienced numerous shocks, uncertainties, reflections, and analyses. Gazing at the stars twinkling in the night sky, with the gentle spring breeze caressing him, he began to feel drowsy. Ah, how swiftly time passes. Gao Chun rose, stretched lazily, and returned to his room, lying down to swiftly drift into slumber. The night sky was clear and cloudless, the stars shining brightly, presenting a picture of flourishing beauty over Gao Jibao. In the northern neighboring fort of Wangjibao, 2 men sat facing each other in a secret chamber. During the afternoon, the headless shepherd from the void suddenly slowed down. Do you know the reason? The silver-haired youth spoke first. His face was square, with a prominent nose and bright triangular eyes. Yet it was his flowing silver hair that captured the most attention, cascading naturally over his shoulders. He lounged casually in his chair, his tone relaxed, with a smile that imparted a sense of approachability. In stark contrast, The man in green across from him appeared tense, his face etched with worry, embodying a demeanor akin to one preparing for battle. The silver-haired youth remained silent, and the chamber fell into a heavy silence. The atmosphere grew increasingly grave. The man in green became more anxious, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Thud, thud, thud. The man in green found himself trembling, his lips pale with fear. The silver-haired man was a direct descendant of the Tiani sect. Moreover, this individual was known for his unpredictable temperament and reckless disregard for consequences. Gritting his teeth, he quickly spoke up. Envoy. Although we have not obtained any clues regarding the shepherd's deceleration, I suspect it is related to the neighboring Gao. Oh. The silver-haired youth paused his rhythmic tapping and casually uttered a word. The 9 elder kings of the purple bamboo sect have all visited Gao. That is evidently unusual. Gao is merely an ordinary golden-level force, with only a 5th-grade mystic mountain on its territory and no particularly special mystical plants or mines. Why would all the elders of the purple bamboo sect pay a visit? There must be a hidden secret within. The man in green elaborated on his deductions. Please, tell me more about the situation in Gao. The silver-haired youth finally ceased his tapping, his expression becoming serious for the first time. The man in green exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. It was only then that he noticed his back was drenched in cold sweat. The authority of the Tiani sect was indeed formidable. Their total number of practitioners does not exceed 50. Moreover, the golden practitioner Gao Chun has already departed from Gao. The man in green hastily detailed the strength of Gao. He then proceeded to discuss Gao's wealth. Gao currently boasts over 400 square kilometers of territory, with its most valuable asset being the 5th-grade mystic vein of Gaojia Mountain, alongside several other single-attribute mystic veins. In summary, Gao is among the richest forts in the entirety of Nanping Town. The man in green dared not interrupt. The chamber once again descended into silence. A minute later, the silver-haired youth stated earnestly, Lord of Wangjiabao, you will report to the sect with a confidential letter, informing them that the shepherd's deceleration is most likely caused by Gao. He looked at the man in green with a smile, right? The man in green was taken aback. When did I report such a letter? But in an instant, he realized the implication. After speaking, he hurriedly retrieved 2 sheets of specialized stationery and quickly penned the message. The reason for the shepherd's deceleration is most likely due to Gao. Then, he respectfully handed 1 sheet to the silver-haired youth. Envoy, please keep this letter. It needs to be archived by the sect. Lord of Wangjiabao, do well. The silver-haired youth stood up, patting the shoulder of the man in green. The Tiani sect will not forget your contributions. I hope the envoy will speak highly of me in front of the Grand Protector. The man in green slightly bowed, clasping his hands in gratitude, his smile widening. However, upon reflection, he considered that probing into the depths of Gao might also be a delightful endeavor. Gao Chun was a mysterious figure, unfathomable, and surely had some hidden schemes. But, having just sent him a confidential letter, if anything were to happen to him in Gao, he would not escape blame. The Tiani sect is the foremost superpower among humanity. The Tiani sect of the southern wilderness is merely one of its branches. Thus, he quickly added envoy. The former lord of Gao, Gao Chun, is quite enigmatic and profound. Although he has left Gao, he will undoubtedly have left behind some contingency plans. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? The silver-haired youth's voice turned stern, his triangular eyes narrowing, gleaming with a fierce light. I would not dare. I would not dare. The Lord of Wangjiabao quickly apologized repeatedly. Very well, this envoy has his own sense of discretion in handling matters. The silver-haired youth chose not to engage further. The man in green was still quite useful. Otherwise, how could he have acquired this information today? Gao was indeed a delectable feast. He must consume it before the Grand Protector's arrival. The violet-haired youth extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips, pondering how to conquer Gao family fort. Should he rally a collective force for a direct assault, or stealthily infiltrate the stronghold? As dawn broke, the eastern horizon glimmered with a pale light, shrouding the world in a veil of mist, as if cloaking the earth in a silvery sheen. Gao Chun awoke, unhesitant, and promptly donned his attire. He felt invigorated, his spirit buoyant, the fatigue of the previous day having vanished without a trace. Following this, Gao Chun commenced his morning routine. He was always meticulous about his appearance. The persona of a modest gentleman must not falter. Furthermore, as he was about to assume the role of fort master. It was imperative to present himself impeccably. Such diligence would surely enhance the goodwill of those around him, paving the way for an eventual peak in favor. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot traverse a great distance. Without a solid foundation, one cannot erect a grand edifice. The peak of goodwill was akin to a towering structure, while the foundation represented the everyday affections he had fostered. After completing his grooming, he gazed into the mirror at the handsome figure reflected before him and could not help but exclaim, "What a striking young man!" He could easily choose to coast through life on the merits of his looks. Alas, a great responsibility had been bestowed upon him to lead Gao family fort towards innovation and prosperity, ultimately establishing it as a dominant force in the southern wilderness. After indulging in a moment of self-amusement, Gao Chun swiftly made his way to the kitchen. Practitioners of the arcane arts, like ordinary mortals, must consume sustenance daily to maintain vitality, ensuring their meridians do not wither and their essence does not diminish. However, their diet consisted of mystical fare, such as ethereal rice, arcane vegetables, enchanted meats, and mystical peaches. Bronze-level practitioners consumed first and second-tier mystic foods, while silver-level practitioners indulged in third and fourth-tier dishes, and so forth. With his own hands, Gao Chun prepared a sumptuous breakfast, confident in his culinary skills, which he believed far surpassed those of Aunt Lien. Blessed with talent, he reveled in his own culinary prowess, crafting a delightful meal. After devouring the feast, he efficiently tidied the kitchen. With all tasks completed, Gao Chun hurried to the small courtyard. Approaching the grand willow tree, he tapped on its trunk, calling out, "Lena, my dear, it's time to rise and enjoy your milk." The little sprite, Lena, emerged from the branches, her sleepy eyes sparkling like emeralds upon seeing Gao Chun. She immediately flew into his embrace, rolling about playfully. "Good girl." Gao Chun skillfully retrieved the milk bottle, feeding her as she savored her meal with delight. Once satiated, she danced around him, playfully nuzzling his face and head. Their joyous playtime continued, with Gao Chun thoroughly enjoying her company, teasing her merrily. He noticed with certainty that Lena had grown even more affectionate towards him than before. What could be the reason for this newfound closeness? After racking his brain and drawing a blank, he ultimately abandoned the thought, for he had more pressing matters at hand, the grand scheme of gathering goodwill. Gao Chun's immediate objective was to rapidly amass enough goodwill to harness half of his bloodline power, filling his heart's core space, and subsequently advancing to the 7th star of the bronze rank. To achieve this goal, he prioritized familiar faces within Gao family fort. He had effortlessly garnered the goodwill of Aunt Lien, Yuer, and Lena, thus obtaining half of the required bloodline power. Yet, he did not allow this swift success to cloud his judgment. He recognized that his ease in winning over these three was a result of the goodwill he had accumulated over time, a testament to his virtuous character cultivated since he was 16. For these familiar individuals, his persona of a modest gentleman had endeared him to them. The next step was to perform a remarkable feat that would stimulate their goodwill towards him. Which group should he target first? Gao Chun stroked his chin, entering a contemplative state. Mortals? He promptly dismissed this notion. Not only would their contribution to bloodline power be negligible, but devising an enticing benefit for them, gathering them together, and then delivering a speech would consume an inordinate amount of time he could not afford to waste. Gao Chun intended to secure half of the bloodline power within a single morning, perhaps extending into the afternoon. Indeed, he planned to ascend to the 7th star of the bronze rank today. Fueled by unwavering confidence stemming from his reputation as a modest gentleman and the commendable character he had developed over 16 years in Gao family fort. As for the elder practitioners, aside from old Gao, the remaining senior figures included Aunt Lien, Uncle Li, and the 3 Gao brothers, along with the Tang couple, totaling 7 individuals. Except for Aunt Lien, the other 6 were formidable personalities. Gao Chun felt uncertain about securing their goodwill. Moreover, as the backbone of Gao family fort, they were perpetually occupied with significant matters, making it a challenge to seek them out, which would require considerable time. For instance, Aunt Lien, Uncle Li, and the Gao brothers took turns guarding and patrolling the vast territory of Gao family fort, while the Tang couple managed the agricultural and livestock endeavors. Consequently, Gao Chun decided against initially targeting them for goodwill. Thus, only his peers remained as viable candidates. He resolved to focus on them and began formulating a detailed action plan. What extraordinary feat could he perform to evoke their goodwill? Gao Chun stroked his smooth chin, wrestling with his thoughts until, at last, inspiration struck. A radiant smile graced his lips as he dubbed his plan the Establishing Authority Plan. The general strategy involved finding a formidable peer among his contemporaries and decisively defeating him in public. Although this approach might seem cliché, a well-known method of proving oneself, it was undeniably effective. To maintain the persona of a modest gentleman, he had always embodied humility, elegance, and courtesy, leading his peers to underestimate his true capabilities, unaware that he had already awakened his bloodline abilities. A sudden display of prowess would surely leave them astounded, and the goodwill would soon flow abundantly. The more he contemplated, the more delighted he became, his smile growing ever brighter. Furthermore, this plan would yield dual benefits. 1. He could directly gain goodwill, whether from the audience or the individual he challenged. 2. It would allow others to recognize his strength and potential, thereby enhancing their goodwill towards him, ultimately paving the way for greater favor. Whom should he choose as his target? After much thoughtful deliberation, Gao Chun selected his good friend, Li Daoqiu. Li Daoqiu, the son of Uncle Li, was of the same age and cultivation level as Gao Chun, having grown up together as childhood companions. How might one describe this friend? In a word, peculiar. In 2 words, a unique character. In 3 words, a truly bizarre individual. To articulate this perspective more vividly, one might borrow Uncle Li's words. You ungrateful child, not the sharpest tool in the shed, always dreaming of fighting and brawling, a true brute. And with that foul mouth of yours, spewing nonsense, you'll certainly meet your end one day, if not for the striking resemblance he bore to his father in youth. Uncle Li would have suspected he had been cuckolded. This was the image of his good brother, Li Daoqiu, in the eyes of others. Alas, dear brother, for the sake of securing more goodwill, I must place you in the role of my challenger. Gao Chun began to silently mourn for Li Daoqiu in his heart. He should have sent a message to his fellow practitioners to notify them of the meeting location. How could he have forgotten such an important task last night? Suddenly, Gao Chun realized his oversight and felt a pang of regret as he slapped the back of his head. He hurriedly retrieved a palm-sized square folding copper mirror from his storage ring. This copper mirror was an essential treasure for practitioners, serving as a communication tool. It had 2 primary functions. First, practitioners could send text messages to one another. Second, it allowed access to public messages released by Zhu Min. Gao Chun quickly activated the communication mirror. Beep, beep, beep. Numerous messages instantly popped up in the mirror, startling him. Upon checking the timestamps, he discovered they were all sent yesterday. He quickly reviewed each message carefully to avoid missing any crucial information. Uncle Gao, Chunzi, congratulations on becoming the new lord. Wishing you prosperity. Where's my red envelope? Good heavens. What a character. MOU's penchant for demanding red envelopes must be an inherited trait from her father. It's quite possible. Continuing to the next message. Uncle Li, Chunzi, I've announced your succession to the lordship within the fort. Surprised? Excited? Oh, that's just Uncle Li's playful style. What a familiar tone. I hardly feel surprised at all skipping that. He moved to the next message. Li Daoqiu, Gao Chun, where have you been? Why didn't you come to the mountaintop to see the headless shepherd in the void? Humph, you have no team spirit. You're not fit to be the captain. You should step down. What a blatant provocation. Excellent. The more defiant he is, the more pleased I become. When the time comes, I won't hold back. I won't feel guilty at all. A slight smile crept onto Gao Chun's lips, revealing a radiant grin. Chun Yuan, little brother Chun, hurry to the mountaintop to see the headless shepherd in the void. I've saved the best spot for you. An overwhelming scent of affection surged forth, but Gao Chun swiftly dismissed it and moved on to the next message. Tang Yuqin, boss, come to the mountaintop quickly. I've secured a great spot for you. Such a sycophantic tone. Ignoring it, he continued browsing. The subsequent messages either inquired about his absence from the mountaintop or congratulated him on his impending assumption of the lordship. Congratulations on your prosperity. Where's my red envelope? Seeing the requests for red envelopes, Gao Chun couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. This bad habit has finally spread. I must firmly suppress this demand for red envelopes after I assume the lordship. I won't tolerate anyone indulging in it. Determined, Gao Chun clenched his teeth. Having finished all the messages, the tension in his heart finally eased. There was no significant information that required special attention. Yesterday, due to the headless shepherd in the void, he had experienced an array of bewildering events: surprise, disappointment, shock, and fear, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. Consequently, He had fallen asleep early last night and forgotten to check the communication mirror. Thankfully, there were no urgent messages. Gao Chun took a deep breath, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. He was swift and decisive in his actions, without a hint of procrastination. He hadn't forgotten to notify his fellow practitioners. He channeled his inner energy to his fingers and began typing messages on the communication mirror to send to his comrades. In truth, he only needed to send messages to 4 individuals, namely the remaining members of Gao Chun's team. As for the other fellow practitioners, they were still inexperienced novices, bound to attend their classes. Their curriculum, aside from guidance from the elders, largely consisted of self-study. Gao Chun occasionally visited the training area to teach these young novices. After swiftly sending out notifications to his 4 teammates, he glanced at the watch on his wrist. There was still some time left. Perhaps he could do something else? Gao Chun casually scrolled through the friend list on the communication mirror. Suddenly, he found the communication mirror lacking appeal. Its functions were too limited. If only it could offer a few more features, it would truly become his prized possession. Firstly, a group chat function would be invaluable. This would allow him to create a group with friends, facilitating discussion and collaboration to find the best solutions to various matters. Moreover, he could showcase his prowess within the group, thereby enhancing his rapport with others and laying the groundwork for achieving peak favorability. The advantages of having a group chat function were numerous. Gao Chun yearned for a communication mirror that could facilitate group chats, but alas, he could only gaze longingly at the mirror, not to mention the development of new features. Even this basic communication mirror was something the Gao family fort could not produce. Only the Zizhu Gate in the entire Zizhu Mountain region had the capability to manufacture it. Secondly, a video call function would allow friends not only to communicate through text, but also to engage in direct video conversations. With this feature, attaining favorability would be even more convenient. Many people using the communication mirror could quickly boost their favorability. Gao Chun was confident in his ability to charm others. To gain someone's favor, he first needed to find them, at the very least ensuring he was within their line of sight. Just this condition could waste a significant amount of his time. If the video call function were available, his progress would exponentially increase. In that case, safeguarding the Gao family fort and leading it to rise and thrive would be much more feasible. Thirdly, a live streaming function would allow the mirror to be transformed into a larger mirror displayed in populous areas of each fort and town. He could directly address the public through the mirror, delivering speeches, teaching lessons, and showcasing wonders in essence. It would enable him to exhibit himself, leaving the audience in awe, gratitude, and admiration. The mere thought of this function's potential made Gao Chun drool. Thousands of mortals, each one of them represented wealth for his advancement. The development of the live streaming function was imperative. A single mortal's favorability could yield a fraction of a bloodline power. 10,000 mortals could provide a complete bloodline power, allowing him to ascend to a higher tier of bloodline or even directly master a supreme technique. Just the thought of it sent shivers down Gao Chun's spine. If this function were to be developed, he could elevate his cultivation to the silver realm in just one day. In that case, he would gain access to information about the headless shepherd in the void, understand his connection with it, discover why his left eye could awaken 2 forms of ocular techniques, and uncover everything. The development of this function was a necessity, absolutely necessary. Gao Chun fervently shouted in his heart as the 4 individuals noticed Gao Chun approaching. Their reactions varied. Chen Yuan felt a twinge of worry, pondering whether Gao Chun had witnessed her earlier altercation with Li Daoqiu. She was acutely aware that Gao Chun preferred gentle girls. She needed to strive to embody the qualities he admired. "Good morning, little brother Chun." Chen Yuan greeted him with a gentle and serene demeanor. "Good morning, Sister Yuan." Gao Chun returned her smile, fully aware of her feelings for him. Uncle Gao was quite the expert in matters of the heart, having nurtured harmonious relationships among his many wives, who treated each other like sisters, showing mutual respect. After hearing Gao Chun's recounting of events, Uncle Gao had remarked playfully, "Chunzi, remember, women are the most capricious creatures. At their age, they are still naive about love, often liking a man merely for his appearance or character. As they matured, their perspectives evolved, leading them to consider a myriad of factors in choosing their partners: strength, status, identity, and wealth. Ultimately, they sought individuals who could provide them with a sense of security and happiness. Moreover, can a man who lacks the affection of women truly be deemed exceptional? A truly remarkable man possesses a broad-minded heart, embodies compassion, and is capable of embracing the entire forest, with only the sky as his limit. After a profound conversation with Uncle Gao-san, Gao Chun experienced a moment of enlightenment. After all, she was still underage. Why worry unnecessarily? Let everything unfold naturally. Hello, boss. The plump Tang enthusiastically greeted Gao Chun, noticing a subtle change in his demeanor, a transformation in his aura. If the previous Gao Chun was a modest gentleman, the current one resembled a peerless swordsman, radiating brilliance. Was he preparing to inherit the position of the stronghold's leader, revealing a regal presence? Tang's imagination soared. Hello, fatty. Gao Chun smiled, patting his younger companion's shoulder. It seemed this was a customary gesture between the leader and his close confidants. Although it felt somewhat unfamiliar, one must take that first step to gain proficiency. Hello, Brother Daxiong. Gao Chun beamed at Gao Chuanxiong, who was crouched nearby, diligently polishing a large gourd, extending a warm greeting. His demeanor was both affable and dignified, calm yet reserved. Gao Chuanxiong couldn't help but squint slightly. Sensing a change in his cousin, he appeared more confident and composed. He had transformed from a timid rabbit hiding in the grass into a hungry cheetah. Could the prospect of becoming the stronghold's leader truly bestow such confidence upon a practitioner of the arcane arts? His gaze then shifted to Li Daoqiu, who at that moment narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Gao Chun from head to toe. Li Daoqiu also perceived the change in Gao Chun, and perhaps more acutely than others. They had been inseparable since the age of 5, climbing trees, catching birds, swimming in the lake, and enduring punishments together. Gao Chun's every quirk was known to him. The previous Gao Chun seemed to be enduring, deliberately concealing his talents. Now, he appeared eager to shine. He was akin to a sword unsheathed, previously dull and now gleaming with sharpness. The prior Gao Chun resembled a placid pond. Now, it resembled a torrent unleashed. As if a valve had been turned. Could his imminent ascension to leadership be the catalyst for this transformation? Li Daoqiu instinctively shook his head, dismissing the thought. What then could have triggered this change? Gao Chun, equally intrigued, examined Li Daoqiu with a playful glint in his eye. Despite his boisterous demeanor and seemingly reckless bravado, Li Daoqiu was, in fact, quite shrewd. His sharp tongue was not wielded indiscriminately. He reserved it for those he could afford to provoke. In contrast, he displayed utmost respect towards those he deemed formidable, like Brother Daxiong from their team, never daring to insult him directly after receiving several lessons in humility. From a personal standpoint, Gao Chun did not harbor disdain for Li Daoqiu's sharp tongue. Rather, he found it amusing. Of course, when Li Daoqiu's arrogance swelled, his barbs could become ruthless, provoking ire. Gao Chun often found himself exasperated by him, but realizing there was no ill intent behind it, he chose to overlook it. Daoqiu, I've heard you're particularly dissatisfied with me as your captain, Gao Chun began, a hint of mischief in his tone. You wanted to take my place, didn't you? When you were captain, I tolerated it because we are brothers. Now that you're about to become the stronghold's leader, naturally, I should take the captaincy. Li Daoqiu wore a look of determination, as if declaring, none, but I shall take this role. Gao Chun smirked provocatively. What if I refuse? As the saying goes, there are two things a man should never yield to, even to a brother, women and power. His tone was light-hearted yet cold. Li Daoqiu's expression shifted dramatically, and the atmosphere grew tense. The three bystanders sensed the shift in dynamics. Ha! Li Daoqiu's boisterous laughter shattered the silence. Refuse? Then I shall beat you into submission. He raised his fist in a threatening manner. Dare you meet me in the training arena for a true contest? A smile graced Gao Chun's lips. He was pleased with his earlier provocation. By inciting Li Daoqiu's anger, the more relaxed he appeared, the greater his resentment would be. Defeating him would yield greater respect. All right, let us settle this today. The winner shall be the boss. Gao Chun accepted the challenge decisively, turning to stride towards the training arena. Boss, you can't go. Tang rushed forward, blocking Gao Chun's path. He feared that Gao Chun would be outmatched by Li Daoqiu, who was clearly not in a good state of mind and would likely resort to his bloodline powers. The Diamond bloodline ranked 97th among the 360 bloodline families, a reputation not easily earned. Once activated, it could transform any part of his body into diamond, making him formidable in both offense and defense. Gao Chun was perplexed by Tang's obstruction. Boss, Daoqiu's diamond bloodline is exceedingly powerful. He will undoubtedly employ it. You are about to become the stronghold's leader. You cannot lose face. Tang gently pulled Gao Chun aside, speaking in hushed tones. Gao Chun was left speechless, realizing that this rotund friend was worried about him being beaten by Li Daoqiu. Was he truly perceived as such a weakling in their eyes? It seemed he had been too low-key in their presence. Huh, what do you mean by that? Gao Chun glared at Tang. Ah, boss. Tang, wary of Gao Chun's ire, remembered who would ultimately lead the Gao family stronghold. Seeing Tang's timidity, Gao Chun waved his hand dismissively. Are you just worried I'll be beaten by Li Daoqiu? He then placed a reassuring hand on Tang's shoulder. Fatty, since we met, have you ever seen me undertake an endeavor without confidence? Indeed, Tang agreed, recalling Gao Chun's usual composure. He never acts without assurance. Why should I worry? But the diamond bloodline is genuinely formidable. Tang was filled with trepidation, his emotions in turmoil. Enough. Stand down. Today, you shall witness the true strength of your boss. Gao Chun was determined to move forward. Boss, how majestic. Boss, with wisdom and strategy, shall undoubtedly triumph. Tang's flattery evoked a mix of amusement and exasperation in Gao Chun. Yet, he couldn't deny the satisfaction of being praised. As Gao Chun advanced towards the training arena, he was once again intercepted. Chun, I know you wish to defend my honor, but that scoundrel Li Daoqiu's diamond bloodline is too formidable, and he seems off today. He will certainly strike hard. Chen Yuan stood before Gao Chun, worry etched across her face. She was genuinely pleased that Gao Chun was willing to fight for her, believing that spring had arrived, and her brother was finally taking the initiative to protect her. Yet, she feared for Gao Chun, a mere practitioner of the arcane arts without any awakened bloodline, against Li Daoqiu, a dangerous opponent. Losing face was trivial. She was more concerned about his handsome face getting hurt. Chun, you are truly handsome. Gao Chun remained blissfully unaware of Chen Yuan's inner thoughts. At that moment, he felt an urge to curse. Why did everyone assume he was weak? Why was it a given that Li Daoqiu was powerful and he would surely lose? Oh, the world was so unkind, filled with profound malice. Gao Chun lamented deeply. Moreover, what does it mean to seek retribution for you? I am here for myself, to extract Li Daoqiu's respect value. He longed to convey everything to the enchanting beauty before him, who radiated an aura of misfortune. However, observing her face filled with worry and concern, all his words were condensed into a single statement. Rest assured, I will certainly give him a good thrashing. After speaking, he gently patted her shoulder. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Did my pure little brother just touch me? Am I dreaming? She wore a lovesick expression. On the duel stage, Gao Chun and Li Daoqiu stood facing each other. Outside the arena, Chen Yuan and Tang Pengzi stood side by side, while Gao Chuanxiong sat cross-legged, exuding an air of tranquility. Tang Pengzi's expression was complex, oscillating between excitement, exhilaration, and a hint of skepticism. Initially, he believed that Gao Laodao would surely be no match for Li Daoqiu. Yet after hearing Gao Laodao's words and recalling his usual trust in him, he felt that Gao Laodao would certainly display extraordinary prowess today, hence his excitement. Yet, the thought of Li Daoqiu's formidable Vajra bloodline made him falter. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, felt a pang of guilt. She couldn't quite fathom why she had hesitated earlier and failed to stop her pure little brother. Li Daoqiu, if you dare to strike my pure brother's delicate face, I will disregard all decorum and go up there to teach you a lesson. Chen Yuan resolved within herself. Ever prepared to rush onto the stage for assistance, Gao Chuanxiong remained the most composed. He did not harbor much hope for Gao Chun's victory, having experienced the might of the Vajra bloodline himself. Were it not for his higher cultivation, he might not have been able to contend with Li Daoqiu at all. Nevertheless, Gao Chun usually acted with steadiness and maturity. His confident acceptance of Li Daoqiu's challenge suggested he must possess some hidden trump card. He was eager to see what would unfold. Gao Chun hesitated, pondering whether to fully unleash his heavenly level techniques. Initially, he had decided against employing his full strength, believing that a 50 exertion equivalent to Earth level techniques would suffice to defeat Li Daoqiu and extract his respect value. However, this would require some time for grappling, failing to create a stunning spectacle. Yet, the obstruction posed by Tang Pengzi and Chen Yuan left Gao Chun feeling displeased. From Gao Chuanxiong's eyes, he sensed a lack of faith in him. Did they all think he was weak? Gao Chun yearned to unleash his heavenly level techniques directly and eliminate Li Daoqiu in one swift move, dazzling them all. However, if he revealed his heavenly level techniques, it might lead to significant trouble. In the entire cultivation world, it was virtually impossible for a Bronze Realm practitioner to cultivate heavenly level techniques due to insufficient physical strength. Yet, he had managed to succeed. Just like his left eye awakening two ocular techniques, he had become a phenomenon unprecedented in the cultivation realm. As Gao Chun grappled with uncertainty, Li Daoqiu grew impatient. Gao Chun, are you going to fight or not? His tone was arrogant, dripping with mockery. Of course I will. Let us commence. Gao Chun took a deep breath and made his decision. He directly summoned the profound energy from his dantian, gathering it in his palm as he charged toward Li Daoqiu. Li Daoqiu mirrored his actions. Boom! Their fists collided, sending ripples of visible air waves cascading outward like a tide, unrelenting. Boom, boom, boom. Following this, the two engaged in a relentless exchange, channeling their energies throughout their bodies, attacking and defending in a ceaseless dance. They moved like a tumultuous sea, crashing against each other, generating a colossal roar. Occasionally, they would kick like meteors plummeting to earth, causing the arena to tremble. At other times, their punches resembled sharp daggers piercing dangerously toward the heart. In the end, after a final clash of fists, both retreated a few meters. The battle was evenly matched. In a contest of pure energy, both possessed equal cultivation and extensive combat experience, leading to a stalemate. The warm-up has concluded. Gao Chun spoke calmly, allowing me to witness your Vajra bloodline once more. I had the same intention. Pure energy battles are rather dull. Li Jinxing licked his lips, appearing exceedingly excited. Gao Chun, you better be cautious. The three spectators below the stage immediately perked up. They had anticipated the outcome of the pure energy contest, as their team frequently engaged in friendly rivalries to hone their combat skills. How would Gao Chun handle the Vajra bloodline? The three brimmed with anticipation. Unless he had successfully cultivated an earth-level technique, Gao Chuanxiong and Tang Pongzi thought simultaneously. Yet, they found it unbelievable. For a Bronze Realm practitioner to successfully cultivate an earth-level technique was a feat reserved for the most exceptional talents. Tang Pongzi still harbored a glimmer of hope that Gao Chun had cultivated an earth-level technique. However, Gao Chuanxiong deemed it impossible. If Gao Chun had indeed succeeded in cultivating an earth-level technique, then I would. Gao Chun no longer hesitated and directly activated the seed of the technique within his dantian. Water technique. Ice seal of 1,000 miles. In an instant, the seed of the technique opened like a valve, and the profound energy surged through the opened acupoints, condensing into his right palm, undergoing a mystical transformation. With a wave of his right hand, a torrent of profound energy, 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep, surged past Gao Chun, rushing toward Li Daoqiu. It roared and rumbled, echoing like an enraged lion. Its momentum was astonishing, unstoppable, as though it sought to obliterate everything in its path. Li Daoqiu's face turned pale with terror. His hands and feet felt icy. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and confusion clouded his eyes. Gao Chun had actually succeeded in cultivating a technique. Moreover, it was a heavenly level technique. How could this be? He murmured, disbelief etched across his face. In the blink of an eye, the surging waters reached him, and as he attempted to evade, the torrent was too swift to escape. Swish, swish. The waters engulfed his body. Hiss, hiss. The water instantly froze. Li Daoqiu felt his body encased in ice, his acupoints sealed. He was trapped. Li Daoqiu finally confirmed that this technique was indeed a heavenly level technique. Only a heavenly level technique could possess such terrifying power. Yet, Gao Chun was merely a 6-star bronze practitioner. How could he possibly have succeeded in cultivating a heavenly level technique? How could this be? Li Daoqiu stood bewildered, beginning to question his very existence. The three spectators below also widened their eyes, mouths agape, their expressions a mix of disbelief. How could this be? Is this a dream? They murmured, their worldview shattered, plunged into existential doubt. Ah, so it is. Gao Chun had long anticipated the reactions of the four. However, the level of astonishment far exceeded his expectations. Is it truly such a big deal? If you knew that my left eye had awakened 2 ocular techniques, would you not be so frightened that your souls would flee? After indulging in a moment of self-congratulatory reflection, Gao Chun proceeded to take action. It was time to reap Li Daoqiu's respect value. He stepped over to Li Daoqiu's side, casually patted his shoulder, and spoke in a calm tone. Do I have the qualifications to be your boss? His voice was soft, tranquil, and his gaze earnest as he met Li Daoqiu's eyes. How could this be? You cannot be. You must not. Li Daoqiu stammered, his eyes vacant, as if he were in a dream. Slap. Gao Chun delivered a resounding slap to his face. Pointing at him, he declared with authority, Where is your former arrogance? Is this all you can withstand? Is it not merely a heavenly level technique? Gao Chun's words carried weight, commanding attention. After speaking, he immediately unleashed his technique once more. Water technique, 1,000 miles of ice sealed. With a swift motion of his right hand, Gao Chun conjured a scene of rushing floodwaters, encasing the void in a 5-meter-long mystical ice coffin. The ice coffin shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, appearing vividly lifelike. Li Daoqiu stared blankly at the mystical ice coffin beside him. After a minute, he seemed to awaken from a dream, casting a complex glance at Gao Chun before lowering his head in silence. Gao Chun gasped for breath. Having used a heavenly level technique twice, his dantian was utterly depleted, with only a few strands of mystical energy remaining. Were it not for the presence of Li Daoqiu and the others, he would have collapsed to the ground. He had to grit his teeth and endure. Soon, he felt a vigorous twitch in his left eye, bringing him joy, though his face remained composed. He focused intently on the source of bloodline power within the spatial realm. What a boon! This effort was not in vain. The space now harbored an additional 0.9 portions of power source, bloodline strength, only 0.1 less than Aunt Lian's. Aunt Lian was a 7-star silver realm practitioner, while Li Daoqiu was merely a 6-star silver realm, which underscored the richness of this reward. Along with Yuer's 0.1 portion, the space now contained a total of 20 of the power source, still lacking 80 to be filled for the first time. The road ahead was long and arduous. Gao Chun's gaze drifted to the 3 individuals below the stage. They had returned to normal, yet their expressions varied. Chen Yuan wore a look of surprise, but predominantly joy. So pure brother is this formidable. Moreover, he is so humble and low-key in daily life. Truly a paragon of virtue, simply delightful. Tang Pongzi beamed with excitement. His earlier concerns dissipated. The boss indeed has a trump card. He never fails to impress. He is trustworthy and reliable. The boss must have awakened an impressive bloodline related to the use of heavenly level techniques. Otherwise, how could a 6-star bronze practitioner perform such feats? After the exhilaration, Tang Pongzi began to indulge in various fantasies. Gao Chuanxiong had regained his usual composure, but his gaze towards Gao Chun was imbued with deeper significance. This cousin possesses remarkable depth. Gao Chun remained oblivious to their thoughts, wholly intent on extracting their emotional values. Time was of the essence. He gritted his teeth, channeling all the remaining mystical energy from his dantian into his fist, striking the ice coffin that encased Li Daoqiu. Boom! The mystical ice coffin shattered instantly, dispersing dense mystical energy like the wind. Since the ice coffin was conjured by Gao Chun, he could effortlessly manipulate a few strands of mystical energy to cause its destruction. Had it been another, they would have needed to exert all their strength to break it. Ignoring the still silent Li Daoqiu, Gao Chun stepped down from the competition stage and approached the trio. Pure brother, you are incredible. Chen Yuan was the first to dash towards Gao Chun, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister Yuan, you witnessed my technique today. This matter must not be disclosed to others. Gao Chun spoke with grave seriousness. If leaked, it could pose unforeseen dangers to our Gao family stronghold. Chen Yuan responded with unwavering resolve, her expression earnest. Huh. Gao Chun was briefly taken aback. You actually know I awakened a bloodline? He quickly realized that Chen Yuan had misunderstood, believing his ability to perform heavenly-level techniques stemmed from awakening a relevant bloodline. This interpretation was acceptable, sparing him further explanation. Gao Chun maintained a solemn demeanor. Yes, Aunt Lian must not be informed either. This is a secret of our team. Each practitioner of the Gao family stronghold possessed an independent courtyard, and Chen Yuan was no exception. However, she preferred to reside with Aunt Lian. Gao Chun exhaled deeply, finally managing to dismiss one person. During this exchange, his left eye remained still, which pleased him. He planned to extract her gratitude later during lunch, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The 3 youthful maidens in attendance immediately developed a peak of fondness for him. Gao Chun successfully garnered half a city's worth of admiration, with the 3 collecting a total of 15. He reflected, summarized, and encouraged everyone. Boss, you are simply extraordinary. Tang Pongzi exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards Gao Chun, eager to embrace him. Not so fast. Gao Chun swiftly dodged, nearly causing Tang Pongzi to trip. Boss is magnificent. Tang Pongzi remained undeterred, continuing his flattery. Gao Chun paid him little heed, turning to Gao Chuanxiong. You stay here. I shall seek you out shortly for an important discussion. Gao Chuanxiong regarded Gao Chun with an expression of calm neutrality. His steps were light, his white attire billowing, radiating confidence and composure. He sensed that this confidence and composure were genuine, emanating from a profound self-acceptance, even bordering on narcissism. Is the newly awakened bloodline the source of your confidence and composure? Gao Chun pondered quietly. Big brother Daxiong, thank you for witnessing my victory over Li Daoqiu. Gao Chun said earnestly, you saw? I awakened a bloodline that enabled me to successfully execute a heavenly level technique. Gao Chun believed that Chun Yuan's misunderstanding provided a perfect excuse to explain himself to others. Far more effective than the reasons he had previously concocted before employing the heavenly level technique. In the realm of cultivation, bloodline abilities are wondrously diverse, encompassing both hereditary bloodlines from the 36 families and various non-hereditary primordial bloodlines. Having awakened a bloodline that allows for the early use of heavenly level techniques would be easily comprehensible to everyone. Even if the news spread outside, it would not create significant trouble. This was far superior to his earlier intentions of leveraging familial bonds to coerce everyone into secrecy. In the future, he intended to extract admiration values from everyone, demonstrating some abilities in advance to cultivate their reverence. Admiration is not cultivated overnight. It is a long and gradual process. Congratulations, pure brother, on awakening your bloodline. Gao Chunxiong spoke calmly. Our Gao family stronghold has gained another bloodline practitioner. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Yes, this is worth celebrating. I will visit Uncle Gao's house tonight. Big brother Daxiong, you should come to celebrate as well. Gao Chun boldly seized the opportunity. Gao Chunxiong was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated Gao Chun's response. This Gao Chun was different from before. He had become somewhat brazen, yet it was not that. His manner of speaking and acting remained courteous as ever, just with a touch more assertiveness. Yes, assertiveness. Big brother Daxiong, let us leave it at that. We shall meet tonight. With that, he waved goodbye and turned to depart. Gao Chunxiong watched silently as Gao Chun and Tang Pengzi walked away. Intriguing. A faint smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, he had become assertive. Gao Chun led Tang Pengzi to a secluded area in the training zone. Having long forgotten about Li Daoqiu, who was still dazed on the competition stage, today's blow should afford him some time to reflect. In the past, when competing against him without relying on his bloodline, their encounters were nearly evenly matched. He must have looked down upon him in his heart. However, today, being defeated in a single strike must have shattered his perceptions and diminished his confidence. Such a psychological blow requires time to heal. Yet, he firmly believed that Li Daoqiu would soon bounce back, brimming with vitality once more. This was a trust born from a deep understanding of his brother. Now, he needed to quickly secure Tang Pengzi's emotional value. Pengzi, you witnessed everything that transpired on the competition stage today, did you not? Gao Chun initiated the conversation. Boss is truly impressive. Boss is truly magnificent. Tang, the portly figure, instinctively indulged in flattery, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief. The earlier silence of the leader had been rather intimidating. In the past, the leader had been silent too, but it had never imposed such overwhelming pressure on him. Since witnessing the leader's prowess today, his reverence had significantly deepened. With the leader's awakening to such formidable bloodline powers and the impending succession to the position of Fortress Lord, Tang resolved to extend even greater respect towards him. Consequently, his smile became more obsequious, and he slightly bowed his waist. Ah, you. Gao Chun observed Tang's servile demeanor with a tinge of irritation, wishing he could slap him away. What on earth was this emotion he felt towards him? Gratitude, submission, admiration? Surely, it could not be much, for his left eye had not twitched at all. Could it be fear? That seemed implausible. He was not that frightening. Thus, Tang's behavior appeared to be an act, a primal performance embodying a posture of humility towards everyone. After all, he still needed to reap the rewards from Sister Yuan at noon. Fatty, I am about to succeed as the Fortress Lord. Once I do, I intend to elevate you from elite disciple to core disciple. Gao Chun's gaze was piercing as he fixed it upon Tang. What do you think? Tang was initially taken aback, as his family had only joined the Gao family fortress for 2 years, and his cultivation was merely at 6-star bronze. According to the rules, he could only ascend to core disciple status once he reached 7-star bronze or had resided in the Gao family fortress for 5 years. What do you mean, Gao Chun forcefully patted him on the shoulder. Are you dissatisfied? His eyes narrowed slightly, his voice laced with evident displeasure. Upon hearing this, Gao Chun frowned slightly. Why was Tang not expressing gratitude for such a substantial favor? Was he truly this greedy? To know a person's face, but not their heart. Gao Chun felt he needed to reassess his understanding of Tang. Yet, he soon convinced himself he had misjudged. No matter how deeply a person concealed their true self, their actions could reveal everything. After 2 years of camaraderie, Gao Chun believed he could not have misidentified Tang. But why, then, had his left eye not twitched? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. It was not that Tang was greedy. Rather, he cared more for others. Whether this was true or not would soon be revealed. Gao Chun retrieved a finely packaged box from his storage ring. Its exquisite exterior indicated the preciousness of its contents. "Thank you, leader." Tang solemnly accepted the box, his obsequiousness evaporating as he expressed his sincere gratitude. "No need for thanks. We are brothers." Gao Chun beamed with a brilliant smile, for his eyelid had twitched. He had successfully garnered Tang's utmost appreciation. His heart source space had gained a full 20% of bloodline power. Gao Chun felt he had struck gold. The elixir he had given Tang was intended to heal Uncle Tang's old wounds, something he had planned to present to Uncle Tang himself. Now, by handing it to Tang first, he had unexpectedly attained peak gratitude from him. This was a remarkable twofold achievement. With a cheerful heart, Gao Chun prepared to pursue the favor of Chun Yuan. How should he go about it? As he journeyed, he pondered. Yuan had always shown a liking towards him, so it was certain she harbored some affection. The key lay in how to incite her peak admiration. Earlier, he had forcefully defeated Li Daoqiu on the dueling stage. Although it hadn't pushed her admiration to its peak, it had certainly strengthened it significantly. Now, all that remained was a decisive blow to elevate her feelings instantly. This posed a bit of a challenge. The first strategy, the beauty of appearance. To win a woman's affection, one must first possess the attributes she finds appealing. For practitioners like them, once they opened their energy seas and achieved 1-star bronze, they would enjoy a lifespan of 200 years. Moreover, due to the nourishing effects of their power, everyone radiated vitality, with no ugly ducklings among them. Thus, the attractiveness of practitioners hinged primarily on their demeanor. Different women were drawn to different temperaments. Some preferred the sunny disposition, while others favored the brooding. Some appreciated quietness, while others were attracted to a more roguish charm. Some cherished directness, while others favored subtlety. Hence, to court a woman, one must first discern her preferred temperament. As for this strategy, Gao Chun felt no need to review it. Sister Yuan would undoubtedly appreciate his existing demeanor. Finally, Gao Chun's eyes sparkled as he discovered the ultimate technique he needed. The 17th strategy, the art of sweet words. When faced with a woman who admires you, a few tender words can evoke a surge of emotion, leading her to feel a profound fondness towards you. Women are inherently emotional, and when it comes to their secret crushes, their sensibility reaches an apex. Was there anything inappropriate about my approach? Though Gao Chun was eager to earn Qin Yuan's peak admiration, he still needed to contemplate whether this would leave any lingering consequences. He did not wish to become a heartless cat playing with emotions. In terms of beauty, Qin Yuan was the most exceptional among all the women Gao Chun had encountered. Her only flaw might be her flat chest. Yet, Gao Chun decided he could tolerate this shortcoming. As for her character, Yuan was impeccable, gentle, tactful, intelligent, and understanding. Truly a once-in-a-millennium gem of a woman. Especially as a partner, she would be an excellent choice. Therefore, Gao Chun felt quite pleased with Yuan's admiration for him. The reason he had yet to express his feelings was twofold. Firstly, both were still young, particularly Gao Chun, who had not yet reached 18 and was still considered a minor. Secondly, and most importantly, the Gao family fortress was currently facing challenging circumstances. Gao Chun was an ambitious youth, eager to lead the Gao family fortress to new heights. He bore significant responsibilities and could not afford to be distracted by romantic entanglements. Weighing all these factors, Gao Chun's attitude towards relationships was one of natural progression. To utter sweet nothings merely to gain Yuan's favor would be far too short-sighted. Gao Chun stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Ultimately, he resolved to share his genuine thoughts with Sister Yuan. However, speaking is also an art. He could not be overly blunt and divulge all his thoughts. Such honesty would not be sincere, but rather foolish. After contemplating everything thoroughly, Gao Chun felt a sense of lightness wash over him. He strode confidently towards the designated meeting place with Qin Yuan. As he observed Yuan standing in the grove, her cheeks flushed and her expression lost in a daydream, Gao Chun could not help but reflect on the nature of love. Women in love often seem to have no limit to their intelligence. He wondered what delightful visions danced through her mind at that moment. Otherwise, how could she appear so blissfully enamored? Gao Chun disregarded whether approaching her now would disrupt her reverie and walked straight up to her, greeting her with a smile. Sister Yuan, sorry to keep you waiting. Ah, Yuan was initially startled, and upon realizing it was Gao Chun, her face grew even more crimson. Chun you came. Her voice softened, becoming even more melodious. He had come to confess to her. How delightful. Maintain your composure. Yuan repeatedly reminded herself. Striving to steady her racing heart, Gao Chun was left puzzled by her exaggerated reaction. Setting aside these matters for the moment, it is imperative that I swiftly garner the affection of Sister Chen Yuan to its peak. Sister Yuan, I am acutely aware of your feelings towards me. In truth, I have long held a fondness for you as well. However, before Gao Chun could finish his heartfelt confession, his left eye began to twitch uncontrollably. Was it truly so simple? Had he effortlessly won Sister Chen Yuan's affection? Gao Chun found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had meticulously prepared a plethora of tender words, expending countless brain cells in the process. Yet the outcome? He had not even completed a single sentence before achieving the pinnacle of Sister Chen Yuan's fondness. Could it be that a woman ensnared by love was so easily swayed? Should he henceforth aspire to become a great gentleman, eliciting admiration from countless women? No, he resolutely dismissed that notion. He would never become a scoundrel. The complexities of romantic debts between men and women are notoriously difficult to repay. Sister Yuan, how has your training been of late? Given that he had attained the apex of her affection, there was no need to dwell on romantic topics any longer. Gao Chun decisively shifted the conversation. Chen Yuan seemed momentarily taken aback. Her heart raced like a frightened deer, eagerly anticipating a confession from her beloved younger brother, whom she had cherished for years. Yet, where was the romantic declaration she awaited? Chen Yuan felt adrift, akin to a drifting reed, uncertain of her surroundings and direction. The blush on her cheeks gradually faded, replaced by pallor. Sister Yuan, are you feeling unwell? Gao Chun noticed something amiss with her demeanor. He understood the underlying issue, yet felt powerless to rectify it. Ultimately, he could only offer her a few words of comfort before retreating in haste. Descending into the depths of his heart's essence, Gao Chun surveyed the nearly complete reservoir of bloodline power with great satisfaction. His efforts throughout the morning had not been in vain. He now needed merely half a measure of bloodline power to completely fill the heart's essence space for the first time. To achieve this, he merely required the peak affection of a practitioner. Opting for one of significantly lower cultivation than his own would be prudent. It would avoid waste and ensure optimal resource utilization. Each familiar practitioner represented a valuable resource, not to be squandered lightly. With this resolution, Gao Chun felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Is anyone there? While preparing a meal, Gao Chun recognized the familiar booming voice of Uncle Li. Even before seeing him, he could discern his presence by his voice alone, a hallmark of Uncle Li. Come in. The courtyard door swung open, and Uncle Li entered the yard with familiarity. Chunzi, did you have any new discoveries yesterday? Despite the fatigue etched on his face, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Indeed, much like Aunt Lien, his foremost concern was whether Gao Chun had awakened any new abilities. After responding, Gao Chun eagerly awaited Uncle Li's reaction, hoping for the telltale twitch of his left eyelid. Really? That is splendid, Uncle Li exclaimed, elated as he raised his fists in triumph. Yet, the anticipated twitch did not manifest. Was that all? Uncle Li, how disappointing you are, Gao Chun thought. He was capable of awakening 3 abilities with just one eye, defying the conventional belief that only one could be awakened per eye. Such a break from tradition deserved admiration, yet Uncle Li showed none. Was he even human? Or perhaps his standards were simply too lofty. Despite not receiving the expected affection, Gao Chun maintained his composure. After all, he was regarded as a paragon in the eyes of many. How could he allow his emotions to be so readily displayed? Uncle Li's arrival was fortuitous, as Gao Chun had many pressing matters to discuss with him, particularly to clarify the peculiar phenomena surrounding the headless figure. He inquired earnestly, Uncle Li, did the headless figure exhibit any unusual behavior during my seclusion? Not particularly, just that its speed has noticeably slowed, Uncle Li replied. When did this occur? Gao Chun pondered in silence. His analysis revealed that the deceleration coincided with the birth of his heart's essence. This connection struck him as odd. The first time he encountered the headless figure, he had awakened the bloodline essence in his left eye without any noticeable change in speed or appearance. The second time as well, he had awakened a second ability without any aberrations. Why, then, did the birth of the heart's essence result in such a conspicuous slowdown? Could it be due to its uniqueness? Indeed, the heart's essence, awakening a bloodline ability that manifested as a pupil technique, was undoubtedly peculiar. Gao Chun was certain that even if he revealed this truth to Uncle Li and Aunt Lien, they would struggle to believe it. Aunt Lien might accept it. He mused, for her intellect appears somewhat limited. Having confirmed this matter once more, Gao Chun's previous hopes dissipated. How was he to confront this situation? He was acutely aware that the headless figure, roaming the void, was a remarkable phenomenon in the southern wilderness, drawing the attention of numerous factions. Such a significant anomaly would inevitably attract scrutiny. The sole advantage was that the territory of Gao family fortress was relatively small, while the headless figure traversed the void, its domain encompassing at least the entirety of central Nanping town. Thus, Gao family fortress managed to evade immediate exposure, as central Nanping town itself housed 13 fortresses. Li Jinxing observed Gao Chun deep in thought, intrigued. Could it be that this young man was already discerning the crisis facing Gao family fortress? He was eager to discover the depths of his insights. Although Li Jinxing was quite pleased with Gao Chun's demonstrated talent, strength, and intelligence, who wouldn't wish for their child to be even more exceptional? Chunzi, are you contemplating something? Li Jinxing inquired directly, without preamble, noting Uncle Li's scrutinizing gaze. Gao Chun was suddenly struck with inspiration. Could he craft an impressive analysis that would elevate Uncle Li's regard for him to its peak? He began to deliberate carefully, aiming to astound, to earn Uncle Li's admiration and, subsequently, his first token of esteem. The headless figure's enigmatic presence was of great importance. Any sign of abnormality could elicit a flurry of interest from practitioners. Thus, it was likely that Gao family fortress might. Gao Chun articulated his thoughts with clarity, providing a more thorough analysis than Li Jinxing had ever presented to Chun Lian. He hoped to achieve the apex of Uncle Li's affection. Yet, despite his anticipation, it never materialized. He only observed Uncle Li smiling, approving of his analysis with evident satisfaction. Yet, why did his esteem not soar? Uncle Li, you are so self-absorbed. I have presented such a flawless analysis, yet you still have not reached the peak of your affection for me? Gao Chun began to harbor feelings of resentment towards Uncle Li. Li Jinxing was indeed quite satisfied with Gao Chun's analysis. He had not expected the young man to perceive so many layers of complexity. What an astonishing genius! It appeared that his judgment had been astute. The ability to identify a golden opportunity was truly remarkable. Gao Chun was impressive. Not only was his talent and bloodline strong, but his intellect was equally sharp, truly deserving of being the chosen one. Li Jinxing resolved to further test Gao Chun. Chunzi, your father has already departed from Gao family fortress. You are to succeed him as the lord of the fortress. You are aware of this, correct? Gao Chun did not hold back, articulating the external crises and internal issues they faced. Li Jinxing was immensely satisfied with the situation. Subsequently, he inquired about how to address these issues. His contentment was palpable. He faced the challenges with neither arrogance nor submissiveness, maintaining a calm demeanor that bore a hint of a lordly air. Yet, his thoughts soon drifted to his son, Li Daoqiu, who was of the same age as Gao Chun. That wayward child was utterly lacking in intelligence, preoccupied with violence and brawn, nothing more than a brute. Were it not for the striking resemblance he bore to Jinxing in his youth, Jinxing might have doubted his own fidelity. If only Li Daoqiu possessed half the cleverness of Chunzi, it would be a cause for merriment. Jinxing harbored a deep-seated resentment towards his son. He was thoroughly impressed with Gao Chun's astute analysis. Truly, he had not misjudged the golden opportunity before him. Gao Chun not only possessed unparalleled talent and an ancient lineage, but also demonstrated remarkable wisdom. If such a practitioner could not ascend to the pinnacle of the cultivation world, then surely the heavens would fall. Jinxing quietly resolved to cling even more fervently to this golden opportunity. Chunzi, since yesterday afternoon, when the headless shepherd vanished into the void, our neighbors have been sending me messages. Upon hearing this, Gao Chun's interest was piqued. What did they say? Jinxing smiled slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Chunzi's political acumen was indeed keen. With just a small prompt, he could grasp the crux of the matter. Unlike that foolish woman, Chun Lian, who, despite revealing most of the information, remained utterly perplexed. Most were discussing the reasons behind the headless shepherd's deceleration, probing which fortress had instigated it. Gao Chun, however, fell into deep contemplation. The neighbors' discussions and probing indicated that the Gao family fortress had yet to be exposed, and he himself remained undiscovered. This was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Yet, danger still loomed. The region the headless shepherd confronted during his slowdown happened to be the 13 fortresses in the central area of Nanping town. Among these fortresses, only 4, including the Gao family fortress, were classified as gold-tier powers, while the remaining 9 were merely silver-tier. Such a disparity in strength rendered them insignificant in the face of external formidable forces. With just one king-level practitioner infiltrating, the secrets of the Gao family fortress could be swiftly uncovered. Jinxing silently hoped for the support of the Zizhu sect. Ultimately, Gao Chun could only weakly place his hopes upon them. Do you not feel a sense of impending crisis? Observing Gao Chun's somewhat weary demeanor, Jinxing surmised his thoughts. He then offered reassurance, do not worry, the Zizhu sect is quite formidable. They have dispatched Elder Geo to oversee matters in Nanping town. Really? Gao Chun exclaimed in delight. Any elder from the Zizhu sect possessed king-level cultivation, unlike their own Gao family fortress, where silver-tier practitioners could hold the title of elder. Originally, one elder Lu had been stationed in the south, and now with the arrival of Elder Geo, it was as if Nanping town had 2 kings in residence. This revelation significantly alleviated the pressure on Gao Chun. As long as no king-level practitioners infiltrated, discovering the Gao family fortress's secrets would be exceedingly difficult. Although the Gao family fortress currently lacked a gold-tier practitioner, Aunt Lien, Uncle Li, Uncle Gao Air, and Uncle Gao Si were all silver-tier bloodline cultivators. They were capable of battling at the star level. Together, the 4 could easily overcome an ordinary gold-tier practitioner. Noticing the weight lift from Gao Chun's expression, a subtle smile graced Jinxing's lips. Indeed, he was still a child. No matter how mature he appeared, his emotions could not be concealed in critical moments. His cunning was still insufficient. However, such cunning required the tempering of time and experience. Without enduring the trials of time, one could not attain profound wisdom. For one of Chunzi's age to possess such insight was already commendable. Jinxing reflected on this with a sigh. When he thought of his own wayward son, Li Daoqiu, Gao Chun's excellence shone like the sun. Truly, without comparison, there could be no feelings of inadequacy. By the way, Chunzi, you should keep a close eye on our northern neighbors, the Wang family fortress. Jinxing refocused his thoughts and spoke earnestly. What about the Wang family fortress? Gao Chun's expression turned serious. He knew Uncle Li was meticulous and strategic, adept at drawing significant conclusions from subtle clues. It's quite normal for the other neighbors to discuss and probe. Everyone is speculating about the reasons behind the headless shepherd's deceleration. Yet, only the Wang family fortress inquired with particular specificity, leading me to believe they may have discovered something. Jinxing's expression turned grave, his voice low. At these words, the faint smile on Gao Chun's lips vanished. The Wang family fortress was the Gao family fortress's northern neighbor, with their territories completely contiguous. Moreover, the Wang family fortress was a gold-tier power, boasting a gold-tier practitioner, over 10 silver-tier practitioners, and a total exceeding 100 practitioners. Among the 13 fortresses in central Nanping town, it ranked second in strength. Attracting the attention of such a colossal entity was akin to a thorn in one's side, a lump in one's throat. Nevertheless, they would never uncover the true reason behind the headless shepherd's deceleration. Jinxing began to reassure Gao Chun, stating that they would at most only perceive the existence of the Gao family fortress's secrets. After speaking, he stood and patted Gao Chun's shoulder. From now on, the Gao family fortress would no longer be tranquil. Numerous external practitioners would flood in. We must not only guard against the Wang family fortress, but also remain vigilant against other neighbors and these incoming practitioners. As long as we are powerful, no one shall tread upon our territory without our permission. Chunzi, you must strive to cultivate diligently and elevate your cultivation level swiftly to better protect the Gao family fortress. Jinxing gazed skyward, his expression solemn and grave. Yes, I will. Gao Chun nodded emphatically. Following Uncle Li's guidance, he finally felt a sense of relief. What was the Wang family fortress compared to the true adversaries, the external domineering powers? By the way, Chunzi, you have received the approval of the Zizhu sect's Nanping town garrison for your succession as the lord of the Gao family fortress. You are now the de jure lord. When do you plan to hold the succession ceremony? Jinxing broached a new topic. In the days of the late Gao Laoi, he had longed for this lordship, eagerly anticipating his ascension to the throne to lead the Gao family fortress into innovation and ultimately become the hegemon of the southern wilderness. Yet now, for Gao Chun, the title of Lord brought only a sense of responsibility and pressure, particularly after experiencing the headless shepherd's deceleration. He felt an even greater weight upon his heart. A sense of impending peril loomed, like a storm gathering on the horizon. Uncle Li, when do you think would be the most suitable time to hold the succession ceremony? Since he had not considered it himself, he directly sought Uncle Li's counsel. Uncle Li was the foremost strategist of the Gao family fortress. Moreover, he was trustworthy. Holding the succession ceremony a month from now would be most advantageous for us. Jinxing replied without hesitation, clearly having contemplated this matter thoroughly. Gao Chun was taken aback. Why the need for such an extended period? Curiosity got the better of him. Uncle Li, why must we wait a month for the succession ceremony? Firstly, when we hold the succession ceremony, neighboring forces will attend to witness the event. They will not miss such an opportunity and will undoubtedly probe into the Gao family fortress. This could lead to many unforeseen incidents. Secondly, a significant influx of external forces will surely occur in our central 13 fortresses soon, making it a time to remain still rather than act. Thirdly, Jinxing spoke with composure and poise, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. Gao Chun wholeheartedly agreed with Uncle Li's analysis. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate to have an elder like him. Having an elder in the family is like possessing a treasure. Thus, the friends who follow the updates will no longer be perplexed. The headless shepherd of the void has given birth to the primordial crystal of bloodline origins, awakening the peak affinity supernatural ability. In essence, upon gaining the peak affinity of a certain individual, the primordial heart space will be infused with the power of bloodline. The acquired bloodline power can be categorized into 4 types based on cultivation levels. For those significantly above the pure cultivation level, 3 layers of bloodline power will be attained. For those whose levels are relatively close, 1.5 layers will be acquired, and for those considerably below, half a layer will be granted. Ordinary mortals will receive merely 0.1 layers of bloodline power. As the headless shepherd departed the void, the pure-hearted discerned an anomaly in the void, leading to the analysis that the Gao family fortress would soon face a grave crisis. Hence, he felt an urgent need to advance, embarking on the formidable path of seizing peak affinities. He obtained 3 layers of bloodline power from Aunt Lien, half a layer from Yuer, and 1.5 layers from the elf Lina. Although Li Daoqiu was his brother and shared a bond of brotherhood, he remained unconvinced of Gao Chun's true strength due to a lack of understanding. Gao Chun planned to decisively defeat him on the duel stage to showcase his magical prowess, drawing the attention of the young practitioners within the fortress who already harbored favorable feelings towards him. By decisively overcoming Li Daoqiu, he aspired to attain their peak affinity. On the duel stage, Gao Chun, with solemn determination, swiftly dispatched Li Daoqiu, who had activated the diamond bloodline. This victory garnered him the peak affinities of 4 onlookers, causing his left eye to twitch 4 times. In the primordial space, his bloodline power increased by 1.5 layers, as one of the spectators was Yuer. Notably, only the first instance of obtaining a peak affinity would yield an increase in bloodline power. Subsequent occurrences would merely cause eye twitches without further increments. Following this, Gao Chun extended his goodwill towards Tang Fatty, first bestowing a gift upon him privately, which did not provoke a twitch in his left eye, followed by a gift to his father, which did. Ultimately, he secured Tang Fatty's peak affinity, increasing his bloodline power by another 1.5 layers. Subsequently, through the 18 palms of pursuing women, he acquired Chun Yuan's peak affinity, adding another 1.5 layers to his bloodline power. Thus, Gao Chun's primordial heart space now contained 9.5 layers of bloodline power. He merely needed to win over 1 more child to achieve a complete fill and facilitate an upgrade. As noon approached, the 2 engaged in conversation over their meal, both aware that the Gao family fortress would no longer be tranquil. Uncle Li inquired about Gao Chun's plans for the succession ceremony to become the new fortress master. Gao Chun, I shall refrain from revealing further plot details. The preceding events should be clear to everyone, and some merely require minor revisions. A few words here and there. This complexity arose from the modifications to the golden finger concept. Initially, I had designed it too intricately, feeling quite pleased with such an impressive premise. However, writing it revealed that the intricacy necessitated extensive logical consideration and required considerable explanation for the readers. This rendered the narrative less a novel and more akin to an instructional text. But could clarity be achieved without expending such effort? This might leave readers bewildered. All of this stemmed from my inexperience as a novice. Fortunately, I realized this early on and promptly made adjustments. Once the golden finger was modified, subsequent plot elements required alteration as well. Thankfully, clarity emerged, and everything began to shift in a favorable direction. Good night, everyone. Until tomorrow. After ensuring Lena was comfortably resting beneath the willow tree, Gao Chun brewed himself a pot of tea and prepared several fruit platters. Sitting alone under the willow, he entered a state of deep contemplation. Is it truly so easy to acquire peak affinities? Gao Chun, however, was not intoxicated by the ease of obtaining these affinities. He understood that his ability to effortlessly garner the peak affinities of Aunt Lien, Yue, and Lena was due to the accumulation of goodwill over time. These individuals were already close to him and had long held favorable sentiments towards him. Hence, it was only natural to easily obtain their peak affinities. Yet, the same could not be said for others. To secure the peak affinities of others in the future, diligent study and experience accumulation would be essential. Gao Chun rubbed his temples, reflecting on the newly awakened hard-eye technique. He had received 3 layers of bloodline power from Aunt Lien, who was significantly more powerful than himself, half a layer from Yue, who was considerably weaker, and 1.5 layers from Lena, whose power was comparable to his own. From this pattern, combined with his research into the heart's bloodline origins, he reached the following conclusions. The first time one gains the peak affinity of an individual, the left eye will twitch, and bloodline power will manifest in the primordial space. For those whose cultivation is significantly higher, 3 layers will be attained. For those close in level, 1.5 layers will be granted, and for those much weaker, half a layer will result. With this realization, a slight smile graced Gao Chun's lips, instilling a sense of confidence within him. In the future, when employing the hard-eye technique to seize peak affinities, he could calculate the input-output ratio in advance. Time, after all, is a form of investment, and the most costly one at that. As for how much bloodline power a mere mortal could garner from another's peak affinity, Gao Chun did not dwell on it, believing that practical experience would yield clarity. More importantly, he estimated that the resulting bloodline power would not be substantial. Savoring a delightful sip of tea, Gao Chun resumed his contemplation. To attain an individual's peak affinity, one must first assess whether that person harbors goodwill towards oneself. The next step involves discerning the nature of that goodwill. To put it plainly, one must understand the reasons behind a familiar person's positive sentiments: admiration, gratitude, respect, infatuation, or reverence. Only by clarifying the type of goodwill can one tailor their approach effectively. For instance, if a beautiful woman feels gratitude towards him for a favor and he suddenly confesses his feelings, she may very well rebuff him. Conversely, if a beautiful woman harbors infatuation for him and he expresses his feelings or performs a heartfelt gesture, she might instantly reach her peak affinity for him. Thus, understanding the nature of goodwill is paramount. It directly influences whether subsequent actions will lead to a peak affinity. Finding the right direction is essential for hitting the mark. Oh, peak affinities are indeed not so easily obtained. Gao Chun gently massaged his aching temples. The previous ease in acquiring the peak affinities of Aunt Lien, Yue, and Lena stemmed solely from previously accumulated capital. Taking another sip of tea, Gao Chun established 2 tactical objectives based on his interpersonal dynamics within the Gao family fortress. The first goal is to swiftly gather enough peak affinities to completely fill his primordial heart space for the first time, thereby advancing to the bronze 7-star level. The second goal is to adopt a more conspicuous approach in his actions, subtly revealing his hidden strengths to cultivate admiration among the fortress inhabitants and enhance their goodwill towards him. In pursuit of these 2 tactical objectives, Gao Chun racked his brain and engaged in deep contemplation, ultimately formulating his first action plan, the Establishing Authority Plan. The target for this initiative is none other than Li Daoqiu. Though Li Daoqiu is a brother and shares a profound bond with Gao Chun, his lack of belief in Gao Chun's capabilities due to the latter's concealment has persisted. Gao Chun intends to showcase his celestial-level techniques on the duel stage, decisively defeating him. This approach serves multiple purposes. It could potentially secure the goodwill of the audience. Surely, it should work, right? Gao Chun harbored a lack of confidence regarding this matter. This is largely due to the fact that everyone possesses differing preferences when it comes to their ideal type. Furthermore, he aspired to astonish those around him, allowing them to recognize his prowess, thereby fostering admiration and enhancing their fondness for him. Additionally, he sought to alter Li Daoqiu's perception of him. laying the groundwork for ultimately winning his esteem. Gao Chun remained seated beneath the willow tree, lost in contemplation, having drained the entire pot of tea. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, stars began to twinkle softly. The gentle spring breeze caressed the branches of the willow, causing them to dance gracefully. Alas, how swiftly time passes. Gao Chun rose, stretching his weary limbs, and subsequently made his way to his room to rest. Exhausted in both body and mind, he soon drifted into a serene slumber. The night sky was clear and cloudless, with stars shimmering brightly, painting a picture of prosperity and beauty over the entirety of Gaojiao Fort. Chapter 24. No need for urgent updates for now since the new book was updated on August 18th. It has experienced its first instance of negative daily collections. At that time, the cover and summary will also be updated. Only then will the new book be considered to be on the right track. Everyone can then pursue the updates with peace of mind. Additionally, this book is scheduled to launch on October 1st. The pressure of the update volume is immense. However, I, Bayong, will do my utmost to fulfill this. Without further ado, good night to everyone. See you tomorrow. Today, a friend recommended a book to me. It is genuinely captivating. Yet, I am acutely aware of my own tasks and have forcibly halted my reading to open my computer and write. However, writing has been quite a struggle, not smooth at all. I have not forgotten my promise to everyone. All aspects of the new book will be completed by mid-month, and it will be available on October 1st. This promise is constantly etched in my mind, and I will not disappoint you again. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. First, let me share a joke with you all. Although it adds to the plot, it remains serious content. Yet, the daily collections have turned negative. In recent days, my short essays have all garnered positive collections. Especially last night, the increase in collections truly surprised me. Do you all enjoy reading my short essays? Had I known this would be the case, I should have opted for short stories from the beginning instead of lengthy narratives. Returning to the main topic, the previously updated content can be considered a pure depiction of daily life. The core content of the first volume still revolves around how to resolve the crisis. Subsequently, representatives from various dominant factions have begun to enter the territory of the Gao family, forming a siege. This resembles the well-known siege of the Bright Summit by the 6 major factions. Can Gao Chun, like Zhang Wuji, turn danger into safety? Today's update concludes here. As stated, on October 1st, this book will be launched on time. See you tomorrow. Today, I have uploaded the setting for the spirits. In this book, spirits play a significant role, especially the plant spirits. Let me share a bit about their setting in advance, just a bit. 1. Human practitioners do not have demon pets, but rather spirit companions. The essence of minor and medium spirits cannot change. Minor spirits generally must slumber within their essence, while medium spirits can leave their essence to live without combat power. Major spirits can shrink their essence to fit within a spirit house, a storage space the size of a box, aiding in combat. Some high-level major spirits, ranging from 1 to 9 grades of mystical plants, can even speak. 2. The relationship between spirits and their essence. If the essence of a minor spirit is extinguished, the minor spirit will surely perish. For medium spirits and above, if their essence is destroyed, they need to find another tree of the same type and rest in it for a year, allowing it to become their new essence. Major spirits require 3 to 5 years of slumber in a similar tree to establish a new essence. 3. The combat of plant spirits is based on the characteristics of their essence. 1. Various types of flowers. 2. Various types of trees. 3. Various types of grasses. 4. Weapon spirits, spirits of mountains, stones, lakes, and rivers. The 3 points above apply similarly to plant spirits. Today's update concludes here. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. It is quite strange. In recent days, I have been writing short essays, yet the daily collections remain positive. This means that collections are increasing every day. Although the increase is modest, it is a stark contrast to the negative collections during my previous hiatus. This unexpected situation is beyond my anticipation. Regardless of whether you have high hopes for the plot of this book or for me as an author, it is all about anticipation. The reason I have not uploaded the main text is that, firstly, the daily collections are positive. More importantly, I am contemplating whether I need to refine the text I have written these days. The writing in recent days has flowed smoothly, and the logic is sound. However, it lacks a certain elegance and expression. To put it more professionally, there is a scarcity of embellishments, such as metaphors, parallelism, and personification, especially in the descriptions, which are often resolved with just 1 or 2 words. Many characters lack physical descriptions as well. A bit of refinement would elevate the overall quality. I acknowledge that description is my weak point. Previously, much of my descriptive writing was a combination of Baidu searches and creative innovation. It has improved significantly now, allowing for direct descriptions, yet the vocabulary remains somewhat sparse, failing to capture many beautiful scenes. The essence of the imagery exists in my mind, but it is inadequately expressed in words. Of course, the greatest advantage of this simplistic writing style is the speed at which I can produce text. Incredibly fast. Another important reason for not uploading the main text these days is that the plot has undergone adjustments concerning future developments. Initially, the plan was for various factions to besiege the Gao family fortress, where Gao Chun would cleverly use a secret realm to defeat them, resolving the first crisis. However, Gao Chun is still at the bronze level. If he were so formidable now, what would become of him later? Furthermore, is it too simplistic for the major factions to be easily outsmarted? After some contemplation, I decided to make slight adjustments to the plot. The Purple Bamboo sect intervened, blocking most of the factions, allowing only a few to enter the Gao family fortress. Gao Chun and his companions will then engage in conflict with this small number of factions. This adjustment makes the entire narrative far more logical. Gao Chun's struggles can also unfold gradually, allowing for a progressive introduction of the world's setting and a gradual reveal of each character's personality, particularly Gao Chun and the inhabitants of the Gao family fortress. Alright, today's update concludes here. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Gao Chun is quite satisfied with the peak of his fondness for Tang Fatty. His heart's core space has gained an additional 20% of bloodline power. Gao Chun feels he has struck gold. The mystical medicine he provided to Tang Fatty was intended to heal Tang Bo's old injuries, which he originally planned to present as a gift. Now, by giving it to Tang Fatty first, he has unexpectedly earned his peak gratitude. This is indeed a double benefit. Gao Chun, feeling elated, prepared to garner Chen Yuan's fondness. How should he go about it? As he journeyed, he contemplated. Chen Yuan has always shown affection for him, so she must hold some level of fondness. The key lies in how to evoke her peak fondness, the climax of affection. Earlier, he had forcefully defeated Li Daoqiu on the competition stage. While this did not elevate her fondness to its peak, it significantly enhanced it. Now, all that remains is to deliver a powerful blow to bring her fondness to its zenith. This poses quite a challenge. The first strike is a matter of appearance. To win a woman's affection, one must first possess the looks she finds appealing. For practitioners like us, once we open our Qi Si and attain the rank of 1-star bronze, we are granted a lifespan of 200 years. Moreover, due to the nourishing effects of mystical energy, everyone radiates vitality, their skin glowing with health, making the notion of ugly men obsolete. Thus, the appeal of practitioners largely hinges on their aura. Different women are drawn to different auras. Some prefer a sunny disposition, while others may favor a brooding one. Some are attracted to the quiet and gentle, while others lean toward the bold and brash. Some appreciate straightforwardness, while others prefer subtlety. Therefore, to pursue a woman, one must first discern which type of aura she favors. Moving on, Gao Chun felt there was no need for review regarding this first strike. Sister Yuan must undoubtedly appreciate his current aura. Finally, Gao Chun's eyes sparkled as he discovered the ultimate move he needed, the 17th strike, sweet words and flattery. When facing a woman who admires him, at this moment, if he expresses sweet words and manifests a considerable degree of tenderness and warmth, success is surely within reach. In an instant, one can stir the depths of another's emotions, igniting an inexplicable excitement and fostering a peak of affection, particularly in women who are inherently more sentimental. This sentiment is magnified when faced with an object of their secret admiration, often leading to a blend of emotional intensity and naivety. Is there anything inappropriate in my actions? Although Gao Chun yearns for Chen Yuan's affection, he must consider whether his actions might leave lasting repercussions. He does not wish to be a cad who toys with emotions. In terms of beauty, Chen Yuan is unparalleled among all the women Gao Chun has encountered. Her sole flaw, perhaps, is her lack of voluptuousness. Yet, Gao Chun is willing to overlook this imperfection. As for her character, there is nothing to critique. She is gentle, tactful, intellectual, and remarkably understanding. Truly a rare gem. Especially as a partner, she would be an excellent choice. Thus, Gao Chun feels quite pleased that Chen Yuan harbors feelings for him, and he welcomes this development. The reason he has not yet expressed his feelings to Chen Yuan is twofold. Firstly, both are still young, particularly Gao Chun. who is yet to reach the age of 18, thus still a minor. More importantly, the current situation facing the Gao family fortress is rather dire. Gao Chun is an idealistic youth, determined to lead the Gao family to new heights. He carries considerable responsibility and cannot afford to be distracted by romance. Taking all factors into account, Gao Chun's approach to love is one of natural progression. To utter sweet nothings merely to gain Chun Yuan's affection would be rather short-sighted. As he stroked his chin, lost in contemplation, Gao Chun ultimately resolved to share his true thoughts with Chan Yuan. Of course, communication is an art. One cannot be overly direct in revealing all their thoughts. To do so would betray sincerity and border on folly. After careful consideration, Gao Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He strode purposefully towards their meeting place. As he beheld Chan Yuan standing in the grove, her cheeks flushed and her expression distant, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Women in love seem to possess an unbounded capacity for affection. What delightful reverie might she be lost in at this moment? Gao Chun, disregarding whether his arrival might disrupt Chun Yuan's daydreams, approached her and greeted, "Sister Yuan, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Startled at first, Chun Yuan's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson upon recognizing him. "Piryu, you came?" Her voice softened, becoming sweeter. He has come to confess his feelings. How blissful. Yet, she reminded herself to maintain composure, striving to control her racing heart. Gao Chun, puzzled by her intense reaction, set aside his questions. He must swiftly win Chun Yuan's affection. "Sister Yuan, I am aware of your feelings for me. In truth, I have always liked you as well." Before he could finish his sentence, however, his left eye began to twitch uncontrollably. Was it truly this simple? Could he so easily attain Chun Yuan's affection? Gao Chun found himself at a loss. He had prepared a multitude of heartfelt words, expending countless mental resources. Yet, the result? He hadn't even completed a single sentence before winning her favor. Could it be that a woman in love is so easily swayed? Should he aspire to become a tender-hearted man, garnering the admiration of many women? No, he resolutely dismissed that notion. He would not be a scoundrel. The debts of love between men and women are the hardest to repay. "Sister Yuan, how has your training been of late?" Having secured her affection, there was no need to continue discussing romantic matters, so Gao Chun swiftly shifted the topic. Chun Yuan was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, her heart raced as she awaited the confession from her beloved Pure. However, where was the heartfelt declaration she longed for? Chun Yuan felt adrift, as if severed from her roots, lost and uncertain of her direction. The flush on her face gradually faded, giving way to pallor. "Sister Yuan, are you feeling unwell?" Gao Chun noticed her discomfort and recognized the source of her unease, yet he felt powerless to rectify it. Ultimately, he could only offer a few words of comfort before departing hastily. At the bow of the ship stood the 9th elder of the Purple Bamboo sect, hands clasped behind his back, his expression neutral, yet his eyes betrayed an inescapable melancholy. "Why must I be dispatched to Nanping Town? How delightful it would be to remain in Purple Bamboo City," he lamented to himself. "What is there to enjoy in that wretched place?" Most troubling, this headless void shepherding incident will undoubtedly attract a multitude of outsiders, all of whom will flock to the Gao family fortress, conveniently located in Nanping Town. The 9th elder felt cursed by fate. He was most reluctant to venture to Nanping Town, yet the orders of the elder compelled him to comply. His heart longed to stay in Purple Bamboo City, where fine wines, exquisite dishes, and beautiful companions ensured a life of indulgence. "Alas, my fate is truly burdensome." He sighed once more. "Master, what burdens do you speak of?" A diminutive, half-meter-tall sprite fluttered from the stern to perch upon his shoulder. With delicate features and soft skin, the sprite's most striking attributes were its iridescent eyes and vibrant hair. Purple Bamboo City is so dreadfully dull. So many rules, and one cannot engage in combat at will. I am thoroughly bored. The sprite rambled on. Nanping Town would be splendid. There, we are the masters, and there are countless magical beasts to battle. Its eyes sparkled with excitement. "Little gourd, you are still too naive. You have yet to experience the harsh realities of life. What joy is there in fighting and killing compared to the pleasures of fine wine and luxury?" The 9th elder observed the sprite, his own dejection somewhat alleviated. In his earlier days, when he was merely at the Silver Realm, he had encountered the now matured 7 treasures gourd during an expedition. The sprite had been lively and eager for combat, and he had managed to subdue it, ultimately bonding through a blood oath. Since then, they had become inseparable companions, and he had advanced to the King Realm, enjoying a lifespan of 2 millennia, ample time for revelry. The Seven Treasures Gourd had evolved from a small sprite into a grand sprite. With its inherent talent and his dedicated nurturing, it would undoubtedly ascend to become a sprite king. It would serve as his most vital companion on the path of cultivation. However, this penchant for violence must be tempered with guidance. Conflict and strife are exhausting and fraught with danger. One misstep could lead to demise. As a cultivator, the foremost skill is the art of self-preservation, not the pursuit of conflict. Oh, this Seven Treasures Gourd, despite being over a century old, remains so impetuous and eager for battle. In Purple Bamboo City, one would be safe, as no fool would dare challenge its master. Yet Namping Town is a den of chaos. If we inadvertently provoke trouble, it could cost us our lives. Little Gourd, as cultivators, we must cultivate tranquility and attune ourselves to the natural world. The ninth elder began to patiently instruct his sprite. But my essence, the Seven Treasures Gourd Vine, is particularly adept in combat. Only through fighting can I swiftly ascend to the rank of Sprite King. The Gourd Sprite countered. At that moment, I shall unite with my true self, and the constraints of this world shall no longer bind me. The Gourd Boy spoke with radiant fervor, proclaiming that the earth shall no longer restrain him, and the heavens shall not obscure his ascent. The Great Spirit danced with its resplendent wings, its eyes gleaming with brilliance. Alas, this warrior of chaos. The ninth elder found himself at a loss regarding the Great Spirit's thirst for battle. The Gourd Boy had an undeniable penchant for combat, showcasing formidable prowess. Gourd Boy, strive diligently to elevate yourself to the status of Spirit King. The ninth elder ceased his attempts to dissuade him from fighting, for the Seven Treasures Gourd was inherently a combat-oriented mystical plant. Moreover, although Namping Town lay on the border, it belonged to the territory of the Purple Bamboo Sect. As the ninth elder of the Purple Bamboo Sect, who would dare to bully him, having ascended to kingship, if he could not protect the Gourd Boy? What merit would his cultivation hold? With these burdens lifted from his mind, the ninth elder felt a profound sense of relief. He considered that upon arriving in Namping Town, he would effectively be the local sovereign, enjoying far more comfort and autonomy than in Purple Bamboo City. A sense of satisfaction and ease washed over him. However, the enigmatic headless shepherd in the void displaying peculiar phenomena at Gao Chun presented a complication that required careful consideration. Once he set aside his worries, the ninth elder found himself more at ease, opening his heart to appreciate the scenery along the journey. The Seven Treasures Gourd Boy gleefully flew up and down within the flying vessel, exuding joy. In due course, the ninth elder arrived at the town guard's office in Namping Town aboard the flying vessel. Outside the office, a cadre of mystics clad in uniform awaited his arrival, evidently informed of the ninth elder's impending visit to Namping Town. Welcome, ninth elder. A group of mystics, led by the town mayor, bowed in respect. No need for formalities. We are all family here. The ninth elder waved his hand generously and entered the town guard's office with them. What followed was a grand banquet and a welcoming ceremony, a full affair that extended well into the afternoon. The ninth elder found himself in a small room with the mayor and the deputy mayor. You are all aware that I will be stationed here in Namping Town for an extended period. I shall not elaborate further. Now, I would like you to brief me on the situation in Namping Town, particularly the recent developments. The three town officials began to report on the state of affairs in Namping Town. Ninth elder, since the appearance of the headless shepherd in the void yesterday, the number of cultivators arriving in Namping Town has surged, many starting at the silver tier, with several groups of golden mystics. The mayor spoke with a serious expression, his brow slightly furrowed. This phenomenon was anticipated. There is no need to conceal it. We are all family here. The headless shepherd is linked to the blood-colored forbidden land, and its speed has noticeably decreased above Gao Chun, as everyone has witnessed. Not only us, but all observing mystics likely saw it as well. Thus, Namping Town shall soon become the most bustling place in the southern wilderness, particularly Gao Chun, which may attract many visitors. Have you dispatched anyone to investigate? Without the elder's orders, how could we dare to seek information privately? Given such phenomena, who would not wish to probe? The mayor continued, by the way, the lord of Gao Chun will be succeeded by Gao Chun's son, Gao Chun, who has just turned 16. How much do you know about him? The ninth elder posed his inquiry directly. Gao Chun possesses excellent cultivation talent, having reached 6-star bronze at the age of 16, yet he has not awakened any bloodline. He is polite, humble, and well regarded in Namping Town as a true gentleman. As Gao Chun descended into the core space of his heart, He beamed at the nearly full bloodline power. His morning's efforts had not been in vain. He now needed just half a unit of bloodline power to fill his heart's core completely. He realized that to achieve this, he must gain the peak favor of a mystic. If he chose one of higher cultivation or one with similar prowess to his own, it would be a waste. Thus, he resolved to seek a mystic of considerably lower cultivation. Each familiar mystic represented a resource not to be squandered. Having made his decision, Gao Chun felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Is anyone here? As Gao Chun prepared a meal, the familiar booming voice of Uncle Li reached his ears. He recognized the voice before he even saw him. Come in. The courtyard door swung open, and Uncle Li stepped in with familiarity. Chunzi, did you make any new discoveries yesterday? Despite his weary appearance, Uncle Li's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As expected, like Aunt Lien, his first concern was whether Gao Chun had awakened any new powers. Poor Uncle Li indeed. After responding, Gao Chun eagerly gazed at Uncle Li, waiting for a sign of approval. Really? That's wonderful, Uncle Li exclaimed, joyfully pumping his fist. Yet, Gao Chun's anticipated sign of approval did not appear. Is that all? Nothing more? Alas, Uncle Li's lack of enthusiasm was disappointing. Gao Chun, who had achieved the extraordinary feat of awakening 3 powers with just one eye, defied the conventional belief that one could only awaken 1 power per eye. How could Uncle Li not admire such a breaking of the norm? Was he even human? Or perhaps his standards were simply set too high? Gao Chun, feeling a slight discontent within, chose not to express it outwardly. After all, he was the gentleman esteemed by all. How could he display his emotions so openly? Uncle Li's visit was timely, as Gao Chun had many matters to discuss with him. To confirm the peculiar phenomena caused by the headless shepherd, Gao Chun earnestly inquired, Uncle Li, during my seclusion, did the headless shepherd exhibit any unusual signs? What exactly transpired? Gao Chun's gaze was fixed intently on Uncle Li. Not much, just that the headless one's speed has noticeably decreased. When did this occur? Gao Chun pondered in silence. Analyzing the situation, he concluded that the headless one's speed had slowed precisely when he birthed the core of his heart. This was indeed peculiar. The first time he encountered it, when his left eye birthed its bloodline source and awakened the first ocular technique, there was no change in speed or any unusual signs. The second time he met it, upon awakening the second ocular technique, there were also no signs. Why then? Did the birth of the heart's core lead to such a marked decrease in speed? Could it be due to its uniqueness? It must be so. The heart's core, the awakened bloodline power, was indeed ocular techniques, perhaps the most extraordinary of all. Gao Chun was certain that even if he revealed this truth to Uncle Li and Aunt Lien, they would likely not believe him. Oh, Aunt Lien might believe it, for she seems not the sharpest. Having confirmed this query yet again, all of Gao Chun's hopes dissipated. How should he confront this situation? He understood clearly that the headless shepherd in the void was the foremost marvel of the southern wilderness, drawing constant attention from countless factions. Its noticeably reduced speed would undoubtedly capture the interest of various powers. The only advantageous aspect was that Gaojiabeo's territory was quite small, and the headless one resided in the void, facing a territory that encompassed at least the central part of Nanping town. This allowed Gaojiabeo to narrowly escape exposure. After all, the central area of Nanping town contained 13 fortresses. Li Jinxing observed Gao Chun's pensive demeanor with great interest. Could this young man have already discerned the impending crisis facing Gaojia Fortress? I am keen to discover the depths of Purizi's contemplation. Although Li Jinxing is thoroughly pleased with Gao Chun's exhibited talents, strength, and intellect, who does not wish for their own offspring to excel even further? Purizi, have you arrived at any significant insights? Li Jinxing, direct and forthright, scrutinized Gao Chun's expression. Suddenly, a thought sparked in Gao Chun's mind. Could he craft a brilliant analysis that would elevate Li Jinxing's regard for him to its zenith? He began to reflect meticulously, aiming for a moment of revelation that would earn him Li Jinxing's admiration and, subsequently, his esteem. The headless shepherd, though seemingly overlooked, commands attention. Any anomaly associated with it may provoke the curiosity of numerous cultivators. Thus, it is likely that Gaojia Fortress might. Gao Chun articulated his analysis with remarkable clarity, even surpassing the detail Li Jinxing had provided to Chun Lien. He anticipated the peak of Li Jinxing's admiration. However, despite his waiting, the expected surge of approval did not materialize. All he observed was Li Jinxing's approving smile, a testament to his satisfaction. Yet, why did his esteem not soar? Alas, Li Jinxing's self-absorption was rather overwhelming. Despite his flawless analysis, Gao Chun found himself disheartened by his uncle's lack of heightened regard. Li Jinxing was indeed impressed by Gao Chun's insights, astonished that he could perceive so many layers of complexity. Truly, a remarkable genius. My judgment of his potential is astute. The ability to identify a promising candidate is indeed formidable. Gao Chun possesses not only extraordinary talent and lineage, but also keen intellect, a worthy choice for my aspirations. Li Jinxing resolved to further test Gao Chun's capabilities. Purizi, old Gao has departed Gaojia Fortress, and you are to succeed him as the Lord. You are aware of this, I presume. Gao Chun did not shy away from the challenge, articulating the external threats and internal issues they faced. Li Jinxing was immensely pleased with this. Subsequently, he inquired about strategies to address these challenges. Li Jinxing could hardly contain his delight. Faced with adversity, Gao Chun exhibited neither subservience nor arrogance, maintaining a composed demeanor that hinted at the qualities of a leader. Yet, Li Jinxing's thoughts turned to his son, Li Daoqiu, who was of the same age as Gao Chun. That wayward child, lacking in intelligence, was consumed by thoughts of violence and chaos, truly a brute. Were it not for his startling resemblance to Li Jinxing in his youth, he might have doubted his own paternity. If only Li Daoqiu possessed half of Purizi's brilliance, I would be overjoyed. Li Jinxing harbored a profound discontent towards his son. Today has been overwhelmingly busy. There is no time to write. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. The day has been a whirlwind. So many matters require my signature. Sigh. Good night, everyone. The plot of the first volume of my new book has finally taken shape. It was initially designed with the premise that powerful forces in the southern wilderness were aware of the Headless Shepherd's manifestation at Gaojia Fortress. Consequently, they all launched an assault on it. Gao Chun, leveraging the remnants of ancient ruins, managed to outsmart and annihilate the attacking forces. However, as I continued to write, I realized this narrative had significant flaws. How could Gao Chun, at merely the bronze level, possibly defeat such formidable powers? Moreover, would Gaojia Fortress truly gain notoriety, given that everyone would recognize its connection to the Headless Shepherd, while other forces remained oblivious? Thus, the first volume's plot required revision. The second iteration involved Gao Chun utilizing the lordship succession ceremony to invite the forces from other fortresses to unite against the external threats. After several strategic maneuvers, they ultimately repelled the invaders. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, this scenario also presented issues, with Gaojia Fortress now recognized, as everyone knew the Headless Shepherd's deceleration was linked to it. Would other fortresses simply acquiesce to his commands? Furthermore, the narrative was dominated by grand scenes, leaving little room for character development. The antagonists needed to be well crafted to effectively contrast the protagonists. Additionally, how could Gao Chun, still at the bronze level, command these individuals? Thus, the second revision of the first volume's narrative was also deemed unsuccessful. What to do? I could only continue to reimagine the first volume's plot. Finally, after thorough contemplation, I crafted a narrative that seemed to possess a solid logical foundation and character depth. Essentially, Gaojia Fortress remained inconspicuous. No one knew the Headless Shepherd's deceleration was due to it. They merely designated a general area, the central region of Nanping Town. This allowed for a wealth of narrative possibilities. Moreover, it did not necessitate an immediate grand spectacle, enabling a gradual exploration of established characters, Aunt Lien, Uncle Li, and Gao Chun's team. Through minor supporting characters, I could deeply develop these existing figures before introducing new ones, followed by larger scenes. The third attempt at conceptualizing the first volume's plot was finally triumphant. Newcomers, it turns out, often encounter numerous twists and turns. The older works never considered. Where lies the anticipation in the plot? What are the exhilarating moments? How should suspense be crafted? How can groundwork be laid? I opened my computer and wrote spontaneously. Reflecting on my past self, it is truly frightening. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Now, everything is on the right track. Not only have I grasped some foundational theories of online literature, but I have also gained profound insights into the narrative construction of my own work. In the forthcoming volumes, I may also face challenges. However, at least for now, the first volume is entirely coherent. I am fully capable of writing hundreds of thousands of words. I pledge to you all, this book will contain no less than 2 million words. I have not dared to forget this promise, keeping it close to my heart. Now, I confidently proclaim, Bai Yang will succeed. I will fulfill the promise made to everyone. In the coming days, I will expedite the transformation of earlier drafts into the main text. Of course, until the revisions are complete. I will only be able to update with a small piece each day. I hope for your understanding. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Apologies. I lacked the time to write today. I was celebrating with friends. Wishing you all health, prosperity, and daily joy. Until tomorrow. The results are promising. All revisions are complete. Chapters 1 to 11 have laid the groundwork for the entire story. The protagonist, Gao Chun, now possesses his unique abilities and motivations for growth. The power structure, the various factions, and the distinct races have all been introduced. The challenges, dangers, and suspense the protagonist faces are clearly delineated, ensuring that the narrative is rife with anticipation. This foundation has been well established. It promises to offer you a unique experience. Today's update concludes here. Good night, everyone. We shall meet again tomorrow. This writing enhances the specific crises faced by Gaojia Fortress, amplifying the sense of anticipation. It also lays the groundwork for the protagonist's subsequent battles. Alright, today's update ends here. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. There are certainly strengths and merits. However, there are also numerous shortcomings and flaws. Today, I would like to discuss the most significant of these shortcomings, the lack of density in exhilarating moments. I, Bayong, wholeheartedly recognize this issue. In fact, I became aware of it a few days ago during revisions. The crucial question remains, how can I intensify the density of exhilarating moments? Today, I paused my updates to contemplate how to achieve this while maintaining the integrity of the plot. After a day of effort, I reflected on the web novels I enjoy reading. What captivates me about them? This exploration led to valuable insights. I conclude my report for today here. Good night, everyone. We shall meet tomorrow. Chapter 40. Today's writing report this evening, an unexpected invitation compelled me to dine out, almost causing me to forget today's update, my brief composition. Thankfully, I remembered that I must not allow my updates to falter. Wishing everyone a good night. See you tomorrow. My efficiency was rather low. However, I experimented with a new writing style and gleaned valuable insights. Additionally, I have been quite occupied in reality these past few days, as I am embarking on a new project. Consequently, my writing time will be somewhat limited. Nevertheless, I assure you that I will maintain my updates. This evening was slightly hectic. I spent most of the day outdoors, unable to open my computer, resulting in no words being penned. Yet, during my leisure moments, I engaged in deep contemplation regarding the subsequent plot. Writing a book necessitates having ideas in one's mind and knowing how to articulate them. Only when the mind is filled with words can the hands translate them onto the page. The more I ponder intricately now, the swifter my writing will become in the future. That concludes today's report. Wishing everyone a good night. See you tomorrow. Today I found it impossible to write. However, I had an enriching discussion with a fellow author about the plot. The main storyline of this book, which involves the progression and development of the Gao family castle, bears a striking resemblance to family cultivation in fantasy. It primarily revolves around the growth of various protagonists and practitioners. Of course, there are many innovative elements as well. In the words of my author friend, there is great potential. The crux lies in the updates. That is all for today's discussion. Wishing everyone a good night. We shall meet again tomorrow. I utilized very little time for writing today and felt quite elated. Writing has indeed become swifter. The pace of writing is primarily dictated by the speed of thought. I now possess considerable confidence regarding my forthcoming daily writing endeavors. Joyful. Wishing everyone a good night. See you tomorrow. Chapter 46. I am delighted to share some wonderful news with you all. Bayong seems to have mastered the art of writing. There was not a hint of hesitation. Everything flowed seamlessly. Upon checking the time, I realized it took less than an hour. It is truly astonishing. Could it be mere drivel? A flicker of doubt crept into my mind. Thus, I read through the entire piece twice. How smooth. How fluid, and the thrill was palpable. My goodness, have I truly become this adept? I contained my excitement, closed my eyes, and reflected calmly. Well then, this concludes today's sharing. Good night, everyone. Until we meet again tomorrow. At present, I am still indulging in some drinks. I fear that I might overindulge or forget to update later. For now, I shall report on today's progress. Everything remains efficient, at an impressive pace. It seems Bayong has genuinely awakened to the divine skill of writing. My word, this is remarkable. I can envision even greater achievements ahead. Not merely the promised 2 million words. It appears I can anticipate more fruitful outcomes, such as exquisite works, monumental milestones, and extraordinary feats. Chuckles, Great endeavors begin from humble beginnings. The project is nearing completion, and I shall soon embark on full-time writing. Daily word counts are on the horizon. Wait for me. Good night, everyone. Until tomorrow. Chapter 48. Considerations for renaming. Having completed the project in reality, I now find myself with ample leisure time to indulge in writing. However, I have long harbored dissatisfaction with the current title of this book. One may wonder why I initially chose such a name. This dates back to last year during the submission period, when the prevailing trend at Shijian was heavily influenced by the flamboyant style of Feilu, resulting in titles that were quite ostentatious. At that time, I proposed titles such as Peerless Battle Team, Heroic Battle Team, Unrivaled Battle Team, and Supreme Lord. Yet, my author friends deemed them too pedestrian and offered numerous extravagant suggestions. Ultimately, I settled on this conventional title. Now, however, I have developed my own understanding and perspective on online literature. The current title does not resonate with my literary style, nor does it convey any central theme. Therefore, after the 11th day, I will be changing the title, as that will mark the transformation of all short essays into the main text. The new title options include Great Lord, Young Lord, Peerless Lord, and Supreme Lord. Which one do you prefer? Or is there a better title you can suggest? Please feel free to share your thoughts. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Chapter 49. The general plot of this book. The current title of the book suggests a whimsical narrative. However, the plot designed by Bai Yang is far from mere whimsy. The essence of the outline is rooted in the genre of lordship literature, depicting the tale of how Gao Chun leads his family at Gao Family Fortress in their endeavors to protect and develop their domain. The central theme revolves around guardianship and responsibility. Gao Family Fortress faces successive waves of adversaries. Yet, through ingenuity, Gao Chun triumphs time and again, safeguarding their stronghold. Throughout this journey, they share love and camaraderie, embodying the spirit of perseverance and resilience, resulting in a series of touching anecdotes. Moreover, beyond repelling foes, the narrative also emphasizes the gradual growth and fortification of Gao Family Fortress. Thus unfolds an archetypal narrative, devoid of superfluous embellishments. The story may seem commonplace, yet the crux lies in the art of rendering it captivating. There remains a plethora of thoughts I wish to convey, but alas, I bid you good night. Until we meet again tomorrow. Today, not a single word was penned, not due to busyness, but rather a peculiar sense of idleness. Why, then, this reluctance to write? It is a sentiment I have never encountered before in my life. After a moment of reflection during a shower, I pondered the roots of this feeling. The conclusion I reached was that the drastic drop in collections following my revelation of the plot outline weighed heavily upon me. This was indeed the first time I had experienced such a significant decrease post-update, and it stung to realize it stemmed from sharing the book's outline with everyone. Consequently, I have felt out of sorts today, complex, bewildered, and powerless, with a tinge of self-doubt. Is it truly worth persisting in my writing endeavors? This commitment, merely to fulfill a promise to my readers, is it justified? Countless thoughts have drifted through my mind, giving rise to this peculiar emotion. However, after sharing my grievances, I feel considerably lighter. This book will continue to be written, and starting tomorrow, I intend to strive for a daily word count of 10,000. Good night, everyone. Until we meet again tomorrow. Today's writing flowed smoothly, yet Bai Yang has gained new insights. Each revelation signifies progress, facilitating a swifter writing process. Tomorrow, I shall endeavor to achieve the daily target of 10,000 words. Good night, everyone. Until we meet again tomorrow. I apologize for not reaching the daily goal today. Ahem. The primary reason being the holiday, as I could not refuse invitations from old friends and classmates. Tomorrow, I will strive to accomplish the daily word count. Good night, everyone. Until we meet again tomorrow. Chapter 53. A significant harvest without venturing out for leisure or indulging in romantic escapades. Bai Yang experienced a profound revelation today, a monumental one. In an author group, he observed discussions about writing, how many words to dedicate to a plot setup, the overall story length, and the subsequent reactions. While the speakers were oblivious, the listeners were attentive. Bai Yang absorbed this information, and suddenly, it felt as if thunder struck his mind. It was as if a light bulb had illuminated his thoughts. If writing online literature requires the unblocking of vital channels, today Bai Yang successfully opened the run and do meridians. With this newfound understanding, he realized he could no longer simply continue typing away. The priority now was to revise the established outline and storyline. Previously, Bai Yang had concentrated on narrating the protagonist's actions, but he had not given adequate thought to the reactions that followed. It wasn't merely a matter of emphasis. Rather, his mindset had yet to grasp the significance of those reactions. The interplay of setup, narrative, and response. Perfect harmony. Bai Yang had finally embarked on the correct path of online literature writing. Good night, everyone. Until tomorrow. Chapter 54. Today's writing update. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Chapter 55. Today's writing update mirrors that of yesterday. Alas, this cursed holiday. Good night, everyone. Until we meet again tomorrow. It is considerably better than the day before yesterday. However, I am still far from the daily target I had envisioned. Fortunately, the National Day holiday is drawing to a close, and soon I can focus on writing with peace of mind. Good night, everyone. Until we meet again tomorrow. I apologize. I overindulged in alcohol yesterday, resulting in a disruption of my writing schedule. My consistent update plan has been thwarted. Today, I was preoccupied with other matters and could not update. However, I shall be able to write tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Until we meet again. Today, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself rather busy and was unable to write. I shall dedicate tomorrow to writing diligently. Good night, everyone. Until we meet again. Today there was no update. It was not due to a lack of time, but rather because I was engrossed in a book. Reading this tome has sparked a multitude of inspirations and reflections. I shall complete my reading tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Until we meet again. I have finished the book I was engrossed in. The author's updates have been quite disappointing, filled with negativity. Indeed, consistent updates are of paramount importance in web literature. I shall refrain from writing today, as I need to digest my thoughts. There are too many insights and ideas swirling within me. Sleep early, everyone. Late nights are detrimental to health. Until we meet again tomorrow. Today, I did not write. My creative thoughts are somewhat disordered, as I am caught in a struggle over whether to make minor adjustments to the outline. If I do not change the title, the adventurous plotline will be more prominent. Conversely, if I alter the title to Lord of XX, then the agrarian narrative will take precedence. The original outline encompasses both adventure and farming storylines. I am currently pondering which narrative should dominate. After some contemplation, I have begun to form certain ideas. The key question remains: do you all prefer reading about farming or adventure? Please share your thoughts actively. Good night, everyone. Until we meet again. Chapter 62. A subtle shift in the plot outline. Do you prefer agricultural narratives or adventurous tales? Agriculture, in this context, transcends its literal meaning. It refers to the development of various plot elements. This encompasses talent cultivation, territorial expansion, and technological advancements. After considerable contemplation and introspection, I have concluded that this book will primarily revolve around agricultural themes, specifically crafting a tale of Eastern fantasy with agricultural undertones. Upon exploring the catalog, I discovered an abundance of works in the realms of xianxia, urban fantasy, and whimsical agriculture. However, there appears to be a scarcity of Eastern fantasy centered on agricultural pursuits. If anyone has recommendations, they would be greatly appreciated. In previous outlines, agricultural elements were already incorporated, but with this recent refinement, the narrative will now unequivocally prioritize agricultural themes, with all adventurous and combat-related arcs serving to further this objective. Wishing everyone a good night. Until we meet again tomorrow. Chapter 63. Everything is settled. Setting sail tomorrow. The adjustments to the outline have been successfully completed. Let us celebrate with joy. Moreover, my understanding of what delights the audience has deepened. I now comprehend their preferences and how I ought to write. This marks another significant advancement. Tomorrow, on the 15th of October, will truly be the commencement of this book. Starting then, updates will be a minimum of 10,000 words daily. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Chapter 64. A day off. Today has presented an unexpected situation that requires my personal attention. I find myself unable to write at this moment. I shall take a day off. Wishing everyone a good night. We shall reconvene tomorrow. Commencing from tomorrow, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to writing. Good night, everyone. Until we meet again. In truth, it is merely a matter of 2 hours. My writing speed remains quite brisk. Bai Yang's writing pace has indeed improved. The essence lies in the fact that the narrative has already taken shape in my mind. The speed of thought dictates the speed of writing. At present, I am still indulging in a drink. Wishing everyone a good night. We shall meet again tomorrow. I apologize for the recent busyness in my real life. Time for writing has been scarce. Nevertheless, life must take precedence. Writing can only occur during my free moments. However, I will strive to carve out some time for writing. I assure you all that I will fulfill my promises. Good night, everyone. Until we meet again tomorrow. Chapter 68. A casual chat today. I have not composed any words. It is purely due to a rather somber mood. Lately, life has been quite hectic, as I juggle both company matters and family obligations. In our group, Baiyang has always been perceived as cheerful and loquacious, never displaying any signs of gloom or sorrow. This faade is maintained because Baiyang wishes to prevent the spread of negative emotions to others. Emotions are indeed contagious. During such times of discontent, Baiyang typically refrains from engaging in the group chat. Well then, good night, everyone. Tomorrow, Baiyang intends to strive for a daily achievement of 10,000. If successful, it will mark the second instance of reaching such a milestone. Until we meet again tomorrow. Chapter 69. Today's tasks remain unfinished. I apologize for not achieving my writing goals today. It is often said that women experience a few days of emotional turmoil each month. However, men are equally susceptible. Recently, Baiyang has been particularly affected by such fluctuations. The plot development and the exhilarating moments of the story are vivid in my mind, yet the desire to write eludes me. Even when I sit before my computer, I find myself resistant to the act of typing. This malaise stems from my emotional state rather than the act of writing itself. Should my mood not improve tomorrow, I may embark on a journey to refresh my spirit. Nevertheless, rest assured that this book will continue to be updated, with at least a short piece each day to maintain my writing rhythm. Good night, everyone. Until we meet again tomorrow. A soft whip crack echoed in the air, resonating through Gao Chun. The figure of a headless man herding sheep was visible in the distance. The inhabitants of Gao Chun, including mere mortals, pointed towards the void, engaged in fervent discussions. 6 years ago, it first appeared in the southern wilderness. 3 years ago, it made its second appearance, and today marks the third. Have you ever pondered why it always passes through our Gao Chun in this vast expanse of the southern wilderness? In a secluded courtyard, Gao Chun gazed excitedly at the sky, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Hurry, hurry, he urged, shaking his fist towards the distant headless figure. The image of the composed gentleman was utterly forgotten in light of this tremendous opportunity. He recalled the first time he encountered it at the age of 10, when his left eye awakened a bloodline ability, marking the inception of his first divine power. 3 years later, he saw it again, and it did not disappoint. His bloodline eye awakened a second ability, a revelation that kept him awake all night with exhilaration. Now, at 16, it had returned once more as promised. How could he contain his fervor? Based on past experiences, his left eye was destined to awaken a third bloodline ability. Or perhaps his right eye would give birth to its own power. Regardless of the outcome, he would possess 3 divine powers, not 1, but 3. Merely contemplating this sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. He had long awaited this moment, and finally, it had arrived. Outside the secluded courtyard, a plump woman and a sturdy man stood guard at the entrance, serving as protectors for Gao Chun. They occasionally cast excited glances towards the void, while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. The entire southern wilderness was abuzz with discussions about it, all seeking to unveil its mysteries. Little did they know that it was the opportunity of my nephew, Gao Chun. My nephew is truly remarkable. The plump woman beamed with pride. The burly man shot her a disdainful look. Did I say anything wrong? She retorted, hands on her hips. Shoo, keep your voice down, the burly man cautioned, glancing nervously around. 6 years ago, it first appeared in the southern wilderness, attracting numerous powerful beings who traced its origins to the depths of the crimson forbidden land. This only piqued their interest further, he explained, pointing towards the headless shepherd in the void. Seeing that the plump woman grasped the gravity of the situation, he nodded in satisfaction. Yet, he solemnly warned, we must not let anyone discover that Chunzi is connected to it, otherwise. I know, she murmured, acknowledging her earlier misstep, though her dissatisfaction lingered. Are all women so contradictory? He mused internally, grateful for his wisdom in choosing not to pursue women any longer, recognizing that they could impede his cultivation. As he distanced himself from the middle-aged woman, his thoughts turned to Gao Chun. At merely 16, he had already reached the 6th star of the bronze realm and practiced heavenly-level techniques. Remarkably, he had also mastered a heavenly-level spell. A true prodigy indeed. Even more astonishing was the awakening of his bloodline abilities. While others with awakened bloodline eyes possessed only 1 ability, Chunzi defied this norm, having awakened 2. Such a feat was unprecedented in the realm of cultivation, a true protagonist's fate. Fortunate was I, Li, for joining Gao Chun early on and becoming his uncle. My aspirations of breaking through to the silver realm and becoming a golden practitioner hinge entirely upon him. I must hold on to this golden opportunity tightly and never let go. As I reveled in these thoughts, a grin spread across my face. What are you daydreaming about, sporting such a lewd smile? The plump woman nudged me. Back off. Don't crowd me. I retorted, my jovial reverie interrupted. Why do you know so much about it? She pressed, pointing at the headless figure in the void. I handle the external affairs of Gao Chun. Thus, I must gather as much information as possible. I replied nonchalantly, while internally acknowledging that Chunzi was my golden opportunity. I could not afford to overlook any detail regarding the headless shepherd. By the way, what is your perspective on the current situation facing Gao Chun? I sought to steer the conversation away from the headless figure, aware that her intellect was somewhat lacking. What's wrong with Gao Chun? Everything seems fine to me, she responded, appearing bewildered. I cast a weary glance at her, pondering the stereotype that women are often lacking in intellect. The plump woman before me was striking, with delicate features, fair skin, and long legs, yet her intellect seemed to fall short. Where are you looking? Keep staring, and I might just gouge your eyes out, she threatened, her temper flaring. Please, if you think I'm looking at you, you must be mistaken, I replied, feigning arrogance. Li Jinxing, I will eventually become Gao Chun's stepmother. You should be cautious not to offend me, she declared with a fierce glare. Ah, women and their dreams. How amusing. Pah, hypocrite. The sound of a soft whip cracking through the void reverberated throughout the high family fortress. A headless figure clad in white, wielding a soft whip, stepped into the emptiness of the fortress, each step as graceful as a lotus bloom. Bah! A flock of white sheep fled in panic, emitting mournful cries. The inhabitants of the high family fortress, including mortals, pointed towards the void and engaged in animated discussions. Look, that flock of sheep is so adorable. Alas, they seem to be crying. Rumor has it that these sheep were once formidable humans, transformed by the headless figure. I have also heard that a group of kings intruded into the blood-soaked forbidden lands, and then, within the secluded courtyard, Gao Chun's heart surged with excitement. His face beaming with joy, the rhythm of his heartbeat quickened, his fervent blood stirred with restlessness. The mere thought of soon possessing 3 bloodline powers rendered him trembling with exhilaration, his mind racing with vivid imaginings. In one moment, he envisioned himself at the pinnacle of martial prowess, reigning over the southern wilderness, suppressing foreign tribes, and receiving veneration from countless human mystics. In another, he saw himself successfully succeeding as the lord of the high family fortress, leading it to flourishing prosperity and rising swiftly to become the sovereign of the southern wilderness. With all other factions bowing in submission, a myriad of splendid images involuntarily flooded his mind. Relishing these sweet visions, Gao Chun's lips curled into a broad smile. Erupting in hearty laughter, the headless figure shepherding in the void was now fully revealed in Gao Chun's eyes. His piercing gaze remained fixated upon the headless white figure and the flock above. A familiar scene unfolded once more. A stream of golden, mysterious substance wafted from the headless figure and the sheep, surging into Gao Chun's eyes like fledglings returning to their nest. This golden essence, imperceptible to others, was something Gao Chun could distinctly sense. It poured in ever more rapidly and abundantly. Yet, Gao Chun's eyes seemed like bottomless pits, forever insatiable. Indeed, it did not disappoint. Gao Chun murmured softly. This experience felt too familiar. He had undergone it twice before. Identical, lacking any novelty. Based on his previous experiences. His left, I would soon awaken the 3rd bloodline power. Or perhaps his right, I would give birth to the essence of the bloodline and awaken the 1st bloodline power. How exhilarating. Gao Chun could no longer contain his excitement, as his fervent blood once again surged like a tempest. 3 minutes passed. Why had his right eye not yet birthed the bloodline essence? Gao Chun's exhilaration began to wane, his fervent blood slowly cooling. 5 minutes elapsed. His once frantic heartbeat regained its calm, and his fervent blood returned to normal. Just a little longer. Perhaps this time, awakening the eye required more of that mysterious substance. Gao Chun reassured himself repeatedly. 10 minutes went by. The smile had vanished from Gao Chun's face, and his handsome brows knitted slightly. Why had there been no changes in his eyes? Why? Could it be that his right eye could not give birth to the bloodline essence? An unnameable sense of disappointment welled up within him, lingering heavily in his heart. So much so that he failed to notice the changes in the headless figure above. As the headless figure wielded the soft whip, A green, mysterious substance was produced from its bosom and cast towards Gao Chun. Outside the secluded courtyard, the plump beauty and Li Jinxing continued to diligently guard Gao Chun. The plump woman wore a face of exuberance, her earlier quarrel with Li Jinxing long forgotten. Her alluring peach blossom eyes alternated between gazing at the headless shepherd in the void and observing the courtyard gate, her lips often curling into a smug smile. By now, Chunzi's left I should have awakened the third bloodline power. Or perhaps his right eye has birthed the bloodline essence and awakened the first bloodline power. That would mean Chunzi possesses a total of 3 bloodline powers. My, how remarkable. No wonder he is the future son of Chun Lian. Chun Lian's thoughts drifted, and in her delight, she erupted into a fit of giggles, her laughter captivatingly beautiful. This only prompted Li Jinxing to roll his eyes in exasperation. What a foolish woman. Li Jinxing mentally scoffed. This silly woman must be daydreaming about becoming Gao Chun's stepmother, soaring alongside the elder Gao. Alas, she is beyond redemption. Li Jinxing ceased to pay attention to the plump beauty, focusing intently on guarding Gao Chun. Suddenly, his expression darkened considerably. His eyes fixed unwaveringly on the headless figure in the void. He noticed that the headless figure's speed had evidently slowed. Moreover, it appeared to be slowing further. To ascertain that he was not imagining things, he solemnly inquired, Chun Lian, has the speed of the headless figure above diminished? What? Chun Lian, momentarily interrupted from her reverie, displayed evident displeasure. Nevertheless, she lifted her gaze to observe closely. Indeed, it has truly slowed down. Chun Lian exclaimed in astonishment. But why is that? With Chun Lian's confirmation, Li Jinxing abandoned all illusions. His countenance turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn it! Li Jinxing clenched his fists, muttering in a low growl. Why is there an anomaly at this moment? His voice brimmed with anger and resentment, startling Chun Lian. Inside the secluded courtyard, Gao Chun remained seated in meditation, gazing up at the headless shepherd in the void. Yet, his expression was dim and devoid of luster, overflowing with feelings of dejection and a hint of confusion. In a daze, the green, mysterious substance falling from the void entered Gao Chun's chest. He felt nothing at all. He continued to question in his heart. Why? Why could his right eye not give birth to the bloodline essence? Without the essence in his right eye, without awakening the bloodline power, how could Gao Chun navigate through his predicaments? How could he reign over the southern wilderness? How could he lead the high family fortress to ascend the throne of supremacy? Gao Chun's mood grew increasingly irritable, his sense of dissatisfaction intensifying. He was on the verge of standing up to roar angrily at the headless figure, to vent his pent-up negative emotions. Suddenly, his heart began to race violently, erratically. What? This abrupt turn of events caught Gao Chun off guard. He quickly steadied himself, concentrating on the changes within his heart and striving to regain control over its erratic beating. Yet, all efforts proved futile. The beating grew faster and more irregular. Gao Chun sensed a dull pain in his chest, escalating with intensity. Time slipped by, second by second. Ugh! Gao Chun emitted a pained groan. He curled up, lying back on the ground, his hands clutching his chest tightly. His complexion turned pale as a sheet, drenched in sweat. The corner of his lips was bitten, oozing crimson blood. Outside the secluded courtyard, Li Jinxing's brows were furrowed tightly, his expression grim. The high family fortress was unlikely to remain tranquil any longer. At this moment, the gaze of the entire southern wilderness continent was fixed upon the headless shepherd in the void. Any sign of anomaly would inevitably attract heightened scrutiny and speculation. This clear deceleration in speed would surely pique considerable interest, prompting inquiries. How would the high family fortress respond to this impending crisis? Li Jinxing's mind raced with strategies, at times revealing a fierce countenance, at others widening his eyes in shock, or curling his lips in disdain. His furrowed brows had yet to relax. Beside him, Chun Lian watched, bewildered. You continue to guard Chunzi here. I must step away for a moment. Li Jinxing suddenly addressed Chun Lian, intending to move. Do not leave. Chun Lian firmly obstructed him. We are both here to protect Chunzi. Why must you depart? Unless you provide a reason, you shall not take a single step. Chun Lian stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority. Dressed in a flowing red gown that danced in the wind, she appeared even more imposing. Li Jinxing, with a hand pressed to his forehead, thought to himself, "Oh, this foolish woman. Does she not grasp the gravity of the situation? Truly, she is all brawn and no brain." At that moment, Li Jinxing was agitated, unwilling to engage in a lengthy explanation. Yet, he was acutely aware of Chun Lian's obstinacy. If he did not clarify matters, this foolish woman would undoubtedly resort to violence, and he knew he was no match for her. With her cultivation at the 7 stars of the Silver Realm, she was the strongest in the Gao family fortress, aside from her exceptionally powerful father. Reluctantly, Li Jinxing finally spoke up. The blood-colored Forbidden Land is the most coveted treasure on the southern wasteland continent, and indeed the entire cultivation world. It is said to harbor countless supreme profound veins, grade 9 profound veins, along with an abundance of mystical herbs and plants. Moreover, it is replete with various rare treasures. He continued, noting how the headless figure and the flock had emerged from this very place. By this point, Li Jinxing believed he had elucidated enough. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would grasp the implications of his words. Ignoring Chun Lian's gleaming eyes, he prepared to depart. "Do not leave." Chun Lian once again obstructed him with her commanding presence. "What do the headless figure and the Forbidden Land have to do with you? Why are you trying to leave now? Where do you intend to go?" At her words, Li Jinxing felt a surge of frustration, slapping his forehead in disbelief. How could he have thought this foolish woman would comprehend the unspoken implications of his statement? Clearly, he had overestimated her. Just now, the headless figure slowed down above our Gao family fortress, did it not? With the entire southern wasteland now watching. Will this phenomenon not pique their curiosity and lead them to investigate our Gao family fortress? Are we not at risk of exposing our hidden realm? Most importantly, what is the connection between Chun Zi and the headless figure's ethereal shepherding? He lowered his voice for the final point. "Oh, I see," Chun Lian exclaimed, a look of enlightenment dawning on her face. "I must go reinforce the formation, conceal the hidden realm, and make some subsequent arrangements." Fearing that this foolish woman might try to stop him again, Li Jinxing hurriedly elaborated on his intentions. "Stop rambling and go quickly." Chun Lian shot him a disdainful glance. Exasperated by his verbosity, almost choking on his own frustration, Li Jinxing thought if only he could confront her physically. Instead, he gritted his teeth and departed swiftly. Meanwhile, one of the overlords of the southern wasteland, the human sect Tianyi, was in a state of heightened alert. "Senior brother, look." The speed of the headless figure and the flock has noticeably decreased. A purple-haired beauty exclaimed, astonished, as she pointed toward the void. Beside her, a bald senior brother stood with his hands clasped behind him, intently scrutinizing the expanse. What secrets lie concealed within the blood-colored Forbidden Land? He murmured thoughtfully. Moments later, his authoritative voice broke the silence. The headless figure's ethereal shepherding is intricately linked to the blood-colored Forbidden Land. We cannot overlook any anomaly. You must investigate the cause yourself. The area where the headless figure has slowed corresponds to the territory of Nanping Town, governed by the Purple Bamboo sect. We share a human alliance with them and have a mutual defense treaty. Senior brother, how should I proceed once I arrive? The purple-haired beauty asked respectfully. Among the overlords of the southern wasteland, the Beast Clan, the Golden Bull tribe, issued a command to launch a minor beast tide against Nanping Town in the Purple Bamboo Mountain region to ascertain the reason behind the headless figure's deceleration. Similarly, the 8-armed tribe's leader commanded the dispatch of individuals into the same region to uncover the cause of the headless figure's slowdown. As various overlord factions from the southern wasteland dispatched their elite members toward the Purple Bamboo Mountain area of Nanping Town, a rhythmic sound echoed, akin to a hammer striking with force. Moans of anguish resonated, reminiscent of a mute's cries. Too deep, dark eyes diligently absorbed the golden, mysterious essence emanating from the headless figure and the flock, swelling with increasing intensity. Suddenly, this golden essence surged toward the heart of Gao Chun like a mighty flood. Unstoppable in its force. With a thunderous impact, it seemed to split the heavens. Within Gao Chun's heart, a crystal, the size of a middle finger, was birthed. It was translucent, warm as jade, flawless in its beauty, radiating vitality and exuding an enigmatic aura, akin to a living entity. It released streams of mysterious energy, fresh and natural, embodying the essence of the Tao, as strange and wondrous symbols bubbled forth, evolving and ultimately dissipating. Gao Chun, pale-faced, was left in a daze. He could sense the pristine crystal within his heart as clearly as if it were in his line of sight. Moreover, he recognized this crystal. It was the source of his bloodline's divine ability. How could his heart give rise to the essence of his bloodline? Shouldn't it have manifested from his right eye instead? Confusion enveloped Gao Chun, his thoughts in disarray. In the southern wasteland, at the Purple Bamboo Sect, 5 practitioners stood silently atop a towering peak, gazing into the distant void where the headless figure shepherded. The mountain was shrouded in mist, adorned with verdant trees and blooming flowers, resembling an ethereal realm. Suddenly, a voice filled with grievance drifted from afar, shattering the tranquility of the mountain. Brothers, within 100 miles of the headless figure's ethereal shepherding, there exists a powerful force field. I have struck for a full quarter hour, and not a single crack has appeared. A young man clad in red, visibly disheartened, approached, his expression one of deep disappointment. I am a king in cultivation, yet I cannot even stir the force field. His resplendent red attire clashed starkly with the gray and green garments of the 5 practitioners. The 5 remained unresponsive, as if they were ancient trees, deeply rooted in silence. The young man's disappointment deepened in their indifference. Is this how you treat your junior? When I am disheartened, you offer no words of comfort? He muttered inwardly, feeling somewhat relieved after expressing his thoughts. He mimicked the 5 practitioners, gazing into the distance at the headless figure. The mountain returned to its serene silence, with only a gentle breeze whispering through. A few minutes passed, and the young man began to feel uncomfortable, stifled by the oppressive atmosphere. He detested this silence, craving the vibrancy of lively conversation. Since everyone else remained taciturn, he resolved to shatter the silence himself. As he could not allow discomfort to linger, why is the headless figure and the flock slowed in the void? What could be the cause? He speculated. I suspect their deceleration is certainly linked to the secret realm of Gao family fortress. I feel no shame in my conjecture. It is others who should feel awkward. The young man continued. We have all visited that secret realm. Despite our best efforts, we could not unlock its mysteries. But other factions are unaware of this. Should they discover the secret realm, they will undoubtedly mount a fierce assault on Gao family fortress. What will we do then? The Gao family fortress is our subordinate faction. If we protect them, we will clash directly with other powers. If we do not protect them, what becomes of our reputation? His voice echoed through the mountains, a stark contrast to the silence maintained by the 5 practitioners, who stood like ancient trees, unmoved. Despite his lengthy monologue, the young man felt his spirits lift slightly. Apparently, speaking had its benefits. To avoid sinking back into gloom, he resolved to continue his discourse. The only golden mystic of Gao family fortress, Gao Chun, has departed, leaving his son, Gao Chun, to assume the position of fort master. Currently, the strength of Gao family fortress is considerably diminished, comprising merely 4 silver mystics and a group of bronze mystics. Can they defend the fortress? The young man in red grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Despite being hailed as a golden-level force and occupying a 5th-grade mystic mountain, their actual prowess is hardly commensurate. With only 50 mystics and merely 2,000 mortals, their fate is notably weak. Although they publicly boast 2 bloodline families, one of which ranks among the top 100 on the 360 bloodline list. The young man in red paused, realizing that Gao family fortress harbors unexpected complexities. No, it is Gao Chun who is truly remarkable. How does he manage to gather 2 bloodline families around him? And that stunning woman, seemingly named Chun Lian, is also a bloodline mystic, specifically a pupil bloodline bearer. How could such a humble fortress attract so many bloodline mystics? The young man in red felt a chill run down his spine. This seemingly insignificant Gao family fortress holds profound secrets. He scrutinized the faces of his 5 senior brothers, yet ultimately found nothing. Their expressions remained as inscrutable as a still pond, offering no information. Forget it. Curiosity can be perilous. He resolved to embrace the life of a 9th elder, indulging in comfort and leisure in the Zizhu mountain region, where he could enjoy both wind and rain at will. The young man in red decided to cease his exploration of Gao family fortress's secrets. As for how to address the imminent crisis facing the fortress, that burden would rest upon his brothers. When the sky falls, the tall must bear it. Wuyo, starting today, you will be stationed at Nanping town. In the midst of silence, the elders suddenly issued the command. Upon hearing the elders speak, the young man nearly wept tears of joy. Finally, someone was articulating thoughts. He was no longer alone. Yet, upon grasping the content of the command, he was taken aback. What? The esteemed 9th elder of Zizhu sect is to be stationed at Nanping town? Was he so undervalued? He longed to voice his concerns, but dared not. The elder was the strongest in Zizhu sect, which ruled the Zizhu mountain region, and he was the paramount lord of the area. The young man in red could only respectfully clasp his fists. Wu Yo guarantees the completion of the elder brother's orders. With that, he turned and departed, eager to leave this place behind. As for why the elder issued such commands or their intent, those were no longer his concerns. He would follow orders without question. In the secluded courtyard, Gao Chun's heart no longer raced. His body was free from excruciating pain, yet his complexion remained as pale as paper. He gasped for breath, like a bellows in motion. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, gleaming like pearls. His eyes, filled with determination, continued to absorb the golden, mysterious substance. Yet, Gao Chun was indifferent to it all. His entire focus lay upon his heart. To be precise, the newly birthed bloodline essence within it. Since the essence had manifested, it was customary for at least one bloodline ability to awaken. Gao Chun brimmed with anticipation. He no longer dwelled on why is left I had not awakened a third bloodline ability, or why is right I had not birthed a bloodline essence. At this moment, he simply wished to ascertain the bloodline ability awakened by his heart. He concentrated fully on sensing the awakening of the heart's bloodline ability. What? Why is there nothing? This is impossible. Gao Chun's face turned a sickly shade, reminiscent of pig liver. Why had the heart essence not awakened a bloodline ability? This was illogical, not a shred of logic. Gao Chun struggled to accept the reality that his heart essence had not awakened a bloodline ability. An indescribable sense of loss surged within him, accompanied by an even greater feeling of unwillingness. The emergence of the bloodline essence should at least result in the awakening of one ability. Gao Chun remained steadfast in his belief in the conventions of the cultivation world. He refused to surrender. Thus, he continued to gather his focus and sense the newly birthed heart essence. Gradually, he sensed something amiss. The heart essence had not failed to awaken a bloodline ability. It had awakened. However, it was a pupil technique. And it was the left eye's pupil technique? How absurd. This defies all logic. The heart essence has awakened a pupil technique? Who can tell me what is truly happening? Gao Chun's mind was in disarray. The awakening of the new pupil technique completely upended his understanding. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure. Now was not the time to ponder why the heart essence had awakened a pupil technique. At this moment, the most crucial task was to discern the capabilities of this new pupil technique. He hoped fervently that its powers would be formidable and not as trivial as the two previously awakened techniques. After mentally praying, Gao Chun cautiously delved his consciousness into the heart essence, seeking to understand the functionality of the new pupil technique. What? This is astonishing. Upon perceiving the functionality of the new pupil technique, Gao Chun's heart swelled with elation, as if filled with honey. The fatigue from his previous agony dissipated entirely. He felt light as a feather, as if soaring through the sky. Happiness arrived too swiftly. Gao Chun was immensely satisfied with the new pupil technique. Exceedingly satisfied. Compared to the two previously awakened techniques, it was simply subpar. With this new pupil technique, Gao Chun felt absolute confidence in overcoming all challenges and swiftly leading Gao family fortress to rise again. 100% confidence. This new pupil technique is truly remarkable. Such an extraordinary pupil technique deserves a name. As for the two previously awakened techniques, they were too trivial, and Gao Chun felt they were unworthy of a name. What should it be called? Gao Chun fell into contemplation. Based on its function, should it be called the eye of truth and falsehood? Or the eye of emotion? Or perhaps the eye of affection? The direct function of the new pupil technique is to discern whether others harbor positive feelings towards him and whether their sentiments are sincere. However, none of these names fully encapsulated its comprehensive abilities. Gao Chun found himself in a quandary. Perhaps it could be named the eye of affection upgrade? Yet, that sounded rather unimpressive and lacked grandeur. Alas, he lamented his inability to name things. What should it be called? Gao Chun pondered deeply, weighing his options. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Yes, the first divine eye. That name is outrageously powerful. Moreover, it rolls off the tongue easily and is memorable. Oh, what a genius I am at naming. Gao Chun reveled in his own cleverness. Yet, upon reflection, something felt amiss. His persona was that of a modest gentleman, cultured, amiable, understated, and courteous. Such an ostentatiously grandiose name does not suit his character. A new name must be found. Subsequently, Gao Chun tirelessly sought a name for the new pupil technique, racking his brain. Ultimately, he decided to compromise and name the new pupil technique, heart pupil technique. After joyfully finalizing the name, Gao Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. The headless shepherd in the void should have departed by now, right? It was only then that he had the energy to observe the void. Huh, why hasn't he left yet? Moreover, why are his eyes still continuously absorbing the golden mysterious substance? What is happening? Could it be that he is to awaken yet another bloodline ability? Gao Chun's heart began to pound once more, this time with excitement. He hurriedly focused his gaze, centering his mind, awaiting new opportunities. Gradually, Gao Chun noticed a transformation in his vision. He unexpectedly beheld Gao Family Mountain at a secluded spot atop its peak. Two middle-aged men stood side by side. The man in white wore a gentle smile, his gaze soft, with long, lustrous black hair that flowed gracefully, enhancing his charming and approachable demeanor. The man in black, in stark contrast, bore a serious expression, his eyes sharp and penetrating, with a pair of straight, formidable eyebrows that seemed to pierce the sky, exuding an aura of cold detachment that urged strangers to keep their distance. These two middle-aged men, though remarkably different in temperament and attire, bore a striking resemblance in features and stature. Any onlooker could readily ascertain they were brothers. Moreover, both carried a similarly styled massive gourd on their backs. The gourd, neither gold nor jade, appeared quite ordinary, the only highlight being an artistically carved character, Gao, that danced gracefully along its surface. The two men silently gazed upward at the headless shepherd in the void, occasionally stealing glances at the secluded courtyard where Gao Chun was in seclusion. Yet, the formations around Gao Chun's courtyard had been completely activated, rendering the interior invisible to them. Second brother, Chunzi's decision to enter seclusion at this moment is rather unusual. The man in black spoke slowly. Moreover, during the last encounter with the headless shepherd in the void, he also chose seclusion. There must be profound secrets concealed within. Second brother, we are Chunzi's second and third uncles, yet we remain utterly oblivious. Li Jinxing and Chun Lian, these outsiders, are able to protect him. Why does he trust outsiders over his own kin? What kind of reasoning is this? The black-clad man's tone brimmed with resentment, his voice growing louder. His dark eyes reddened slightly, veins on his forehead bulging, hinting at an impending fury. Sensing the shift in his younger brother, the man in white chose not to remain silent. He nonchalantly remarked, "We are merely sworn brothers with his father." His voice carried no emotion. The black-clad man fell silent in an instant, his nameless anger dissipating, replaced by a sense of dejection. "But we have watched him grow. We took him hunting, led him into battle." The black-clad man began to murmur. The man in white paid no heed, continuing to gaze at the void above. "Second brother, can we not discuss Chunzi once more? Enough. There is no need to continue our discourse regarding Chunzi or the Gao family fortress. Do you not see that the speed of the headless shepherd in the void has diminished?" The black-clad middle-aged man sighed in resignation, ceasing his pleas to his second brother and looking up to observe the changes in speed. "Is the change that pronounced?" The black-clad man exclaimed in astonishment. "Such a significant alteration may attract many outsiders to investigate." The white-clad man murmured, "What shall we do now?" The black-clad man exclaimed, alarmed. "Brother Gao Changha has already departed. Our Gao family fortress is now without a golden practitioner to oversee it. Let us observe the unfolding situation," the white-clad man replied calmly. The black-clad man thought to himself, increasingly perplexed by his second brother. When had he become so inscrutable, so foreign? The two brothers fell into silence once more, the only sound being the bleating of sheep echoing in the void. Just then, he abruptly halted, narrowing his eyes at the two brothers, emanating a dangerous aura. The brothers instinctively sensed it and turned to face Li Jinxing, locking eyes with him. The man in white merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Jinxing before resuming his gaze at the void. However, the black-clad man fixated intently on Li Jinxing, his eyes sharp and menacing, filled with disdain, unmasked. More importantly, since Li Jinxing had joined the Gao family fortress, the relationship between the second brother and Gao Changha had grown increasingly distant, to the point of becoming estranged. Li Jinxing had anticipated the brothers' reactions. He smiled with amusement and strode confidently toward them. "Gao Lao Er, Gao Lao Si, you are both here. What are the two of you conspiring about in such secrecy?" His voice boomed with enthusiasm, resembling that of a long-lost friend reunited after many years. The white-clad man remained indifferent, still gazing at the void, while the black-clad man, fuming, retorted loudly, "Li Jinxing, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by in secrecy? Besides, this is Gao family fortress, not your territory." Li Jinxing shot back with a grin. The black-clad man, engulfed in fury, pointed at Li Jinxing, his face flushed with anger. Veins protruded from his forehead, his energy surging, ready to strike. The white-clad man could no longer bear to watch. My fourth brother truly has a fiery temper. He ignites at the slightest provocation. He hurriedly restrained his younger brother and addressed Li Jinxing calmly. Old Li, you should exercise some restraint with your words. When we pledged brotherhood with Gao Chun, you were still in the dark. Seeing Gao Laoer step in, Li Jinxing felt invigorated. He was unafraid of verbal sparring with Gao Laoer. In all of Gao family fortress, when it came to verbal duels, Old Li claimed the second position and none dared to claim the first. Engaging in verbal sparring holds no merit. In human connections, it is sincerity that matters, not duration. Some people, upon first meeting, feel an immediate kinship, while others, after decades, remain misunderstood, ultimately turning into adversaries. Li Jinxing continued to smile, radiating warmth. The white-clad man, upon hearing this, did not respond. Instead, he pointed towards the headless shepherd in the void. The speed of the headless figure has evidently slowed. I surmise you did not remain there to protect Chunzi, but intended to strengthen the secret formations. Are you not concerned that your idle chatter here might delay your time? His tone was measured, devoid of emotion. Li Jinxing's demeanor shifted dramatically. He was no longer the carefree individual he had been moments ago, but had transformed into a figure of sharp intensity. His aura changed abruptly. Where he had once appeared as a leisurely old man, he now resembled an unparalleled swordsman. His keen gaze swept over the white-clad man. This Gao Laoer is somewhat profound. He is indeed not easy to deal with. However, Li Jinxing was not one to be trifled with. He spoke boldly. You have witnessed the extraordinary phenomena in the void. I believe you understand better than I what it signifies. Gao Lao has departed from Gao family fortress, and it is now up to us to confront the impending crisis. Together, the three of us, along with Chun Lian, are the only 4 silver practitioners in Gao family fortress. Whether we can weather this storm depends solely on us 4. At this juncture, regardless of our individual thoughts, I hope we can set them aside, unite, and face the external threats together. Surely, you would not wish to see the Gao family fortress you helped establish fall into ruin? Li Jinxing's expression grew serious, shedding his previous levity. Gao Laoer, I know you have your aspirations for Gao family fortress. Furthermore, Gao family fortress was jointly founded by the 3 of you brothers and Gao Lao. Your contributions cannot be denied. However, only Gao Chun may inherit the leadership of Gao family fortress. No one else, not in my eyes. Li Jinxing spoke with utmost conviction. Feeling he had not yet conveyed his point adequately, he continued, Gao Laoer, you 3 brothers share a bloodline. Likewise, my son and I possess our own lineage. Moreover, your Gao family's control over Sand ranks low on the bloodline hierarchy, while my Li family's diamond lineage stands among the top 100. And let us not forget Chun Lian. That foolish girl possesses the original bloodline. Regardless of might or the hearts of men, the Gao brothers are not superior. After Li Jinxing finished speaking, he let out a hearty laugh and strode away. The middle-aged man in black displayed a complexion that alternated between shades of blue and white, revealing his tumultuous emotions. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in white remained utterly unperturbed throughout the exchange. In the secluded courtyard, Gao Chun's vision was suddenly enveloped by a wondrous spectacle. It was as if he had entered an alternate realm, where fields were adorned with plants resembling rice paddies. Golden flowers hung in clusters, replacing the golden ears of grain. Their crystalline forms reminiscent of tightly packed grapes, round and delightfully charming. As Gao Chun beheld these golden blossoms, a wave of warmth and comfort washed over him, particularly illuminating his eyes. Suddenly, a cohort of formidable cultivators intruded upon this world. Among them were practitioners of various disciplines. Some were cultivators, others were demon practitioners. Some were tyrants, and a few were ethereal beings. Their auras ranged from domineering to fierce, even to sinister. All exuded a terrifying presence previously unseen by Gao Chun, one that even the venerable Gao Laoer could not emit. Were they all sovereigns? Gao Chun's heart raced in alarm as the cultivators gazed at the clusters of golden flowers. The majority of their eyes ignited with a fiery crimson, brimming with unabashed greed. It was evident they recognized the value of these blossoms. Those who did not immediately grasp their significance quickly awakened to their worth upon witnessing the others' reactions. They instinctively lunged toward the golden flowers, eager to pluck them. At that moment, a supple whip suddenly materialized from the void, striking at the group of cultivators. With a resounding crack, dozens of them fell victim to the blow. unable to resist in the slightest, and were instantly reduced to ash. The cultivators trailing behind were left in stunned disbelief, their faces transforming with terror and despair, akin to a flock of sheep herded into the abyss. Gao Chun, witnessing this scene, was similarly astonished. A group of sovereigns, rulers of the southern wilderness, had been dispatched with a single lash. He gasped in shock. His heart raced with trepidation, and in that moment, he overlooked the transformation taking place in his left eye. A faint glow began to emanate from it, as the dark orb gradually shifted to a light golden hue. Moreover, his left pupil appeared to come alive, beginning to spin slowly, then increasingly faster. A minuscule shadow of a deity or demon was slowly taking shape within his gaze. One half of this ethereal figure shimmered in golden light, radiating purity and grandeur, while the other half was shrouded in darkness, exuding an aura of death and dread. The interplay of gold and shadow wove intricate and mysterious runes that danced across the visage of this uncanny apparition. The mythical figure of the deity or demon was both eerie and enigmatic. The ancient text detailing its birth contained merely 627 characters. This was the transformation. Gao Chun could distinctly perceive the manifestation of the deity or demon within his eye, as if it were vividly present in his field of vision. He even sensed that this might not be its complete form, but merely a preliminary awakening. Contemplating this, a chill ran down Gao Chun's spine. Why had this divine shadow emerged from his eye? Was it a living entity or something else entirely? What intentions did it harbor towards him, friend or foe? A multitude of questions swirled incessantly in his mind, leaving his complexion even paler, a testament to his fright. In the very moment the divine shadow was birthed, the headless shepherd in the void trembled uncontrollably, as if stirred by excitement, fear, or perhaps a mix of both. It hastily wielded its whip to drive away the flock, retreating from Gao's domain in the void. As the headless shepherd vanished, the extraordinary phenomenon in Gao Chun's left eye dissipated in an instant, the divine shadow bursting like a soap bubble, leaving no trace behind. Everything that had transpired felt dreamlike, as if it had been a mere illusion. Gao Chun was left bewildered, grasping for understanding. He longed for tranquility. Lying flat on the ground, he gradually closed his eyes. The tumultuous events had already drained his spirit. He ceased pondering the divine shadow, the awakening of his eye technique, or anything at all. Instead, he sought to clear his mind, regulate his breathing, and drift into a carefree slumber. The afternoon sun bathed him in warmth, soothing his weary body, while the chaos in his thoughts only intensified. No matter how he tried to control it, his scattered musings surged forth like a flood, uncontrollable and relentless. It was time to summarize this experience. Hoping to untangle his thoughts, Gao Chun abandoned his pretense of slumber, squinted his eyes slightly, and began to reflect on his prior encounters. Initially, he had been filled with exuberance, eagerly anticipating the awakening of new eye techniques. However, his hopes had been dashed, leaving him disheartened. Then came the tumult of his heart, the agony coursing through his body, and the fear in his soul. Following that, the emergence of his heart's source. The awakening of the eye technique brought him unbridled joy. In the end, he witnessed the peculiar vision of the divine shadow manifesting within his gaze. The headless shepherd's intrusion had triggered this entire sequence of events, which Gao Chun perceived as a surreal dream, utterly unreal. Yet, the awakening of his heart's source and eye technique was undeniable. With a sigh, Gao Chun expelled a breath of stale air and sat upright, rubbing his aching temples. He realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not rein in the chaos in his mind. Questions persisted, sprouting like resilient weeds. What was the connection between the headless shepherd and himself? Why had it become his great opportunity? Why had his left eye awakened two bloodline powers? Why had his heart's source awakened an eye technique? Why had the divine shadow emerged from his left eye? A throbbing headache ensued as these questions overwhelmed him, leaving him without any semblance of clarity. Finally, he could only bow his head and sigh. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the pendant around his neck, which promised that through diligent cultivation, once he ascended to the silver realm and opened his soul sea, the pendant would automatically unlock, revealing all the information he sought to uncover. In an instant, Gao Chun felt a surge of clarity. All his doubts and chaotic thoughts vanished without a trace. As long as he advanced to the silver realm, every question would find its answer. The day of that ascension was not far off. With renewed determination, he clasped the pendant tightly, his confidence in his future cultivation accelerating. For he possessed the heart's eye technique, an ability with the potential for monumental growth. With his spirits soaring, Gao Chun leaped to his feet and made his way to the courtyard's array mechanism to activate the protective formation. With a creak, the door of the secluded courtyard swung open, revealing the enchanting figure of Aunt Lien. "Chunzi, what new abilities have you awakened?" Aunt Lien inquired eagerly, her excitement palpable. Gao Chun, unable to suppress a wry smile, recognized her persistent impatience. Had she not noticed his pallid complexion, his weary demeanor, or the beads of sweat dotting his forehead? Shouldn't she first express concern for his well-being before inquiring about others? Yet, given that this was Aunt Lien, it all made perfect sense. "Aunt Lien, I have awakened a third eye technique in my left eye," Gao Chun replied earnestly, sincerity emanating from his words. This statement, though a slight embellishment, held no guilt for him. The heart's eye technique, born from the awakening of his heart source, indeed required his left eye for its manifestation. Thus framing it as the third eye technique was entirely justifiable. "Is that so? You are truly remarkable," Aunt Lien exclaimed joyfully, embracing Gao Chun and spinning in place. "What?" Gao Chun was taken aback. His surprise did not stem from Aunt Lien's actions, which he had grown accustomed to, but rather from the sudden twitch in his left eye. To an untrained observer, it would have gone unnoticed. Only Gao Chun understood that this was the manifestation of the hard eye technique. The hard eye technique was a passive skill. Whenever someone developed peak feelings of fondness for him and beheld him, his left eye would twitch. This ability served as an infallible detector of affection. There was no need to decipher sweet nothings. The mere twitch of his left eye sufficed to reveal the truth. But was this all the hard eye technique could do? No, that was merely a fraction of its capabilities. Most astonishingly, each time his left eye twitched, a mysterious source of power would arise within the heart's source space, known as bloodline power. This bloodline power could directly elevate his cultivation to a new tier or enable him to successfully cultivate a supreme technique. Wasn't that incredible? It was akin to cheating. While others required countless resources and extensive time to advance their cultivation, he merely needed to evoke fondness in others to level up. Such an advantage was unparalleled. Gao Chun's heart swelled with excitement as he envisioned himself succeeding as a lord, leading the Gao family fortress to innovation and prosperity, ultimately becoming the sovereign of the southern wastes. "Hey, Chunzi, what's wrong with you?" Chun Lien observed Gao Chun, who was lost in thought and smiling foolishly in her embrace. And her concern deepened. Was the child possessed? Or had he sustained an injury during the awakening of his powers? The more she pondered, the more anxious she became, prompting her to shake him gently and call out to him. Suddenly jolted awake from his delightful reverie, Gao Chun apologized. "Aunt Lien, I'm sorry. I just spaced out for a moment." Noticing her worried expression, his cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment. How could he have allowed himself to daydream while in Aunt Lien's arms? Ah, the folly of youth. Yet, he had not anticipated that the hard eye technique would manifest so swiftly and unexpectedly. Focusing his mind, Gao Chun concentrated on perceiving the heart's source. The heart-shaped crystal, about the length of his middle finger, became vividly clear in his vision. He could observe its entire form and its inner space, commonly referred to as the source space. Every bloodline source possessed a source space filled with the power necessary to activate bloodline abilities. Gao Chun's bloodline left eye also housed a source space, where the bloodline power was referred to as eye power. At that moment, 30% of the bloodline power had been generated within his heart's source space, all thanks to Aunt Lien's peak feelings of fondness. Once his heart's source space was completely filled with bloodline power, Gao Chun would be able to activate the hard eye technique. With his current bronze 6-star cultivation, he could directly ascend to bronze 7-star or successfully cultivate a supreme technique. Such was the miraculous upgrading capability of the hard eye technique. A smile involuntarily crept upon Gao Chun's lips, and a charming glow adorned his cheeks as his spirits soared. The peak feelings of fondness from one Aunt Lien could yield 30% of bloodline power within his heart's source space. If he were to receive the fondness of 3.5 Aunt Liens, wouldn't that fill his heart's source space entirely? He was elated, trembling with excitement. Future advancements would be as easy as pie. "Chunzi, wake up!" Aunt Lien called out anxiously once more. This time, genuine panic gripped her heart. Could something truly be wrong with the child? Previously, she had attempted to rouse him, only to hear him apologize before slipping back into a dazed state of foolish laughter. This was becoming quite troublesome. Fortunately, Gao Chun soon regained his composure and hurriedly reassured her. "Aunt Lien, I'm fine." Observing her anxious and worried visage, warmth surged within him. Aunt Lien's affection for him was undeniable. Among the entire Gao family fortress, she was the one who cared for him the most, even more than old Gao. Gao Chun understood that Aunt Lien had always wished to be his stepmother. He had no objections to this and wholeheartedly supported the idea. In fact, he had even been advocating for old Gao to accept her as a partner. Alas, old Gao remained non-committal, which filled Gao Chun with regret. Aunt Lien, I truly am fine. Gao Chun continued to reassure her. Just now, a question suddenly popped into my mind. Why did my left eye awaken 3 techniques? He began to weave a benevolent lie. Oh, that question, Aunt Lien doesn't know either. Aunt Lien was indeed distracted. Perhaps your father would know. He is extraordinarily capable. Not only is he highly skilled in cultivation and techniques, but he is also knowledgeable in various subjects, from astronomy to geography, proficient in formations, and well-versed in spiritual herbs, a veritable polymath. Aunt Lien spoke with admiration, her eyes reflecting her esteem for old Gao. Ah, that scoundrel old Gao. Gao Chun silently condemned him. A woman who loved him so deeply, treating his son as her own. Such a woman was indeed a rarity in this world. Yet, he failed to cherish her. He would come to regret it. To prevent old Gao from living with regret for the rest of his life, Gao Chun resolved to treat Aunt Lien as his mother. He repeated this decision in his heart. By the way, Aunt Lien, were you the only one guarding me? Gao Chun quickly shifted the topic, not wanting Aunt Lien to remain lost in her admiration for old Gao. No, it was me and Li Jinxing at first. But then Li Jinxing noticed that the speed of the Headless One in the void had slowed down, so he left. Wait a moment, Aunt Lien. Gao Chun interrupted her, his expression turning serious. When did you notice the Headless One's speed slowing down? She had been either gazing into the void, vigilant of their surroundings, or lost in thought, not paying much attention to the passage of time. Gao Chun glanced at the timepiece on his wrist. It was now 3 in the afternoon. Analyzing the situation, he deduced that the Headless One's speed had likely slowed down around the time his heart source was born. At that moment, the unusual phenomenon had manifested, which Gao Chun could comprehend. After all, the awakening of the heart source was indeed a peculiar occurrence. However, Gao Chun's brow furrowed slightly, and his smile quickly faded. Chunzi, have you sensed a crisis? Seeing the change in his expression, Aunt Lien hurriedly shared her insights. The entire southern waste is captivated by the Headless One in the void, and any anomaly it displays will attract attention, prompting them to investigate our Gao family fortress. Aunt Lien spoke passionately, her eyes alight with fervor. Gao Chun was taken aback. Aunt Lien possessed such knowledge? Suddenly, a realization struck him. It was clear that Aunt Lien did not possess such insight. Her mind was not that sharp. This line of thought must have originated from Uncle Li. Aunt Lien was indeed clever. She truly had discernment. Gao Chun chose not to reveal the truth, instead praising Aunt Lien. Of course, Aunt Lien has always been very astute. Aunt Lien beamed with pride. Is Uncle Li strengthening the formation in the secret realm? Gao Chun hastily inquired of Aunt Lien. Oh, how do you know? Aunt Lien scrutinized Gao Chun from head to toe. At this moment, she appeared calm on the surface, yet her heart was filled with apprehension. Originally, the departure of old man Gao would have aroused the curiosity of neighboring forces. Now, with the bizarre phenomenon of the headless apparition, one could only imagine how many external powers would take notice. Although the neighboring forces might covet the wealth of Gao family fort, they would not dare to act openly, as they were all affiliated with the Purple Bamboo sect. However, external powers would not be so restrained. They would show little deference to the Purple Bamboo sect, even though it is one of the 5 dominant human factions in the southern wilderness. If they were wary of the Purple Bamboo sect, they would not dare to encroach upon the territory of Gao family fort. In Gao Chun's heart, an urgent desire to rapidly enhance his cultivation and strength arose. The higher his cultivation, the more confident he would be in facing the impending crisis. Unfortunately, the hard-eye technique has its limitations. Gao Chun lamented the constraints of the hard-eye technique. The power of the bloodline could only be born from the first peak of goodwill. Any goodwill gained thereafter would merely cause his left eye to twitch. For instance, no matter how much goodwill Aunt Lien accumulates towards him in the future, it would not yield an additional ounce of bloodline power from the heart's origin space. In other words, the heart's origin could only extract the first peak of goodwill. Otherwise, given Aunt Lien's fondness for him, Gao Chun was confident he could fill the heart's origin space with bloodline power in no time. Then, he could activate the hard-eye technique and swiftly advance to bronze 7 stars. Alas, one can only take advantage once. It is truly frustrating. What a pity for my hard-eye technique. Gao Chun couldn't help but sigh. After parting ways with Aunt Lien at the secluded courtyard, Gao Chun knew she was a busy person, being the current top expert of Gao family fort, with many matters to attend to. Gao family fort, though expansive, was sparsely populated, with a limited number of practitioners. Yet, it had all the necessary institutions: the planting hall, breeding hall, and formation hall. Every hall present in the purple bamboo sect could be found in Gao family fort. However, most halls had only one head, often doubling as multiple heads. For example, Aunt Lien served as the head of 6 halls. Gao Chun scoffed at old man Gao. Empty talk without action. He vowed that once he succeeded as the Lord, he would implement a 3-pronged reform, with the first being institutional restructuring. One should remain grounded and consume only as much as one can handle, lest one choke. He was still hungry since he had lunch, and his stomach growled. Since he intended to succeed as the Lord of Gao family fort, he must shoulder the responsibilities and burdens that come with it, protecting Gao family fort and leading it to rise and thrive. This was the driving force behind Gao Chun's cultivation and the lifelong pursuit of his aspirations. A quarter of an hour later, he hurried to the entrance of his courtyard. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, he instantly felt warmth and tranquility. The saying holds true: a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. Gao Chun wore a serene expression, his eyes brimming with happiness, exuding an air of relaxation and ease. He leisurely walked to the large willow tree and casually chose a stone bench to sit upon. Opening the food basket Aunt Lien had sent for lunch, he no longer cared about its taste and devoured it hungrily. Burp. After his meal, Gao Chun felt immensely satisfied. Aunt Lien's culinary skills had improved. Although the food had grown cold, he still finished every morsel. Aunt Lien truly was a virtuous woman. It was said that before meeting old man Gao, Aunt Lien was a pampered young lady who had never touched a drop of water, let alone cooked. However, in pursuit of old man Gao and to take care of herself, she resolutely began to learn cooking from scratch. Despite lacking culinary talent, her dedication was commendable. Alas, old man Gao was truly a scoundrel. Gao Chun once again mercilessly criticized him. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Gao Chun tidied up briefly. He began to strategize how to garner goodwill from everyone. Time was of the essence. Suddenly, there was a knock on the courtyard door. "Come in." Gao Chun sat upright, wearing a smile, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman. He must not let his image falter. The door swung open, revealing a little girl around 6 or 7 years old, appearing before Gao Chun. With a cherubic face adorned with 2 dimples, she was utterly enchanting. Her large, dark eyes sparkled with mischief. Clad in a fiery red dress and sporting a high ponytail, she exuded liveliness and wildness, especially with the large gourd on her back. It was evident she was a descendant of the Gao family who had awakened the sand manipulation bloodline. Upon seeing the little girl, Gao Chun couldn't help but smile. Just as he sought someone to cultivate goodwill with, this unexpected opportunity delighted him. The little girl was the daughter of Uncle Gao, named Gao Chuanyu. With the nickname Yu Heir, Brother Gao Chun, congratulations on becoming the lord of the fort. Before Gao Chun could speak, Yu Heir clasped her hands in greeting. "Wishing you wealth, bring on the red envelope." This behavior and her demeanor left Gao Chun speechless. How did she know he was to succeed as lord? He had only learned of it himself from a letter left by old man Gao at noon. "How do you know I'm becoming the lord?" Gao Chun directly asked, his tone gentle and soft, evoking a feeling of springtime warmth. Yu Heir, with her chubby little hands on her hips, struck a defiant pose as if to say, "If you don't give me a red envelope, I'll beat you up. Little brat. Go play." Gao Chun could no longer maintain the image of a refined gentleman. He would not indulge Yu Heir's bad habit of demanding red envelopes, and promptly flicked her forehead. Ouch! Yu Heir jumped back, covering her forehead. Adopting a fierce expression, "Bad brother, stinky brother, when I grow up, I will definitely get my revenge for today." Feeling her intimidation was lacking, she placed her hands on her hips, raised her chin, and declared with bravado, "I, Gao Chuanyu, will be the future empress, destined to make a name for myself in the southern wilderness and shake the world. You, Gao Chun, are merely a stepping stone on my path to becoming an emperor." Gao Chun was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, her imposing demeanor bore some resemblance to Aunt Lien's when she was being domineering. However, this dialogue was rather juvenile. Coupled with her adorable chubby face and playful ponytail, it was hard for him not to burst into laughter. Ultimately, Gao Chun suppressed his laughter. He wouldn't want to discourage his cute little sister. Such ambition, while somewhat childish, was worth encouragement. You must cultivate diligently. You are the pillar of our Gao family fort. The hope for its rise and soar rests entirely on your shoulders. It is imperative. Gao Chun, will surely elevate Gao family fort, making it dominate the southern wilderness and contend for supremacy over the world. Goodness, her ambition. If he praised her further, she might just ascend to the heavens. Gao Chun decided to change the subject and asked, what does everyone think about my succession to the fort lord? He suspected that Uncle Li was behind the announcement on the notice board. Uncle Li's actions were truly benevolent. People would come to congratulate him upon seeing the news. Pouted. By the way, where's my red envelope? Sigh. Gao Chun rubbed his forehead. Being childish isn't a problem, but indulging her bad habit of demanding red envelopes must not be tolerated. He felt an urge to tease her. In the end, Gao Chun couldn't bring himself to be harsh. This adorable, whimsical little girl was a treasure. At just 6 years old, she had already birthed a Dao seed, opened her Qi Si, and become a 1-star bronze practitioner. More importantly, her Qi Si housed 7 innate Dao seals. This meant that she could swiftly ascend to 7-star bronze without encountering any bottlenecks. The aptitude for cultivation possessed by this individual is among the top 5 within the entirety of Gao family fort. Furthermore, with the awakening of her sand manipulation bloodline, she is destined to become a formidable asset to Gao family fort as she matures. Dear sister, I have prepared a magnificent gift for you, a profound earth-level technique. Do you like it? Gao Chun said with a smile, winking at Yuer. Aren't you eager for this gift? I aspire to elevate your fondness for me to its zenith. To present you with such a grand benefit, is it not surprising? Shouldn't my goodwill soar to new heights? If I cannot achieve that, then you are indeed an ungrateful wretch. Really? Yuer exclaimed, her face radiating joy. She then leaped into Gao Chun's embrace, sweetly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chun. At that moment, Gao Chun felt a flutter in his left eye. He had successfully garnered her peak affection. How fortunate he was that Yuer had come bearing such good fortune. With a joyful heart, Yuer bid farewell to Gao Chun and skipped merrily towards her home. Brother Chun is so generous. I must find ways to please him in the future. The little girl silently resolved. Once the charming and whimsical Yuer departed, Gao Chun's smile swiftly faded as he delved into deep contemplation. Having attained the peak of Yuer's affection, he felt an increase in the bloodline power within the heart's source space. However, this increase was disappointingly meager. The additional bloodline power constituted merely half a unit of the total space, only 1/6 of what Aunt Lien possessed. This figure instilled a profound sense of frustration in Gao Chun. Despite his diligent efforts, why were the rewards so scant? Was it possible that Yuer's gratitude had been insufficient? No. Gao Chun immediately dismissed that notion. The system within Gao family fort closely mirrors that of the Purple Bamboo sect. The hierarchical structure, as well as the classification and benefits of practitioners, follow suit. Practitioners are categorized into 6 ranks: ordinary disciples, elite disciples, core disciples, stewards, hall masters, and elders, lords. Each rank receives a different allocation of cultivation resources monthly. Although Yuer is a prodigy, she has only recently birthed her Dao seed and opened her Qi Si, barely qualifying as a 1-star bronze practitioner. Her rank is that of an ordinary disciple. An earth-level technique would be equivalent to her entire annual salary. With such a generous gift, could she possibly fail to express her utmost gratitude? So why then was the resultant bloodline power so scant? Gao Chun found himself lost in thought. After careful analysis, comparison, verification, and further insight into the heart's source, he concluded that the quantity of bloodline power generated correlates with the practitioner's cultivation level. If the individual is significantly more powerful, a peak affection can yield 3 units of bloodline power. Conversely, if the individual is much weaker, it may only yield half a unit. This elucidated the situation. Aunt Lien, being a 7-star silver practitioner, was indeed far superior, while Yuer, at 1-star bronze, was considerably weaker. Having reached this understanding, Gao Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, a new question arose. How much bloodline power could be obtained from someone of a similar cultivation level upon reaching peak affection? The desire to conduct an immediate experiment surged within him. Without hesitation, Gao Chun took action. He stood up, approached the trunk of a large willow tree, and knocked on it, calling out, "Lena, wake up and come eat." A moment later, a tiny sprite, roughly the size of a fist, emerged from the trunk and flew into Gao Chun's arms. She bore a striking resemblance to a human, possessing facial features and limbs, with the only distinction being a pair of exquisite, translucent wings. She flailed her petite fists, repeatedly striking Gao Chun's chest in a rather irate manner. In the realm of cultivation, there exist 4 primary categories of life forms: humans, beasts, monsters, and sprites. Among these, sprites are further divided into 3 main types: plant sprites, weapon sprites, and stonewater sprites. Lena belongs to the plant sprite category. "Sweet Lena, be good." Gao Chun quickly soothed her. "Daddy has brought you milk." He then retrieved a bottle from his storage ring, filled with her favorite, second-tier mystical water, universal spirit water. Upon seeing the bottle, Lena's green eyes sparkled with excitement, and she swiftly lunged towards it, eagerly sucking at the mouth of the bottle. "Take your time, my darling. Daddy has plenty." Gao Chun doted on Lena, as she was his first little sprite. For men, the first experiences are always deeply etched in memory. Lena was born from a great willow tree on Gao Family Mountain. When Gao Chun was merely 5 years old, he fed her a drop of his blood, claiming her as his own. Subsequently, the willow tree was relocated to Gao Chun's small courtyard, as sprites cannot survive away from their original forms for extended periods. Therefore, this little sprite has been by Gao Chun's side ever since. Plants do not inherently possess genders. However, upon gaining sentience and becoming a sprite, a gender is assigned based on the sprite's self-awareness. Once a gender is determined, it cannot be altered. Lena is a female sprite, and Gao Chun has always regarded her as his daughter. Lena eagerly drank from the bottle, clearly famished, as Gao Chun meticulously cared for her. He kept a watchful eye on his left eye, which had yet to flutter. Why was that? Gao Chun pondered deeply. What constitutes affection? It is an emotion stemming from admiration, gratitude, respect, adoration, or reverence towards another. What then is the peak of affection? It is the highest momentary level of fondness one person may feel for another due to specific circumstances. Although Lena possessed the intellect of a 2- or 3-year-old and could not express admiration or respect, she displayed affection through her playful and affectionate interactions with Gao Chun, relying on him as a father figure. The absence of a flutter in his left eye indicated that her feelings had yet to reach the peak of affection. Alternatively, it could mean that the hard SI technique was ineffective on sprites. After extensive analysis, Gao Chun arrived at 2 potential conclusions. Which one was correct? He remained uncertain. The truth is revealed through practice. All would depend on the outcomes of his forthcoming actions. Once Lena had her fill, she gracefully spread her wings and hovered in front of Gao Chun, hands on her hips, pouting adorably in an irate manner. Ji. Although Lena had yet to learn to speak, as her master, Gao Chun could decipher her meaning. "Naughty daddy, you didn't feed me milk at noon. I was starving all day." Gao Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his cheeks flushing slightly. Earlier at noon, upon hearing that the headless shepherd was soon to arrive, he had been filled with excitement and had dashed off, completely forgetting about Lena. "My dear, I'm sorry. Daddy promises it won't happen again." Gao Chun quickly apologized, ensuring Lena that there would be no next time. He then lavished her with precious mystical items he usually hesitated to part with and devoted himself entirely to playing with her, employing every trick in the book to elicit her laughter. As time passed, Lena enjoyed herself immensely, filled with joy. She occasionally leaped onto Gao Chun's head, prancing about, danced gracefully around him, and even playfully nuzzled against his face. Throughout this prolonged period of waiting, his left eye remained still. Could it be that the hard SI technique was ineffective against sprites? A wave of indescribable disappointment surged within Gao Chun. If the technique only worked on human practitioners, it would be a grave misfortune. Among the 4 life forms in the realm of cultivation, humans were numerous, yet the number of practitioners remained dishearteningly low. Only those who comprehend one of the 9 fundamental principles of nature: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, can birth a Tao seed and open their Qi seed to become practitioners. Furthermore, if one has not birthed a Tao seed before the age of 9, then this life is destined to be devoid of any connection to the path of cultivation. Gao Chun felt a sense of gloom, appearing listless. A complex medley of emotions, unwillingness, disappointment, and regret, congested within his heart, leaving him inexplicably restless and melancholic. Suddenly, the exhausted fairy Lena perched on the tip of Gao Chun's nose and swiftly bestowed a playful kiss upon him. As he basked in the lingering fragrance upon his lips, Gao Chun was taken aback, for his left eye had begun to twitch. What sorcery was this? Why did it choose this moment to manifest? He had just come to terms with the notion that the hard eye technique was ineffective against fairies. Yet, in an instant, he was proven wrong. Such twists and turns. How exhilarating. This sensation. It was utterly delightful. Haraha. Gao Chun erupted into hearty laughter, embracing the little fairy Lena and showering her with affectionate kisses. He was utterly immersed in profound joy, unable to extricate himself. The hard eye technique indeed held efficacy with fairies. This dramatically broadened Gao Chun's path to advancement. He continued to plant gentle kisses upon Lena, who appeared to relish the attention, her eyes narrowing slightly as her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, embodying a picture of pure enjoyment. Yet, the incessant twitching of Gao Chun's left eye gradually tempered his exhilaration. It turned out that kissing Lena would elevate her fondness for him to its peak. He had previously taken a misguided route. Gao Chun reflected ruefully. All the effort he had expended to play with her, amuse her, and offer her precious treasures had yielded naught. Clearly, to cultivate someone's fondness to its zenith, one must find the right approach and walk the correct path. Straying from the proper course renders all efforts futile. In fact, the harder one strives, the further one drifts from the goal. In that moment, Gao Chun experienced a revelation. He even extrapolated a hypothesis. For instance, if a beautiful woman felt fondness for him merely out of gratitude, and he suddenly confessed his feelings, would that pique her affection for him? Presumably, she would likely rebuff him, perhaps with disdain. The mere thought of such a scenario left Gao Chun feeling apprehensive. It seemed that in the future, to cultivate someone's fondness to its peak, he must not only ascertain whether they already harbored feelings for him, but also discern the nature of those feelings. Was it admiration, gratitude, or respect? Or perhaps reliance, infatuation, or adoration? Or something else entirely? Gao Chun gained a deeper understanding of his hard eye technique. He then continued to frolic with Lena until she was utterly exhausted, yawning repeatedly, at which point he cradled her and prepared to place her into the trunk of the willow tree for slumber. Observing Lena's reluctant gaze filled with longing, Gao Chun's heart melted. However, the little fairy could not exist independently from her core. She needed to ascend to the rank of a mid-tier fairy to do so. Rest well, Lena, and when you awaken, Father will play with you again. Gao Chun gently soothed her as he settled her into the willow's trunk. After completing this, he stepped into the kitchen, brewed a pot of tea, and prepared several fruit platters. As the sun dipped below the horizon and a gentle breeze wafted through, the willow branches danced gracefully. Gao Chun reclined comfortably on a stone bench, his thoughts drifting uncontrollably. He sensed that today, Lena had been particularly clingy, displaying a newfound warmth toward him. What could be the reason for this? Now was not the time for such musings. Gao Chun quickly focused his mind, acutely sensing the essence of his heart's source. To his astonishment, he discovered an increase of 1.5 times in his bloodline power. Was this the result of Lena's peak affection? Gao Chun was overwhelmed with disbelief. Yet, the reality was undeniable. The bloodline power generated by Lena was threefold that of Yu'er. Gao Chun fell into deep contemplation. Fairies and human cultivators were both practitioners. Their corresponding cultivation levels akin to that of human cultivators at the bronze level. However, the fairy hierarchy lacked the meticulous differentiation of human cultivators, with each level encompassing 9 stars. What, then, was the precise ranking of Lena's cultivation? In terms of intelligence, Lena resembled a 2- or 3-year-old child. Yu'er at 6 could easily outmaneuver her. Yet, in combat prowess, Lena could effortlessly overpower Yu'er. The willow tree served as Lena's core, granting her the ability to manipulate its branches for binding, whipping, or piercing. Without employing heavenly-level techniques, Gao Chun stood no chance against Lena. It appeared that a fairy's cultivation was delineated by combat power rather than intellect. Thus, his acquisition of her peak affection had resulted in an increase of 1.5 times in his bloodline power. Through meticulous analysis, Gao Chun ultimately arrived at this conclusion. With a newfound appreciation for his hard eye technique, a gentle smile crept across his lips. This smile was warm and enchanting, perfectly complemented by the golden rays of the setting sun that cast a radiant glow upon him, enhancing his handsome and refined demeanor. My hard eye technique is effective for both human cultivators and fairies, but what of beasts and overlords? Gao Chun's mind instinctively posed this query. Overlords and cultivators share a similar cultivation framework, the sole distinction being that they possess at least one additional physical attribute. For instance, among the overlords, there are the three-eyed clan, four-eyed clan, and long-tailed clan, among others. Gao Chun surmised that his hard-eye technique would prove effective against overlords. However, he was less certain regarding beasts. Facts must speak for themselves. Only through personal experimentation could he arrive at a definitive conclusion. Gao Chun was not in a rush to test his technique on beasts, as there were currently only mystical beasts in Gao family fort, not demonic beasts. Mortals must birth Dao seeds to become cultivators, and demonic beasts follow a similar path. Mystical beasts must generate a demonic core to transform into demonic beasts. Mystical beasts. Mortals. Gao Chun suddenly realized a critical question. Was his hard-eye technique effective on mortals? How much bloodline power could it generate? The number of mortals was substantial, with over 2,000 residing in Gao family fort. If each mortal could contribute even 1,000th of a bloodline power, then those 2,000 mortals would yield a total of 20% in bloodline power. A staggering 20%. No. Gao Chun abruptly stood up, chastising himself for his narrow-mindedness. His thoughts had become ensnared in a dead end, fixating solely on Gao family fort. How could he have been so short-sighted? Gao Chun lightly slapped his own cheek. Gao family fort was merely one of the 13 forts in the central region of Nanping town. The entire Nanping town comprises 36 forts. The Purple Bamboo Mountain region alone contains 9 towns of comparable size to Nanping. Additionally, there is one city larger than a town. Across the entire southern wilderness, there are countless regions resembling Purple Bamboo Mountain. So many mortals, so many cultivators, so many fairies. The more Gao Chun contemplated, the brighter his eyes sparkled, akin to the stars shimmering in the night sky. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to descend the mountain and cultivate the peak affection of the mortals in Gao family fort. Gao family fort had established 7 mortal villages at the base of Gao Mountain. These mortals had either been purchased from the city of Nanping after the establishment of Gao family fort, or were their newly born children. All their basic needs were provided free of charge by Gao family fort. Their primary purpose was to bear children. The more children born, the greater the number of Dao seeds birthed, and consequently, the more cultivators there would be. Gao Chun was well acquainted with them and treated them kindly, as if they were family. The culture of Gao family fort was such that no one was permitted to look down upon or disdain mortals. For everyone had once been mortal. One must not forget their roots. Gao Chun was supremely confident that he could cultivate their peak affection. After all, he was known for his refined and amiable demeanor, polite and humble, always eager to lend a helping hand. He was widely recognized as a paragon of virtue within Gao family fort. With the persona of a modest gentleman, he offers yet another generous benefit, and their peak favorability is not bestowed upon him. In an instant, Gao Chun radiates brilliance, his lips curling into a proud and radiant smile. Ultimately, Gao Chun manages to suppress the fluttering in his heart, refraining from descending into the mortal village. Firstly, as night has fallen, most mortals have begun their procreative activities, and to interrupt such matters would be rather inconsiderate and contrary to his gentlemanly demeanor. Secondly, the contribution of bloodline power from mortals is exceedingly meager. Can each mortal even contribute 1,000th of a success? Such a notion is absurd. Once Gao Chun regains his composure and analyzes the situation, he concludes, if each mortal could contribute 1/10,000th of a success in bloodline power, it would be a tremendous gain. For in this scenario, 10,000 mortals could yield 1 full success in bloodline power. 10 mortals' contributions would suffice to fill the heart's origin space, allowing him to ascend to a 1-star cultivation level or directly master a celestial technique. This is nothing short of a divine windfall. The mere thought of it sends waves of excitement coursing through Gao Chun, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. As his thoughts spiral, his spirit is invigorated. Yet he cannot ignore the fatigue that envelopes his body and mind. This day, since the arrival of the headless shepherd from the void, he has experienced a cascade of astonishments, doubts, reflections, and analyses. Gazing at the myriad stars in the night sky, caressed by the gentle spring breeze, he begins to feel drowsy. Ah, how swiftly time passes. Gao Chun rises, stretches lazily, and then retreats to his room, lying down and swiftly drifting into slumber. The night sky is clear and cloudless, the stars shining brilliantly, casting an enchanting scene over the Gao family fortress. To the north of Gao family fortress lies Wang family fortress. In a concealed chamber, 2 men sit opposite each other. In the afternoon, the headless shepherd from the void suddenly decelerates. Do you know the reason? The silver-haired youth speaks first. His face is square, with a pronounced nose and bright triangular eyes. Yet it is his flowing silver hair that captures the most attention, cascading naturally over his shoulders. He reclines casually in his chair, his tone relaxed, a smile gracing his lips, giving off an impression of approachability. In stark contrast, the man in green across from him appears tense, his face etched with worry, embodying a palpable sense of crisis. The silver-haired youth remains silent, and the chamber descends into a heavy stillness. The atmosphere grows increasingly grave. The man in green becomes more anxious, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Thud, thud, thud. The man in green is suddenly filled with trepidation, his lips turning pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. The silver-haired man is a direct descendant of the Heavenly One sect. Moreover, his temperament is capricious, often acting without regard for consequences. Gritting his teeth, the man hastily speaks. Envoy, although we have not obtained any clues regarding the Headless Shepherd's deceleration, I suspect it is related to the Gao family fortress. Oh, the silver-haired youth ceases his tapping, casually uttering a word. The 9 elder kings of the Purple Bamboo sect have all visited the Gao family fortress. This is clearly abnormal. The Gao family fortress is merely an ordinary golden-level power, possessing only a single 5th-grade mysterious mountain and lacking any particularly unique mysterious plants or minerals. What could possibly warrant the attention of all the elders of the Purple Bamboo sect? There must be a significant secret behind this. The man in green explains his reasoning in detail. Please elaborate on the situation at Gao family fortress. The silver-haired youth finally halts his tapping, his expression turning serious for the first time. The man in green exhales deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. At this moment, he realizes his back is drenched in cold sweat. The authority of the Heavenly One sect is truly terrifying. Their total number of practitioners does not exceed 50. Additionally, the golden-level practitioner, Gao Chun, has already departed from Gao family fortress. The man in green hurriedly provides a detailed account of the Gao family fortress's strength. He then begins to discuss the wealth of the Gao family fortress. It currently boasts over 400 square kilometers of territory, with its most valuable asset being a 5th-grade mysterious vein located in Gao Family Mountain, alongside several single-attribute mysterious veins. In summary, Gao Family Fortress is among the wealthiest in the entire Nanping town. The man in green dares not interrupt. The chamber once again falls into a profound silence. A minute later, the silver-haired youth states gravely, Lord Wang, you will report to the sect with a confidential letter, indicating that the deceleration of the Headless Shepherd is likely caused by Gao family fortress. The silver-haired youth gazes at the man in green with a cheerful smile. Is that not so? The man in green is taken aback. When did I ever report such a letter? But in an instant, he realizes. After speaking, he quickly retrieves 2 sheets of specialized stationery, hastily writing down the contents relayed by the silver-haired man. The deceleration of the Headless Shepherd is likely caused by Gao family fortress. He then respectfully hands 1 sheet to the silver-haired youth. Envoy, please keep this letter. It is for the sect's records. Lord Wang, do your best. The silver-haired youth stands, patting the shoulder of the man in green. The Heavenly One sect will not forget your contributions. I hope the envoy will speak highly of me before the Great Protector. The man in green slightly bows, clasping his hands in respect, his smile broadening. However, upon reflection, sending him to investigate the depths of Gao family fortress is also a splendid opportunity. Gao Chun is an enigmatic figure, shrouded in mystery, and undoubtedly has some contingency plans in place. Yet, having just sent him a confidential letter, if something were to occur at Gao family fortress, he would inevitably share in the blame. The Heavenly One sect is the foremost superpower of humanity, with Tianyi sect in the South Wilderness being merely one of its branches. Thus, he hastily adds, Envoy, the old lord of Gao family fortress, Gao Chun, is rather mysterious and profound. Although he has left, he will certainly have left some contingency plans. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? The silver-haired youth's voice turns stern, his triangular eyes narrowing, glinting with menace. I dare not, I dare not. The man in green quickly offers his apologies. Very well, this envoy knows how to handle matters. The silver-haired youth does not wish to engage further. This man is still quite useful. Otherwise, how could he have obtained such information today? Gao family fortress is a delectable feast. It must be consumed before the protector arrives. The silver-haired youth extends his crimson tongue, licking his lips, contemplating how to seize Gao family fortress. Should he rally collective strength for a frontal assault, or should he infiltrate quietly? As dawn breaks on the horizon, Everything is shrouded in a misty veil, as if the earth is draped in a layer of silver sand. Gao Chun awakens, hastening to dress without delay. He feels refreshed. His fatigue from the previous day dissipated entirely. Following this, Gao Chun commences his morning routine. He takes great care in his appearance, for the persona of a modest gentleman must be maintained. Furthermore, as he is to assume the role of fortress lord, he must present himself impeccably, polished and pristine. This will surely enhance everyone's favorability, laying the groundwork for ultimately achieving peak favorability. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without a solid foundation, one cannot erect a high tower. Favorability peaks are akin to grand edifices, while the foundation is the everyday goodwill. After a thorough wash and tidy up, gazing at the handsome and refined figure in the mirror, Gao Chun cannot help but exclaim, "What a striking young man! I could easily choose to coast on my looks." Alas, a great responsibility has been bestowed upon me to lead Gao family fortress in innovation and growth, ultimately becoming a dominant force in the South Wilderness. After indulging in a moment of self-entertainment, Gao Chun swiftly heads to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Practitioners must eat daily, just like mortals, to maintain their vitality, prevent their meridians from withering, and ensure their energy reserves do not diminish. The practitioners of the mysterious arts consume a variety of mystical foods daily, such as black rice, dark vegetables, dark meat, and dark peaches. Those at the bronze level partake in the first and second tiers of these foods, while silver-level practitioners indulge in the third and fourth tiers, and so forth. It is imperative to be self-sufficient and well-fed. Gao Chun, possessing exceptional culinary skills, considered himself far superior to Aunt Lien. His innate talent was undeniable. In a moment of self-congratulation, he prepared a lavish breakfast. After a swift cleanup of the kitchen, he quickly made his way to the small courtyard. Approaching the great willow tree, he knocked on its trunk and called out, "Lena, my dear, it's time to rise and have your milk." Lena, the little sprite, emerged from the branches, her sleepy eyes brightening at the sight of Gao Chun. She immediately flitted towards him, playfully tumbling into his embrace. "Good girl." Gao Chun expertly retrieved a milk bottle and fed her. Lena danced joyfully, savoring her meal. Once satisfied, she twirled around him, playfully rolling and nuzzling against his face, reveling in their delightful playtime. Gao Chun, equally enthusiastic, continued to entertain her. He noticed with certainty that Lena had grown even more affectionate and clingy towards him. What could be the reason for this change? Despite racking his brain for answers, he found no clue and ultimately decided to abandon the inquiry. After all, he had more pressing matters at hand, the grand scheme to gather goodwill. Gao Chun's immediate objective was to swiftly amass a sufficient peak of goodwill to acquire 50% of the bloodline's power, thereby filling the core of his heart's origin space, and ascending to the rank of bronze 7 stars. To achieve the same, he prioritized acquaintances from the Gao family fortress. He had effortlessly garnered the goodwill peaks of Aunt Lien, Ware, and Lena, obtaining half of the bloodline's power. However, he did not let this easy success cloud his judgment. He understood that this was a result of years of goodwill accumulation, a capital formed over his 16 years of exemplary character. As for these familiar faces, his persona as a humble gentleman had earned him their favor. The next step was to orchestrate a remarkable event that would heighten their goodwill towards him. Which group should he target first? Gao Chun stroked his chin, entering a contemplative state. Ordinary folks? He quickly dismissed that option. Not only would their bloodline power be minimal, but devising a scheme to excite them with enticing benefits, gathering them together, and then delivering a speech would consume far too much time. He could not afford such delays. Gao Chun aimed to achieve 50% of the bloodline's power within a single morning, with perhaps an additional afternoon at most. Indeed, he planned to ascend to bronze 7 stars today, and he was confident in his ability to do so. This confidence stemmed from his cultivated persona as a gentleman and the solid reputation he had built over 16 diligent years in the Gao family fortress. As for the elder practitioners, aside from Old Man Gao, the remaining members of the elder generation included Aunt Lien, Uncle Li, and the 3 brothers Gao Air and Gao Si, along with the couple Tang Bo and his wife, totaling 7 individuals. With the exception of Aunt Lien, the other 6 were formidable figures. Gao Chun felt uncertain about whether he could earn their goodwill peaks. Moreover, they were the backbone of the Gao family fortress, engaged in significant matters daily, making it challenging to seek them out without considerable time investment. For instance, Aunt Lien, Uncle Li, Gao Air, and Gao Si took turns guarding and patrolling the vast territory of the Gao family fortress. Tang Bo and his wife managed all agricultural and livestock production activities. Gao Sun handled all mundane affairs. The elder practitioners had long devoted themselves to the Gao family fortress, shielding the younger generation from the storms of life. Gao Chun ultimately decided against targeting them for goodwill peaks. This left only his peers in the mysterious arts. Thus, Gao Chun resolved to focus on them. The next step was to devise a specific action plan. How could he accomplish a breathtaking feat that would stimulate their goodwill towards him? Stroking his smooth chin, he racked his brain in deep thought. Finally, it struck him. A radiant smile spread across Gao Chun's face as he named this scheme, the Prestige Plan. The overall action plan was straightforward. Find a formidable peer and decisively defeat him in public. Although this approach seemed cliché and a common tactic for boasting, it was undeniably effective. To maintain his persona of a humble gentleman, Gao Chun had always been low-key, modest, cultured, amiable, and polite. This had led his peers to underestimate his true strength, unaware that he had already awakened his bloodline abilities. A sudden display of prowess would surely astonish them, resulting in a flood of goodwill directed towards him. The more he contemplated, the more pleased he became, and his smile grew ever brighter. Furthermore, this plan served a dual purpose. 1. To directly gain goodwill peaks from either the audience or the individual he was showcasing his prowess against. 2. To reveal his strength and potential, thereby enhancing their goodwill towards him, setting the stage for ultimately acquiring their goodwill peaks. Who should be the target of this display of strength? After careful consideration, Gao Chun decided on his good friend, Li Daoqiu. Li Daoqiu, son of Uncle Li, was of the same age and cultivation level as Gao Chun and had grown up alongside him. How could one describe this childhood friend? In 1 word, peculiar. In 2 words, eccentric. In 3 words, extraordinarily eccentric. To illustrate further, borrowing Uncle Li's words, you ungrateful child, lacking intelligence, always thinking about fighting and brawling, a true brute. And with that foul mouth of yours, spouting nonsense, you're bound to get yourself beaten someday. If it weren't for you looking almost identical to me in my youth, I might have suspected you were switched at birth. Such was the reputation of Gao Chun's good friend, Li Daoqiu, in the eyes of others. He chuckled to himself, knowing that to garner more goodwill, he would have to enlist his friend as the target of his display. Gao Chun silently mourned for Li Daoqiu. First, he needed to inform his peers about the assembly location. Oh, how could he have forgotten this last night? Suddenly realizing his oversight, Gao Chun smacked the back of his head in annoyance. He quickly retrieved a palm-sized, square-folding copper mirror from his storage ring. This copper mirror was an essential treasure for practitioners, known as the communication mirror. It possessed 2 primary functions. 1. Practitioners could send text messages to each other. 2. It could browse public messages released by Zhu Men. Hastily, Gao Chun activated the communication mirror. Beep, beep, beep. The mirror instantly displayed numerous messages, startling him. Upon checking the timestamps, he realized they were all sent the previous day. He quickly began to peruse each message to ensure he did not miss any important information. Gao-san, Chunzi, congratulations on your upcoming succession as the Lord. Wishing you prosperity, where's my red envelope? What a character. Truly a character. Could it be that Yuera's penchant for asking for red envelopes was inherited from her father? There was indeed a possibility. Moving on to the next message. Uncle Li, Chunzi, I've announced your succession as the fortress lord within the stronghold. Surprised? Amazed? Ah, the familiar playful tone of Uncle Li. How could I be surprised by such a predictable jest? Skipping ahead, he continued to browse the next message. Li Daoqiu, Gao Chun, where have you been? Why did you not come to the mountaintop to witness the headless void shepherd? Humph, you exhibit a complete lack of team spirit. As the captain, you are utterly unfit. You should step aside and let someone more capable take the lead. What a blatant provocation. Excellent. The more you resist, the more delighted I become. When the time comes to confront you, I shall show no mercy, nor will I feel any remorse. Gao Chun's lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile, revealing a radiant grin. Chun Yuan, Brother Chun, hurry to the mountaintop to see the headless void shepherd. I've secured the best spot for you. The air was thick with an intense affection, overwhelming in its embrace. Gao Chun dismissed it without a second thought and moved to the next message. Tang Yuchen, boss, come quickly to the mountaintop. I've reserved a prime location for you. A distinct aroma of sycophancy wafted through. Gao Chun ignored it and continued scrolling. The subsequent messages consisted either of inquiries about his absence from the mountaintop or congratulatory notes on his impending ascension to the stronghold leader. Congratulations on your wealth. Bring forth the red envelopes. Upon seeing the request for red envelopes, Gao Chun's lips twitched slightly. This troublesome habit has finally spread. The demand for red envelopes, once I assumed the role of stronghold leader, must be rigorously suppressed. I will show no leniency towards anyone. Gao Chun clenched his teeth, resolutely determined. Having perused all the messages, Gao Chun's anxious heart finally found solace. There were no particularly urgent updates to attend to, due to the events surrounding the Headless Void Shepherd. He had endured a series of bewildering experiences yesterday: surprise, disappointment, shock, and fear, leaving him utterly exhausted. Consequently, he had succumbed to slumber early last night, forgetting to check the communication mirror. Fortunately, there were no pressing messages. Gao Chun took a deep breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. His movements were swift and decisive. He had not forgotten to send messages to his fellow practitioners. He summoned the ethereal energy from his dantian into his fingertips and composed messages on the communication mirror, dispatching them to his team members one by one. Specifically, he needed to inform 4 individuals, the remaining members of the Gao Chun battle team. As for the other practitioners, they were still inexperienced novices and were required to attend classes. The curriculum primarily consisted of self-study, supplemented by guidance from their elders. Gao Chun would occasionally visit the training area to instruct these junior practitioners. After swiftly notifying his 4 teammates, he glanced at his wristwatch. There was still some time. Perhaps he could engage in another activity? Gao Chun casually browsed the friend list on the communication mirror, only to feel a sudden disillusionment with its inadequacies. The features were far too limited. If only it had a few additional functions, it would become his most prized possession. Firstly, a group chat feature would be invaluable. The ability to create a group with friends would facilitate discussions on various matters, allowing them to collaborate and find optimal solutions. Furthermore, he could showcase his prowess within the group, enhancing their camaraderie and laying the groundwork for peak affection. The potential of group functionalities was immense. Gao Chun yearned for a communication mirror capable of establishing groups. Alas, he could only gaze at it with longing, not to mention the development of new features. Even the basic communication mirror was beyond the capabilities of Gao's stronghold. Only the Zizhu sect within the entire Zizhu mountain region possessed such manufacturing prowess. Secondly, a video call feature would allow not only text communication but also direct visual interaction among friends. This enhancement would significantly expedite his efforts to garner affection. Many individuals could utilize the communication mirror to elevate their favor towards him. Gao Chun was confident in his ability to charm and impress. To gain someone's favor, he first needed to be in their line of sight. This prerequisite often consumed a considerable amount of his time. However, with the introduction of video calling, his ascent would be exponentially accelerated. In due course, safeguarding Gao's stronghold and leading it to rise and flourish would be bolstered by this newfound capability. Thirdly, a video streaming feature would transform the mirror into a larger display, positioned in high-traffic areas of various strongholds and towns. Through this medium, he could deliver speeches, conduct lessons, and showcase miracles to the masses. In essence, it would allow him to present himself, leaving the onlookers awestruck, grateful, and adoring. The thought of such functionality made Gao Chun salivate with anticipation. Thousands of ordinary individuals. They represented a wealth of potential for his growth. The development of a video streaming function was imperative. The favor of a single commoner could yield a fraction of bloodline strength. 10,000 commoners could provide enough strength for him to attain a new tier of cultivation or directly master a celestial technique. The mere contemplation of this prospect sent shivers down his spine. If this feature were to be developed, he could potentially rise to silver tier cultivation within a single day. Then, he would uncover the secrets of the Headless Void Shepherd, understand his relationship with the entity, and discern why his left eye could awaken 2 distinct ocular techniques, unveiling the truth behind everything. The development of this feature was non-negotiable. It must happen. It must. Gao Chun's mind echoed with fervent cries. He yearned for the new functionalities of the communication mirror, yet reality dealt him a harsh blow. Gao's stronghold was entirely incapable of manufacturing such innovations. Ultimately, he could only lament the limitations of the mirror. Upon assuming the mantle of stronghold leader, he resolved to invest heavily in the research and development of a communication mirror with advanced capabilities. Gao Chun glanced at his wristwatch once more. The time agreed upon with his companions was approaching. Without further delay, he stepped out of the courtyard and made his way toward the training grounds. The training arena at Gao's stronghold featured a small lake, a miniature volcano, a wind valley, and a lightning field. All 9 elemental training environments and facilities were readily available. Young practitioners were diligently honing their skills. A young boy was channeling energy into his feet as he practiced climbing trees upright. A little girl was harnessing her energy to walk and run on water. Another boy was striking a massive boulder with his fists, channeling energy into his blows. All the youths were earnestly engaged in their training, with none shirking their responsibilities. Observing this scene, Gao Chun felt a swell of pride. These young practitioners would become his invaluable allies in the future. They were the bedrock upon which Gao's stronghold would soar. At this stage, their training primarily focused on mastering the application of mystical energy, enabling them to channel it to any part of their bodies for offense, defense, or assistance. Gao Chun also spotted Yu Er, the adorable little girl, still carrying her oversized gourd, energetically striking a large tree with her fists, channeling energy into her punches. Her skin was slightly flushed, and beads of sweat cascaded down her cheeks like raindrops, utterly oblivious to her toil. Excellent. Gao Chun was greatly pleased with Yu Er's dedication to her training. Having recently awakened her Dao seed and established her Dantian, she had just become a 1-star bronze practitioner, and this moment was crucial for solidifying her Dantian. Only through repeated output and absorption of mystical energy could she stabilize and expand her Dantian. Once her Dantian was fully formed, she could select appropriate techniques for cultivation. Gao Chun gazed at this group of young practitioners and envisioned the powerful Gao's stronghold of the future. At their age, they should be progressing through their training step by step. However, the current circumstances confronting Gao's stronghold did not allow for such leisurely pursuits. Their training must be more rigorous and combat-oriented. Only in this manner could they possess the means to protect themselves should Gao's stronghold come under siege. With this thought in mind, Gao Chun stepped directly into their training area. Pure brother, are you our guiding teacher today? Pure brother, why didn't I see you at the summit yesterday? And you don't even have my information, pure brother. Come over here. I have a few cultivation questions to ask you. Upon seeing Gao Chun arrive, everyone ceased their training and greeted him, especially the girls, who were particularly enthusiastic. Their voices sweet and melodious. Everyone, quiet down and gather around. I have something to say. Gao Chun pressed his hands down, his tone calm. Instantly, everyone lined up swiftly, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Gao Chun was quite pleased with this effect. Indeed, he was worthy of his military training as a cultivator. Regarding my succession as the Lord of Gao Family Fortress, some of you may have seen the notice, while others perhaps have not. Gao Chun maintained a composed expression, his voice steady. Whether you have seen it or not, I now declare before all of you, I, Gao Chun, shall from this moment forth be the Lord of Gao Family Fortress, your highest leader. Gao Chun's tone remained even, lacking in fervor or grandiloquence. Yet it was imbued with confidence and authority. A serious man possesses an undeniable charm, so handsome. Many girls gazed at Gao Chun with eyes that sparkled with admiration. Pure brother has always been my idol. Most boys looked up to Gao Chun even more. Gao Chun sensed the shift in the gazes directed at him, their brightness intensifying. Unfortunately, his left eye did not twitch. He had not garnered any peak of affection from anyone. Everyone was diligently cultivating, and Gao Chun observed this with satisfaction. As your elder brother, I am pleased. However, everyone knows that my father has left Gao Family Fortress. Now, we are without a golden cultivator to safeguard us. This will undoubtedly incite the greed of some unscrupulous individuals, eager to covet our Gao Family Fortress. The wealth of Gao Family Fortress belongs to us all. Do you wish to see your wealth seized by outsiders? Gao Chun's voice crescendoed, his tone growing more impassioned, especially with his final question, which resonated with fervor. No, we do not. Who dares to rob us? I shall fight them to the end. The crowd was animated, faces flushed with excitement. Gao Chun recognized that he had stirred their emotions. He had not intended for the youth to bear such a heavy burden, but this cursed era compelled him to act thus. Everyone quiet. Gao Chun pressed his hands down, and the crowd fell silent in an instant. To defeat those who covet Gao Family Fortress, we must rely not on words or mere courage, but on our fists and our cultivation. Therefore, starting today, your training must double. Additionally, a competitive mechanism will be introduced, rewards for good performance and penalties for poor performance. Is there any dissent? Silence followed. I can't hear you. No dissent. The voices of the youths soared, piercing the heavens. Gao Chun was very pleased with their response. Simultaneously, he was surprised by his own performance. It appeared that he possessed a gift for oration. Gao Chun had never given a speech before an audience until today. Previously, he had always presented himself as cultured, respectful, and the very image of a gentleman. Today, however, he revealed an inherent dominance. It seemed he possessed considerable leadership qualities, which thrilled him. This realization added another layer to his self-awareness. Moreover, he recognized that the gift of oration could play an immeasurable role in garnering the pique of others' affection. Following this, Gao Chun announced further matters regarding training, the most crucial being the advanced formation of combat teams among the girls and boys. Teams of 5 would need to cultivate combat synergy ahead of time. Finally, he instructed them to gather in the fighting arena in 15 minutes for an exciting competition to observe. As Gao Chun departed, the youths expressed various sentiments. Some immediately began discussing team formations. Others resolved to double their training efforts, while some stood in silent contemplation. Most, however, whispered in small groups about Gao Chun. Pure brother has a dominant nature beneath that gentle exterior. He is truly warm, handsome, and charismatic. I like him so much. That is a given. Pure brother is a gift from heaven, and I must bear his children. Humph, little vixen, shameless. Ugh, so hypocritical, a white lotus. The facade of sisterhood cracked instantly. On another side, Yu Er nudged her still-standing friend, gazing longingly at Gao Chun as he walked away. If you like pure brother, you must boldly confess, or those little vixens will snatch him away. As she spoke, Yu Er placed her hands on her hips, assuming an air of maturity. You're still just a kid. What do you know about feelings? Her friend replied with a wry smile, poking Yu Er's rosy cheek. Humph, don't underestimate me. My father is a renowned romantic. I've seen enough to know. Yu Er declared, chin raised defiantly. Her friend fell silent. In the second training area, 2 boys, a young man, and a girl gathered, awaiting Gao Chun's arrival. Humph, what is Gao Chun doing? He summoned us to gather. Yet he is late. He is unworthy of his position as our captain. Li Daoqiu, growing impatient, was the first to voice his discontent. His imposing stature and resolute features, coupled with his voluminous curls, made him appear even more flamboyant and sharp. He continued to vent his frustrations about Gao Chun. What qualifications does he have to be our captain? He is merely an ordinary cultivator. I have awakened the diamond bloodline of my family. Tang Pang Zi has awakened the shadow bloodline, and Xiong has awakened the sand control bloodline. We 3 are bloodline cultivators. The captaincy should be contested among us. Enough. Li Daoqiu, can you not keep quiet? Your incessant chattering is quite bothersome. The only female member of the team finally could no longer tolerate the tirade and snapped in anger. Her delicate features were sculpted to perfection, her skin as smooth as jade, and her face adorned with captivating eyes and elegant brows, all reflecting her unparalleled beauty. The only flaw was her lack of curves, as she remained flat-chested. Oh, are you upset because we're discussing your crush? Li Daoqiu shot a glance at the girl, retorting directly. Humph, Chen Yuan, you are just a burden to the team. Besides that pretty face, what else do you have? Do you still wish for an old bull to eat tender grass? Let me tell you, Gao Chun prefers ample bosoms. You will never win his heart. You. Chen Yuan glared. Her face flushed with indignation as she pointed at Li Daoqiu. I'll fight you. It seemed a scuffle was about to erupt. The chubby boy quickly stepped in to mediate. His round figure and cherubic face were quite endearing, and his genuine smile made him approachable and likable. Tang Pang Zi, step aside. I must teach this old woman a lesson today and make her understand the principle of strength is paramount. Li Daoqiu boasted, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the prospect of a brawl. Daoqiu, calm down. Real men don't fight women. Tang Pang Zi urged with a warm smile. Sister Yuan, be gentle. The boss likes gentle women. Ultimately, it was Tang Pang Zi's intervention that pacified Chen Yuan, although she felt unsatisfied. She pointed at Li Daoqiu, threatening, Li Daoqiu, if you provoke me again, I will tell Aunt Lien. Li Daoqiu's arrogance swiftly dissipated. He dared not provoke Aunt Lien. Chen Yuan was Aunt Lien's own niece, and Aunt Lien would certainly defend her fiercely. However, he felt he could not lose face in front of Chen Yuan, so he muttered under his breath, humph. All she knows is how to report on others. I absolutely despise such women. Chen Yuan was instantly infuriated, ready to charge at him. Tang Fatty quickly intervened to mediate. After a round of gentle words and soothing reassurances, both parties finally lowered their flags and reached a non-aggression pact. Tang Fatty felt a wave of relief wash over him, his smile radiating even brighter. Yet, Li Daoqiu felt exceedingly vexed. What could have been a fine confrontation was disrupted by Tang Fatty, and he found himself particularly resentful of him. Tang Fatty, you're a full-grown man. Why do you love meddling in others' affairs so much? Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? You're timid, obsequious, and frankly, rather unattractive, which lowers the team's overall appeal. Tang Fatty, on the receiving end of Li Daoqiu's scathing remarks, was unfazed. He continued to smile amiably and replied, Brother Daoqiu, I don't wish for it to be this way, but it's just my nature. In this world, men like Brother Daoqiu, tall and imposing, are as rare as a drop in the ocean. He is akin to the sun in the sky, grand and nurturing, illuminating all and bringing warmth to the earth. Not far away, Gao Chun watched the entire scene unfold, feeling a myriad of emotions. Tang Fatty lived with excessive humility and caution. His full name was Tang Yuchen, and he, along with his family, had only moved to Gaojibao 2 years ago after being rescued by Old Man Gao from pursuing enemies. Tang Fatty was of the same age as Gao Chun, possessing the same 6-star bronze cultivation. His awakened shadow bloodline was formidable, allowing him to transform into a shadow, striking invisibly, making him a top-tier assassin. His cultivation and abilities were not weak by any means, yet he remained courteous and cautious, even in the presence of younger individuals. Gao Chun recalled a heartfelt conversation they once had. Fatty, there's no need for you to live so humbly. Treat Gaojibao as your home, and everyone will regard you as family. Gao Chun believed that everyone had their own way of living. While advice could be offered to loved ones, one's own will should never be imposed upon them. Since then, Gao Chun had never pressed Tang Fatty to change. As long as his brother found joy in his life, acceptance and respect were paramount. This was one of Gao Chun's guiding principles regarding family and friends. The robust youth, with a square and serene face, exuded calmness and warmth. His glossy black hair flowed smoothly, making him appear approachable and composed. This sturdy young man was Gao Chuanxiong, the son of Gao Ershu. 3 years Gao Chun's senior, he possessed 7-star bronze cultivation, making him the oldest and most powerful member of the team. He remained silent amidst the conflict between Li Daoqiu and Chun Yuan, seemingly oblivious. This was not indifference, but rather a reflection of his expansive heart. To him, the squabble appeared as mere childish play, unworthy of his involvement. Although he would have been the most qualified to take on the role of team leader, he shunned the position, preferring to avoid trouble. Such was Daxiong Ji's disposition. It was time for Gao Chun to make his entrance. He stepped forward towards the 4 team members. This is my team. From this day forth, I shall shine brilliantly within our ranks. Gao Chun resolved. Typically, he played the role of the strategist in the team, embodying the persona of a polite and modest gentleman, without asserting the authority of a leader. Now, to gain the peak of everyone's favor, he needed to be assertive and demonstrate his prowess. He would showcase his strength and radiance, starting with Li Daoqiu, with a commanding stride and hair flowing. Gao Chun's gaze locked onto Li Daoqiu, exuding dominance and aggression. Suddenly, the system froze, unresponsive to any commands. Fearing that the story would be rendered null, he refrained from further actions. His initial plan was to finalize all edits today, with daily updates to follow. However, to avoid the risk of his work being directly banned or taken down, he had to postpone until tomorrow. Well, that's all for now. After dinner, I will continue drafting. See you tomorrow. Huh, what do you mean? Gao Chun shot a sharp glance at Tang Fatty. Ah, boss. Tang Fatty, somewhat intimidated by Gao Chun's fierce demeanor, especially now that he was radiating confidence, stammered. Seeing his cowardly appearance, Gao Chun waved dismissively. Aren't you just worried that I might get beaten up by Li Daoqiu? Then, with a serious tone, he patted Tang Fatty's shoulder. Fatty, since we met, have you ever seen me, Gao Chun, undertake something I wasn't confident about? Right. The boss is typically steady and low-key, never engaging in uncertain matters. Why should I worry? But the diamond bloodline is truly formidable. Tang Fatty's heart was in turmoil, oscillating between hope and anxiety. Enough, step aside. Today, you shall witness the true strength of your boss. Gao Chun proclaimed with confidence. Boss is magnificent. Boss is astute and strategic. He will surely achieve great success. Tang Fatty hurriedly flattered him. Gao Chun could not help but chuckle at Tang Fatty's obsequiousness, finding it amusing yet somewhat gratifying. He strode towards the martial arts arena, but his path was obstructed once more. Chundi, I know you wish to avenge me, but Li Daoqiu's diamond bloodline is too powerful, and he seems a bit off today. He will surely go all out against you. Chen Yuan stood before Gao Chun, her face filled with concern. She felt delighted that Chun Di was willing to confront Li Daoqiu for her sake. Spring had truly arrived. Chun Di was finally taking the initiative to protect her. However, she feared that Chun Di, being an ordinary practitioner without any awakened bloodline, would inevitably be no match for that scoundrel Li Daoqiu. Losing face would be minor. The real concern lay in the possibility of harm befalling his handsome face, which would be utterly unacceptable. Chun Di, you are truly so dashing. Gao Chun remained oblivious to Chen Yuan's thoughts. At that moment, he felt an urge to scream. Why did everyone think he was weak? Why was it presumed that Li Daoqiu was so strong that he would surely lose? Alas, the world seemed unfriendly, steeped in malice. Gao Chun sighed in resignation. Moreover, what did it mean to seek revenge for her? He was doing it for himself, to gain Li Daoqiu's favor. He longed to convey all this to the enchanting beauty before him, but seeing her concerned expression, he reduced his thoughts to a single phrase, rest assured. I will give him a good thrashing. After saying this, he instinctively reached out to pat her shoulder, but quickly realized she was not Tang Fatty. So he merely smiled and nodded instead. Chen Yuan froze, wondering if Chun Di wanted to touch her. Had he finally made a move? Was this a dream? She gazed at him adoringly, lost in thought. By the edge of the arena, the young boys and girls had assembled in a line, quietly awaiting the spectacle. Upon seeing Gao Chun's 5-member team approach, they began to speculate among themselves. Would today's duel be a clash between two individuals or a team practice? Brother Chun has invited us to witness the duel. What could be the secret behind it? We hope this match will be more genuine and not the usual friendly sparring. Li Daoqiu paid little attention to the gathering youths, striding directly into the arena. The other 3 members exchanged puzzled glances at the youth's presence. This was not the usual friendly spar. Judging by Li Daoqiu's demeanor, he would undoubtedly unleash his diamond bloodline today, leaving Gao Chun with no chance of victory. This situation will significantly undermine Gao Chun's reputation as the soon-to-be lord. The young boys and girls stood there, utterly bewildered, directing their gaze towards Gao Chun. I was the one who brought them here, I said to Chen Yuan. Subsequently, Gao Chun issued instructions to the youths. You need not form a line. Feel free to observe the duel. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Teacher Gao. Thank you, Brother Chun. The youngsters cheered exuberantly, gathering in small clusters and whispering among themselves. Gao Chun offered them a smile before stepping into the arena. Chen Yuan rolled her eyes in exasperation, feeling helpless towards Gao Chun, and sternly warned the youths. The outcome of this duel must remain confidential. Under no circumstances should it be disclosed, or else you will face military law. Sensing Chen Yuan's seriousness, the youths nodded in agreement, though they felt a sense of confusion. After all, it was merely a duel, something quite common in the past. Observing Gao Chun and Li Daoqiu facing each other, Chen Yuan dismissed the group of youngsters from her mind. She felt a pang of guilt for having momentarily hesitated and not stopping Chun Di earlier. Losing in front of the 3 from the fighting team was not particularly consequential, as they were all on the same team, knowing one another well. However, losing in front of so many children would have a significant impact. They were the future mainstays of the Gao family fort, and the Lord's prestige was of utmost importance. Li Daoqiu, if you dare to use your bloodline powers, I swear I will disregard all rules and come up there to thrash you. Chen Yuan resolved within herself, ever ready to intervene. Meanwhile, the chubby Tang had a complex expression, excitement mingled with doubt. Initially, he believed Gao Chun would undoubtedly lose to Li Daoqiu. But after hearing Gao Chun's words and recalling his usual reliability, he felt today might be different. Yet, the thought of Li Daoqiu's formidable bloodline made him waver. Most importantly, there were the young mystics watching on the sidelines. If Gao Chun were to lose, it would severely damage his credibility. He wished he could send the youths away. But what if Gao Chun managed to win? Would he win? Tang was also uncertain. Rationally, he judged that once Li Daoqiu activated his bloodline powers, Gao Chun would undoubtedly lose. However, Gao Chun's previous confidence and consistent dependability left him feeling conflicted. Tang stood anxiously, his heart racing with apprehension. Gao Chuanxiong remained the most composed. He did not harbor much hope for Gao Chun's victory, having experienced the might of the diamond bloodline himself. Were it not for his superior cultivation, he might not have been able to hold his ground against Li Daoqiu. Yet, Gao Chun's usual steadiness and maturity, coupled with his confident acceptance of the challenge and the presence of the youths, suggested he might have a hidden strategy. He felt anticipation building. The young mystics sensed the unusual tension among their 3 seniors and teachers. They were puzzled but more attuned to the notion that something significant was about to transpire. This duel was extraordinary. Thus, they dispersed in small groups, whispering among themselves, eagerly awaiting the remarkable contest ahead. In the arena, Gao Chun and Li Daoqiu faced one another. Gao Chun perceived within Li Daoqiu a heightened desire for battle, an intensified conviction to win. He yearned to fulfill that desire, but today was not the day. He had not forgotten his primary objective, to astonish the crowd and garner as much goodwill as possible. Yet, Gao Chun hesitated. Should he unleash his full power with celestial-grade techniques? If he chose not to, even a mere 50% of his power could rival that of Earth-grade techniques. While this could potentially defeat Li Daoqiu, it would require time for a drawn-out conflict, failing to create a stunning spectacle that would capture the audience's admiration. Moreover, the interference from Tang and Chen Yuan left Gao Chun feeling quite displeased. From De Xiong's eyes, he sensed a lack of faith in him. Did they all perceive him as weak? Gao Chun longed to unleash a celestial-grade technique and obliterate Li Daoqiu in one swift motion, dazzling them all. However, if he revealed such a technique, it could lead to significant trouble. In the entire cultivation realm, a bronze-level mystic could not possibly cultivate celestial-grade techniques due to insufficient physical strength. Yet, he had accomplished just that, akin to awakening 2 ocular techniques in his left eye, making him a rare marvel in the cultivation world. As Gao Chun wrestled with his indecision, Li Daoqiu grew impatient. Gao Chun, will you fight or not? His tone dripped with arrogance and mockery. Of course I will. Let us begin. Gao Chun inhaled deeply, making his decision. He summoned the mystical energy from his dantian, channeling it into his palm and charging at Li Daoqiu. Li Daoqiu mirrored his actions. Boom. Their fists collided, generating visible ripples in the air, akin to a tidal wave spreading outwards. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a series of swift maneuvers, channeling their mystical energy throughout their bodies, attacking and defending in turn. They moved like a tumultuous sea, crashing against one another, creating a cacophony of sound. At times, they delivered strikes akin to falling meteors, shaking the arena. Other times, they unleashed punches like sharp daggers, deadly and fierce. With a final clash of fists, both retreated several meters. The duel was evenly matched, as both possessed equivalent levels of cultivation and extensive battle experience, resulting in a stalemate. The warm-up is over. Gao Chun spoke calmly. Allow me to experience your diamond bloodline once more. That is precisely my intention. A pure mystical energy duel is rather dull. Li Daoqiu licked his lips, excitement radiating from him. Gao Chun, do be careful. His tone remained defiantly mocking. With that, he activated his diamond bloodline. In an instant, his arms transformed into cold, unyielding diamond, glinting ominously, radiating an overwhelming aura. Roar! Li Daoqiu bellowed as his fists collided, unleashing a torrent of electric sparks and a thunderous noise. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with fear. The diamond bloodline was truly terrifying. Especially for the young mystics witnessing it for the first time, their exclamations of disbelief echoed. Incredible. Unbelievable. Chen Yuan began to channel her mystical energy, preparing to rush into the arena to halt the duel. She could not allow Gao Chun to be humiliated in front of a crowd. Yet, a glance caught her off guard. Despite Li Daoqiu's overwhelming presence, Gao Chun remained composed. Without further hesitation, he activated the soul seed of technique within his dantian. Water technique. Icebound for 1,000 miles. In an instant, the technique's gate opened, and mystical energies surged from the opening, coalescing in his right palm, undergoing a remarkable transformation. With a swift motion of his hand, a river of mystical energy, 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep, surged forth from in front of Gao Chun. Rushing toward Li Daoqiu, it roared and thundered, akin to a furious lion. Its momentum was astonishing, unyielding, as if it aimed to obliterate everything in its path. Li Daoqiu's expression shifted to one of terror. His hands and feet turned icy, cold sweat beading on his forehead as confusion filled his eyes. Gao Chun actually succeeded in cultivating a technique? And it's a celestial-grade technique? How is that possible? He murmured in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. The onlookers outside were equally astonished, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to fathom what they had just witnessed. How could this be possible? Am I dreaming? Their murmurs and gasps reflected the profound shock to their worldviews, plunging them into a deep existential crisis. particularly the three teammates of Gao Chun. They had embarked on the arduous journey of mastering magical arts and were acutely aware of the formidable challenges involved in successfully cultivating such skills. Up until now, they had yet to master even a single earth-level technique. Yet, what did they witness? They beheld Gao Chun successfully executing a celestial-level technique. Could this be a mere illusion? However, the sheer force and momentum of the spell unmistakably belonged to a celestial-level technique. In the arena, in the blink of an eye, a torrent of water surged towards Li Daoqiu. He attempted to evade it, but the water moved with lightning speed, leaving him no escape. In an instant, the water completely engulfed him. With a chilling hiss, the water froze solidly. Li Daoqiu found himself encased in ice, his meridians sealed, rendering him unable to summon even a sliver of his mystical energy. His hands were also frozen, leaving his bloodline abilities utterly useless. He was ensnared. Li Daoqiu finally acknowledged that this technique was indeed of celestial caliber. Only a celestial-level technique could wield such terrifying power. Yet, how could Gao Chun, merely a 6-star bronze, possibly have mastered a celestial-level technique? How could this be? Li Daoqiu was left in utter bewilderment, grappling with profound doubts about his life. The spectators nearby shared his astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief. How could a bronze-level practitioner wield such formidable magic? The three members of Gao Chun's team were unequivocally convinced this was indeed a celestial-level technique. Tang Pengzi trembled with excitement, impressed by his leader's reliability and prowess. His earlier concerns about Gao Chun had long been cast aside. His leader had actually mastered a celestial-level technique. Had he awakened a bloodline ability? Otherwise, how could a bronze-level practitioner achieve such a feat? Chen Yuan wore a dazed, silly grin, unable to fathom that Gao Chun had successfully cultivated a celestial-level technique. This was a technique that many gold-level practitioners failed to master. Gao Chun was truly remarkable. He was the man I admire, so charismatic yet so humble, a true gem among men. Gao Chuanxiong was equally incredulous, astonished beyond measure. It had been a long time since he had been so moved. This was the legendary celestial-level technique, effortlessly executed by a bronze-level practitioner. Was the world truly that insane? Or had Gao Chun concealed his capabilities too well? He fell into deep contemplation. Gao Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Li Daoqiu, encased in ice, wore a look of disbelief. The audience stared in wide-eyed amazement, the arena enveloped in an eerie yet harmonious silence. Gao Chun discreetly sensed the mystical energy within his dantian, secretly astonished. The celestial-level technique, 1,000 miles frozen, had consumed half of his mystical energy. This indicated that he could only unleash the celestial-level technique twice at most with his current cultivation. Henceforth, he resolved to refrain from invoking celestial-level techniques indiscriminately. Casting a glance towards the audience, Gao Chun had anticipated their shock and astonishment. Were he to witness another bronze practitioner wield a celestial-level technique, he too would be taken aback. However, their level of astonishment far exceeded his expectations. Was it truly deserving of such fervor? If they were to learn that his left eye had awakened 2 forms of ocular techniques, would they be utterly petrified? Gao Chun couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Suddenly, a wave of exhilaration washed over Gao Chun. His left eye began to pulsate rhythmically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. It vibrated 10 times in total. Gao Chun trembled with excitement. 10 vibrations indicated he had garnered the peak favor of 10 individuals. This was a tremendous gain. Even if all 10 were young practitioners, he would still acquire half of their bloodline power. Combined with the previously obtained half, his heart's source space would be filled. He would be able to activate his bloodline abilities and elevate his cultivation to 7-star bronze. This advancement would signify a qualitative leap. Gao Chun endeavored to control his overwhelming joy as he focused on the 10 individuals whose favor he had earned. Goodness, they were all young practitioners. None of his teammates were among them. Was Tang Pengzi's inexplicable excitement a fade? Sister Yuan, had you not developed any admiration for me? Brother Daxiong? His lack of a favor peak was understandable. Earning someone's favor peak was indeed a daunting task. He had executed his strongest technique. Yet his cultivation was only at 6-star bronze. Such an achievement eluded even the most gifted individuals. No, he should consider himself the foremost individual of the present day. Despite his remarkable prowess, they still did not regard him with admiration or favor. Sigh, what a bunch of people. Gao Chun instantly felt a wave of resentment towards his teammates and the young practitioners who had not developed favor peaks with him. Taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions, he smiled and directed appreciative glances at the 10 young practitioners who had bestowed upon him their favor peaks. Suddenly, his smile froze. He noticed you among the 10. She had contributed to his favor peak? He quickly concentrated, examining his heart's source space. Indeed, there remained only 9.5 portions of bloodline power, lacking half a portion for completion. Only upon filling it could he activate the upgrade of his heart's ocular technique. Ewer had already contributed her favor peak. Any subsequent contributions would only cause his left eye to pulsate without generating additional bloodline power in his heart's source space. This was the greatest limitation of the heart's ocular technique. One could only benefit once from each individual, and only during their initial contribution. Gao Chun exhaled deeply, genuinely saddened this time. Meanwhile, the audience remained largely engrossed in the shock of Gao Chun's ability to perform a celestial-level technique. Some questioned their existence, wondering why a bronze-level practitioner could wield a celestial-level technique. Others speculated that Gao Chun must have awakened a bloodline ability, which would explain everything. Some were left with blank thoughts, only able to feel an overwhelming admiration for the striking figure in the arena. Of course, a few noticed Gao Chun's fluctuating expressions, but they were even more perplexed. What was wrong with the leader? Why did he alternate between smiles and frowns, joy and sorrow? Was his expression hinting at something? Should I shout, "The leader is mighty, a hero of unparalleled prowess"? Why does Pure Brother exhibit such a rich array of emotions? Is it due to the lack of our cheers and support? Soon enough, he reined in all negative emotions, restoring his usual calm demeanor, contemplating how to conclude the event. To earn the favor peaks of the crowd, he had first delivered a speech to the young practitioners, then provocatively challenged Li Daoqiu to a duel, decisively executing a celestial-level technique that swiftly incapacitated Li Daoqiu and unveiled the bloodline abilities. Although it did not entirely meet his expectations, it was still an acceptable outcome. Next, he needed to wrap things up effectively. Otherwise, the news that a mere 6-star bronze practitioner could wield a celestial-level technique might attract droves of powerful individuals to Gao's fortress, intent on capturing him for dissection and research. Ahem. Gao Chun lightly cleared his throat a couple of times to interrupt the spectators still immersed in the aftermath of the recent battle and to draw their attention. This competition was observed by all, and surely it left a profound impression. After making this remark, a smile graced Gao Chun's lips as he scanned the crowd with his gaze. He then composed himself, seriousness overtaking his expression. As he stated, "Perhaps you all have a question. How can Gao Chun wield celestial-level techniques when he is merely a bronze 6-star in cultivation? We are family, bonded by the trust we place in one another's backs. I shall personally clarify this doubt for you all." After pausing for a few seconds, Gao Chun could distinctly sense the deepening breaths of the crowd, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Many individuals from the Gao family had awakened their bloodline powers. Some possessed inherited traits, while others were of the first generation. I, too, have awakened a bloodline power, and it happens to be from the first generation. His voice remained calm, devoid of fervor or desperation, yet this unassuming tone reverberated in the minds of the audience like thunder on a clear day. The revelation that Gao Chun, the lord of Gao family fortress, was yet another bloodline practitioner ignited a collective anticipation for the family's ascendance. Gao Chun noticed the fervor in their gazes intensifying. Suddenly, his left eye began to twitch sporadically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Remarkably, could it be that simply announcing his bloodline awakening could garner such an overwhelming peak of favor from 7 individuals? Was it truly this effortless? Gao Chun found himself puzzled. Was it indeed challenging or effortless to garner favor? Following the sensation in his left eye, he easily identified the 7 individuals who had developed a fondness for him, for of whom had just recently been enamored by his revelation. This was anticipated, as they belonged to the type of people prone to admiration. Thus, only 3 were experiencing this affection for the first time. Gao Chun felt a surge of happiness. This trio was akin to a windfall. However, upon reflection, he realized that this trio's admiration stemmed from his oratory prowess. It seemed he indeed possessed a flair for public speaking, a talent not to be squandered. With newfound clarity, he understood that acquiring favor could be neither too easy nor too difficult. It hinged on employing the right methods to strike true. Yet, a new concern dawned upon him. The trio could generate a substantial amount of bloodline power within the heart's essence space, which was just shy of being filled. How could he store this excess bloodline power? Or would it be wasted? He concentrated his mind and examined the heart and Apos' essence space. To his confirmation, his suspicions were validated. There was no surplus bloodline power present. This indicated that once the heart's essence space reached its capacity, any additional favor would simply be rendered useless. Alas, the limitations of this heart-eye technique were indeed numerous, and Gao Chun felt a twinge of discontent. Nevertheless, he adeptly managed his emotions, keeping them concealed. The pressing matter at hand was to ensure confidentiality among the attendees. He resumed his discourse. The first-generation bloodline I have awakened allows me to disregard certain cultivation rules, facilitating swifter mastery of techniques and a deeper comprehension of the essence. His words elicited a collective gasp from the audience. The notion of comprehending the essence implied a significant advancement in cultivation. What a miraculous bloodline this must be. The gazes directed at Gao Chun transformed. Admiration, shock, and envy mingled in their expressions. Gao Chun keenly observed the reactions unfolding before him. At that moment, he silently prayed, "May no further peaks of favor arise." Each individual present was a precious resource for advancement. Even a single waste would cause him great anguish. Perhaps the heavens heeded his silent plea, for his left eye ceased its twitching. He exhaled a sigh of relief. The reason he revealed his enhanced capacity for understanding the essence was to lay the groundwork for his future ascension and cultivation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain later. Moreover, every statement he had made was the truth. He had indeed awakened a first-generation bloodline, though he had not disclosed its nature as a vision technique. This initial bloodline certainly conferred advantages for cultivating techniques and advancing in power, albeit he had withheld some details. I hope you shall keep my awakening of the first-generation bloodline a secret. We are family. Gao Family Fortress is our home. It belongs to me and to all of you. We rise and fall together. Gao Chun's voice crescendoed, his tone becoming earnest and grave. The audience's demeanor shifted in response, their gazes burning with intensity. Particularly, the young women enamored with him were starry-eyed, revealing a hint of infatuation. At that moment, Chen Yuan regarded Gao Chun with a gaze akin to a furnace, yearning to melt him with her admiration. She had never anticipated her beloved Chun would be so extraordinary, speaking with such composure and grace before the crowd, causing her heart to race. Beside her, Tang Fatty wore a blissful, silly grin. Gao Chun's earlier display of talent had left him utterly astounded, filling him with excitement. As the leader of Gao Family Fortress, the higher Gao Chun's talent and cultivation, the safer and stronger the fortress would become. Now, with Gao Chun exhibiting exceptional oratory skills, how could he remain calm? As a loyal subordinate, Tang Fatty felt a surge of happiness with his leader's growing capabilities. Gao Chuanxiong also appeared dazed. Gao Chun's oratory prowess was even more formidable than his earlier display of bloodline talent. His ability to express himself was akin to that of a remarkable leader. While potent bloodline abilities reflect personal strength, oratory skills and leadership can inspire a collective. Gao Chun's father had reservations about his son's succession as the fortress leader, citing his youth and lack of leadership skills. Yet now, Gao Chun's demonstrated leadership was sufficient to earn the trust of all practitioners in Gao Family Fortress. Indeed, everyone present was captivated by his speech, including Gao Chuanxiong himself. Gao Chun felt the shift in the audience's attitude. It was a recognition from the depths of their hearts, and he rejoiced in this acknowledgement. His speech had been wholly embraced by them. He firmly believed that everyone present would keep his bloodline awakening a secret, safeguarding this information from outsiders. Had he concluded his address here, it would have been a flawless wrap-up. However, feeling increasingly confident in his oratory talent, he realized he must not squander this gift. With the younger generation of Gao Family Fortress gathered, he needed to make them acutely aware of the current crisis facing their home. Thus, he continued his impassioned speech. With the absence of a golden practitioner to safeguard us, many unscrupulous individuals may entertain thoughts of encroaching upon Gao Family Fortress. However, he refrained from mentioning the ominous signs brought forth by the headless void shepherd, believing that further elaboration would be futile. Gao Chun spoke on, continuing until the time for lunch arrived, at which point he dismissed the young practitioners. He instructed Tang Fatty, Sister Qin Yuan, and Brother Daxiong to depart first. Soon, only Gao Chun and Li Daoqiu remained at the competition grounds. The ice coffin formed by the 1,000-mile frost had melted considerably, and Li Daoqiu's meridians were now unsealed, allowing him to channel his spiritual energy. He could easily break free through sheer force. Yet, he chose not to. With his head bowed, He appeared lost in thought. Had the heart's essence space not been filled with bloodline power, Gao Chun might have seized the opportunity to mock him. The art of mockery was an innate skill for every human, Gao Chun included. Alas, it remained unfulfilled. Gao Chun was fearful of mocking him. Yet this individual suddenly developed a peak of affection towards himself. Truly, it was a scenario that left one weeping without tears. How could one be mocked and yet receive affection in return? While others might not, Li Daoqiu perhaps would. Indeed, he was an anomaly that defied conventional reasoning. To Gao Chun, every practitioner now appeared as a field of vibrant green leeks, ripe for harvesting their peaks of goodwill. Moreover, given that Li Daoqiu's cultivation level was comparable to his own, it was possible to extract a significant portion of his bloodline power. Thus, Gao Chun ultimately restrained the desire to mock him. However, witnessing Li Daoqiu's current despondent demeanor, he could not simply stand idly by. What to do? Gao Chun was tempted to leave without a word, for his heart's source space was brimming, and he longed to retreat and ascend to the 7th star of bronze. Yet, upon seeing Li Daoqiu in such a dispirited state, he feared it might lead to his emotional withdrawal. In the end, he resolved to offer some words of consolation. While leeks were important, they paled in comparison to the value of brotherhood. Leeks could be replaced, but brothers were few and must be cherished. Li Daoqiu, driven by a fierce competitive spirit, took immense pride in his bloodline abilities. He often looked down upon practitioners without awakened bloodlines, frequently engaging in sharp-tongued mockery, with himself being one of the frequent targets. Yet today he was dealt a harsh blow. In the very realm where he held the most pride, he found himself thoroughly defeated. His bloodline abilities stood no chance against Gao Chun's celestial-level techniques, leaving him deeply wounded. Gao Chun surmised that if he, the instigator, did not enlighten him, Li Daoqiu might truly succumb to despair. Gao Chun strode purposefully to Li Daoqiu's side, gazing at him with sincerity. Casually, he placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke in a nonchalant tone. "Do I have the right to be your superior?" The voice was soft, yet imbued with an air of confidence. Li Daoqiu slowly lifted his head, his face ashen, eyes vacant, as if in a daze, murmuring, "How is this possible? Gao Chun, it simply cannot be, alas." This fellow was clearly shaken. It seemed a strong remedy was in order. With a resounding slap, Gao Chun struck him without reservation. Pointing at his nose, he declared with authority, "What happened to your former arrogance? Is this all you can withstand? It is merely a celestial-level technique." Gao Chun spoke with conviction, urging him to open his eyes wide and behold. Afterward, Gao Chun unleashed his celestial-level technique once more, water technique, 1,000 miles of ice. With a swift motion of his right hand, mystical energies surged forth, gathering the water elements from the air, swiftly conjuring a scene of thundering torrents. The waters roared and surged with the speed of lightning, freezing the void in their wake, and in an instant, a 5-meter-long ice coffin hung suspended in the air. The cold, white coffin appeared lifelike, shimmering under the sun, emitting an eerie chill. "What is merely an ice coffin?" Gao Chun bellowed, with a fist strong enough. "I could shatter it to bits." Secretly channeling his mystical energy, he concentrated it into his fist and struck the chilling ice coffin with tremendous force. Boom! The pristine ice coffin shattered instantly, fragments scattering like snowflakes, dispersing into rich mystical energy that swirled away like the wind. "Is your diamond-hard fist truly inferior to my flesh-and-blood punch?" Gao Chun shouted, asserting that as long as his arms remained unsealed by ice, this celestial-level technique would be nothing but a weakling's play. Li Daoqiu's gaze cleared, and slowly, vitality began to return to his entire being. Seeing this transformation, Gao Chun felt a wave of relief. Clearly, he would not fall into despair. His attempt at consolation had proven effective, yielding immediate results. However, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt towards his celestial-level technique. In seeking to comfort and enlighten Li Daoqiu, he had unwittingly belittled his own powerful technique. Did he truly believe it weak? The ease with which he had shattered it was due to his own mastery. It was an extension of his mystical energy. Would it be as simple for others? Alas, his kindness for his brother had led to such turmoil. After a moment of reflection, Gao Chun chose not to linger on Li Daoqiu any longer and turned to leave with determined strides. His first order of business was to awaken Lena and feed her. Following that, he began preparing lunch, and once Lena was well fed, she danced around him, adding immeasurable joy to his day. Soon, lunch was ready, and Gao Chun sat beneath the great willow tree, relishing his meal. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, accompanied by a robust voice. "Is anyone home?" The moment he heard that familiar booming voice, he knew Uncle Li had arrived. "Come in." The courtyard door swung open, and Uncle Li entered the small yard with familiarity. "Chunzi, did you make any new discoveries yesterday?" Despite his weary appearance, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, brimming with expectation. Indeed, just like Aunt Lien, his first concern was whether Gao Chun had awakened any new abilities, such as the heart of a caring guardian. "Uncle Li, come quickly and join me for a meal." Gao Chun politely gestured for Uncle Li to take a seat and swiftly retrieved a set of utensils. His daily life was meticulously crafted, prioritizing elegance. Every lunch featured at least 2 dishes and a soup. Adding a few plates of mystical fruits made it more than sufficient for 2. Uncle Li wasted no time and began to eat heartily. Gao Chun was quite familiar with Uncle Li and appreciated his straightforward nature. Suddenly, the sound of utensils clattering to the floor broke the silence, creating a crisp sound. Uncle Li's mouth fell open in astonishment as he stared at Gao Chun, who, in his eyes, had transformed into an extraordinary being. The awakening of a single bloodline ability was already unprecedented, yet now, his left eye had awakened 3. What manner of creature was this? Uncle Li seemed to scrutinize Gao Chun's eyes, searching for the hidden secrets within. Gao Chun remained composed, continuing to eat. He had anticipated Uncle Li's astonishment. It was only natural for someone to be shocked upon receiving such news for the first time. "Chunzi, you must not disclose this information to anyone else. If even a whisper escapes, a multitude of powerful beings will descend upon Gao family fortress to capture you." Uncle Li's expression turned grave, his tone serious. "Yes, I trust you," Gao Chun replied calmly, as Uncle Li picked up the fallen utensils and resumed eating. Yet, internally, a storm of emotions surged within him. Chunzi was indeed remarkable. He was truly the destined child, with 3 bloodline abilities awakened in his left eye. How many more might his right eye hold? That would amount to at least 6 bloodline abilities. This golden opportunity was one Uncle Li intended to seize tightly. Whether he could break through to the Silver Realm and ascend to the Golden Realm depended entirely on Chunzi. Unbeknownst to Gao Chun, Uncle Li's thoughts were in turmoil. He simply felt that Uncle Li had arrived at an opportune moment, as he had many important matters to discuss with him. Uncle Li was the most strategic mind in Gao family fortress and one of the 2 people he trusted most, the other being Aunt Lien. "Uncle Li, during my retreat yesterday, did the headless man display any unusual phenomena?" Gao Chun sought to confirm this crucial information, for it bore great significance. Uncle Li was sure to know more than Aunt Lien. Indeed, there was something. What kind of phenomenon? Gao Chun's gaze fixed intently on Uncle Li's eyes. "Well, nothing much. Just that the headless man's speed has noticeably slowed down." Gao Chun fell into silence. According to the analysis, Gao Chun deduced, when the headless man's speed slows down, it coincides with the moment he himself is giving birth to the essence of his heart. This is rather peculiar. The first time he encountered it, his left eye birthed the bloodline essence and awakened the first ocular technique without any alteration in speed or any unusual phenomena. The second time he witnessed it, he awakened the second ocular technique, again without any noteworthy anomalies. Why, then, does the birth of the heart's essence coincide with such a noticeable deceleration this time? Could it be due to its uniqueness? It must be attributed to its exceptional nature. The essence of the heart, awakened through bloodline abilities, manifests as an ocular technique? This must be the most extraordinary occurrence. Gao Chun is certain that even if he were to reveal this truth to Uncle Li and Aunt Lien, they would likely not believe him. Oh, Aunt Lien might accept it, as she seems somewhat lacking in intellect. Finally confirming this matter, all of Gao Chun's hopes dissipated. How should he confront this precarious situation? He is acutely aware that the headless man, wandering in the void, is the foremost marvel of the southern wilderness, constantly scrutinized by countless factions. The unmistakable deceleration and its conspicuous anomaly are bound to attract the attention of powerful forces. The only favorable aspect is that the territory of Gao family fort is relatively small, while the headless man resides in the void, facing a domain that encompasses at least the entire central region of Nanping Town. This allows Gao family fort to evade direct exposure. The central area of Nanping Town comprises 13 forts. Li Jinxing, observing Gao Chun lost in thought, found it quite intriguing. Could it be that Chunzi has already discerned the predicament facing Gao family fort? He was eager to see the depths of Chunzi's insights. Despite being quite pleased with Gao Chun's displayed talents, strength, and wisdom, who wouldn't wish for their own child to be even more extraordinary? "Chunzi, What thoughts occupy your mind? Li Jinxing probed directly, without subtlety. Noticing Uncle Li's scrutinizing gaze, Gao Chun felt a surge of interest. Engaging in discourse with a sage is a true delight, and Uncle Li could be considered a sage of sorts. The headless man's enigmatic wandering in the void is intricately linked to the world's greatest secret realm, attracting the constant attention of formidable beings. The phenomena it exhibited in the void yesterday certainly did not escape the notice of the major factions. I predict that a multitude of cultivators will soon converge upon Nanping Town. Demon cultivators, tyrants, elves, human cultivators, a chaotic mix from all directions, transforming Nanping Town into a veritable storm center. Gao Chun spoke eloquently, his analysis astute, leaving Li Jinxing greatly impressed. What an astonishing genius. Just 16 years old. Not only is his talent formidable, but his wisdom is equally remarkable. How can his peers compete? Subsequently, he thought of his own son, Li Daoqiu, who is the same age as Gao Chun. Alas, that rebellious child lacks intelligence, spending his days with sharp-tongued sarcasm and devoid of emotional intelligence. If only he possessed half of Chunzi's intellect, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Uncle Li harbored deep resentment towards Li Daoqiu. As Gao Chun and Li Jinxing shared a meal, they exchanged views on the situation, akin to old friends engaging in thoughtful discussion. Simultaneously, Li Jinxing would intentionally pose questions to challenge Gao Chun. Without hesitation, Gao Chun addressed each inquiry, articulating solutions with confidence and engaging in discussion with Uncle Li. When faced with uncertainties, he humbly sought Uncle Li's guidance. Throughout their exchange, he exhibited politeness, grace, and quick wit, solidifying his image as a model leader. Li Jinxing found himself feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Gao Changhe. Why did he have to produce such an outstanding son? And what of his own child? Insignificant. Suddenly, a beeping sound interrupted the conversation. It was the sound of Uncle Li's communication mirror. Without hesitation, he retrieved it and began browsing the information. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Chunzi, ever since the headless man's disappearance yesterday afternoon, communication among our neighbors has surged dramatically. Gao Chun's interest peaked at once. What were they discussing? Li Jinxing smiled slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Chunzi's political acumen is indeed sharp, with just a hint. He grasps the essence. Unlike that foolish woman, Chun Lian, who, despite divulging most of the information, remains utterly oblivious. Everyone is discussing the headless man's wandering in the void, specifically speculating on the reasons behind its deceleration and probing which fort might be responsible. Yet, Gao Chun fell into contemplation. The neighbors' discussions and inquiries at least indicated that Gao family fort had not yet been exposed, nor had he. This was a fortunate twist amidst misfortune. However, danger still loomed. The area the headless man faced during its deceleration coincidentally encompassed the 13 forts of central Nanping Town. Of these, only 4, including Gao family fort, are classified as gold-level powers, while the remaining 9 are merely silver-level powers. Such strength pales in comparison to external formidable forces. Should a sovereign-level cultivator infiltrate to investigate, they would soon uncover the secrets of Gao family fort. I can only hope that Zizhu sect proves to be reliable. Ultimately, Gao Chun found himself helplessly placing his hopes on Zizhu sect. Does this not evoke a sense of urgency? Observing the subtle despondence on Gao Chun's face, Li Jinxing surmised his thoughts. Really? Upon hearing this, Gao Chun was greatly surprised. Any elder of Zizhu sect possesses sovereign-level cultivation, unlike Gao family fort, where silver-level cultivators can serve as elders. Originally, the 2 southern towns had 1 6th elder stationed, and now a 9th elder has arrived. Nanping Town effectively has 2 sovereigns in residence. This realization significantly alleviated the pressure on Gao Chun. As long as no sovereign-level cultivator infiltrates, discovering the secrets of Gao family fort would be exceedingly difficult. Although Gao family fort currently lacks a gold-level cultivator in residence, Aunt Lian, Uncle Li, Uncle Gao Air, and Uncle Gao Si are all silver-level cultivators, and moreover, bloodline cultivators. They can all engage in stellar combat. Together, the 4 of them could likely overcome a typical gold-level cultivator without much difficulty. Seeing Gao Chun's expression lighten, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, Li Jinxing too broke into a relaxed smile. Truly still a child. Regardless of how mature and composed he may appear on ordinary days, in critical moments, his emotions remain uncontainable. His depth of character is still lacking. However, Such depth requires the passage of time and experience to cultivate. Without enduring the trials of time, one cannot attain profound depth. Chunzi, at his age, possessing such wisdom is already remarkable. Li Jinxing reflected deeply. When he thought of his own rebellious child, Li Daoqiu, Gao Chun's excellence shone like the sun, blinding in its brilliance. Truly, without comparison, there is no injury. By the way, Chunzi, you should keep a close eye on our northern neighbor, Wang family fort. Li Jinxing collected his thoughts and spoke earnestly. What is amiss with Wang family fort? Gao Chun's expression grew serious. He recognized Uncle Li's meticulous nature and strategic mind, adept at extracting vital information from subtle clues. Other neighbors discussing and probing is quite normal, as everyone speculates on the reasons behind the headless man's deceleration. Only Wang family fort has inquired with particular specificity, and I sense they may have uncovered something. Li Jinxing's expression turned solemn, his tone low. Upon hearing this, the faint smile on Gao Chun's lips vanished abruptly. Wang family fort is the northern neighbor of Gao family fort, with their territories directly adjacent. Furthermore, Wang family fort is a gold-level power, boasting a gold-level cultivator, over 10 silver-level cultivators, and a total of more than 100 cultivators. Among the 13 forts in central Nanping town, their strength ranks second. Attracting the attention of this colossal entity felt akin to a thorn in one's back or a fishbone lodged in one's throat. However, they would never uncover the true reason behind the headless figure's deceleration. Li Jinxing began to console Gao Chun, indicating that they could only perceive the existence of the secret realm of Gao family fortress. He then rose, patting Gao Chun on the shoulder. From this moment forth, tranquility would elude Gao family fortress. Numerous external cultivators would soon flood in. We must guard against not only Wang family fortress, but also our other neighbors, and most importantly, these incoming cultivators. As long as our strength remains formidable, no one shall tread upon our territory without our consent. Chunzi, you must strive diligently in your cultivation to enhance your prowess, ensuring the protection of Gao family fortress. Li Jinxing gazed upward into the void, his expression solemn and grave. Yes, I will. Gao Chun nodded earnestly. After Li Shu's enlightening words, Gao Chun finally felt a sense of relief. What was Wang family fortress in the grand scheme of things? The true adversaries were those external dominators. By the way, Chunzi, when do you plan to hold the succession ceremony for the lordship? Li Jinxing initiated a new topic. In the days of old man Gao, he had particularly concerned himself with the lordship, eagerly anticipating his ascension to the throne, leading Gao family fortress towards prosperity and living joyfully with his kin. However, now, for Gao Chun, the lordship was merely a burden laden with responsibility and pressure. Especially after witnessing the headless figure's slowed pace yesterday, the weight upon his heart grew heavier. A foreboding sense of crisis loomed, akin to a tempest approaching with dark clouds engulfing the city. Li Shu, when do you think would be the most opportune time to hold the lordship succession ceremony? Since he had not considered it himself, he decided to directly inquire of Li Shu, the foremost strategist of Gao family fortress. Moreover, Li Shu was trustworthy. Holding the succession ceremony a month from now would be most beneficial for us. Li Jinxing spoke plainly, having clearly contemplated the matter thoroughly. Gao Chun was taken aback. Why such a lengthy interval? Not understanding, he asked, Li Shu, why must we wait a month to hold the succession ceremony? Firstly, during the succession ceremony, our neighboring families will attend to witness, and they will not miss such a splendid opportunity. Hence they will undoubtedly probe into Gao family fortress. This could inadvertently lead to numerous unforeseen events. Secondly, a wave of external forces is bound to surge into our central 13 fortresses soon, making it prudent to remain still rather than act. Thirdly, Li Jinxing elaborated calmly, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. Gao Chun wholeheartedly agreed with Li Shu's analysis. Simultaneously, he felt exceedingly fortunate to have an elder like Li Shu. Indeed, having an elder is akin to possessing a treasure. After bidding farewell to Li Shu, Gao Chun took the breakthrough resources and hurried to the secluded room for meditation. His urgency for a breakthrough in cultivation had intensified. Based on the information gleaned from Li Shu, Old Wang next door undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives towards his family. Caution was paramount. Currently, the heart's primordial space was filled with bloodline power, allowing him to elevate his cultivation to bronze 7 stars. Such a splendid opportunity compelled Gao Chun to act with haste. Furthermore, only by utilizing the bloodline power could he reaccumulate the peak affinity. He could indeed conduct this breakthrough within his own courtyard. Yet, This marked his inaugural use of the Heart SI technique for an upgrade. With no prior experience, he was uncertain what would transpire. To err on the side of caution, Gao Chun resolved to utilize the designated secluded room for breakthroughs. Gao Chun swiftly arrived at the meditation room. He selected one and, using a special token, opened the door to enter. The room was quite small, less than 10 square meters, devoid of ornate decorations or superfluous furniture. A large cauldron stood in the center. This metallic cauldron appeared rather ordinary, not much different from those found in common households. Yet it was a mystical artifact. When various material essences were cast within, it would facilitate a deeper comprehension of the essence. Such auxiliary artifacts for cultivation were standard among all forces. Gao Chun could scarcely contain his excitement. He activated the protective formation of the meditation room and retrieved 3 types of material essences from his storage ring. Faced with these 3 material essences, Gao Chun found himself in a quandary. Which essence should he prioritize for his breakthrough? To achieve a breakthrough, a cultivator must comprehend the 9 elemental essences: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Having attained full comprehension of 6 essences, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and wind, Gao Chun now sought to master the remaining 3, thunder, light, and darkness. The 3 cultivation resources before him corresponded precisely to these essences. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to prioritize breaking through the essence of light. This was primarily because, among the 3 incomplete essences, his understanding of the light essence was the most profound, making the breakthrough more attainable. Additionally, as the control master of his team, he needed to learn both controlling and unbinding techniques, the latter of which predominantly belonged to the light attribute. With his decision made, Gao Chun no longer hesitated. He then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused intently on comprehending the essence of light. A dense power of essence emanated, attempting to draw Gao Chun into its depths. In that moment, he abruptly opened his eyes and decisively activated the bloodline divine ability, the Heart SI technique. In an instant, Gao Chun keenly sensed the bloodline power within the Heart S primordial space vanish inexplicably. The entire Heart S primordial space became as barren as a desolate wilderness. Suddenly, an ethereal aura enveloped Gao Chun, surrounding him as it continuously evolved, manifesting various runes. In an instant, Gao Chun's left eye transformed. His black pupil morphed into a golden pupil, exuding an air of authority, sanctity, and invulnerability. Within Gao Chun's vision, a golden sun appeared. It radiated warmth, dispelling all coldness, immersing Gao Chun in its comforting glow, allowing him to swiftly grasp the warmth of the light essence. Subsequently, the golden sun's radiance intensified, becoming searingly hot, a temperature exponentially greater than flames, bathing Gao Chun in a fervent blaze, swiftly reducing him to a puddle of liquid. Throughout this process, Gao Chun comprehended the intense heat of the light essence. Moments later, the golden sun's glow transformed into a pristine, sacred light that banished darkness, illuminating the earth and bestowing brightness upon all. After another moment, the golden sun's radiance took on a fiery nature, igniting the lush forest, which erupted into towering flames. And again, the golden sun, warmth, light, heat, destruction. The various manifestations of the solar essence continually unfolded before Gao Chun's left eye, immersing him in profound understanding and elevating his comprehension of the light essence. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Typically, while meditating in this room, he could merely sense fleeting scenes, and to fully grasp even one was a stroke of fortune. Moreover, such sensations were ethereal and vague, akin to the dreamlike experience. Yet this time, with the activation of the Heart SI technique, he felt as though he were living through each scene, a tangible, visible participation that rendered his understanding of the light essence swiftly reaching perfection. Boom. The chi within Gao Chun's dantian expanded dramatically, akin to the creation of the world, suddenly enlarging by a circle. The mystical energy surged and roared, cascading like a tsunami, each wave crashing relentlessly against all directions. At the very center of the chi in his dantian, the original 6-colored Dao seed now shimmered with an additional golden hue, transforming into a 7-colored Dao seed. At this moment, Gao Chun's complexion was as pale as paper. Beads of sweat clung to his forehead as he continuously operated his cultivation technique, striving to stabilize the chaotic energy within him. Each breakthrough was fraught with peril, Failure to withstand the onslaught of turbulent energy could result in damaged meridians at best, or a catastrophic explosion of his dantian, leading to death at worst. However, should he endure, not only would his dantian expand, allowing for the accommodation of greater energy, but the quality of that energy would also improve, enhancing the potency of his techniques. 15 minutes later, tranquility returned to his energy. He halted his cultivation, gasping for breath as if thunder had erupted. His body drenched in sweat, yet a beaming smile illuminated his face. He had finally ascended to the rank of Bronze 7-star. Unable to contain his excitement, Gao Chun raised his fist in celebration. In that moment, his heart soared with joy, and the burdens of leadership he bore felt somewhat lighter. He felt a renewed sense of confidence regarding the impending crisis that the Gao family stronghold would face. After a brief respite, Gao Chun hastily retrieved some energy crystals from his storage ring, channeling his technique to replenish his energy. His expanded dantian was ravenously eager for energy, making this the perfect opportunity for nourishment. The translucent, quail egg-sized energy crystals diminished rapidly, vanishing as they transformed into energy, filling his now enlarged dantian. Another quarter of an hour passed before Gao Chun ceased his cultivation once more. As he gazed at the barren ground before him, he couldn't help but reflect on the speed of his energy absorption. Such rapidity was only achievable during a breakthrough. Typically, absorbing a single energy crystal would require at least an hour. This is why many 5-member teams included a supportive healer. With his dantian now replenished, Gao Chun stood upright and approached the large cauldron before him, noting that only a small amount of light-attributed materials remained inside. Undeterred, he collected them and stored them in his ring. One does not truly appreciate the value of essentials until one is in charge. After tidying up the comprehension chamber, a necessary step for every practitioner upon departure, he deactivated the protective array and exited the chamber. Upon opening the door, Gao Chun paused for a moment. Night had begun to descend, and the stars twinkled faintly in the sky. How could so much time have passed? I arrived here by noon. He felt that his grasp of light's essence had been remarkably swift, seemingly taking only a fleeting moment. Yet he had spent more time expanding his dantian and managing the tumultuous energy. However, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Perhaps this was the remarkable ability of his heart-eye technique. Unbeknownst to him, it had facilitated his effortless understanding of the essence, allowing him to smoothly break through to a new level. Had he not awakened the heart-eye technique, fully comprehending the essence of light would have required at least a year, along with a tenfold expenditure of materials. Truly, the heart-eye technique was astonishing. Gao Chun could not help but exclaim. Moreover, through this activation of the heart-eye technique, he gained deeper insights into its functions and how to utilize it effectively. The upgrading capabilities of the heart-eye technique surpassed his expectations. Initially, when choosing an essence, he had worried about not achieving full comprehension in one attempt, leading him to select the essence of light, which he understood best. However, after practical experience, Gao Chun realized that even if he chose the least comprehended essence of darkness, he would still attain full understanding in one go. This was the power of his formidable heart-eye technique, as long as he achieved sufficient emotional resonance. With just 2 more attempts, he could ascend to Bronze 9-star and begin preparing to challenge the Silver Realm. Upon reaching the Silver Realm, he would uncover the secrets of the Headless Shepherd in the Void, understand why his left eye could awaken multiple techniques, and learn about the origins of his 2 bloodline sources, heart and eyes. Gao Chun felt exhilarated as he glanced at the pendant hanging around his neck. All the answers were concealed within this pendant, which could only be unlocked upon his ascension to the Silver Realm. Gao Chun, you can do this, he encouraged himself, swiftly making his way back to his courtyard. Upon returning home, Gao Chun went through his usual routine of awakening his spirit companion, Lena, feeding her, and then preparing dinner for himself. Lena joyfully flitted around him, dancing in the air. Dinner was quickly prepared and brought to the large willow tree in the courtyard, ready to be enjoyed. At this point, Lena had tired from play and was gently placed to sleep in the willow's embrace. Having upgraded throughout the afternoon, Gao Chun was famished and, disregarding any semblance of decorum, devoured his meal voraciously. A variety of energy meats, vegetables, and rice were consumed with great delight. Suddenly, the sound of ringing echoed from a nearby room. Gao Chun's expression shifted dramatically as he turned toward the source of the sound. That room was the alarm chamber of the Gao family stronghold. Old Gao had set up numerous arrays, both visible and hidden, and when these arrays were attacked, they would emit warnings from this chamber. With little regard for his meal, Gao Chun rushed into the alarm room. Inside the modest space, a model of the Gao family stronghold was displayed. Various yellow and red flags dotted the model, each varying in size. The ringing was emanating from a large yellow flag that was shaking violently. Gao Chun's expression darkened, his brows furrowing deeply. The yellow flag signified a trapping array, and its intense movement indicated it was under attack. Positioned at the northern boundary, the flag represented the Gao family's border with the Wang family stronghold. Coupled with the information from Uncle Li earlier that day, Gao Chun deduced that the Wang family was invading and had become ensnared in the trapping array. What should he do? Gao Chun remained composed, contemplating his options. Only the yellow flag was waving, signaling an alert. The other flags remained still, suggesting that the intruders were few in number. This appeared to be a minor incursion, possibly even just a single individual. The large yellow flag denoted the highest-level trapping array, which could not sway so violently without the presence of a practitioner of at least Golden Realm strength. With this analysis, Gao Chun's expression grew even graver. What action should he take? Should he ring the alarm bell? He hesitated. The alarm bell was also a mystical artifact. Once sounded, its echoes would resonate throughout Gao Family Mountain, alerting all practitioners to the invasion and summoning them to the sound's location. The Gao family had only 3 such bells, one of which was conveniently located in Gao Chun's own courtyard. However, ringing it would gather all practitioners. Yet it would be of little use. At least one of the intruders was a Golden Realm practitioner. Currently, the only force capable of confronting a Golden Realm being was Ant Lian's quartet of Silver Realm warriors. As for himself, he needed to act, his heavenly-level technique. 1,000 miles of ice, while unable to directly control a Golden Realm practitioner, could still serve to restrain them. Of course, his individual efforts would be limited, so he needed to call upon his team. With a clear plan in mind, Gao Chun swiftly took action, retrieving his communication mirror to send messages to his teammates. At that moment, he particularly longed for a group chat function on the mirror. If such a feature existed, a single notification would suffice. Instead, he had to inform each person individually, wasting precious time. Simultaneously, Gao Chun silently prayed that everyone would keep their communication mirror's notification sounds active, otherwise, gathering his team would become a troublesome endeavor. Simultaneously, he continued to survey the simulated battlefield, particularly the yellow and red flags atop it. The yellow flag represented a besieged position, while the red flag signified a defensive stance. Gao Chun was eager to discern whether any changes had occurred with the flags. A shift in the flags would indicate alterations in the situation and necessitate adjustments to his strategy. A few minutes later, only the large yellow flag continued to flutter, and its movements had diminished. The other flags remained unchanged. It appeared that my earlier assessment was correct. This was indeed a minor incursion, or rather, an invasion by a mere handful of individuals. Gao Chun fixed his gaze intently on the simulated battlefield, hoping for the presence of just one combat team, perhaps even a solitary individual. Gao Chun turned and left the alert room, murmuring to himself. At the entrance of the Gao family fortress, 3 youths and 2 middle-aged men were gathered. The youths were Li Daoqiu, Gao Chuanxiong, and Tang Pengzi, while the 2 middle-aged men were Gao Ershu and Gao Xishu, who were on duty guarding Gao Family Mountain that night. Gao Family Mountain was also protected by a formidable array, but activating it required a substantial amount of Xianjing. Hence it was typically manned by personnel. Only in particularly perilous situations would the protective array be engaged. The 5 men, despite being together, had little to discuss. After exchanging greetings, they fell into a silence, waiting. They were unsure why Gao Chun had summoned them so late. Yet, having accepted his position as the lord of Gao Family Fortress, they complied with his orders. Soon, Gao Chun appeared within their line of sight. "Boss, what's the matter?" Tang Pengzi enthusiastically rushed forward to give Gao Chun a bear hug, inadvertently voicing the unspoken question of the group. This was Tang Pengzi, ever eager and altruistic. Humph. In response to Gao Chun's warm greeting, Li Daoqiu scoffed, turning his face away. Gao Chun found this amusing. It was classic Li Daoqiu. Seeing him in this manner, Gao Chun felt reassured, as it seemed Li Daoqiu had recovered from the earlier bout. "Where's Chen Yuan?" Tang Pengzi inquired. "Boss, should I go fetch her?" The reason for not summoning Chen Yuan was that she was not a bloodline Xian practitioner and had not successfully cultivated any techniques. In the face of golden Xian practitioners tonight, she would be of no use. Bloodline practitioners could wield bloodline powers, engage in ranged attacks, or serve other functions. The same applied to techniques. Those who had not cultivated techniques or possessed bloodline abilities could only rely on Xian energy for close combat. Such ordinary practitioners stood little chance against high-level practitioners and would rather find themselves in danger. For this reason, Gao Chun could not voice his thoughts openly. He looked around at the assembled individuals. Apart from Uncle Li and Aunt Lien, everyone else was present. As for Uncle Li and Aunt Lien, they were currently patrolling the expansive territory of Gao family fortress, and Gao Chun had already instructed them to congregate in the northern area. Just as Gao Chun was about to speak, Gao Sishu suddenly exclaimed, "Chunzi, have you advanced to bronze 7 stars?" This declaration was like a bolt from the blue, capturing everyone's attention. Then, pairs of eyes fixed on Gao Chun like hungry wolves. "Boss, is it true? Have you truly ascended to bronze 7 stars? Good heavens. You were only bronze 6 stars this morning." Tang Pongzi hurried to Gao Chun's side, chattering incessantly. Li Daoqiu, however, stared at Gao Chun in astonishment. His expression filled with confusion and disbelief. How could this be possible? How could a breakthrough happen so swiftly? Just this morning, during their sparring, Gao Chun had clearly been bronze 6 stars, with no signs of any imminent breakthrough. Moreover, he had not only successfully cultivated a celestial technique, but had also advanced to bronze 7 stars. What about himself? The more he pondered, the more perplexed and self-deprecating he felt. His face and neck began to flush crimson, and he involuntarily slumped in dejection. This time, he had truly been struck down. The pride he usually held before Gao Chun had shattered into fragments. Gao Chuanxiong wore a similarly incredulous expression. Upon hearing the exclamation, he initially found it hard to believe that Gao Chun could have advanced to bronze 7 stars so quickly. No matter how talented he was, he had been bronze 5 stars just half a year ago. Advancing 2 stars in just 6 months? Was the world's rule changing, or was Gao Chun simply extraordinary? Yet, the exclamation had come from Gao Sishu, so he had no choice but to accept it. He could only sink into profound existential doubt, as this world of cultivation had become utterly alien to him. Gao Ershu, who had previously maintained an enigmatic and aloof demeanor, could not help but extend his consciousness to observe Gao Chun upon hearing Gao Sishu's astonishment. As a Silver Xian practitioner, he had opened his soul see and possessed spiritual awareness. The information gathered through this means was far more vivid than what his eyes could perceive. After a thorough observation, he confirmed that Gao Chun had indeed advanced to bronze 7 stars. Within him, tumultuous emotions surged. The rate of this child's advancement was astonishingly rapid. Why had his previous rate of progression been so slow? How could it be that the leap from bronze 6 to 7 took merely a few months? Was it due to the headless shepherd from yesterday? Gao Ershu felt a shock within, yet outwardly maintained a facade of calm. Quite impressive. You are progressing well. But do not become complacent. Continue to strive for improvement. You are already 16 years old, yet your cultivation remains at bronze 7 stars. This is not befitting your status as the lord of Gao family fortress. In the entire Zizhu mountain region, there is not a single lord with a cultivation level below silver. Gao Chun had initially found the group's astonishment rather amusing, but after hearing Gao Ershu's words, his amusement turned to incredulity. You could just say, "I am unworthy of being the lord of Gao family fortress." Was it necessary to be so roundabout? The others, upon hearing Gao Ershu's remarks, also gazed skyward in silence. Gao Ershu, appearing helpless, turned his gaze toward his own elder brother. Was this really the appropriate moment for such comments? A true dampener on the mood. But who could blame him, as he was indeed his own elder brother? Therefore, he hastily added, "Chunzi, your second uncle's words hold much wisdom. You must strive diligently in your cultivation. There is a true disciple of the Zizhu sect who, at just 14, has already reached bronze 7 stars. Additionally, in our Nanping town, the second son of Mayor Wu, at 16, had already advanced to bronze 8 stars 2 months ago. Moreover, Gao Sishu began to list numerous examples of cultivation prodigies to support Gao Ershu's comments. Gao Chun felt little envy toward these prodigies. He had never harbored grand ambitions. He simply wished to live joyfully alongside his kin and friends at Gao family fortress. Furthermore, with his hard-eye technique, would he not ascend even more swiftly? Who in the world could rival him? Hearing Gao Sishu cite examples of prodigies, Li Daoqiu's head drooped even lower. As for Tang Pongzi and Gao Chuanxiong, they exhibited little reaction. They had always chosen to ignore outsiders. No matter how formidable or talented they were, what did it matter to them? They were solely concerned with those around them. Seeing that Gao Sishu was about to continue with further examples, Gao Chun quickly interjected, "Fourth uncle, I understand. I shall remain humble and work diligently to cultivate, with the aim of advancing to Golden Shin Practitioner as soon as possible to befit the title of Lord of Gao Family Fortress. Gao Sishu. Gao Ershu's gaze sharpened suddenly, realizing that this child had changed. Previously polite and refined, with reasoned discourse and little aggression, he now seemed to be hinting at something more profound. Gao Chun was acutely aware of the purpose behind gathering everyone. He did not wish for their focus to remain solely on his recent breakthrough in cultivation. Thus, he directly explained, "Indeed, my cultivation has advanced to Bronze 7 stars. I achieved this breakthrough just this afternoon. As for the rapidity of my advancement, it is due to the awakening of my bloodline talent, which specifically aids me in cultivating techniques and comprehending realms." Without waiting for anyone to inquire further or regard their reactions, he continued, "The reason for gathering you all here at this late hour is due to an invasion by enemies at Gao's fortress." Gao Chun's words struck everyone like a thunderclap, leaving them in disbelief. They were all aware that within the courtyard of their family home, there existed a warning chamber. Any attack on Gao's fortress would trigger an alert. Gao Chun recounted the circumstances surrounding the warning chamber's activation, along with his analysis and conclusions. "What are we waiting for? Let us swiftly eliminate the intruders." Gao Si shouted urgently. "Yes, let us vanquish those who dare to invade us." Even the despondently Dao Qiu perked up at this. The others, however, remained silent. "What are you hesitating for? The enemy is at our doorstep. For heaven's sake." Gao Si roared. "Second uncle, what do you think we should do?" Gao Chun politely inquired of Gao Er. He had his own thoughts and plans, yet recognized Gao Er as a wise man with ample combat experience, wishing to hear his perspective. To listen widely is to gain clarity. A leader must possess the quality of seeking counsel from others. Gao Chun always remembered the teachings of old man Gao. However, Gao Er did not provide his advice. Instead, he spoke earnestly. "You have called us here for a reason. Share your thoughts." Gao Chun realized he was dealing with a cunning old fox. Since he was unwilling to guide, Gao Chun decided to proceed with his original plan, to activate the mountain protection array, leaving Gao Si behind. For Gao's mountain was indeed the foundation of their fortress. The rest would head to the incident site to ascertain what had transpired and then devise specific tactical arrangements. "I oppose this." Gao Si interjected loudly before Gao Chun could finish. "If you believe there are golden mystics invading, how can I, a silver warrior, be wasted here? I must join the fight. As for the one to remain behind, I think it should be you, Chunzi." "I also agree that Chunzi should stay." Gao Er chimed in, and seeing Gao Chun about to object, he continued, "The reason for your stay is twofold. Firstly, you are the leader, and it is most fitting for you to command from Gao's mountain. Secondly, your cultivation is merely at the bronze level, making you unsuitable for the front line. Indeed, Gao Er is correct. I also believe you should remain, oldest brother." Tang Pongzi added his voice to the chorus. "Yes, that's right. Gao Chun, you should stay at Gao's mountain." Li Daoqiu echoed the sentiment. Gao Chun was taken aback. "Why does everyone think I should remain behind? In terms of cultivation, I rank third among you. In terms of status, I am the lord of Gao's fortress. I am the leader. If I do not go, how can I trust you all? I must go? Gao Si must stay." Gao Chun's tone was resolute. As the others prepared to voice their objections, he raised his voice. "Please let me finish. We are entrusting our backs and our lives to you. Only you possess the capability to lead." Gao Chun gazed earnestly at Gao Er. Gao Er hesitated, glancing at Gao Si, suggesting, "Why not designate him to stay behind as well?" After addressing Gao Si, Gao Chun turned to the group and solemnly stated, "The reason I must go is that I have a significant role to play. This morning at the combat arena, you all witnessed my celestial level technique, 1,000 miles of ice. While it may not directly restrain a golden mystic, it can certainly disrupt their combat effectiveness. I would be an invaluable asset." Gao Chun's assertions were compelling, leaving no room for rebuttal. "Why, then, must we all go to the incident site? Gao's mountain is protected by great arrays. We could remain within and await the enemy's approach. I could scout the enemy alone," Gao Er proposed. Gao Chun had indeed considered Gao Er's suggestion. Frankly speaking, launching a full-scale assault without knowing the enemy's numbers or strength was perilous. Gao Er's plan seemed the safest and most prudent. However, Gao Chun was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. The enemies were evidently ensnared, and among them were golden mystics. The array defended against internal threats, but not external ones. Only after being trapped would they attempt to break free from within, causing the warning flags in the chamber to flutter violently. At that moment, if they all launched an attack, they might just eliminate the ensnared golden mystic. Gao Chun did not hesitate to share this analysis with the others. The group inhaled sharply, filled with ambition at the prospect of defeating a golden mystic. Yet upon further reflection, they recognized the potential for success, their eyes gleaming like famished wolves. I support Gao Chun's plan. Li Daoqiu was the first to voice his agreement. I also agree. Tang Pengzi's voice was faint, tinged with uncertainty. Gao Er and Gao Chuanxiong remained silent, deep in thought. Gao Si, however, wore a disgruntled expression, determined to remain at Gao's mountain and oversee the protection array. Let us first rendezvous with Li Jinxing and Chun Lian. Gao Er took the lead. Gao Chun and his three companions followed closely behind. Gao Er watched as the group departed, his eyes ablaze with emotion. Gao Chun had deliberated extensively with the group at the mountain gate before moving to confront the enemy, partly to allow time for Aunt Lien and Uncle Li to assemble, and primarily to grant the enemy a moment to realize they had been discovered, hoping they might retreat. At that moment, Gao Chun was not eager for battle. He feared for the safety of his loved ones amidst the conflict. What he needed most was time. Now that he possessed the Heart Si technique, he was confident that with sufficient time, he could become invincible in the wilderness and protect Gao's fortress from any intrusion. The five soon arrived at the meeting point Gao Chun had designated, joining Aunt Lien and Uncle Li. Gao Chun proactively briefed Aunt Lien and Uncle Li on the enemy's incursion and shared the group's decision. Throughout his explanation, Aunt Lien's enchanting gaze remained fixed on him, several times on the verge of interruption, yet she restrained herself. It was a true test of Aunt Lien's patience. She chattered excitedly, while Li Jinxing appeared exasperated, resting his forehead in his hand. Is this the time for such chatter? He thought, finding her frivolous nature frustrating. He endured, he continued to endure. But 5 minutes passed. He could no longer tolerate it. Chun Lian, please be quiet. Li Jinxing's booming voice startled everyone, including Aunt Lien. Yet she quickly regained her composure, ready to retaliate. Why did you bring Chunzi here, Gao Er? What are your intentions? Li Jinxing's inquiry shifted Aunt Lien's focus. Indeed, Gao Er. Why did you bring Chunzi out on such a dangerous night? Faced with the questioning from Uncle Li and Aunt Chun, Gao Er rarely offered explanations, snorting as he looked up at the sky. Seeing this unfold, Gao Chun hurriedly stepped forward to explain his reasons for insisting on joining the fray. He was aware that the relationship between Gao Er, Aunt Lien, and Uncle Li had always been strained, but he never anticipated it would be to such a degree. He explained in great detail, and since he had ample time, he hoped the enemy would come to their senses, realizing they had been discovered and could no longer launch a surprise attack, thus retreating on their own accord. You are the Lord of Gao Jiabao, our beacon of hope for ascension. How could you possibly involve yourself in such a perilous situation? After hearing the explanation, Uncle Li still opposed Gao Chun's participation. As for the other 3 bronze-level cultivators, they were completely disregarded. His focus was solely on Gao Chun. Sigh. Gao Chun felt overwhelmed. He understood that Uncle Li and Aunt Lien cared for him, but he was not being arrogant. He firmly believed that his skills would be immensely beneficial